Chapter 1. The Storm After Release. Shen Yifeng's fingers suddenly twitched, as if jolted by an electric current, sending a sharp pain through his fingertips. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm to suppress the strange tremor. "You look rather unwell," the taxi driver remarked, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. 3 years without sunlight and just adjusting. Shen Yifeng replied softly, his throat parched as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. The neon lights outside the window dazzled him, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. 3 years ago, he could have navigated this path home with his eyes closed now. Every street lamp seemed to mock his disarray. He stood at the entrance of his home, unable to insert the key. The lock was new, the fingerprint scanner flashing a crimson light. Laughter drifted through the door, a woman's voice familiar, yet not that of Su Wanru from his memories. "Who is it?" A man's voice called from within. "It's me." The door cracked open, revealing a man in a bathrobe who leaned out, his gaze sweeping over Shen Yifeng's faded shirt and canvas shoes. A smirk curled at his lips. "You've got the wrong place, haven't you?" Shen Yifeng remained silent, his eyes fixed on the gold chain around the man's neck. It was the family heirloom pendant his mother had left him. "Wanru, your ex-husband has returned," the man called back, prompting the sound of a glass shattering from inside. "What are you back for?" Su Wanru appeared at the door, draped in a silk nightgown, her makeup still intact, lipstick smudged on the rim of a wine glass. "This is my home," Shen Yifeng declared. "Not anymore," she replied with a chuckle. "Zhao has arranged everything quite well, don't you think? Zhao Hongta had a hand in this too?" Shen Yifeng's voice darkened. "He's much smarter than you." Su Wanru brushed her hair back. "You can't even afford a suit now, can you? Would you like me to lend you some money?" His gaze fell upon the new ring on her ring finger, the diamond dazzlingly ostentatious. The night breeze swept by, and he caught a whiff of rust neither from the street nor a trash can, but emanating from the depths of his own nostrils. He touched his nose, finding traces of blood. "Not feeling well?" Su Wanru tilted her head, scrutinizing him. 3 years in prison have rendered you useless, haven't they? That I survived outside is a miracle in itself." Shen Yifeng wiped away the blood, his voice hoarse. The television inside continued to blare, broadcasting financial news. "Zhao Hongtu, president of Shen Corporation, announced today." He turned to leave, the sounds of their raucous laughter following him. He walked down the street, surrounded by cacophony. Car horns, the chatter of crowds, and advertising speakers melded into a chaotic symphony he wished to cover his ears, only to realize his right hand was trembling slightly. "What's happening?" He paused beneath a streetlight, gazing up at the sky. The moon was large and bright, yet the hue was wrong. It appeared bluish, reminiscent of a cold LED light. He blinked, and upon reopening his eyes, the moon had returned to its normal state. "A hallucination?" he murmured. His phone vibrated with a message from Linhauern. "Where are you?" "I'm waiting for the wind to die down," he replied with a single word. Shen Yifeng entered a convenience store, and, as the automatic door swung open, the blast of cold air from the air conditioning hit him. He grabbed a bottle of water, only to realize at the checkout that he had merely 5 yuan left. "Would you prefer to pay by QR code or cash?" the clerk inquired. "Cash," he replied, handing over a piece of paper and a pen. The scanner beeped, and the screen displayed insufficient balance. "This bill appears rather worn." The clerk frowned. "The banks have recently ceased accepting such old notes." Shen Yifeng was taken aback. Glancing down at the currency, the serial number obscured, corners yellowed, indeed unlike the notes currently in circulation. "I've just been released from prison," he stated. "Could I exchange it for a new one?" The clerk shook her head. "We do not offer exchange services." He sat on a bench by the street, unscrewing a bottle of water and taking a sip. The water was inexplicably cold, as if it had just emerged from a freezer. Yet the temperature today was 30 degrees. How could that be? He stood and approached a nearby trash bin, discarding the bottle. The metal lid clicked shut, and in that instant the bottle sprang back out. What the hell? He reached out to try again. The bottle leapt out once more. Crouching down for a closer inspection, he discovered a miniature spring mechanism at the bottom of the bin, which would rebound with the slightest touch. "This is no ordinary trash can," he murmured to himself. In the distance, the sound of a siren echoed as a patrol car sped by. "Are you truly prepared to start over?" Linhauern's voice resonated through the phone. "I have already begun anew." Shen Yifeng leaned against a lamppost. "Zhao Hongtu, is moving swiftly. He has seized 90 of the Shun Corporation shares. There remains 10, he countered. The legal representative has changed. You are no longer a shareholder. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds. Then I shall register a new company. Do you have the funds? I will acquire them. That a laugh emanated from the other end of the line. You are still the same Shen Yifeng. As night deepened, Shen Yifeng walked alone through an empty alley that a peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of burnt plastic mixed with sandalwood. He halted, glancing around, but there was no one. Who's there? He called out. No response. He continued on, his footsteps suddenly light, as if treading on cotton. He looked down. The cement ground was clearly visible, yet he could not hear the sound of his soles scraping against it. He lifted his foot and brought it down again, still in silence. This is not reality, he muttered. He stamped his foot forcefully. Sound finally erupted, but in the next moment, all the lights in the alley extinguished. In the darkness, a voice whispered in his ear, "Do you wish to win?" He spun around abruptly, finding himself alone. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You do not need to know," the voice replied again, carrying a metallic resonance. "But I know you can win." "How can I win?" "Simply sign your name." "Where?" "Right before your eyes." Shen Yifeng looked down and saw a piece of paper materialize on the ground, inscribed with the words, "Contract effective." He reached for it, and the paper transformed into a wisp of black smoke that entered his palm. The lights in the alley flickered back on. He opened his hand, revealing a dark red mark etched into his palm. Shen Yifeng remained rooted in place, his heart racing. Everything that had transpired was utterly absurd, yet he vividly recalled every detail. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I am not insane," he reassured himself. "I merely witnessed what others cannot see." He gazed upward at the sky, where the moon still hung, suspended. Yet it no longer stirred. Chapter 2: A Friend's Assistance. Shen Yifeng stood beneath the street lamp, the red mark on his palm still faintly throbbing with warmth. He attempted to clench and then open his fist. The imprint seemed to be branded beneath his skin, pulsating gently with his heartbeat. "What on earth is this?" he murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in concern. From the end of the alley, hurried and disordered footsteps echoed, as if someone was being pursued. Instinctively, he took a step back, leaning against the lamp post, casting a wary gaze into the depths of the darkness. Damn, could it be such a coincidence? He whispered to himself. In the next moment, a figure burst around the corner, clad in a black jacket with a hood obscuring most of their face. The person was panting heavily, nearly crashing into the mouth of the alley, then abruptly turned, crouching against the wall, remaining perfectly still. Just as Shen Yifeng contemplated approaching to ascertain the situation, several more footsteps approached from afar, clearly the pursuers, and there were quite a few of them. "Yes, over there," someone shouted. The figure in black immediately sprang up and dashed toward Shen Yifeng. Acting on instinct, he sidestepped, but the stranger halted abruptly in front of him, grasping his wrist with urgency. "Don't move. Help me out," the person whispered. Before Shen Yifeng could fully comprehend the situation, the stranger had shoved something into his pocket and quickly retreated a few steps, disappearing back into the shadows. The pursuing individuals soon reached the alley's entrance, scanning the surroundings. One of them, wielding a flashlight, swept the area but found nothing amiss, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Where'd he go?" "Split up and search," another commanded. The group dispersed, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Shen Yifeng remained rooted in place, his heart pounding like a drum, the area where the stranger had gripped him still radiating warmth. He glanced down at his pocket. The object remained a disc, with a metallic exterior etched with a line of small characters. 001. He frowned. Lin Howren? Just as he pondered this, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Howren. "Are you still there? I'm waiting for you at the usual place." Taking a deep breath, Shen Yifeng glanced at the disc in his hand, nodded, and replied, "I'm on my way." The tea house was nestled on a narrow street in the old town, modest in size but elegantly decorated. Upon entering, a wave of aged pu'er tea fragrance enveloped him. Lin Howren was already seated in a private room, and upon seeing Shen Yifeng, he immediately rose to greet him, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Brother, I've been waiting for you for ages." Shen Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted his back. "You're still the same." The two sat down, and the waiter served freshly brewed Tiguanyin tea. Lin Howard studied Shen Yifeng's face for a while, then sighed. You've lost weight. 3 years in prison. It's a wonder I'm not thinner, Shen Yifeng replied, lifting his teacup to take a sip. How did you know I would be released today? I've been keeping a close watch, Lin Howard replied earnestly. Zhao Hongtu's moves are too swift. The moment you were incarcerated, he began to scheme, gradually encroaching on your assets. As for Su Wanru, he paused. She is not merely a traitor. There are others orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Are you referring to Zhong Lishuan? Shen Yifeng inquired tentatively. Lin Howard shook his head. Not him. Though Zhong Lishuan is enigmatic, he has consistently assisted you. I speak of another organization, Tianshu. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. I've never heard of them. They operate in the shadows, manipulating events from behind the curtain. Zhao Hongtu is merely one of their pawns. Lin Howard remarked as he retrieved a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and placed it upon the table. These are the clues I have gathered over the past few years. Everything is contained within. Shen Yifeng opened the first page, which was densely populated with financial statements and records of fund flows, alongside several covertly taken photographs. In these images, Su Wanru and Zhao Hongtu were seen meeting in a private club, their demeanor intimate. Where did you acquire this information? Shen Yifeng raised his gaze to him. There are some matters I prefer you not to know too soon, Lin Howard replied with a smile. But now that you have returned, we ought to embark on a significant venture together. Shen Yifeng remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. How do you intend to assist me? I possess funds, connections, and resources, Lin Howard asserted confidently. If you are willing, we can register a company immediately, starting from the periphery and gradually encroaching upon Zhao Hongtu's influence. But he holds 90 of the Shun family shares. Then we shall compel him to relinquish them of his own accord. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Howard's eyes. I have already arranged the first step of our plan. Shen Yifeng regarded him, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. You have grown more ruthless than before. It is you who taught me, Lin Howard reciprocated with a grin. In the realm of business, mercy leads to demise. Shen Yifeng's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. Speak. What is the first step? Lin Howard opened the folder, pointing to a map. This is the Shun family's logistics center in the southwest. In the past 3 months, Zhao Hongtu has secretly relocated a batch of core equipment and technical blueprints there, preparing to start anew. If we can intercept this shipment on the day of transfer, we will possess irrefutable evidence against him. Do you have the exact time? 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shen Yifeng contemplated for a moment. How many people do we need? About 10, all trusted allies. What about the equipment? It has long been prepared. Shen Yifeng raised his head, locking eyes with Lin Howard. You've been anticipating this day. Haven to you? Lin Howard did not deny it. I knew you would return. I also knew you would not settle. The two men exchanged a prolonged gaze before nodding in unison. Then let us proceed. At 2:45 in the morning, 10 black vehicles silently entered the Southwest Logistics Park. The night was thick with darkness, and the park's lighting was dim, with only a few security guards patrolling. Shen Yifeng sat in the passenger seat, gripping a miniature signal jammer, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The target vehicle has entered the area, the voice of a scout crackled through the earpiece. The cargo is being loaded. Commence action, Lin Howard commanded in a hushed tone. The car doors opened quietly, and 10 individuals swiftly disembarked, dividing into 2 groups to encircle the area. Shen Yifeng, accompanied by 3 others, infiltrated the zone, catching sight of a large truck being loaded from a distance. Several uniformed individuals verifying the inventory. That is Zhao Hongtu's confidant, Wang Hai, Lin Howard whispered. It will be best to capture him alive. Shen Yifeng nodded, signaling the initiation of their operation. Within 3 minutes, all guards were subdued and the truck driver was apprehended. Shen Yifeng approached Wang Hai, coldly regarding him. Did you ever expect I would return? Wang Hai's face turned pale, his lips trembling. How did you know about this place? Take a guess. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh as he retrieved an encrypted document from his adversary. Is this your new contract? Wang Hai remained silent, his teeth clenched in frustration. Shen Yifeng did not press further. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Howard. Take the goods away. Lin Howard nodded, signaling his men to begin loading the cargo. Just as the last box was being loaded onto the vehicle, a shrill siren pierced the air from a distance. Not good. An agent exclaimed. Someone has called the police. Shen Yifeng's expression darkened. They had to evacuate within 10 minutes. Lin Howard immediately directed his personnel to expedite the loading process. Standing beside the vehicle, Shen Yifeng gazed up at the night sky. The moon hung there, silently observing the unfolding scene. A sense of unease washed over him as he realized something was amiss. He remained eerily still. He whispered to himself the words he had heard earlier. In the next moment, a metallic clatter echoed behind him. He spun around to find Wang Hai, having somehow freed himself, charging at him with a dagger in hand. Shen Yifeng instinctively dodged, but Wang Hai was swift. The blade grazed his arm, leaving a crimson trail. You're finished. Wang Hai roared. Do you think you can win? You don't even know the rules. Shen Yifeng pressed his hand to the wound, his gaze icy. I don't need to know the rules. I just need to win. He delivered a powerful kick to Wang Hai's knee, causing him to grunt and collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yifeng snatched the dagger and pressed it against Wang Hai's throat. Tell me, who is Tian Shu? Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Hai's mouth, yet his eyes brimmed with derision. You think this is merely a business rivalry? Huh. You're not even facing a human opponent. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Wang Hai offered no reply, suddenly convulsing violently, black liquid spilling from his mouth as if something from within was devouring him, causing him to wither rapidly. Shen Yifeng stood frozen, as did those around him. In the next moment, Wang Hai's body collapsed entirely, transforming into a mass of black mist that dissipated into the air. Lin Howard's eyes widened in shock. What has happened? Shen Yifeng lowered his gaze to the dagger in his hand, its blade glimmering with an eerie emerald hue. A memory sparked within him, the disc. We need to go back. He murmured urgently. We must return at once. Lin Howard nodded and swiftly commanded the convoy to retreat. The tires screeched against the concrete, producing a sharp frictional sound. Seated inside the vehicle, Shen Yifeng watched the scenery rapidly recede through the window, the final words of Wang Hai echoing in his mind. Do you think you can win? You don't even know the rules. He clenched his fists, the red mark on his palm radiating warmth once more. Rules? He whispered. Then let us rewrite them. The vehicle sped away, the moonlight illuminating the deserted logistics park, leaving behind only a vague footprint and a wisp of lingering black smoke. Gently tracing the number on the disc, 001, Shen Yifeng quietly asked, Lin Howard, have you ever heard of the existence of non-humans? Chapter 3. A mysterious encounter. Shen Yifeng sat in the study of Lin Howard's home, the dawnlight casting a pale glow outside, yet fatigue eluded him. The disc lay silently on the table, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the lamp. What did you say? Lin Howard frowned. Non-humans? Shen Yifeng replayed the haunting image of Wang Hai transforming into a black mist from last night in his mind, his tone somber. You did not witness his final moments. It was neither poisoning nor hallucination. It was something beyond the realm of reason. Lin Howard remained silent for a moment before suddenly rising and walking to the bookshelf. He opened the lowest drawer and retrieved an old notebook. I began to harbor suspicions 3 years ago. He flipped through several pages, densely filled with various codes and timelines. Zhao Hongtu's rise has been alarmingly swift, disturbingly so. Each time we uncover crucial leads, we encounter bizarre coincidences, evidence mysteriously vanishing, witnesses disappearing, systems crashing. I even suspect they operate under a set of rules entirely independent of the real world. Shen Yifeng's gaze fixed on the notebook, his brow furrowing deeper. So you have been searching for a breakthrough? Indeed, Lin Howard nodded. But it was only upon your return that I felt there might be someone capable of genuinely shattering this impasse. Shen Yifeng remained silent, merely picking up a disk and inserting it into the computer. The screen flickered and an encrypted interface appeared. The password prompt read, 001. Shen Yifeng murmured, Lin Howard. Is that you? Lin Howard shook his head. I do not know who left this behind, but I am certain it is not the work of an ordinary individual. Shen Yifeng inhaled deeply, attempting to input his initials. Incorrect password. He tried again, but it was still wrong. On the third attempt, He suddenly recalled Wang Hai's final words. Do you think you can win? You do not even understand the rules. Rules? He paused, entering two characters, break boundary. The moment he pressed the enter key, a flash of blue light illuminated the screen, revealing an entirely new interface. The folder was labeled with a single character, door. Shen Yifeng clicked on it, revealing a video. The image displayed a man clad in a black robe, standing with his back to the camera atop a towering structure. The infinite cosmos sprawling behind him. His voice was deep and magnetic. If you can see this footage, it means you have already embarked on this path. Welcome to the true world. Shen Yifeng and Lin Hauren exchanged a glance, astonishment reflected in their eyes. The man slowly turned to reveal a sharply defined face. His gaze profound as an abyss. I am Zhong Lishuan. Lin Hauren sprang to his feet. Is it him? The video continued. I know you seek answers, and I am aware of your betrayal, your entrapment, and the stripping away of everything you held dear. Yet, I must inform you, all of this is merely a part of the game, and you are the pawn I have chosen. Shen Yifeng's fingers tightened slightly. If you are willing, we can collaborate. I will provide you with resources, information, connections, and even powers that transcend the ordinary. The scene froze on his final words. As long as you agree to become my agent. Shen Yifeng ejected the disc, his fingers trembling slightly. Who exactly is he? Lin Hauren shook his head. I do not know, but from this moment onward, we must proceed with utmost caution. This is no longer a mere business vendetta. Shen Yifeng stood, moving to the window to gaze at the distant rising sun. There is no turning back for me now. Lin Hauren gently patted his shoulder, suggesting they continue together. Just as the two were about to leave the study, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. Li Nye, a subordinate, burst in, informing them of an unfamiliar man seeking an audience with Mr. Shen. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the stranger's appearance. He is clad in a gray trench coat, wearing sunglasses, and exudes an air of mystery. Lin Hauren's expression shifted. Could it be he has arrived so swiftly? Shen Yifeng swiftly grabbed his coat, declaring, Let's go see. They exited the villa, and indeed, a figure awaited them at the entrance. The man was tall, his coat billowing gently in the wind. Hands nestled in his pockets as he stood in quiet anticipation. Upon hearing their footsteps, he slowly lifted his head and removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the world, fixed intently upon Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng, he spoke, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shen Yifeng felt a jolt in his heart. You are Zhong Lishuan? The man smiled slightly indeed. Lin Hauren instinctively stepped forward, questioning, Why have you come in person? Zhong Lishuan did not shift his gaze, his focus unwavering on Shen Yifeng. Because you require my assistance. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. How do you know I watched that video? Because I'm the creator of that video, Zhong Lishuan replied nonchalantly, and also the guide to your forthcoming destiny. Shen Yifeng paused, finally asking, Why do you wish to help me? Zhong Lishuan chuckled, Because in you, I see a reflection of my former self. Lin Hauren remained vigilant, questioning, What do you want him to do? It is quite simple. Zhong Lishuan extended his hand. Become my agent and enter the world behind the door. Shen Yifeng stared at the outstretched hand, warmth subtly emanating from its palm. The red mark pulsed once more. He finally comprehended that this was no mere coincidence. What exactly is the door you speak of? Zhong Lishuan's gaze deepened, an entrance to a higher dimension. There lies the answers you seek, as well as the truths you must confront. Shen Yifeng did not respond immediately. He understood that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. After a prolonged silence, he gradually reached out his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to graze Zhong Lishuan's, a sudden thunder rumbled through the sky. Dark clouds had gathered overhead, obscuring the morning light. Zhong Lishuan smirked slightly. It seems even it has taken notice. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. Zhong Lishuan did not answer directly, but instead countered. Do you truly believe you are contending with mere mortals? In the next instant, he pressed his hand against Shen Yifeng's forehead. A surge of fiery energy instantaneously flooded his mind. Shen Yifeng's vision darkened, and a cacophony of whispers resonated in his ears, as if summoning him from another realm. Remember, Zhong Lishuan's voice echoed in his mind. You rewrite the rules, and you hold dominion over your fate. Then, he felt himself being yanked by an unseen force, his consciousness momentarily blurring. When he regained awareness, he found himself still standing in place, while Zhong Lishuan had vanished. Only Lin Howard remained, staring at him in shock. You just disappeared for 2 seconds. Chapter 4. A glimmer of brilliance, Shun Yifeng stood rooted in place, his chest rising and falling erratically, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. Lin Howard stared at him intently, his eyes reflecting shock and a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. You truly vanished for 2 seconds, Lin Howard murmured, his disbelief palpable. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Shun Yifeng rubbed his temples, the lingering sensation of fervent energy waves still coursing through his mind. Accompanied by Zhong Lishuan's final words, the rules are yours to rewrite, and your fate is yours to control. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous questions swirling within him, and raised his gaze to Lin Howard. Now is not the time for such inquiries. Zhao Hongtu will not delay in his actions. Lin Howard nodded gravely, his expression serious. You are right. We must first stabilize our position. Upon returning to the study, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Shun Yifeng opened his laptop and retrieved contact information for several acquaintances from his past. These were individuals he had befriended during his years in the business world. Although 3 years had passed, and he was uncertain if they remembered him, he felt compelled to take a gamble. The first to be contacted was Li Mingyuan, a once prominent figure in the logistics industry. Shun Yifeng had collaborated with him on several occasions, and they had maintained a cordial relationship, though that had waned after the Shun family's bankruptcy severed their ties. Hello, Yifeng. A hesitant voice came through the line. Shun Yifeng chuckled softly. It's me. I heard you were still involved in transportation? Yes, but business has been tough, Li Mingyuan replied, his tone somewhat distant. I have a small project that may require your assistance in making connections. Shun Yifeng spoke gently, devoid of any sense of coercion. If you're interested, perhaps we could meet to discuss it. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Li Mingyuan slowly responded. You really have returned? Indeed, Shun Yifeng replied quietly. And this time, I shall not falter. After hanging up, Lin Howard raised an eyebrow. Do you think you will come? Uncertain. Shun Yifeng leaned back in his chair, but at the very least, he did not outright refuse, which presents us with an opportunity. In the following days, Shun Yifeng reached out to several former acquaintances. Some hung up immediately, others offered perfunctory replies, yet a few expressed a willingness to engage in conversation. These individuals had once been his partners, and although life had taken them in different directions, the bonds of camaraderie remained. Among those who surprised Shun Yifeng was Chun Jinbong, a young entrepreneur he had once aided. Upon hearing his voice, the latter became animated. Yifeng, I knew you would come back. That order you helped me secure got me through my most challenging times. I have always remembered it. Shun Yifeng responded with a smile. Yet he understood that favors are rarely unilateral. His past assistance had stemmed from respect, and now, their willingness to assist him was rooted in the remembrance of that shared bond. 3 days later, Shun Yifeng successfully facilitated his first collaboration, a struggling food company. Through his connections, reached an agreement with Li Mingyuan's logistics firm, revitalizing its supply chain. Though modest in scale, this achievement garnered significant attention within the industry. When the news reached Zhao Hongtu, he was in his office reviewing reports. Shun Yifeng, he murmured, setting down the document in hand, a frown creasing his brow. Isn't he's still languishing in obscurity? How has he suddenly resurfaced? Seated across from him was his trusted aide, Zhang Wei, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man. It was said that he had gathered a few old friends to engage in some small ventures. Zhang Wei presented a dossier that appeared modest in scale, yet had garnered considerable attention, particularly from old acquaintances within the industry, whose attitudes had softened towards him. Zhao Hongtu let out a cold laugh. Does he think he can turn his fortunes around merely by relying on a few familiar faces? How naive. He paused, his expression darkening. Yet, we must not underestimate him. His reputation in the circle was commendable. Should he regain his footing, he could pose a significant challenge for us. Zhang Wei nodded. What do you imply? Zhao Hongtu smirked. Let us test the waters. The following day, the three men appeared at Shun Yifeng's temporary office, a rented office building. They claimed to represent Huazue Capital, seeking to discuss an investment partnership with Shun Yifeng. Our boss is quite interested in your recent endeavors, said the leader, a man with gold-rimmed glasses, smiling. If you're open to collaboration, we can provide financial support. Shun Yifeng observed them with an inscrutable demeanor, already grasping their intentions. Zhao Hongtu aimed to gauge his hand. He lifted his teacup, gently exhaling. Huazue Capital? I haven't heard of it. We are a newly established fund. The man maintained a smile, though we possess considerable backing and strength. Shun Yifeng nodded, signaling them to continue. Throughout the meeting, the other party continuously posed seemingly casual questions regarding Shun Yifeng's sources of funding, current partners, and long-term plans. Clearly, they were attempting to extract information. As he responded, Shun Yifeng carefully monitored their reactions, intentionally disclosing vague information to lead them to believe he was still in a phase of exploration with limited resources. To be honest, I'm just dabbling at this stage, Shun Yifeng remarked with an open-handed smile. If you genuinely have intent, perhaps you could invest $1 million to test the waters? The three exchanged glances, a flicker of disdain passing between them. We will report back. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses stood, thanking him for his time. After seeing them off, Lin Howard entered. How did it go? Zhao Hongtu is starting to take notice of us. Shun Yifeng reclined in his chair, his gaze penetrating, but he remains uncertain of my capabilities. Lin Howard chuckled. It seems your performance was commendable, convincing them that you are still that down-and-out heir. This is merely the beginning. Shun Yifeng replied, picking up his phone and dialing a number. It's time to surprise them. That afternoon, through Chen Jinbang's introduction, Shun Yifeng made contact with an emerging technology company. This company possessed an advanced cold chain technology, but struggled with promotional channels. Shun Yifeng astutely recognized this as an opportunity. He swiftly consolidated resources, collaborating with Li Mingyuan's logistics network to propose a comprehensive business plan. Within just 2 days, he orchestrated a small-scale press conference. When the media reported on the former Shun heir joining forces with multiple enterprises to launch an intelligent cold chain logistics system, Zhao Hongtu's expression turned grave. Where on earth did he get the funding? Zhao Hongtu seethed through gritted teeth. Zhang Wei, watching the news, wore a similarly troubled expression. It doesn't appear to be a publicity stunt. Even several well-established suppliers are involved. Zhao Hongtu abruptly rose to his feet, declaring that they could no longer afford to wait. Action was imperative. At that very moment, Shun Yifeng stood at the center of the press conference, smiling warmly at the cameras. This is not revenge, he addressed the reporters, but merely the first step in reclaiming what is rightfully mine. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. He turned his gaze towards the distance, sunlight illuminating his profile, exuding both handsomeness and resolve. Lin Howard lingered at the back of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that Shun Yifeng was no longer the helpless young master of the past. He had returned, and this time, no one could subdue him again. Shortly after the conference concluded, Shun Yifeng received a call from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Shun, a deep and familiar voice resonated from the other end. You performed admirably. Shun Yifeng's hand paused momentarily. Zhongli Xuan. Chapter 5. A provocation approaches. Shun Yifeng stood outside the press conference venue, sunlight casting a gentle glow on his face. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, he appeared composed. Lin Howard handed him a bottle of water, a smirk of satisfaction dancing on his lips. Your statement about reclaiming what is yours was absolutely electrifying. He accepted the bottle, twisting it open and taking a sip, the coolness alleviating his parched throat slightly. Yet his expression remained stern. Zhao Hongtu will not remain idle. Lin Howard nodded in agreement. He must be plotting something significant right now. Just as they were about to depart, Shun Yifeng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Lin Howard inquired. Shun Yifeng chose not to respond, simply pressing the answer button and speaking coolly. Is there something you need? A familiar female voice echoed from the other end, laced with sarcasm and disdain. What are you up to? Do you think a few old acquaintances can turn the tide for you? It was Su Wanru. Shun Yifeng's lips curled slightly, his tone unnaturally calm. I had anticipated your annoyance would come a few days later. Su Wanru let out a cold laugh. I'm standing right outside your door. Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Lin Howard's expression shifted at her words. She yes here? Shen Yifeng into the call and turned towards the parking lot. Let us go. We have a guest at home. As they drove into the community, they could see a champagne-colored convertible BMW parked by the roadside, its body gleaming as if it had just emerged from a car exhibition. Su Wanru stood beside the vehicle. Adorned in a haute couture gown, her stiletto heels accentuating her stature, a haughty smile gracing her lips as she applied a nude pink lip gloss. Beside her stood a man in his 30s, dressed in a custom-tailored suit, exuding an air of sophistication that suggested he was no ordinary character. Shen Yifeng rolled down the car window, his voice laced with indifference. You two standing there look like you're filming the opening scene of a drama. Su Wanru's smile widened. Oh, if at ISNT young Master Shun. I've heard you're stirring things up again. Quite a feat, I must say. Shen Yifeng exited the vehicle, adjusting the cuffs of his suit, his gaze settling on the unfamiliar man. And who might you be? The man extended his hand confidently. Gu Mingzhou. Shen Yifeng did not reciprocate the handshake, merely observing him. Oh, I haven't heard of you. Of course you haven't. He isn't from your circle. Mr. Gu is now a partner in my company and also serves as my personal investment advisor. Ah, Shen Yifeng nodded. No wonder you've been spending so extravagantly lately. Gu Mingzhou chuckled, maintaining an air of composure. I am merely assisting Wanru in managing her assets. Wanru? Shen Yifeng echoed, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone, the familiarity striking. The smile on Su Wanru's face momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her poise. Yifeng, I feel embarrassed for you. You're still residing in such an old neighborhood, with a malfunctioning elevator. You must be climbing stairs every time you go up and down. How troublesome. Indeed, it could be a bit of an inconvenience, Shen Yifeng acknowledged, but at least I reside in my own home. Su Wanru scoffed. Your property was nearly auctioned off last year, were it not for my assistance in covering some of the maintenance fees. You wouldn't even be able to enter your own door. Thank you, Shen Yifeng replied, his tone devoid of emotion. But I recall that we purchased this house when we got married, with the down payment provided by my father. You contributed not a single cent. Su Wanru's smile froze completely. Enough, stop playing the victim. Shen Yifeng then turned to Gu Mingzhou. What is your profession? Gu Mingzhou replied with calm assurance. Financial investment. Which company? It's my own. Oh, Shen Yifeng nodded. Then you might not be fully aware of the truth behind the bankruptcy of the Shen Group. Gu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? Nothing much, Shen Yifeng smiled. I merely wish to caution you to be wary of collaborating with her. You might find yourself stripped bare one day. Su Wanru stepped forward abruptly, her voice rising. Shen Yifeng, do you think that just because you've stirred up a little commotion, you could turn your fortunes around? Let me tell you, you will forever remain that loser. 3 years ago, you were sent to prison, and 3 years later, you can just as easily be brought back to your former state. Shen Yifeng fixed his gaze on her, his tone eerily calm. 3 years ago, I failed because I placed too much trust in others. But now, I will not repeat the same mistake. Su Wanru gritted her teeth. Do you dare threaten me? I am not threatening you, Shen Yifeng stated, retrieving his keys to unlock the unit door. I am merely informing you that the new man you have chosen is far more complicated than I had anticipated. What did you say? Gu Mingzhou's brows furrowed slightly. Shen Yifeng had already stepped into the corridor, glancing back at them, and said slowly, Mr. Gu, I believe I have heard your name somewhere before. Su Wanru's expression shifted. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense. Shen Yifeng paused, a knowing smile curling at his lips. Gu Mingzhou, are you not also known as Gu Xiaoyang? The Gu Xiaoyang who mingled with Dongxing capital a decade ago? Gu Mingzhou's demeanor darkened instantly. Su Wanru was taken aback. Do you know him? I do not, Shen Yifeng replied, gently closing the door. But I have conducted some research on him. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Howard observed Shen Yifeng, unable to suppress his curiosity. When did you investigate? Just now. While I was on the phone, Shen Yifeng glanced down at his phone screen, which displayed an encrypted file. This individual is far more dangerous than you might imagine. Lin Howard frowned. What do you mean? Shen Yifeng did not respond, his gaze fixated on the information on the screen, his expression sharpening gradually. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gu Mingzhou stood rooted to the spot, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and anger. Su Wanru, growing anxious, pressed, "What is the matter with you? Who exactly are you?" Gu Mingzhou turned to her, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Did you not assert that he was not worth your concern?" Su Wanru opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next instant, her phone vibrated. Gu Mingzhou glanced at the caller ID and whispered, "Someone is watching you." Su Wanru's complexion changed dramatically. Meanwhile, upstairs, Shen Yifeng had just opened his front door when his phone rang again. The caller ID displayed a single character, Zhong. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Chapter 6. Crisis lurking. Shen Yifeng pressed the answer button, his tone calm. "Mr. Zhong." A deep, amused voice came from the other end. "Your performance today surprised me a bit. Is that so?" Shen Yifeng entered the living room, removing his suit jacket and draping it over the back of a chair. He assumed that you would arrive sooner. Lin Howren followed him in, casually closing the door and leaning against it, listening to their conversation with a furrowed brow. Zhong Lishuan continued, "Gu Mingzhou is not someone you can easily provoke. The matters he is entangled with are far more complex than you realize." Shen Yifeng stood by the window, observing the now deserted entrance of the community, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I understand he is formidable. Otherwise, Su Wanru would not have sought him out. How do you plan to handle this?" "Let him perform a dance first," Shen Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "until I find his flaw." Zhong Lishuan fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "You are more intriguing than I imagined." Shen Yifeng did not respond, but instead inquired, "You did not call merely to warn me, did you?" "Of course not." Zhong Lishuan paused. "Zhao Hongtu has been unusually active lately. You must have sensed it as well." Shen Yifeng's expression turned cold. "He has set his sights on me." "Not just that." Zhong Lishuan lowered his voice. "He has issued a gag order at the bank, pressuring all financial institutions willing to lend you money to withdraw their cooperation. Your new Project S funding chain will not last 3 months. Upon hearing this, Lin Howren's expression changed completely. Shen Yifeng, however, remained unfazed, only tightening his grip on the phone. "Thank you for the information. Don't be too quick to thank me." Zhong Lishuan's tone turned significant. "If you need assistance, I can help you resolve this issue." Shen Yifeng did not respond immediately. He understood that this call was both a test and an invitation, as well as a trap. After ending the call, Lin Howren could no longer contain himself. "Are you considering asking him for help?" Shen Yifeng walked over to the sofa and sat down, his fingers tracing the edge of the coffee table, his gaze fixed on his reflection in the glass. "What do you think?" Lin Howren sighed. "Zhong Lishuan is too enigmatic. No one knows what his true cards are. If you owe him a favor, you may not be able to repay it later." "I know," Shen Yifeng nodded. "But given the current situation, I cannot rely solely on myself to get through this." Lin Howren frowned. "Did I not mention that I can help you find a few friends to gather some investments? Those friends you speak of can at most last a month." Shen Yifeng looked up at him. "Zhao Hongtu is intent on completely dragging me down. He will not give me a moment's respite." Lin Howren gritted his teeth. "But you cannot easily bow to Zhong Lishuan." Shen Yifeng chuckled. "I never said I would bow. I am merely contemplating whether to engage him in a game of chess." Lin Howren opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. The following morning, Zhao Hongtu's office was ablaze with light. Seated in the main chair, he surveyed a report before him, an expression of unyielding determination gracing his features. "What news?" he inquired of his trusted aide, standing at the edge of the desk. The aide nodded. "The financial shortfall on Shen Yifeng's part has now escalated to over 50 million. Both of his current projects are at risk of suspension. We've established connections with the bank, and no one dares to extend him credit." Zhao Hongtu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us intensify our efforts. I want him unable to even pay his employees." Another assistant hesitated briefly. "Zhao, there is something speak. We discovered that last night." Shen Yifeng received an anonymous call lasting over 10 minutes. The number was encrypted, but we traced the signal back to what appears to be Zhong Lishuan. Zhao Hongtu's smile instantly vanished. He slowly lifted his head, his expression darkening ominously. "Zhong Lishuan? Indeed. Zhao Hongtu abruptly rose, seizing the documents on the table and slamming them to the ground. Damn, how has that old fox resurfaced? His aides remained silent, wary of his fury. Zhao Hongtu paced back and forth, his countenance growing increasingly grim. This cannot happen. We must prevent him from interfering. Immediately contact the bank and tighten their restrictions further. Simultaneously, leak the information that Shen Yifeng's financial chain has collapsed, causing suppliers and partners to waver. Understood. Meanwhile, in Shen Yifeng's company conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Financial Director Xiao Chun reported anxiously, "Currently, our liquid assets have dwindled to under 8 million, and we have 3 significant expenditures due next month. If we cannot secure new funding, we will have to suspend the Yunhai project." Shen Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded lightly. Lin Howren, seated beside him, slammed his palm on the table. "I will reach out to some old contacts to see if we can raise some funds." "It's futile," Shen Yifeng replied coolly. "Zhao Hongtu has blocked all legitimate financing avenues. Even if you find someone, they will hesitate to invest." Lin Howren gritted his teeth. "Then we must go directly to Zhong Lishuan." Shen Yifeng cast him a glance, but remained silent. After the meeting concluded, Shen Yifeng returned alone to his office, closed the door, and dialed the familiar number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Have you made your decision?" Zhong Lishuan's voice remained calm and composed. "Yes." Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the overcast sky. "I accept your assistance." "Excellent." Zhong Lishuan seemed to anticipate this. "Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Meet me at the Nannan CAF. The address? No need for you to worry. Someone will escort you there." The call ended. Shen Yifeng set down his phone and closed his eyes, massaging his temples. He understood that from this moment onward, he had entered a far greater game. At precisely 2:45 the next afternoon, Shen Yifeng arrived at the Nannan CAF punctually. As he pushed the door open, a man in a black uniform intercepted him. "Please follow me." Shen Yifeng nodded and followed the man through a concealed alleyway, entering a standalone building. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Upon the door opening, he was greeted by an office characterized by its minimalist design. Zhong Lixin sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at the distant city skyline. "Welcome." He turned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Our collaboration officially commences." Shen Yifeng entered the room, his steps steady, his gaze resolute, uncertain of what lay ahead. He was acutely aware that the tempest had only just begun. At that moment, Zhong Lixin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet and hurried to a concealed button beside the bookshelf. The lights in the room extinguished instantly. A mechanical locking sound echoed through the air. Shen Yifeng was taken aback. "What is happening?" Zhong Lixin fixed his gaze on the information displayed on the screen, his voice icy. "Someone has acted prematurely." He suddenly turned to Shen Yifeng, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Do you realize that Zhao Hongtu is not the only one who wishes for your demise?" Chapter 7. A benefactor's assistant, Shen Yifeng stood in the dimly lit room, his heart pounding like a drum. Zhong Lixin's gaze pierced through him like a blade. Without uttering another word, he deftly manipulated his phone, and a string of encrypted messages appeared on the screen. "Whom have you offended?" Zhong Lixin inquired softly, a hint of anger lacing his tone. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Zom Li Xuan's Kufa. "Have you ever considered that Zhao Hongtu is merely a decoy? The true architect of your disappearance has never intended to reveal themselves." Shen Yifeng felt a jolt of realization. He had always believed Zhao Hongtu to be the mastermind, yet in this moment, it seemed there were darker forces lurking in the shadows. "Who are you?" Shen Yifeng suddenly asked, his gaze penetrating. Zhong Lixin regarded him with a slight smirk. "What do you think?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a door being struck. "They have arrived." Zhong Lixin swiftly moved to the wall, pressing another button that silently revealed a hidden door. "Go," he instructed. Without further inquiry, Shen Yifeng followed him into the concealed passageway. The corridor was narrow and dark, the two men advancing one after the other. The sound of their footsteps resonated in the confined space, as if pursuers might leap upon them at any moment. After approximately 2 minutes, they reached an iron door. Zhong Lixian scanned a card, and the door opened, revealing an abandoned underground parking garage. Your car remains at the CAF entrance, he said, handing Shun Yifeng a black envelope. Inside is what you require. Shun Yifeng took the envelope, about to speak, but Zhong Lixian had already turned to leave. Wait, Shun Yifeng called after him. How did you know they would strike? Zhong Lixian glanced back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Because I've been anticipating this day. With those words, his figure vanished into the shadows. Shun Yifeng tightened his grip on the envelope, hastening towards the exit. Outside, dusk had settled, the night breeze billowing his clothing. He opened the envelope, revealing a bank card and a note. I have resolved the funding issue. The path ahead is yours to choose. Zhong Lixian. Shun Yifeng stared at the words for a long moment, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this money was no mere gift, but rather a wager. A choice between trust and the future. The following morning, the finance department erupted in excitement. Boss, there's suddenly an additional 200 million in the account. Xiao Chan exclaimed, nearly dropping the report in his fervor. Lin Howard burst into the office, disbelief etched on his face. Did you secretly contact Zhong Lixian? Shun Yifeng, brewing coffee, chuckled softly at the inquiry. What do you think? Damn it. Lin Howard slammed the table. I knew you weren't being truthful last night. Shun Yifeng set down his cup, his expression serene. Now is not the time for such discussions. Zhao Hongtu's movements are accelerating. We must expedite our plans. Lowering his voice, Lin Howard questioned. But are you truly comfortable using Zhong Lixian's funds? That old fox never engages in a losing deal. I am aware, Shun Yifeng replied, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, his gaze resolute. But this time, he is betting on me, not my life. After a moment of silence, Lin Howard sighed. Well, since you have made your decision, I can only accompany you to the very end. That afternoon, Shun Yifeng convened a meeting with the core team. The atmosphere in the conference room was both tense and exhilarating. The Yinhai project was set to continue. Shun Yifeng stated unequivocally, we will re-establish connections with all suppliers, and all partners will renew their intentions to collaborate. Boss, is this for real? Xiao Chen looked at him in astonishment. I mentioned before, Zhao Hongtu will not grant us a moment's respite. Shun Yifeng spoke slowly. Thus, we must act first and corner him. Lin Howard's eyes lit up. Are you planning to strike back? Precisely. Shun Yifeng smirked coldly. Does he not wish to see me bankrupt? Then let him witness what true capital maneuvering entails. After the meeting, Lin Howard followed him out. Yifeng, I can't shake the feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. He frowned. Zhong Lixian's decisive action indicates he too fears the forces behind Zhao Hongtu. Shun Yifeng continued walking, merely whispering, therefore, we must outpace them. Days later, Shun Yifeng's funding was fully secured. The project was reignited, and suppliers gradually resumed their deliveries while partners began to rethink their decisions. When Zhao Hongtu learned the news during a banquet with several investors, his face darkened, and he violently smashed his wine glass onto the floor. Shun Yifeng, whose support have you managed to secure? Just then, his phone vibrated. An anonymous message appeared. Do not forget, the debts you've incurred will one day require repayment. Zhao Hongtu's pupils narrowed, his fingers instinctively tightening. He realized someone had set their sights on him, and that person was far more formidable than Shun Yifeng. In the dead of night, Shun Yifeng sat in his office, holding a report detailing Zhao Hongtu's recent suspicious transactions and an audio recording. He gently pressed the play button. Once Shun Yifeng is dead, I can completely take over the Shun family assets. As the recording ended, Shun Yifeng's expression grew increasingly frosty. He stood and walked toward the window, the distant city aglow with lights, resembling countless prying eyes. Do you think you've won? He murmured to himself. In truth, the game had only just begun. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Lin Howard peeked in. There's something you need to see. He handed over a document, the cover inscribed with a few words, the truth behind Gu Mingzhou's death. Shun Yifeng opened the first page, his gaze instantly freezing. In the next moment, he abruptly closed the file, his fist crashing down on the table. So it is. He lifted his head and said to Lin Howard, contact my father's former subordinate immediately. I need to investigate a matter. Lin Howard nodded. What matter? Shen Yifeng's eyes were icy, his tone resolute. 10 years ago, who betrayed the Shun family? Chapter 8. The business confrontation. Shun Yifeng stared at the document, his complexion ashen. Lin Haoran stood nearby, his brow furrowed. Gu Mingzhou's death has always been a mystery, and it appears the implications extend far beyond Zhao Hongtu. It was not an accident. Shen Yifeng's voice was deep. It was murder. The two exchanged a glance, the atmosphere seemingly suspended. Lin Haoran took a deep breath. What shall we do now? Shen Yifeng slowly closed the document, his gaze frigid as ice. We must remain discreet. Zhao Hongtu is already restless. We cannot alarm him. Lin Haoran nodded. But the Yinhai project is about to enter the bidding phase. Zhao Hongtu certainly won't remain idle. Then let him act. A cold smile curved Shen Yifeng's lips. We are waiting for him to make a move. In the conference room, Shen Yifeng was with his core team, making final preparations. This bidding meeting is crucial for us to regain our footing. Shen Yifeng surveyed the room. Zhao Hongtu would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics, and we must strategize in advance. Xiao Chan flipped through the materials in hand. Boss, I have learned that they are currently in contact with several evaluation units, attempting to influence the scoring criteria. Quite normal. Shen Yifeng replied casually. Zhao Hongtu excels at such maneuvers. But he does not know that we have already placed our people inside. Lin Haoran added. Moreover, we have prepared several trump cards. Once activated, his plans will be disrupted. Shen Yifeng nodded. Excellent. For the next few days, everyone must maintain a low profile, avoiding giving him any leverage. After the meeting concluded, Lin Haoran lingered. Yifeng, are you truly planning to confront him head-on at this bidding session? He inquired. Not merely a confrontation. Shen Yifeng picked up his phone, opening an encrypted message. I intend to show him what true business operation entails. Lin Haoran, observing his assured demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, brother, I will accompany you to the end. Meanwhile, in Zhao Hongtu's office, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Where did Shen Yifeng's funds originate? Zhao Hongtu slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. His subordinate replied tremulously, We are still investigating, but preliminary assessments suggest it might be Zhong Lishuan. Zhong Lishuan. Zhao Hongtu ground his teeth. This old fox dares to intervene at such a time. Boss, should we adjust our strategy? The assistant cautiously asked. Zhao Hongtu narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Of course, we shall adjust. Since he wishes to play big, we will play with him to the end. He picked up the phone, dialing a number. Help me contact General Manager Li. Just tell him I wish to discuss a business deal. After hanging up, he gazed out the window, a cold smile gracing his lips. Shen Yifeng, do you think that having money will turn the tide in your favor? How naive. The following day, the bidding conference officially commenced. Shen Yifeng, accompanied by his team, arrived punctually at the venue, which was already bustling with media and industry professionals. President Shun, Mr. Zhao has yet to arrive, Xiao Chen whispered. He was waiting for an opportunity. Shen Yifeng replied calmly, Let's enter first. Moments later, Zhao Hongtu finally made his appearance, flanked by a cadre of impeccably dressed subordinates, exuding an imposing aura. Their eyes met, and it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. President Shun, it has been a while, Zhao Hongtu greeted with a genial smile. Mr. Zhao, you seem increasingly busy, Shen Yifeng responded with measured composure. When they shook hands, neither party was willing to relent, as if engaged in a silent contest. The host announced the commencement of the meeting, and both sides presented their project proposals in turn. As Shen Yifeng unveiled his Cloud Sea plan, it immediately captivated the audience's attention. We have not only integrated existing resources, but also introduced the latest intelligent management system. Shen Yifeng pointed to the data displayed on the big screen. This will significantly enhance the project's operational efficiency and market competitiveness. The experts in the audience nodded in agreement, several visibly intrigued. Across from him, Zhao Hongtu's expression darkened. When it was his turn to speak, he feigned composure, but after introducing his own proposal, he abruptly shifted his tone. However, while President Shin's plan sounds promising, I have heard that their funding sources are rather ambiguous and may even involve illegal operations. This statement sent shockwaves through the room. Shen Yifeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhao's information is indeed quite astute. However, may I ask the esteemed judges, are you more concerned with the feasibility of the project or with mere whispers of conjecture? Several familiar faces among the judges exchanged knowing glances. One of them spoke up. President Shun is correct. Our evaluation criteria are based on tangible content rather than unfounded speculation. Zhao Hongtu's face stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. The meeting progressed, with Shun Yifeng's performance becoming increasingly assured, while Zhao Hongtu appeared somewhat agitated. After the conference concluded, as Shun Yifeng exited the venue, he was immediately surrounded by several reporters. Mr. Shun, how do you respond to Mr. Zhao's recent allegations? I believe Mr. Zhao may simply be feeling the pressure, Shun Yifeng replied with a smile. After all, with such intense competition, it is only natural for emotions to fluctuate. The reporters erupted in laughter, their cameras capturing the visibly pale Zhao Hongtu in the distance. That evening, Zhao Hongtu returned to his office and shattered a cup in a fit of rage. Shun Yifeng, just you wait, he hissed through clenched teeth. His assistant cautiously inquired, Boss, what shall we do next? Zhao Hongtu took a deep breath, lowering his voice, informed Mr. Li. We shall meet tomorrow. He picked up his phone and rapidly composed a text message. Shun Yifeng has started to make his move. We must act before he does. After sending the message, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze malevolent. Do you think you've won? This is merely the beginning. The following morning, as Shun Yifeng stepped into the office, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. President Shun, this is Mr. Li. The voice on the other end was deep and somber. We have met once before. Mr. Li. Shun Yifeng smiled faintly, curious about the forthcoming council. I wish to discuss a collaboration, he stated. Oh, does Zhao Hongtu have no objections? Shun Yifeng feigned ignorance. Silence lingered on the line for several seconds, followed by a cryptic remark. President Zhao has been rather unsettled lately. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Shun Yifeng's mouth. I eagerly anticipate our conversation. After hanging up, Lin Haoran leaned in, inquiring, what is the update? Zhao Hongtu seems to be in a state of panic. Shun Yifeng replied nonchalantly, he seeks to win over President Li. Yet it is President Li who has sought me out. Lin Haoran chuckled heartily. That old rascal is destined to face the consequences of his actions. However, Shun Yifeng did not share in the laughter. His expression darkened. Zhao Hongtu will not succumb so easily. He undoubtedly has further tactics at his disposal. Lin Haoran furrowed his brow. Are you implying we should exercise caution? Shun Yifeng cast a glance in his direction. This performance has merely begun. As night fell, the city illuminated in a dazzling array of lights. Shun Yifeng stood by the window, clutching a newly acquired document. The words Gu family were boldly inscribed upon it. He gently turned to the first page, his gaze sharpening with intensity. It became evident that Gu Mingzhou's demise was linked to an unresolved matter from years past. He slowly closed the file, murmuring softly, Zhao Hongtu, you believe you have concealed your actions well, but some individuals will inevitably return. At that moment, the office door swung open. Yifeng, Lin Haoran rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. You need to see this. He handed over a sheet of paper, which contained a transcript of a recording. Once Shun Yifeng is dead, I will be able to fully take over the Shun family assets. Shun Yifeng's expression remained impassive as he read, though his fingers tightened gradually. In an instant, he rose abruptly and strode toward the door. I must meet someone. Lin Haoran queried, who? Shun Yifeng turned, his gaze frigid, the one who betrayed the Shun family a decade ago. Chapter 9. The storm of rumors. The office lights shone glaringly in the evening gloom. Shun Yifeng fixated on the text before him, his eyes as cold as a blade. Lin Haoran stood nearby, still clutching the recording transcript, and the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified for several moments. Are you certain this recording was made by Zhao Hongtu? Shun Yifeng's voice was low, laced with an undeniable sense of authority. It's undoubtedly him. Lin Haoran gritted his teeth. He is already contemplating murder. Shun Yifeng scoffed. Is sending me to prison 3 years ago not sufficient? Now he seeks to take my life as well. Lin Haoran frowned. What shall we do now? We cannot simply await our fate. Shun Yifeng did not respond, but instead turned to retrieve his coat with swift decisiveness. "Let's go and meet someone." Lin Howard paused. "Who?" "Su Wanru." No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing a woman in black high heels. Indeed, it was Su Wanru. She appeared impeccably made up, though a hint of unease flickered in her eyes. "Are you here to find me?" she inquired, her tone tentative. Shen Yifeng wasted no time, stating directly, "Zhao Hongtu intends to kill me." Su Wanru's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. "Impossible. He wouldn't be so foolish." "Foolishness is not for you to judge." Shen Yifeng stepped closer. "I have obtained the details of my conversation with President Li from last night. He stated that as long as I am dead, he would be able to completely take over the Shun family's assets." Su Wanru's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Lin Howard coldly remarked from aside, "You had better speak the truth. You're currently the only one privy to their internal movements." Su Wanru remained silent for a few seconds before finally exhaling a sigh. "It is not that I do not wish to speak, but rather that I dare not." "Dare not? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Zhao Hongtu will kill you? Or are you afraid of me?" She lifted her gaze, locking her eyes with Shen Yifeng's. "I know you have returned, and I am aware that you will not relent. However, I did not anticipate that he would go this far." Shen Yifeng remained silent, merely observing her quietly. Su Wanru ultimately resolved herself. "Zhao Hongtu has recently been in contact with someone known as Lao, who possesses resources from the black market and excels at such matters." "What kind of matters?" Lin Howard pressed. "Assassination." The atmosphere instantly turned icy. Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems he is truly desperate. The following morning, the entrance of the company was swarmed with reporters. "Mr. Shun, Mr. Shun." Flashbulbs flickered wildly as they clamored. "What is your response to the funding issues mentioned by Mr. Zhao yesterday?" Shen Yifeng stepped out of the car, impeccably dressed in a suit, his stride unwavering. "My sources of funding are legal and compliant. All financial statements can withstand scrutiny. However, there are reports suggesting that part of your funding originates from unidentified overseas accounts. How do you explain this?" Shen Yifeng halted, his gaze sweeping across the cameras. "These so-called reports are mere fabrications concocted by certain individuals to suppress their competitors." A stir arose among the journalists. "Mr. Shun, do you intend to take legal action to protect your reputation?" "Certainly," Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile, "but before that, I would like to see who is stirring the pot behind the scenes." With that, he strode into the company building. Lin Howard hastened to catch up. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Indeed." Shen Yifeng nodded. "I want Zhao Hongtu to believe that I am confronting him head-on. And then we will strike him from behind." Lin Howard could not help but chuckle. "You are becoming increasingly cunning." In the ensuing 2 days, the internet exploded with various negative news about Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng was accused of money laundering. The Shun Group's financial chain was purportedly severed, and it was claimed that Shen Yifeng was rising again through illegal fundraising. These reports inundated the media, adversely affecting enterprises that originally collaborated with him. Xiao Chun hurried into the office. "Boss, Wari just sent an email stating they need to reassess the risks of cooperation. Several others have also sent postponement notices." The assistant added. Shen Yifeng sat at his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, his expression calm. "Zhao Hongtu has indeed invested heavily this time." Lin Howard furrowed his brow. "Should we retaliate?" "Retaliate?" Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. "Perhaps it would be better to let him continue his performance for now." "You mean, once he has finished his act, we take our bow?" On the afternoon of the third day, Shen Yifeng convened a meeting with the public relations team. "From this day forth, we shall take the initiative." He surveyed the room. "The first step is to ascertain the origins of these rumors. We already have a lead." Xiao Chun interjected, opening his laptop. "Most of the information initially came from a small media outlet named Xinshin Information. Investigate their background." Minutes later, the results were revealed. The actual controller of the company was none other than Zhao Hongtu's cousin. A subtle smile graced Shen Yifeng's lips. "Excellent," he remarked. "For the next step, I shall convene a press conference." A wave of surprise swept through the crowd. "Now?" someone inquired. "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning." Shen Yifeng replied with unwavering resolve. "I will personally attend." Lin Howard regarded him, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Are you intending to deliver a definitive statement?" "No." Shen Yifeng shook his head. "I aim to unveil the truth." On the day of the press conference, the venue was filled to capacity. Major media outlets, financial commentators, and investors were all present, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. Clad in a sleek black suit, Shen Yifeng took the stage, exuding an undeniable presence. "Good day to you all," he began, expressing his gratitude for their attendance. "I am aware that many of you have come today to hear what I have to say." The audience fell silent. In recent days, numerous negative reports concerning me have surfaced online. Shen Yifeng continued in a calm tone. "Some allege that I have financial issues. Others claim that I defraud clients, and some even suggest that I am orchestrating a financial scam." He paused, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. "So I ask you, do you believe these claims?" After a brief silence, a reporter raised a hand. "Mr. Shen, could you provide evidence to refute these assertions?" "Certainly." Shen Yifeng gestured for his assistant to present documents. "Here is the financial audit report for all our projects over the past year, issued by one of the Big Four accounting firms." He turned to a page. "This is my personal bank statement, fully traceable." Then he produced a contract. "This is the cooperation agreement with Wari Group, amounting to over 500 million, signed merely 3 days ago." The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. As for the so-called offshore account issues, Shen Yifeng smiled slightly. "I can assure you that it pertains to Mr. Zhong Lishuan's private investment account and has no connection to me personally." Whispers rippled through the audience. "Lastly, I wish to convey one statement." Shen Yifeng stood tall, his voice resolute. "Rumors may cease with the wise, but at times, it also requires a measure of courage to confront the truth." He directed his gaze toward the camera. "Zhao Hong too, if you possess the audacity to continue this game, I am more than willing to see it through to the end." Following the conclusion of the press conference, public opinion swiftly shifted. Leading media outlets began to report clarifications, and the tide on social media began to turn. Wari Group sent a confirmation letter once more, and several other companies gradually resumed their intentions to collaborate. Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the city lights, his demeanor tranquil. Lin Howard entered, stating, "You have triumphed." "No," Shen Yifeng replied, shaking his head. "I have merely won the first round. Zhao Hong too will certainly not relent." Of course, Shen Yifeng chuckled lightly, but what he does not realize is that I have already planted pieces in his vicinity. Lin Howard paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Shen Yifeng did not respond, instead retrieving his phone to open an encrypted chat. The screen displayed a single line: "Target locked, ready to act at any moment." A smile tugged at his lips as he murmured to himself, "The game has only just begun." At that moment, the office door burst open. A drenched man rushed in, his face etched with terror. "Boss, it's bad. We discovered a body in the southern warehouse." Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Whose is it?" The man, panting and pallid, responded, "It's Zhao Hong Tu's driver." He swallowed hard, glancing at the body, beside which lay a note. Shen Yifeng took the note, unfolded it, and read the words inscribed. "Do not forget, 10 years ago, you did the same thing." His pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shen Yifeng abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a pair that were both familiar and alien. The figure slowly entered, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Shen Yifeng, long time no see. Chapter 10. The emergence of allies. As the office door swung open with a crash, Shen Yifeng had already grasped the situation to a considerable extent. He remained motionless, merely raising his eyes to behold the drenched man before him. "Did you discover anything beside the body?" His tone was unnaturally calm for someone who had just received news of a death. "There are no fingerprints, no identification. Even the clothing is standard issue," the man replied, panting, "but the driver's face has been slashed, seemingly to ensure we recognize him." Lin Howard frowned. "Does Zhao Hong to know?" "He should not yet," the man replied. "We have sealed the scene." He paused, adding, "However, the handwriting on the note is quite distinctive, almost taunting." Shen Yifeng lowered his gaze to the note, his fingertips gently caressing its edges, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He remained silent, simply handing the note to Lin Howard. You did the same thing 10 years ago. A brief sentence, yet it felt like a blunt knife, slicing through the cobwebbed memories. Lin Howren's expression darkened upon reading it. Did you truly do such a thing? Shen Yifeng replied coolly, I have never taken a life. He spoke with a steady tone, as if stating a fact rather than defending himself. Outside, the footsteps drew nearer, and shortly after, a figure appeared at the doorway, clad in a dark trench coat. With slightly curled hair and an enigmatic smile, his gaze fell upon Shen Yifeng, tinged with amusement. Shen Yifeng, long time no see. This voice made Shen Yifeng's pupils narrow slightly. Lin Howren instinctively positioned himself in front of Shen Yifeng. Who are you? The man did not respond but walked straight to the desk, sitting down with an ease that suggested he had returned to his own abode. I am Qin Shiming, he said, smiling as he extended his hand. You may not have heard my name, but I am quite familiar with your affairs. Shen Yifeng scrutinized him for several seconds before slowly speaking. Who sent you? Zhao Hongtu? Or the old one? Neither. Chen Qiming shook his head. I am here to seek you out. To seek me out? Shen Yifeng pressed further. To be precise, he chuckled. I am here to assist you. Lin Howren scoffed. Do you take us for fools? Zhao Hongtu is currently stabbing us in the back, and you suddenly appear claiming to help us? I'm not here to aid you against Zhao Hongtu. Chen Qiming shrugged. I am here to inform you about what you overlooked regarding that incident 10 years ago. Shen Yifeng's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk, silence enveloping the room for a few seconds. What exactly do you wish to convey? It is quite simple. Chen Qiming produced a photograph from his pocket and slid it across the table. This is a picture from the scene of the accident that year. Shen Yifeng glanced down, his brows furrowing instantly. The photograph depicted a char-black sedan, overturned on the roadside. Beside the vehicle stood a blurred figure clad in a suit, slender in stature. Gripping a cane. Was that Zhong Lishuan? Shen Yifeng abruptly raised his head, exclaiming, How do you possess this photograph? This was left by my father, Chen Qiming replied calmly. He was a witness to the incident from years past. Lin Howren was taken aback. Who was your father? Chen Wenyuan, Chen Qiming murmured. A decade ago. He opened a repair shop in the southern part of the city, and on that fateful night, he witnessed everything firsthand. Shen Yifeng's expression shifted. He recognized that name. 10 years prior, shortly after he assumed control of the family business, he was involved in a sudden car accident while out negotiating a partnership. The police concluded it was due to drunk driving, but he was acutely aware that it was no mere accident. Chen Wenyuan had been the first to step forward as a witness after the incident. Subsequently, he mysteriously vanished without a trace. Your father died later, Chen Qiming stated flatly. 3 years ago, he fell off a cliff in an accident. The air thickened abruptly. Shen Yifeng leaned back against his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. The rhythm slow, yet resolute. So, you seek me out now to avenge your father? No. Chen Qiming shook his head. I wish for you to see the truth. Shen Yifeng scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Then why have you only come forward now? Only recently did I uncover the evidence my father left behind. Chen Qiming produced a disc from his bag and placed it on the table. It contains the complete dashcam footage, along with a manuscript he wrote. Shen Yifeng remained still, merely gazing at the disc. Lin Howren could not restrain himself from asking, why share this with us? You could easily hand it over to the media or report it to the police. Because my father uttered a final statement before his demise, Chen Qiming replied slowly. He said that only Shen Yifeng could truly uncover the matter. Those words struck Shen Yifeng profoundly. He finally reached out, took the disc, and inserted it into the computer. The screen quickly illuminated with a clear recording, revealing that fateful night a decade ago. A white car sped into view, abruptly braking in front of Shen Yifeng's vehicle, then veering sharply to collide with his car's rear. The entire sequence was executed without hesitation or signs of an accident. It was a premeditated murder. Shen Yifeng's gaze hardened as he focused on the screen. Lin Howren stood behind him, his fists tightening with each passing moment. Zhao Hongtu, Shen Yifeng murmured, it was him. Not just him, Chen Qiming elaborated. There is a mastermind behind it all, whose identity remains unknown to this day. Shen Yifeng closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. What do you desire? He lifted his gaze to meet Chen Qiming's. I seek the truth, Chen Qiming asserted firmly, and for them to pay the price. After a moment of silence, Shun Yifeng nodded. Very well. Lin Howren furrowed his brow. Are you going to accept him? Why not? Shun Yifeng replied with a cold smile. What he brings is far more valuable than mere money. Lin Howren chose not to pursue the matter further and quietly stepped aside. Chen Qiming gazed at Shun Yifeng, a flicker of admiration glinting in his eyes. Do you realize? You are far more composed than I had anticipated. My calmness stems from my awareness of the next steps to take, Shun Yifeng replied, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing at the twinkling city lights. Zhao Hongtu believes he is orchestrating a scheme, but in truth, he has long been on my chessboard. What are your intentions? Chen Qiming inquired. First, we must stabilize the current situation. Shun Yifeng turned, his gaze piercing. Then, I shall identify the true mastermind behind this. At that moment, Assistant Xiao Chun hurried in, exclaiming, Boss, someone is looking for you. Who? It's someone from a small company, claiming to have heard about your situation and wishes to discuss a collaboration. Shun Yifeng paused, then glanced at Lin Howren. It seems our allies are beginning to surface. Lin Howren grinned broadly. In this day and age, good deeds do indeed reap rewards. Shun Yifeng did not respond. Instead, he approached the door and opened it. Standing outside was a young man of modest stature, dressed casually, holding a document and sporting a radiant smile. Hello, Mr. Shun. He greeted warmly, extending his hand. My name is Li Chun, from Chengwang Technology. Shun Yifeng regarded him with a nod. Come in. In the next moment, Li Chun stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Mr. Shun, I am here to discuss a business opportunity, he said with a smile. Although our company is not large, we possess a significant advantage, a stable supply chain overseas. Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. What kind of collaboration do you propose? I could provide funding and resources, Li Chun asserted confidently, while you would be responsible for strategic planning and market development. Lin Howren, listening nearby, was taken aback. So you wish to play the benefactor? Essentially, Li Chun chuckled, scratching his head. I greatly admire your capabilities, and I believe that together we can achieve remarkable success. Shun Yifeng scrutinized him, a moment of contemplation passing in his eyes. After several seconds, he slowly nodded, very well. Really? Li Chen's eyes brightened. However, I have one condition. Speak. I wish to know who referred you to me. Li Chen's smile faltered for an instant, but quickly returned to its natural state. A friend recommended you, stating that you are a worthy investment. Shun Yifeng did not press further, merely regarding him with an enigmatic gaze. Tomorrow morning at 9, bring the contract. Absolutely. Li Chen rapplia éagerly. Once he departed, Lin Howren leaned in. Do you trust him? I do not. Shun Yifeng replied calmly, but I require his assistance. Lin Howren was taken aback. What do you mean? If he is indeed arranged by Zhao Hongtu, it will allow me to follow the trail. If he genuinely wishes to collaborate, that would be even better. Lin Howren looked at him, unable to suppress a sigh. You, my friend, are becoming increasingly cunning. Shun Yifeng remained silent, gazing out the window as the night deepened and the city lights sparkled. He murmured softly, revenge has never been a solitary endeavor. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He looked down to see a new message. Action has been taken. The target is locked on the third individual beside Zhao Hongtu. A smile played at the corners of Shun Yifeng's lips as he prepared to respond, only to be interrupted by Lin Howren. Indeed, as the mysterious puppeteer spoke, Shun Yifeng's expression abruptly shifted, and he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. The door stood ajar, unbeknownst to him. A chill breeze swept inside, rustling the papers on the table. Shun Yifeng rose and walked slowly to the door, pushing it open. The corridor lay deserted. Yet on the floor, a business card lay waiting. Inscribed upon it was a single line. Do not forget, 10 years ago you did the same thing. Chapter 11. Internal Crisis. Shun Yifeng stared at the card on the floor, his brow furrowing instinctively. He crouched down, propping himself on his knee with one hand while picking up the card with the other. His fingertips grazed the smooth surface, the edges impeccably straight, as if crafted by a blade. There was no company name, no title, only the haunting reminder. Do not forget, 10 years ago you did the same thing. It pierced his temples like a sudden jab. His mind buzzed with unease. Lin Howren stood behind him, hands buried in his pockets, his face contorted with concern. Here we go again? Who left this? Shun Yifeng remained silent, turning the card over multiple times, his gaze gradually darkening. After Li Chun departed, did anyone else enter? He inquired. No, Lin Howard shook his head. I've been right here. No one came in. Then it must be Xiao Lu, Shun Yifeng replied, his tone steady but imbued with certainty. Lin Howard paused, taken aback. You mean that assistant? He's responsible for visitor registration. Shun Yifeng walked to the window, his fingers resting against the glass, knuckles whitening. He's been unusually active lately. Lin Howard remained silent for a few seconds before quietly asking, Do you intend to investigate him? I already am, Shun Yifeng answered, his voice calm, albeit swifter than anticipated. Lin Howard sighed. When did you become so cautious? Shun Yifeng turned back, his gaze as profound as the night sky. 3 years have taught me one lesson. Trust can be given once, but not repeatedly. Lin Howard said nothing further. He understood that Shun Yifeng had transformed, not merely in demeanor, but fundamentally in his judgment of people. The following morning, as Shun Yifeng opened the office door, his assistant, Xiao Chun, rushed in, sweat glistening on his brow, clutching a document. Boss, the finance department has discovered an abnormal cash flow, Xiao Chun reported, his complexion pale. Last night, 5 million was transferred to an overseas account. Who executed the transaction? Shun Yifeng's expression remained impassive. The system indicates it was approved by Xiao Lu. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, but he denied it. A faint smile tugged at Shun Yifeng's lips. Have him come up. Minutes later, Xiao Lu entered, head bowed, a tense demeanor enveloping him. Mr. Shun, I truly have no knowledge of this money, he exclaimed hastily. My permissions only allow me to view, not to transfer funds. Besides, I wasn't even at the company last night. Were you last night? Shun Yifeng interjected. I was at home. Xiao Lu's words faltered abruptly. Shun Yifeng smiled gently. At 8:47 p.m., you were at the entrance of Zhao Hongtu's private club. Xiao Lu's face turned ashen. How is that possible? How do you know? Do you think I am unaware that you have been compromised? Shun Yifeng slowly stood and approached him. This is not your first indiscretion. Xiao Lu's lips trembled uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Lin Howard. Shun Yifeng departed without a backward glance, taking his leave. Lin Howard seized Xiao Lu's arm. The latter struggled momentarily, but ultimately ceased his resistance. Just before exiting, Xiao Lu suddenly raised his head, his gaze laden with complexity. President Shun, I merely wish to survive. Shun Yifeng regarded him, his eyes as tranquil as still water. You may live, provided you reveal everything you know. Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. The interrogation room was harshly illuminated, the air thick with the scent of rust and dampness. Xiao Lu sat bound to the chair, his hands shackled to the sides of the table, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Speak. Shun Yifeng leaned back against the chair, holding a printed screenshot of surveillance footage. What benefits did Zhao Hongtu offer you? 500,000, Xiao Lu rasped. He said as long as I kept tabs on your movements, I could stay and even receive a promotion. And what else? Xiao Lu gritted his teeth. He contacted me through someone called Lao. Lao? Lin Howard frowned. That guy again? Shun Yifeng maintained his composure. Who is Lao? I don't know. Xiao Lu shook his head. Zhao Hongtu only mentioned that he was his behind-the-scenes partner, and they have a communication method that I am not privy to. Shun Yifeng glanced at his watch. A hint of coldness reflected in his eyes. What else do you know? Xiao Lu hesitated. They plan to make moves at the shareholders' meeting early next month, intending to collectively withdraw investment. What is the specific plan? They intend to use your old case from prison to create public pressure, forcing the board to dismiss you. Xiao Lu offered a bitter smile. That's all I know. Shun Yifeng nodded and turned to Lin Howard. Dispose of him. Lin Howard forcefully pulled Xiao Lu out. Just before leaving, Xiao Lu suddenly turned back, looking at Shun Yifeng. President Shun, thank you for allowing me to speak. Shun Yifeng did not look at him, merely stating coolly, thank me when you are dead. As the door closed, his gaze fell upon a document on the table. It was densely packed with data, signatures, and timestamps, detailing the collaboration between Chengwan Technology and the Shun Corporation. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Investigate Li Chen's background for me, he instructed. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. I've already looked into it. What are the results? He is associated with Zhong Lishuan. Shen Yifeng paused. Zhong Lishuan? Indeed. The voice lowered. Moreover, he has ties to Su Wanru. Shen Yifeng's fingers tightened, his nails digging into his palm. Has she begun to move as well? After the call ended, he leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, remaining still for a long while. He knew that this game had only just commenced. A few days later, at the high-level meeting, the atmosphere was tense. From now on, all project data must be doubly encrypted. Shen Yifeng surveyed the room. No one is permitted to disclose any information, and violators will be treated as traitors. No one dared to speak. Additionally, he paused. Everyone must submit recent work logs, including personal itineraries. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Lin Howren stood in the corner, observing Shen Yifeng, understanding that this was merely the first step. Yet, he had a nagging feeling that the ordeal was far from over. Indeed, that evening, upon returning to his office, Shen Yifeng found another business card on his desk, identical to the previous one. Do not forget, you did the same thing a decade ago. He picked up the business card, his gaze as cold as ice. Extracting a notepad from his pocket, he inscribed a series of numbers on its reverse and dialed a number. Help me locate a person, he stated. 10 years ago, at the scene of the fire at the South City repair shop, there was a little girl. A silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds. Are you referring to that arson case? Indeed. Shen Yifeng's voice was hoarse. I wish to know where she is now. After hanging up, he gazed out the window. The night was deep, and the wind howled past. Just as he turned, a shadow flitted across his peripheral vision. He spun around abruptly, only to find a vacant floor-to-ceiling window, the curtains swaying slightly. The business card had vanished, replaced by a pristine notepad. What you owe her will eventually be repaid. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly opened the drawer, extracting a black handgun and aiming it at the door. Who was there? Outside, there was an eerie silence. Only the sound of the wind rustling the curtains could be heard softly. He approached cautiously and opened the door. The corridor was devoid of life. In the air lingered a faint, elusive scent of perfume. It was the rose and cedar fragrance that Su Wanru cherished most. Chapter 12. Prelude to Counterattack. Shen Yifeng stood at the office door, gripping the gun tightly, his knuckles white. The hint of rose and cedar entwined with his nerves like a venomous serpent. He was acutely aware that Su Wanru was nearby, or perhaps her associate had just departed. He stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the desk. The notepad was gone, leaving behind a faint ink smudge, as if someone had hastily wiped it away. The curtains continued to sway gently, and the chill of the night air sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Howren, he murmured. Footsteps approached swiftly from outside, and Lin Howren entered, his expression alert. What is the matter? She has been here, Shen Yifeng replied calmly. Lin Howren frowned. You mean Su Wanru? The scent of her perfume lingered. Shen Yifeng moved to the window, pulling back the curtains, revealing the heavy darkness outside and the distant flicker of lights. She was not alone. Lin Howren remained silent, walking over to the desk, picking up a scrap of paper that had fallen to the ground. It bore a series of blurred numbers, resembling hastily written coordinates or a code. What is this? He inquired. Perhaps a reminder, Shen Yifeng said, or possibly a trap. Lin Howren fixed him with a gaze. What do you intend to do? Hold back, Shen Yifeng replied, tucking the paper in his pocket. It was not the time for a direct confrontation. Yet, in truth, he had already commenced his actions. In the interrogation room, Xiao Lu was brought back in. His complexion was pale, lips cracked. Evidently, he had not rested much in the past few hours. Shen Yifeng sat across from him, slowly flipping through a document. Tell me where he is, he began. Xiao Lu shook his head. I truly don't know. Zhao Hongton never allowed me to contact him. But you at least know how they communicate. Shen Yifeng's tone remained calm. Do not compel me to resort to other means. Xiao Lu fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. They contact each other via an encrypted channel on a dark web platform called Black Iris. What is the address? I only know the entry link. Everything else is automatically redirected. Little Lu raised his head. But I can help you get in. Shen Yifeng gazed at him, his eyes fathomless. Why do you wish to assist me? I do not wish to die. Little Lu replied with a bitter smile. Zhao Hongtu will not spare me. I have already been exposed. Shen Yifeng nodded and stood up. Lead us inside. In the adjacent room, Lin Howard was tapping away at his keyboard as streams of data flickered across the screen. Beside him sat a mysterious woman clad in a black trench coat, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and her gaze sharp as a blade. "Zhong Lishuan sent you?" Lin Howard inquired. "Codename Shadow," the woman affirmed. "He has tasked me with assisting you in investigating the financial flows of Zhao Hongtu. Do you know who the mastermind is?" "It remains uncertain," Shadow replied as she opened her laptop and pulled up a chart. "However, we suspect this individual may be linked to a business merger case from a decade ago. All the companies involved abruptly collapsed, and the puppet master has never surfaced." "A decade ago?" Lin Howard frowned. "That was when Shun Yifeng had just been released." "Precisely," Shadow whispered. "Moreover, this person has an indirect connection to Su Wanru." Lin Howard's pupils dilated. "Are you suggesting that Su Wanru has not been fighting alone?" Shadow offered no answer, merely sliding a photograph across to him. In the image was a man wearing sunglasses, standing before the revolving doors of a skyscraper. "This man," she stated, "is the mastermind." Meanwhile, Su Wanru sat on the balcony of a luxurious apartment, holding a glass of red wine as she gazed out at the city's nightscape. Her phone vibrated. She glanced down to see a message from Zhao Hongtu. "He has already begun to act." She took a sip of her wine, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Finally, it has begun." She pressed the reply button, typing a brief message. "Be careful. He is more formidable than before." After sending, she raised her gaze towards the horizon, her expression complex. She understood that this game could no longer be reversed. Shun Yifeng sat in his office, his desk cluttered with various documents, reports, recording devices, and discs. He picked up one of the recording pens and pressed play. An elderly voice echoed through the room. "Zhao Hongtu, back then you deceived me into signing that agreement with a fake contract leading to my ruin. Did you think I would forget?" There was a brief pause before another deep male voice responded. "Old man, you were simply too naive. In the marketplace, the strong dictate the terms." Shun Yifeng turned off the recording pen, his fingers tracing the metallic casing, his expression darkening. This recording had been obtained from a retired entrepreneur's home. Lin Howard handed him another document, stating that Zhao Hongtu had been playing such tricks for a decade. "No wonder he has climbed so high," Shun Yifeng scoffed. "It is all built on betrayal and deceit." Lin Howard fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you think Su Wanru could be one of his people?" Shun Yifeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the dossier labeled Mastermind and turned to the first page. The photograph revealed the man in sunglasses, behind whom stood a young Su Wanru, beaming with a radiant smile, next to a sharply dressed man, Zhao Hongtu. Lin Howard inhaled sharply. "They have known each other all along?" Shun Yifeng closed the file, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It seems she is even deeper than I had imagined." In the dead of night, Shun Yifeng drove alone to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Once the bustling machinery factory, it now lay in ruins, overtaken by weeds. He pushed open the rusted gate and stepped into the dimly lit workshop. In the corner, a figure sat with their back to him, an old tape recorder placed before them. "Do you remember this?" The person spoke, their voice gravelly. Shun Yifeng approached a few steps closer. "Of course I remember. 10 years ago, you recorded the evidence against Zhao Hongtu." The figure slowly turned, revealing a face lined with wrinkles. "Unfortunately, no one believed me. Now someone does." Shun Yifeng placed the disc he held on the table, declaring, "This is the latest chain of evidence. Combined with your recording, it is sufficient to imprison him." The old man stared at him in silence, before finally speaking. "You have changed." "Indeed," Shun Yifeng replied softly, a smile on his lips, now no longer trusting anyone. The old man sighed and pressed the play button on the tape recorder. A clear conversation echoed once more. "Mr. Zhao, there seems to be an issue with this contract." "No issue. Once signed, the funds will arrive within 3 days. But this clause, old man, all you need to do is sign. The rest is on me." Shun Yifeng listened quietly, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He knew the moment for retaliation was drawing near. Upon returning to the company, Shun Yifeng summoned the technical team to initiate an in-depth tracing of Zhao Hongtu's financial flows. "Mark all foreign accounts," he instructed the technicians, especially those with frequent transactions in the last 3 months. The data on the screen cascaded like a waterfall, eventually fixing on a particular account. Lin Howren stared at the string of numbers, his expression shifting drastically. This is a shell company owned by Su Wanru? Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. It seems she has not been idle. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Help me investigate something," he said. "What is the relationship between Su Wanru and Zhong Lishuan?" There was a brief silence on the other end before a deep voice responded. They met at a private auction once, followed by several recorded private meetings. Shen Yifeng tightened his grip on the phone, knuckles whitening. "And? The last meeting was 3 years ago, during your imprisonment." Shen Yifeng closed his eyes, countless images flashing through his mind. He finally understood that this was no coincidence. That night, he packaged all the evidence he had gathered and personally delivered it to his secret location. Zhong Lishuan was already waiting for him. "Are you ready?" Zhong Lishuan asked. Shen Yifeng nodded. "It is time." "What about Zhao Hongtu? He has sensed something amiss." Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened, though he remained unaware that the true storm had yet to commence. Zhong Lishuan smiled slightly. "Then let them see who the true master of this game is." Shen Yifeng placed the final disc into the safe and turned to exit the basement. The night wind howled, tousling his hair. He looked up at the sky, a singular thought occupying his mind. The counterattack is about to begin. He took a step forward, the stones beneath his feet cracking softly. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. He abruptly turned around. In the darkness, a pair of eyes coldly fixed their gaze upon him. Chapter 13. The fatal blow in the obscurity. Those eyes remained icy and unwavering. Shen Yifeng swiftly pivoted, his right hand instinctively reaching for his waist. However, the figure merely lingered in the shadows, neither advancing nor uttering a word. "Who?" he whispered sharply. The figure gradually emerged from the corner devoid of light, revealing a familiar visage. She held a document in her hand, her expression grave. "The financial chain of Zhao Hongtu has been entirely secured," she stated, handing him a file. "The last transaction record from the overseas account has just been confirmed." Shen Yifeng took the document, flipping through its pages, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Excellent." The figure regarded him with a sidelong glance and murmured, "Lin Howren is ready. The press conference is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the International Conference Center in the city center." Shen Yifeng nodded, his gaze as steady as still water. "Notify everyone. The operation commences." The following morning, as the city had yet to fully awaken, news websites began to witness a surge in keyword searches related to Zhao Hongtu. Major financial media outlets received anonymous emails containing dozens of pages of detailed evidence, including Zhao Hongtu's financial transactions with Lao, the original contracts of companies that were swallowed a decade ago, and a series of audio recordings that vividly documented how Zhao Hongtu systematically manipulated the market, forcing his competitors into bankruptcy. By 9:30 a.m., a throng of reporters and onlookers had gathered outside the International Conference Center. Flashes of cameras erupted, lenses aimed at the entrance. At precisely 10 o'clock a.m., Shen Yifeng, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, entered the venue with measured steps. Zhao Hongtu sat in the front row, his countenance darkened, fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest of his seat. Ascending the stage, Shen Yifeng grasped the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence. Today, I bring forth a tale of justice." A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Shen Yifeng activated the projector, and a stream of figures and account information illuminated the screen. This showcases the flow of funds through which Zhao Hongtu has manipulated the market over the past decade through illicit means. He gestured towards the screen, illustrating the journey from a modest enterprise to a large conglomerate, revealing that behind every fallen business lay his nefarious influence. Zhao Hongtu abruptly rose, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. "What evidence do you possess?" "These are fabrications." Shen Yifeng clicked the remote, and an audio recording began to play. "Old man, all you need to do is sign. The rest is on me." Zhao Hongtu's complexion shifted dramatically. This recording stemmed from a private dictaphone belonging to an entrepreneur from 10 years prior. Shen Yifeng continued. He believed he was signing a standard cooperation agreement. 3 days later, however, the company's accounts were frozen and all assets were transferred. He paused, then played another recording. Mr. Zhao, is there an issue with this contract? No problem. As long as it's signed, the fund will be in your account within 3 days. Zhao Hongtu suddenly turned to his assistant beside him, rage blazing in his eyes. Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. Do you believe your secrets can remain forever concealed? The reporters below frantically noted down every detail, their flashes incessantly illuminating the room. Zhao Hongtu, gritting his teeth, attempted to rise from his seat, but was intercepted by 2 police officers who had long been lying in wait. Mr. Zhao Hongtu, you are hereby detained on multiple charges, including commercial fraud, money laundering, and market manipulation. Please cooperate with the investigation. The audience erupted in uproar. Zhao Hongtu bellowed, You cannot treat me this way. I am innocent. Yet no one paid heed to his protests. Standing on the stage, Shen Yifeng observed as Zhao Hongtu was escorted away. Feeling no satisfaction in the victory, he understood that the true adversary lurked in the shadows. After the press conference, Shen Yifeng returned to the company headquarters. Upon entering, Lin Howard approached him, a rare smile gracing his face. Well done. The court has ruled that a portion of the Shun family's assets will be returned. We can officially move into the headquarters tomorrow. Shen Yifeng nodded, but remained vigilant. Upon entering his office, he discovered a note resting on his desk. The game has just begun, it read, accompanied by an unfamiliar stamp. Frowning, Shen Yifeng picked up the note for a closer inspection and promptly dialed a number. Please help me identify this stamp, he instructed. Silence lingered on the line for a few seconds before a deep voice responded. This is no ordinary stamp. It belongs to a highly secretive organization. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. What organization? They are known as the Underflow, the voice continued. A clandestine force manipulating the upper echelons of the business world. Shen Yifeng hung up, a name flashing through his mind. Zhong Lishuan. That evening, Su Wanru was in a hotel suite in a European city when she received an unfamiliar call. Answering with calm composure, she inquired, What is the situation? A hoarse male voice replied, Zhao Hongtu has been apprehended. Su Wanru lightly traced the rim of her cup, her gaze complex. He moved faster than we anticipated, she murmured. Are you prepared on your end? After a brief silence, a cold chuckle emanated from the other side. Of course, we are merely awaiting your signal. Hanging up, Su Wanru gazed out at the city's nightscape, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Shen Yifeng stood by the window, clutching intelligence from the shadows. It bore several names, Su Wanru, Zhong Lishuan, and Lao San, their photographs aligned against the backdrop of a private auction held a decade ago. Below the images was a line of small text. The 3 were present on the same day. Shen Yifeng's gaze lingered on Zhong Lishuan, the man who had once offered him countless assistance, now seemingly woven into the fabric of a mystery. He slowly closed the file and approached his desk. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Howard burst in, his complexion pale. Something has happened. Shen Yifeng turned to him. What is it? Su Wanru just held an impromptu meeting overseas, announcing the establishment of a new company named Tianyao Capital. Lin Howard gasped. And she has invited Zhong Lishuan to serve as chief advisor. Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy. He finally comprehended that this was never merely an act of revenge, but rather an intricate game on a grander scale. He slowly took a seat, grasped his phone, and dialed a number. Assist me in uncovering something, he stated. Who exactly is Zhong Lishuan? Chapter 14. A new challenge. Shen Yifeng ended the call, his fingertips gently tapping against the tabletop. Who is Zhong Lishuan? He gazed out at the dimly lit city, his thoughts already adrift. Since his release from prison 3 years ago, Zhong Lishuan's emergence had always carried an inexplicable significance. He provided intelligence, offered resources, and even lent a hand during critical moments. Yet now, this individual stood beside Su Wanru, serving as the chief consultant for Tianyao Capital. Such a convergence was no mere coincidence. Lin Howard, Shen Yifeng called softly. Footsteps approached, and Lin Howard entered, his expression grave. I have initiated an investigation into the funding sources of Tianyao Capital. Preliminary findings reveal that their registered capital amounts to 50 billion, seemingly backed by an international consortium. Shen Yifeng nodded, his gaze sharp. Su Wanru could not have achieved this solely on her own. There are influential forces behind her. Lin Howard furrowed his brow. Are you implying Zhong Lishuan? Shen Yifeng offered no response, instead picking up the dossier on the table and flipping to the investigative report provided. The launch conference for Tianyao Capital is scheduled to take place 3 days hence at the Shangri-La Hotel's top banquet hall. During this event, Su Wanru will personally attend and announce the initial phase of their business strategy. I shall attend this conference, Shen Yifeng declared, rising with determination. Lin Howard hesitated momentarily. Are you certain you wish to go in person? That is her domain. Precisely because it is her domain, I must be present, Shen Yifeng replied with a slight smile. I wish to discern what tricks she and Zhong Lishuan intend to play. 3 days later, the Shangri-La Hotel was ablaze with light. Media from various nations had already gathered, cameras poised at the entrance. Alongside the red carpet stood representatives from major corporations, all prominent figures in the business world. Dressed in a black suit, Shen Yifeng walked with purpose, followed closely by Lin Howard and Ing. Flashes erupted as reporters clamored with questions. Mr. Shun, what are your thoughts on the implications of the Zhao Hongta case? Are you concerned that Tianyao Capital poses a threat to the Shen Group? Shen Yifeng did not pause, merely offering a faint smile. Let us discuss everything once the conference concludes. Upon entering the venue, Shen Yifeng's gaze swiftly scanned the room. At the center, Su Wanru, resplendent in a black gown, conversed gracefully with several investors. Beside her sat a familiar figure, Zhong Lishuan, still clad in a meticulously tailored gray suit, his demeanor composed as if unaware of Shen Yifeng's arrival. Shen Yifeng approached slowly, and Zhong Lishuan looked up, a semblance of smile playing on his lips. Long time no see, Zhong Lishuan murmured. Shen Yifeng took a seat across from him, meeting his gaze directly. When did you begin assisting her? Zhong Lishuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely lifted his glass and took a sip. I only engage in endeavors that serve my interests. Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. So you now consider her to be of greater value than I? Zhong Lishuan set down his wine cup, his gaze profound. Some chess games are beyond the comprehension of those who are embroiled within them. Shen Yifeng was about to respond when the stage lights suddenly illuminated. Su Wanru ascended the platform to thunderous applause. She surveyed the audience, her smile radiant as she began. Thank you all for attending the inauguration ceremony of Tianyao Capital. Over the past few years, we have witnessed the tumultuous rise and fall within the business realm. Today, we shall embark upon a brand new era. She paused, her eyes intentionally or inadvertently glancing towards Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng was once one of the most illustrious entrepreneurs in our city. Regrettably, he has strayed from the righteous path and ultimately become a failure. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Shen Yifeng remained seated, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. Yet I am different. Su Wanru continued. I shall lead Tianyao Capital in reshaping the entire industry's landscape. As for Shen Yifeng, he will become a mere footnote in history. No sooner had her words left her lips than a series of data appeared on the large screen. Tianyao Capital has quietly acquired a portion of the shares in 3 core subsidiaries of the Shen Group, with the holding ratio steadily increasing. Lin Howard suddenly rose. They have already begun their assault. Yet Shen Yifeng remained seated, his demeanor unervingly calm. He understood that this battle was more perilous than any that had come before, for the adversary was no longer a mere opponent, but an unfathomable abyss. Upon returning to the company, Shen Yifeng promptly convened a high-level meeting. Shadow, investigate the financial flow of Tianyao Capital, particularly those accounts concealed overseas. As he spoke, he opened his computer to display the latest stock market data. I'm already on it. Shadow nodded, but they are employing a multi-layered trust structure, making it exceedingly difficult to trace. Then find the loopholes. Shen Yifeng's tone brooked no dissent. As long as they made moves in the market, they would inevitably leave traces. Lin Howard pondered for a moment before speaking. There's one more matter I believe you should be aware of. Shen Yifeng turned his gaze towards him. Speak. Last night, I received an anonymous message. Lin Howard handed over a note that read, Beware of those around you. Shen Yifeng took the note, his brow furrowing. This echoed Zhong Lishuan's remarks at the press conference almost verbatim. He lifted his head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It appears this game has only just begun. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the city adorned in shimmering neon lights. Lin Howard, contact some of my old friends. He murmured, "It is time to bring them back." Lin Howard nodded, understood. Shen Yifeng closed his eyes, the image of Zhong Lishuan's last enigmatic smile surfacing in his mind. "Zhong Lishuan," he murmured, "who on earth are you?" At that moment, the office door swung open. Shadow's urgent voice broke in. "Boss, this is bad." Shen Yifeng whirled around. "What happened?" Shadow's face was pale, her voice trembling. "One of our partners in Southeast Asia has died." She paused before adding, "The cause of death was poisoning," and only a note was left at the scene. Shen Yifeng's heart sank. What did it say? Shadow slowly began to speak, her voice barely audible. "The next one is you." Chapter 15. Seeking assistance, Shen Yifeng stood before the office window, the words of Ying reverberating in his mind. "You are next." He remained silent, slowly clenching his fists. Lin Howard and Ying stood behind him, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Finally, Shen Yifeng spoke, his voice deep. "Provide me with a list of the deceased possessions." Ying promptly handed over a document, his fingers trembling slightly. Shen Yifeng perused several pages, his gaze halting at the description of a metallic tag, the symbols unfamiliar and eerie, akin to some ancient insignia. He raised his head, his tone calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. "Investigate the origins of this symbol." Ying nodded and turned to leave. Lin Howard observed his retreating figure, hesitating before inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Shen Yifeng remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, "I require assistance." As night deepened, the neon lights of the city illuminated the glass faade of Zhong Lishuan's private club. Shen Yifeng entered this secluded space on the top floor, the air thick with the scent of cigars and whiskey. Zhong Lishuan was already seated, a half-filled glass of red wine before him. "You have arrived," he said softly. Shen Yifeng took a seat opposite him, locking eyes. "I wish to know which side you truly stand on." Zhong Lishuan offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Su Wanru is merely a pawn," he remarked. "The true game has only just begun." Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. "And you? Are you the one orchestrating this?" Zhong Lishuan gently shook his head. "I am merely an observer." "I do not believe you," Shen Yifeng asserted firmly. "Your assistance to her is driven by ulterior motives." "Tell me, what are they?" Zhong Lishuan raised his wine glass, swirling it gently. "Some truths. Knowing them now will be detrimental to you." Shen Yifeng scoffed. "I'm already teetering on the edge of a precipice. What could be worse than this?" Zhong Lishuan finally met his gaze, his eyes piercing. "Have you considered that the power behind Tianyao Capital far exceeds your comprehension?" Shen Yifeng's heart jolted. "What do you mean?" he asked. Zhong Lishuan did not respond directly, but set down his wine glass, speaking in a low voice. "If you truly wish to survive, do not continue to bear this alone. Seek out Lin Howard and also that person you have consistently overlooked." Shen Yifeng stared at him. "Who?" Zhong Lishuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if amused by a fate already sealed. "Yourself." Meanwhile, Lin Howard was convening several former associates in an underground meeting room. They had once been the most trusted core members of Shen Yifeng's team, now scattered across the globe. Some had ventured into financial investments, others established law firms, and some had transitioned into intelligence consulting. Yet upon hearing Lin Howard's message, nearly all returned at once. "President Shen is currently in grave trouble," Lin Howard stated bluntly. "Tianyao Capital has begun to take action. We can no longer afford to wait." A bespectacled man nearing 40 pushed up his glasses and quietly inquired, "What is the specific situation?" Lin Howard handed the materials in his possession to the gathered individuals. "This is data extracted from the internal system of Ying. The financial flows of Tianyao Capital are exceedingly intricate, yet one undeniable fact emerges. Their financial chain is supplemented by injections from overseas accounts of uncertain origin, coinciding precisely with the moment Su Wanru made contact with Zhong Lishuan. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Another burly man furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that Zhong Lishuan is orchestrating all of this from the shadows?" Lin Howard refrained from responding, instead directing his gaze toward the entrance. Shen Yifeng entered the room, prompting everyone to rise immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, Shun Yifeng surveyed the room with a steady tone. I appreciate your willingness to return. I recognize that I have wronged each of you over these years. However, I now seek your assistance. He paused, his eyes resolute. I intend to strike back. The attendees exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. Mr. Shun, we will follow your lead, one individual asserted. A faint smile graced Shun Yifeng's lips, a glimmer of long-lost sharpness flickering in his eyes. Excellent. Prior to his departure, Ying had entrusted Shun Yifeng with a disk. This contains a portion of the data I have decrypted, she revealed. There are indeed vulnerabilities in Tianyao Capital's financial chain, particularly a colossal transfer recorded from a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands. Shun Yifeng took the disk, his expression grave. Continue the investigation. Ying nodded. I will return as swiftly as possible. She turned and left, her footsteps resolute. Shun Yifeng watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease stirring within him. Yet, he said nothing, merely inserting the disk into his computer. The screen illuminated, a series of encrypted data gradually unfolding. Suddenly, an anonymous letter emerged from the depths of the email folder. Its content was succinct. Beware of those you trust the most. Shun Yifeng's pupils dilated. He abruptly shut the laptop, rising with a piercing gaze that swept across the office. He understood that this conflict had transcended mere commercial rivalry. It had evolved into a struggle for survival. Upon returning home, the clock had struck midnight. As he pushed open the door, he noticed a letter resting on the table. There was no signature, only a few words. Beware of those you trust the most. He slowly picked up the letter, his heart inexplicably racing. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message appeared. Boss, they're a new lead from Southeast Asia. Shun Yifeng opened the message and beheld a photograph. A tattered business card found among the deceased's belongings, bearing a blurred name. Mr. His fingers trembled slightly. He suddenly recalled a phrase Zhong Lishuan had once uttered. Some chess games are beyond the comprehension of those ensnared within them. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the window. The city lights continued to shimmer, yet beneath that brilliance, countless unseen eyes seemed to lurk. He was uncertain of what would transpire in the next moment, but he knew he must survive, for vengeance awaited him. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shun Yifeng sprang to his feet, advancing toward the entrance. He grasped the doorknob, inhaling deeply, then forcefully flung the door open. Chapter 16. Temptation and Strike. Shun Yifeng's motion of opening the door resembled an instinctive reaction, his fingertips turning pale. Nothing awaited him outside. The night breeze caused the emergency light at the end of the corridor to sway gently, casting a slanting beam of light that resembled a blade laid upon the ground. He narrowed his eyes, the cold air filling his nostrils as his Adam's apple rolled up and down before he slowly released his grip and closed the door. The silence within the room was more profound than that outside. Even the air conditioning vent seemed to have silenced its hum. Only the neon lights outside danced upon the glass, flashing blinding hues of red, blue, and yellow across the tabletop, as if someone were silently signaling. The letter lay spread out on the desk. The handwriting was slanted, the ink slightly blurred. Beware of the one you trust the most. He recited it once, then again, his voice barely above a whisper, almost escaping his throat. This phrase was not new. Each time it resurfaced, he could hear the voice of Zhong Lishuan, raspy and laced with a hint of amusement, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. He reached out to touch the bottle of medicine at the corner of the desk, his thumb catching on the edge of the cap, only to turn it halfway before setting it down again. His phone illuminated. A message from Ying appeared. Target system has been infiltrated, extracting critical data. His fingers tightened, leaving a ring of prints along the screen's edge. He understood that from this moment onward, there would be no turning back. A message from Lin Howren followed promptly. There's a high-level swar at Tianyao Capital tonight. I've managed to infiltrate. Await my updates. Shun Yifeng lit a cigarette, the flame momentarily illuminating an old scar on his chin. He did not respond, merely holding the cigarette between his fingers as the ash slowly lengthened. When the phone rang, he almost mistook it for an auditory illusion. Boss, Ying's voice was soft. I'm at the top floor elevator entrance. We need to act swiftly. Understood. She paused. However, there's a slight complication. Shen Yifeng's wrist twitched, the ash from his cigarette falling onto the carpet. What is it? The elevator has it suddenly locked down. They might have sensed something. How long until you can extricate yourself? Within 5 minutes. Her breathing grew distinct. If it exceeds that time, consider me missing. The call ended abruptly. Shen Yifeng gazed out the window. The flow of traffic below resembled a luminous river, ceaselessly streaming yet devoid of direction. 3 years ago, he was the young master seated in a penthouse office, surveying the city. Now he stood by the window, a wall at his back and a precipice before him. He extinguished the cigarette, turned, and yanked open the drawer, retrieving an old revolver. The barrel was cold, heavy in his grip. He was uncertain of what would transpire next, yet he knew someone awaited him. Outside the Tianyao building at dusk, Ing stepped into the revolving door, her stiletto heels clicking softly. A security guard in a black suit glanced at her credentials and nodded. She was dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, crisp and professional, her briefcase bearing the marks of wear. She resembled a newly appointed auditor. As the elevator button was pressed, she glanced at her watch. 17 minutes and 32 seconds. Heart rate, 72 beats per minute. The elevator ascended slowly, its metallic walls reflecting her profile. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, as if to reassure herself. It has begun. The plan was straightforward. Masquerade as a temporary support staff in the finance department, connect to the internal network, and trace the flow of funds belonging to the gentleman. Everything was under control until the elevator suddenly jolted. A mechanical voice announced, "The system has detected an anomalous operation. Please hold on." Her pupils constricted, and her right hand swiftly delved into her bag, retrieving a device the size of a disc, which she plugged into the interface beneath the control panel. Moments later, the elevator resumed its ascent. She exhaled, her heartbeat stabilizing at 69 beats per minute. "Think you can stop me?" she murmured to herself. Not a chance. Lin Howard meandered through the crowd, a champagne flute in hand. The soiree was illuminated by soft lighting, the air heavy with a emlang of cigar smoke and perfume. He spotted Zhou Qiming engaged in conversation with several investors. Approaching with a smile, he greeted, "I hear Mr. Zhou has been getting quite close to Tianyao lately?" Zhou Qiming looked up, his gaze flickering momentarily before returning to calm. "And you are?" "A friend of Shun's," Lin Howard replied nonchalantly. "I understand there's a significant deal in the works here, and I would like to inquire about the details." Zhou Qiming chuckled lightly, but offered no response. Lin Howard, undeterred, continued, "I find the gentleman quite intriguing. I've heard he is a rather enigmatic figure." The expression on Zhou Qiming's face shifted. After a brief silence, he whispered, "Some names are not to be mentioned lightly." Lin Howard's heart raced, poised to probe further when footsteps approached from behind. "Mr. Lin, long time no see," a voice resonated behind him. He turned to find Li, a senior executive from Tianyao Capital, with a warm smile yet cold eyes. Lin Howard raised his glass, responding with a smile. "Mr. Li, what a coincidence. We've had some new developments on our end." Li's tone was casual, yet he added, "However, I fear it may not be suitable for outsiders to know." Lin Howard nodded, his fingers discreetly tightening around the glass. "Then I shall refrain from being overly curious." After Li departed, his posture straight and steps resolute, Lin Howard gazed into his champagne flute, its liquid shimmering faintly. He realized he had become the focus of scrutiny. In the dead of night, Ing transmitted the encrypted data. Upon completing her task, she exited the building, traversing several alleys before vanishing into the darkness. Shen Yifeng's computer displayed a notification. File received successfully. He launched the decoding program, and a flowchart of the funds began to materialize on the screen. A substantial transfer caught his eye. Account name. He fixated on the name, his finger hovering above the mouse, hesitant to click. The next moment, a contract attachment appeared. As the signature came into view, he nearly doubted his own vision. That handwriting. He closed his eyes, and a divorce agreement surfaced in his mind. The same signature. Su Wanru. He abruptly shut the laptop, rising to pace back and forth, his steps quick and erratic. How could she be connected to the gentleman? Whose side is she truly on? At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message popped up, revealing a photograph. In the image, Lin Howard was conversing with Zhou Qiming. Below the picture, A line of text was clearly visible. Beware of the one you trust the most. Shen Yifeng's fingers trembled slightly. He gazed at the words for a long while, enveloped in silence. The room was steeped in an eerie stillness. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. He whipped around, directing his attention to the entrance. Slowly, he approached the door, grasping the handle tightly. Taking a deep breath, he yanked the door open with force. Chapter 17. The Battle of Public Opinion. The moment the door swung open, Shen Yifeng's pupils dilated. Standing outside was an unfamiliar woman, clad in black with sunglasses shielding her eyes, clutching a black envelope. Without uttering a word, she thrust the envelope into his hands and turned to leave. The hallway's light cast a shadow of her silhouette, resembling a signal of sorts. Shen Yifeng glanced down at the envelope, his knuckles paling. He understood that this was no ordinary correspondence. After shutting the door, he tore open the envelope to reveal a photograph. Lin Howard surrounded by several men in black, standing at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Tianyao Tower. His expression grave. Written on the back of the photograph was a single line: "Beware of Su Wanru." Shen Yifeng sprang to his feet, his heart racing. He immediately dialed Ying's number, only to be met with the cold tone of a disconnected line. Clenching his teeth, his gaze turned as frigid as ice. The game had commenced. At 3 a.m, Shen Yifeng sat before his computer, the screen illuminated with freshly decrypted datagraphs. The flow of funds from his benefactor was distinctly visible, and the final recipient's signature was unmistakably that of Su Wanru. He fixated on those two characters as if attempting to pierce through them. It dawned on him that she had not only betrayed their marriage, but had also undermined the entire plan. Whose agent was she truly? The chaotic divine mirror system activated quietly, automatically analyzing the data origins and marking multiple suspicious accounts. One account's holder information was obscured, yet the address registered abroad closely matched a financial hub in Southeast Asia. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This battle of public opinion must be fought fiercely and with precision. He grasped his phone and pressed a shortcut key. The entire Ing Pavilion team was summoned online. His voice was low and composed. "I want a storm." The following morning, several explosive articles suddenly erupted on social media platforms. The headlines read, "Is Tianyao Capital involved in money laundering?" Contract scans exposed mysterious funds flow into Tianyao. Identity of the puppet master remains a mystery. Su Wanru, suspected of involvement in illegal transactions. Netizens, from high society matron to black money manipulator. Each article was accompanied by blurred screenshots of contracts, detailing a massive flow of funds, signed by none other than Su Wanru. Upon publication, the articles swiftly ascended to the top 3 of trending topics. Within a mere 3 hours, the Weibo topic Tianyao Capital money laundering scandal surpassed 50 million views, igniting a frenzy in the comment section. Some questioned, isn't Su Wanru Shen Yifeng's ex-wife? How is she connected to Tianyao? Others unearthed the incident from 3 years prior when Shen Yifeng was imprisoned. This woman caused his ruin, and now she is embroiled in financial crimes? Furthermore, financial bloggers exposed recent anomalous trading records of Tianyao Capital. This money's origins are unclear, highly likely to be a money laundering operation. The online discourse spread like wildfire, leading investors to panic sell Tianyao's fund products, causing the stock prices to plummet. Meanwhile, major media outlets followed suit in their reporting, with some independent media even releasing what appeared to be leaked recordings from internal sources, containing sensitive terms such as the purging of traitors and hidden benefactors, thereby intensifying public suspicion. In the top floor conference room of Tianyao building, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Zhou Qiming slammed his hand on the table, his face ashen. Who leaked the data? Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry. Mr. Li furrowed his brow, stating, the most pressing issue now is our public relations response. We cannot allow the situation to escalate. Escalate? Zhou Qiming scoffed. The entire internet is buzzing with accusations of money laundering. Do you think we can suppress it? I have contacted several mainstream media outlets and prepared a clarification statement. Mr. Li replied calmly, but we must swiftly control the source of public discourse. At that moment, the secretary hurriedly entered. Mr. Zhou, there is an anonymous email containing records of your correspondence with the gentleman. Zhou Qiming's expression changed drastically. He abruptly stood and rushed to the window, gazing at the ceaseless flow of traffic below, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. He realized he was now a target. Moreover, the adversary's intent was not merely to dismantle Tianyao, but to bring them all to ruin. In the underground garage, Lin Howren leaned against the car, a streak of blood on his forehead. He gasped for breath, gripping his phone tightly, its battery dwindling to 3. He swiftly inputted a series of encrypted codes and sent one last message: "Beware of Su Wanru." Then, the phone screen went black. In the next moment, footsteps echoed from all directions. Men in black surrounded him. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhou requests your presence for a discussion." Lin Howren smiled coldly, his lips curling in a smirk. "Discuss what? How you sent my friend to prison? Or how you intend to use me as a pawn?" He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Tell your backers, I fear no death." Before he could finish, one man raised an electric baton and swung it down upon him. Darkness enveloped Lin Howren as his consciousness began to fade. In his final moment, he thought he heard a gunshot in the distance. When Shun Yifeng received the news, he was orchestrating the second wave of public opinion attacks for Inga. After reading the encrypted message, he gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Where is Ing?" he inquired. "Still on a mission, unable to contact for now." Shun Yifeng took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy. "Initiate the plan." "Yes." He stood up and walked to the window, observing the city bathed in the early morning light. He understood that in this battle, he had already won half the victory. Yet, the other half was only just beginning. "Shun Yifeng." On the other end of the line, Su Wanru's voice was laced with anger and a hint of panic. "What have you done?" Shun Yifeng chuckled softly, his tone eerily calm. "What do you think? I'm contemplating whether you are worth trusting once more. Do you care?" Chapter 18. A chance for cooperation. Shun Yifeng hung up the phone, his fingertips gently tapping on the table. Su Wanru's voice lingered in his ears, filled with agitation, fury, and an unmistakable trace of fear. He squinted, the last message from Lin Howren flashing in his mind. Beware of Su Wanru. Which side was she truly on? Shun Yifeng murmured to himself. Outside the office, hurried footsteps echoed as Ing pushed the door open, her expression grave. Lin Howren had vanished. She reported that the last signal was detected on the 3rd basement level of the Tianyao building. Shun Yifeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Review the surveillance footage. I must ascertain how he was taken." "We're already on it," Ing nodded, "but there's another piece of news." She placed a tablet on the table, revealing an encrypted message on the screen. "Someone wishes to meet you." Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Who? It bore no signature. Yet the communication was routed through the internal channel of an international consortium. Ing presented a data link analysis, indicating that the message originated from a high-authority coded account. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile crept onto Shun Yifeng's lips. It seemed someone is growing restless. The turmoil surrounding Tianyao capital escalated, with stock prices plummeting and public opinion spiraling out of control. Zhou Qiming paced back and forth in the conference room, his expression dark enough to draw rain. "Who leaked the data? How we traced it?" He seethed. "We're still investigating." Li Zong wiped his sweat, but the pressing issue remains public relations. "We must quell the public uproar swiftly." "How can we do that?" Zhou Qiming roared. "The entire internet is accusing us of money laundering. Even Su Wanru has been dragged into this." Just then, the secretary hurried in, handing over a document. "Zhou Zong, we have just received news from the international consortium. They wish for us to engage with Shun Yifeng and consider the possibility of collaboration." "Collaboration?" Zhou Qiming's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting they want to bow to a recent ex-convict?" The secretary remained silent. Li Zong furrowed his brow. "This may be a stalling tactic. We need to stabilize the situation first." Zhou Qiming fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly grabbing his phone. "Contact Shun Yifeng." That evening, Shun Yifeng received a new message. Time, 10 p.m. tonight. Location, Yunlan Club. Subject, discussion of cooperation. Quite prompt. Shun Yifeng chuckled softly, sensing their fear. Ing stood beside him, her tone calm. "Shall we go?" "Of course," Shun Yifeng replied, adjusting his suit cuffs. "But what they wish to discuss is not cooperation, but rather bribery." Ing nodded. "I will accompany you." "No." Shun Yifeng shook his head, Stay outside and be prepared to assist. If I am not out within 10 minutes, execute the plan. Ing frowned. Aren't you concerned it might be a trap? I am precisely waiting for a trap. Shun Yifeng's gaze turned steely. Only by leading them to believe I will take the bait can I catch a larger fish. The Yunlong Club, situated atop a skyscraper in the city center, boasted luxurious decor and stringent security. As Shun Yifeng entered the private room alone, 3 individuals were already seated. The man in the center, dressed in a tailored black suit, slowly looked up, revealing a familiar face. Long time no see, Mr. Shun, he smiled. I am Gu Qingze, the representative of Noah Capital for the Asia-Pacific region. Shun Yifeng maintained his composure as he sat down. Your consortium certainly moves swiftly. Gu Qingze took a sip of red wine. We admire capable individuals, especially those like you, Mr. Shun, who can stir up a tempest in a short span. So what is it you seek to offer me? Shun Yifeng inquired, arching an eyebrow. Money? Resources? Or a promise to make me a compliant puppet? The expressions of the 2 individuals opposite him subtly shifted, yet Gu Qingze maintained his gentle smile. Mr. Shen has misunderstood us. We merely believe that rather than engaging in mutual destruction, it is more beneficial for us to fulfill our respective needs. Oh, Shun Yifeng remarked with keen interest. Pray tell, what is it that you desire? Quite straightforward, Gu Qingze replied, placing his glass down. Cease the public assault on Tianyao Capital and withdraw from this game. In return, we can provide financial support to assist you in reconstructing your commercial empire. That sounds rather tempting, Shun Yifeng remarked coolly, but I do not appreciate being treated as a pawn. Gu Qingze smiled faintly. No one wishes to control you. We merely seek a mutually beneficial arrangement. Suddenly, Shun Yifeng laughed. Have you considered that I might also wish to turn the tables and consume you? The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Gu Qingze's gaze sharpened. Mr. Shun, do not be overly confident. Confidence? I merely speak the truth. Shun Yifeng stood, looking down upon him. Inform your superiors that I, Shun Yifeng, am not here to negotiate. I am here to dominate the situation. With that, he pivoted and departed. Behind him, Gu Qingze's expression turned icy. Do you believe you can simply walk away unscathed? Shun Yifeng did not pause, his voice indifferent. Try and see. Upon exiting the club, Shun Yifeng immediately dialed Ing's number. How'd it go? All recorded. Ing replied softly, I have uploaded it to the cloud and set an automatic forwarding mechanism. Should I be out of contact for more than 5 minutes, all evidence will be exposed. Well done, Shun Yifeng sighed with relief. Now we await their proactive move. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of Tianyao Tower, Lin Howren was shackled to the wall by iron chains, his face marred with blood, his consciousness hazy. He struggled to open his eyes, hearing footsteps drawing nearer. Awake? A man's voice queried. Lin Howren managed to grin. You won't kill me. Oh, and why is that? The man chuckled lightly. Because I know who stands behind you. Lin Howren's voice was hoarse. If you dare to harm me, Shun Yifeng will ensure your entire consortium faces bankruptcy. The man fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Will you know? Just as Lin Howren was about to respond, a faint vibration emanated from the ventilation shaft above. In the next instant, a shadow descended silently from above. It was Ing, equipped with night vision gear and wielding a silenced pistol. Apologies for my tardiness. She quickly severed the chains. Let's go. Lin Howren struggled to prop himself up, whispering, Wait. Their SA name. Before he could finish, alarms blared from outside. No time, Ing urged, dragging him away swiftly. The following morning, Shun Yifeng received a report from Ing. Lin Howren has escaped and is currently under observation in the hospital. He revealed a crucial piece of information, the true identity of Mr. Shun is a mysterious figure hidden within the international financial sphere, codenamed 07. Shun Yifeng's expression hardened. Continue the investigation. There's one more thing. Ing hesitated. We found a note on Lin Howren that reads, Zhong Lishuan, untrustworthy. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. Zhong Lishuan? He had always assumed that the other party was covertly supporting him. But it now appeared that matters were far more complicated than he had presumed. Just as Shun Yifeng pondered this, his phone vibrated once more. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button, and a deep voice resonated. Mr. Shun, It appears that last night's conversation was rather unpleasant. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Your identity is of little consequence. The other party chuckled. What truly matters is our willingness to provide you with what you genuinely seek, the truth. Shen Yifeng remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Speak. Everything Lin Howard told you is indeed true, the voice continued calmly, but you must understand that not everyone around you is a friend. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy. Whose man are you? You may regard me as a representative of a third-party force. The voice paused. We are willing to lend you a helping hand, provided you agree to one condition. What condition? Eliminate Zhong Lishuan. Shen Yifeng tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles turning white. He knew that the real storm had only just begun. At that moment, Ying entered the room, her expression grave. Brother Shen, there's a situation. Shen Yifeng looked up. What situation? Zhong Lishuan has reached out to you. Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Very well, let him come. Chapter 19. The collaboration fractures. Shen Yifeng gazed at the three characters spelling Zhong Lishuan on his phone screen, his expression as somber as a deep well. He slowly pressed the call button, his tone devoid of any emotion. You certainly arrived quickly. A low chuckle emanated from the other end. I've been waiting for you to contact me. I'm aware of what transpired last night. Shen Yifeng offered no reply, instead placing the phone on the table, activating the speakerphone, signaling Ying to record the entire exchange. Why have you come to talk to me? He inquired. To discuss cooperation. Zhong Lishuan replied nonchalantly. Or perhaps to talk about your future. Less than 5 minutes after his words, the doorbell rang. Ying swiftly checked the surveillance footage, confirming that only Zhong Lishuan was present and unarmed. She nodded. He could be let in. Shen Yifeng rose, standing in the center of the living room. As the door opened, Zhong Lishuan entered at a measured pace, clad in a dark gray suit, his demeanor calm, as if the preceding storm had never occurred. It seems you have sensed something amiss, he remarked, settling onto the sofa, locking eyes with Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng remained silent, merely observing him. It was anticipated that Noah Capital and Tianyao Capital would join forces against you. Zhong Lishuan continued. But have you considered why they are acting with such urgency? Shen Yifeng finally spoke, because you gave him a nudge from behind. Zhong Lishuan smiled, not denying it. You are correct, he said, taking a sip from his teacup. But I am not your enemy. Then what are you? Shen Yifeng asked coldly, a player? Or a hidden hand on another line? Zhong Lishuan set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. I wish to assist you, but you must cease your investigation into the gentleman's identity. Ying scoffed from his side. On what grounds do you believe we would heed your words? On the basis of your current predicament. Zhong Lishuan replied calmly. Noah Capital has begun utilizing its network to cut off all your resources. Your bank accounts are frozen, the media is silenced, and your partners have turned against you. How long can you endure? Shen Yifeng remained quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. So, you come here as a savior? I am here to mitigate losses. Zhong Lishuan responded calmly, stating that if one insisted on pursuing the matter further, not only would they be in jeopardy, but Lin Howard could also potentially face dire consequences within a week. As these words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Ying instinctively clenched his fists, while Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy. A threat? He rasped. You best be aware of what you are uttering. This is not a threat. It is a counsel. Zhong Lishuan replied, rising to his feet, his tone remaining gentle. I can provide you with initial capital to help reconstruct your business empire, provided you agree to one condition. Cease your inquiries into Mr. Shen. Shen Yifeng regarded him for several seconds before slowly nodding. Very well. Zhong Lishuan offered a satisfied smile. A wise choice. However, Shen Yifeng shifted the conversation, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have a habit of never trusting those who merely talk without action. He lightly clapped his hands. Instantly, the lights in the room extinguished, leaving only the projection beneath Zhong Lishuan's feet illuminating the massive number 07. I have recorded your earlier words. Shen Yifeng's voice resonated in the darkness, along with your fingerprints and iris data, all securely backed up on my server. Should you harbor malicious intent, this evidence will synchronize with 20 independent media outlets worldwide within 10 minutes. Zhong Lishuan's expression finally shifted, astonishment flickering in his eyes for the first time as he regarded Shen Yifeng. You have been wary of me all along? I have always known that no assistance comes without ulterior motives, Shun Yifeng replied, returning to the sofa. Zhong Lishuan, whose allegiance do you truly hold? After a brief pause, Zhong Lishuan suddenly laughed. Do you believe I would divulge that? In the next breath, he abruptly turned, flinging open the door and vanishing into the night. Shen Yifeng did not pursue, but instead slowly closed his laptop. Ying immediately began analyzing the sofa he had just occupied, extracting residual samples. Understood. Ying acted swiftly. Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, yet the name Mr. Shun continually echoed in his mind. He understood that this game had only just begun. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of Tianyao Tower, Gu Qingze stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a document, his countenance dark. Shen Yifeng dares to record our conversation? He scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips. He truly does not know his own peril. Should we eliminate him directly? Mr. Li whispered beside him. No, Gu Qingze shook his head. To act now would be to admit our fear of him. We must ensure he is defeated convincingly. What is the plan? A three-pronged approach: media suppression, financial strangulation, and commercial encirclement. Gu Qingze's lips curled upwards. I want him to comprehend just how foolish it is to offend an international consortium. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Su Wanru, it is your time to shine. Upon returning to his office, Shen Yifeng received a call from Lin Howard. Old Shen, I just woke up. I heard you met with Zhong Lishuan. His voice still bore traces of weakness. Yes, Shen Yifeng replied succinctly. What are your thoughts on him? I do not trust him, Lin Howard asserted firmly. He was aware you would seek negotiations with Noah Capital before extending any assistance. Moreover, the Mr. Shen he mentioned is not the true individual. What do you mean? Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. I overheard their conversation in the underground chamber. The true code name for Mr. Shen is 07. Lin Howard lowered his voice, revealing that Zhong Lishuan was merely an executor. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. So he is not the mastermind? Indeed. Lin Howard paused, adding that he had once been loyal to the true master. This revelation detonated in Shen Yifeng's mind like a bomb. He had always believed that Zhong Lishuan was an ally guiding him, but now it seemed that the latter resembled a long-hidden pawn. Be cautious, Lao Shun, Lin Howard advised. I now suspect that the forces involved in this incident are far greater than we can imagine. Shen Yifeng remained silent for a few seconds before responding softly, I understand. After ending the call, he immediately convened a team meeting. Everyone listened intently as he surveyed the room, stating, we have 3 tasks ahead of us. First, to launch a comprehensive counterattack against Tianyao Capital. Second, to continue investigating the identity of the master. And third, to keep a close watch on Zhong Lishuan. Ying nodded. I have already arranged for people to monitor his regular haunts. Excellent. Shen Yifeng rose, his gaze sharp as a blade. If they wish to play, he would engage them to the fullest extent. That evening, Shen Yifeng received an unfamiliar text message. Shen Yifeng, you think you hold all the cards, but in reality, you are merely a pawn in someone else's game. He stared at the message, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Shortly thereafter, another number called. Upon answering, a deep voice emerged. Mr. Shun, do you recall our previous proposition? Eliminate Zhong Lishuan, and we can provide you with what you truly seek, the truth. Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. And who might you be? You could consider us a third-party force. The voice hesitated. We are willing to lend you a hand, provided you agree to one condition. What condition? First, tell me, do you believe in Zhong Lishuan? Shen Yifeng tightened his grip on the phone, knuckles whitening. He understood that the true storm was only just beginning. At that moment, Ying pushed the door open, his expression grave. Brother Shun, we have a situation. Shen Yifeng looked up. What situation? Zhong Lishuan has contacted you directly. A cold smile crept onto Shen Yifeng's lips. Very well, let him come. Chapter 20. The counterattack. Shen Yifeng stared at the caller ID on the screen, Zhong Lishuan's name piercing his vision like a thorn. Ying stood nearby, holding the analysis results of a sample extracted from the sofa, his face serious. He left the hair in the sofa seam. He whispered, I've sent it for expedited analysis. Shen Yifeng nodded, his gaze still fixated on the phone screen. Answer it. The moment the call connected, Zhong Lishuan's voice exuded his usual composure. Mr. Shun, It seems you're proving to be more troublesome than I anticipated. Likewise, Shen Yifeng replied calmly. But I am curious. What exactly do you wish to obtain from me? Cooperation. Zhong Lishuan paused. True cooperation. I do not trust you. Shen Yifeng interjected. You knew I would seek negotiations with Noah Capital before you offered assistance. You also know that the true codename of the master is not what you claim, but rather 07. Now you speak of cooperation. How can I ascertain this isn't yet another trap? There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a light chuckle. Do you think you have any choices left? Noah Capital has frozen all your accessible financial accounts, and Tianyao Capital has woven an iron net in the media landscape, with even your former friends stabbing you in the back. Lin Howren has just emerged from the underground chamber. Do you truly believe they won't set their sights on him? Shen Yifeng's gaze turned frigid. What are you implying? I speak of reality. Zhong Lishuan's tone suddenly shifted to one of gravity. Gu Qingze has already begun arranging personnel to target those around you. Lin Howren, Shadow, and even your mother will not be spared. The air seemed to thicken. Shen Yifeng slowly tightened his grip on his phone, his knuckles turning white. Whose side are you truly on? This is a question I cannot answer at this moment. Zhong Lishuan's voice was low. But you can trust me on this. I can assist you in turning the tables. Why should I? Shen Yifeng scoffed. Is it merely based on your empty words? Based on this. Zhong Lishuan sent an encrypted link. Shen Yifeng swiftly opened it, and the screen displayed a video. Gu Qingze was conversing with a mysterious man, set against the backdrop of the Tianyao Tower's top-floor conference room. And the face of that enigmatic figure was unmistakably Su Wanru. She has allied with Gu Qingze. Shadow inhaled sharply. Shen Yifeng fixated on the screen, his eyes sharp as blades. What are her intentions? They are orchestrating a commercial encirclement. Zhong Lishuan continued. The target is you, and the time frame is in 3 days. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Very well. I will trust you this once. A wise choice. Zhong Lishuan's tone softened somewhat. Now, we must discuss the specifics of our plan. The conference room was brightly lit. Shen Yifeng occupied the main seat. Lin Howren leaned against the wall, still bearing the pallor of his recent captivity, while Shadow operated the data graphs on the large screen. According to the information provided by Zhong Lishuan, Tianyao Capital would initiate a large-scale acquisition battle in 3 days, attempting to swallow the 2 subsidiaries we have just secured. Shadow pointed at the screen. Concurrently, they have contacted 3 mainstream financial media outlets, preparing to release an in-depth report regarding your underhanded dealings tomorrow morning. As expected, Lin Howren ground his teeth. Do these bastards truly believe I am dead? Do not be overly agitated. Shen Yifeng raised his hand to signal for calm, to analyze the situation. How much liquid capital do we currently possess? Shadow quickly retrieved the data. There are less than 30 million left on the books, but if you are willing to utilize personal assets, we could approximate 50 million. Not enough. Shen Yifeng shook his head. We require at least 200 million. Lin Howren furrowed his brow. Who can we borrow from? The bank has long since blacklisted you. We will not borrow money. Shen Yifeng's lips curled upward. I intend to trade stocks. Everyone was taken aback. Are you referring to the secondary market? Shadow realized. Precisely. Shen Yifeng nodded. Tianyao Capital's objectives are evident. They aim to leverage a war of public opinion paired with a severance of our funding chain, driving us into a corner. Yet they have overlooked a critical issue. Their haste has revealed their most vulnerable weakness. What weakness? Lin Howren inquired. Their cash flow. Shen Yifeng's fingers gently tapped the table. In preparation for this acquisition, they have nearly drained all liquid assets, even tapping into overseas accounts. This implies that once we create turbulence in the stock market, they will find themselves at a disadvantage. A glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes. Are you suggesting a short sell? It is more than just a short sell. Shen Yifeng rose from his seat and approached the screen, declaring, Our objective is to incite chaos within their ranks. In the depths of night, within an upscale private room of a prestigious club, Su Wanru, adorned in an elegant black evening gown, sat in a corner, delicately holding a glass of red wine. Opposite her, Gu Qingze lowered his gaze to a document, his expression one of dark contemplation. How has the matter progressed? He inquired, lifting his head. I have approached Shun Yifeng, as per your instructions, Su Wanru replied softly. He mentioned feeling a bit fatigued and asked me to bring him coffee at his office. Excellent. Gu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Remember, you must acquire the internal communication password of the Shadow Pavilion. I understand, Su Wanru nodded. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that he might see through something. Impossible, Gu Qing's scoffed coldly. He is now encircled by us, finding it difficult to even breathe. Simply adhere to the plan. Leave the rest to me. Su Wanru responded with a smile, raising her glass to victory. The following morning, a sensational headline erupted on social media. Tianyao Capital accused of money laundering, evidence exposed. Subsequently, numerous financial media outlets released articles with strikingly similar titles. Tianyao Capital Executive's private transaction records exposed, suspected internal audio recording leaked, involving massive money laundering. The truth behind Shun Yifeng's imprisonment 3 years ago emerges. In an instant, public discourse erupted. Regulatory authorities swiftly intervened to investigate. Investor confidence wavered, and Tianyao Capital's stock plummeted by 15. Simultaneously, Shun Yifeng personally reached out to a former friend, the president of a major commercial bank, who had once benefited from his generosity. Lao Shun, you are playing with fire, the man warned over the phone. Noah Capital is not something you can afford to provoke. I am aware, Shun Yifeng replied assertively, but I require temporary financing, 200 million, at most within 3 days. After a brief silence, the man finally acquiesced. Very well. I shall expedite a green channel for you. As night descended, Shun Yifeng stood alone at the window of his office, gazing at the flickering city lights. Ing entered, presenting him with a report. The comparison results are in. Shun Yifeng took it and opened it, revealing a striking line. Match rate 986, sample source, Zhongli Xuan. Real identity, former member of the National Security Bureau's Special Task Group. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. He is indeed a person within the system, and there is more. Ing continued. His file reveals he participated in a highly classified mission, codenamed 07. Shun Yifeng abruptly raised his head. Sir? Yes, Ing nodded. He once pledged allegiance to the core figures of Project 07. Shun Yifeng fell into a long silence before suddenly speaking. Back up all his information. Understood. At that moment, Lin Howard entered, his expression grave. Lao Shun, we have a situation. What is it? Su Wanru truly came to the office today, bringing coffee. Lin Howard lowered his voice. But she secretly plugged a device into your computer. Shun Yifeng scoffed. She is testing us. Should we expose her? No. Shun Yifeng's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Let her believe she has succeeded. The following evening, at the headquarters of Tianyao Capital, Gu Qingze received an encrypted email containing a mere sentence. Shun Yifeng has fallen into the trap. The internal communication codes of the Shadow Pavilion have been acquired. A triumphant smile graced Gu Qingze's lips. At long last, the day has arrived. He promptly dialed a number. Inform everyone, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we officially commence the acquisition plan. Meanwhile, Shun Yifeng stood backstage at the press conference, surrounded by dozens of media reporters. Ing quietly reminded him, everything is proceeding according to plan. Once you reveal that recording, chaos will ensue. Shun Yifeng nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped onto the stage. Under the glaring lights, his gaze was piercing as it swept across the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Today, I am not here to clarify anything. Rather, I wish to show you that this war has only just begun. He pressed the remote, and the large screen illuminated instantly. A recording played. Shun Yifeng must disappear. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Have Su Wanru take care of him at any cost. The reporter section erupted into chaos, flashes of cameras lighting up the room. Yet, Shun Yifeng merely smiled faintly, slowly uttering his final words. Some people always believe they are orchestrating the entire game, unaware that they are merely pawns. He turned to leave, leaving the audience in shock. In a corner of the venue, a figure quietly slipped away, vanishing into the night. None other than Zhongli Xuan. Chapter 21. Unexpected variables. Shun Yifeng stood backstage, listening to the uproar of reporters below. Under the bright lights, he resembled a statue, calm to the point of indifference. Ing whispered behind him, Everything is proceeding as planned. Once you unveil that recording, they will be thrown into utter disarray. He nodded, inhaling deeply before stepping onto the stage. Under the glaring lights, his gaze was resolute as it surveyed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Today, I am not here to clarify anything. Rather, I want you to witness that this war has only just begun. He pressed the remote, and the large screen sprang to life. A recording played. Shun Yifeng must disappear. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Have Su Wanru take care of him, at any cost. The reporters erupted into chaos, flashes of cameras illuminating the atmosphere. Shun Yifeng, however, merely smiled subtly and slowly articulated his final statement. Some individuals always presume they are in control of the entire situation, oblivious to the fact that they are mere pawns. He turned and exited, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. In a corner of the venue, a figure quietly departed, fading into the night. Zhong Lishuan. At 3 a.m, in the underground command center of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, Shun Yifeng fixated on the data streams fluctuating across the large screen. His brow furrowed with concern. Ying's fingers flew over the keyboard, a line of red warning flashing on the screen. System anomaly, data packet loss. What is happening? Shun Yifeng's tone was icy. The database has been remotely breached and gritted through clenched teeth. And this is no ordinary hacker attack. It is a targeted infiltration with a clear objective, the flow of funds and Lin Howard's private account information. Shun Yifeng's expression darkened. Can we trace the source? The adversary employed dynamic camouflage, but there is a fragment of residual data. The log revealed that this address originated from abroad, utilizing an exceptionally advanced encryption method. The technical standards of Project 07, Shun Yifeng remarked. Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is almost certain that this is beyond the capabilities of Su Wanru and Gu Qingze. Shun Yifeng rose and approached the window, the night breeze wafting in, carrying a hint of chill. The silhouette of Zhong Lishuan leaving the press conference surfaced in his mind, stirring a sense of unease within him. Notify everyone to enter a state of heightened alert, he commanded, turning back to issue orders to seal all external communication channels and activate the backup servers. Understood. Ying promptly executed the directive. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Howard. Old Shun, I just received an anonymous call stating that someone wants to kill me. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately dialed Lin Howard's number. Hello. Lin Howard's voice sounded slightly breathless. Where are you? I'm at the old warehouse in the south of the city. Just evaded a group of tailors, he replied. Stay put. I will send someone to retrieve you. Wait. Lin Howard lowered his voice. I noticed something about that group. They were wearing tactical gear and moved with precision, resembling special forces. Shun Yifeng's heart raced. You mean they are not from Tianyao, capital? Correct. Lin Howard paused. They seem to have a military background. Shun Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before hanging up, turning to Ying. Investigate any military unit mobilization records from the past 3 days. I'm already on it. Ying swiftly operated the system. However, there is something even more peculiar. She brought up surveillance footage, displaying a recording from Shun Yifeng's office. In the video, Su Wanru entered, set down a coffee, lightly brushed her fingers across the desk, and then inserted a disk into the computer. She yes back. Ying scoffed, bolder than ever this time. No. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This time she is here to plant something. Ying paused in confusion. What do you mean? She is testing our defense system. Shun Yifeng explained slowly. If she were merely there to steal information, she would not be so brazen. She is assessing whether we have detected her actions. Sure enough. The next moment, Ying's computer emitted a warning alert. Unknown program injection detected, isolated and removed. Blast it! Ying exclaimed, her eyes widening. She concealed a sophisticated Trojan virus in the disk, almost circumventing our firewall. A cold smile crept across Shun Yifeng's lips. It appears she has someone instructing her in these advanced tactics. Simultaneously, a trending post suddenly emerged on social media. The title read, The Truth Behind Shun Yifeng's Imprisonment 3 Years Ago. Internal video of Project 07 leaked. Within a mere 10 minutes. This post soared to the top of the trending list, the comment section erupting with activity. The video was blurry, yet its content was strikingly impactful. In the footage, Gu Qingze was seen conversing with a mysterious woman in a laboratory, with the words 07 experimental files glaring from the background wall. The plan is progressing smoothly. Gu Qingze murmured, "We have driven Shun Yifeng into a corner. But there is a shadow by his side, a nuisance." The mysterious woman replied coldly, "We need an unexpected turn of events. I have already made arrangements," she concluded. Gu Qingze revealed a sinister smile, determined to bring him to utter ruin within 3 days. The video abruptly ceased. Shun Yifeng gazed at the screenshot on the screen, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Where did this video leak from?" he inquired of Ing. "The source remains unknown," Ing replied, furrowing his brow. "The uploader utilized a dark web node, rendering it untraceable. This is not the work of Tianyao Capital," Shun Yifeng asserted with conviction. "They lack both the capability and the audacity." "Are you implying that there is another party involved?" Ing turned his gaze towards him. Shun Yifeng did not respond. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed Zhong Lishuan's number. The line rang unanswered. He subsequently sent an encrypted message. "Project 07. Who is truly in charge?" The message was sent successfully, yet no reply came forth. "He is evading," Shun Yifeng murmured. At that moment, Lin Howren's phone rang once more. "Old Shun, I've just been followed," Lin Howren exclaimed breathlessly. A black car, license plate obscured, moving at high speed. It's clearly premeditated. "Where are you now?" "Approaching the Eastern Bridge. I managed to shake them off, but I suspect they know my hiding place." Shun Yifeng abruptly stood up. "Change locations immediately. I will send Ing to retrieve you." "Understood." Just as the call ended, Ying's computer emitted another alert. Lin Howren's tracking data has been leaked. Coordinates pinpointed at the old industrial district of the eastern region. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. "They have grasped our movements." "How is that possible?" Ing exclaimed in disbelief. "We use encrypted communications, and Lin Howren hasn't utilized any mobile navigation." Shun Yifeng pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head. "Unless someone has installed a listening device within our ranks." The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Ying's face turned ashen. "Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us?" Shun Yifeng remained silent, instead accessing the permissions log of the Inga core system. Minutes later, he identified the issue. Last night, someone altered Lin Howren's itinerary. Ing pointed to the screen, noting that the timestamp coincided precisely with the conclusion of their meeting. A glint of cold light flashed in Shun Yifeng's eyes. "This means there was a betrayal within the conference room." Ing gasped in horror. "Who?" Shun Yifeng did not answer, but directly pulled up the surveillance footage from the meeting room. The footage displayed everyone seated around the conference table, their expressions focused. Suddenly, the camera captured an individual's movement. That person stealthily retrieved a small object from their pocket and swiftly inserted it into the socket at the corner of the table. Ing watched intently, realizing it was a miniature signal transmitter. His voice trembled as he spoke. Shun Yifeng fixated on the screen, slowly uttering a name, Su Wanru. Meanwhile, Su Wanru sat at home, perusing trending topics on social media, a triumphant smile gracing her face. She casually posted on her timeline, captioning it, "It's not that I am too competitive, it's that they are too oblivious." She believed herself victorious. Yet unbeknownst to her, Shun Yifeng had already retrieved the frequency data from the miniature signal transmitter and was tracing the source, locking onto a group of communication nodes hidden overseas. This was beyond her technical prowess. Shun Yifeng murmured, "There must be someone behind her." "But who could it be?" Ing inquired. Shun Yifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the video screenshot, particularly the silhouette of the enigmatic woman. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Ing, assist me in investigating a person," he stated. 3 years ago, on the brink of Shun Enterprises' bankruptcy, a mysterious female investor abruptly withdrew her funds, resulting in the entire group's financial collapse. "I recall this individual," Ing affirmed with a nod. "Her name is Yi Qing." "Indeed," Shun Yifeng exhaled slowly. "She may have returned." Outside Lin Howren's residence, the night was shrouded in darkness. A black sedan glided closer, within which sat 2 individuals. "The target has been exposed," murmured the man in the passenger seat. "Shall we proceed?" "Not yet," the woman in the back seat replied coolly. "Let them create a bit of chaos first." Her face was cloaked in shadows, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. The distant streetlights flickered ominously, as if heralding a looming tempest. At that moment, Shun Yifeng stood in the command center of Ing Pavilion, his eyes aflame with unprecedented determination as he gazed at the emblem of Project 07 on the large screen. "Do you think this is the end?" He smirked slightly, whispering, "The game has only just begun." Chapter 22. The truth unfolds. Shun Yifeng scrutinized the surveillance footage, where Su Wanru's smug smile was frozen on the screen. Unbeknownst to her, she had completely revealed herself to Shun Yifeng. "Ing, list all the positions of the listening devices," he commanded, his tone chillingly calm. "I'm already compiling the data." Ing replied swiftly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "At least 7 miniature signal transmitters have been installed in the conference room, the archives, and your office." Shun Yifeng's expression hardened. What exactly is she trying to eavesdrop on? "Not eavesdropping, tracking," Ing corrected, pulling up a data map. "She has constructed a positioning network through these devices, capable of monitoring Lin Howard's movements in real time." Shun Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "She is not fighting alone." Ing nodded. "I have examined the technical specifications of those signal transmitters. They utilize military-grade encryption modules, unattainable through ordinary black market channels." A cold smile graced Shun Yifeng's lips. "It seems our mole has formidable support behind them." Meanwhile, Su Wanru sat at home, scrolling through trending topics, a victorious smile gracing her lips. She had just posted on social media, "The workplace is akin to a battlefield. It is entirely normal for some to be eliminated." Accompanying the post was a picture of a steaming cup of coffee, with a document faintly visible in the background, labeled 07. She believed she had triumphed. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Shun Yifeng had already accessed the frequency data of that miniature signal transmitter and was tracing its origins, locking onto a concealed communication node abroad. "This is not technology she could have developed," Shun Yifeng murmured. "There must be someone behind her." "But who?" Ing inquired. Shun Yifeng did not respond, his focus unwavering on the video screenshot, particularly the figure of the mysterious woman. Another thought struck him. "Ing, assist me in investigating a person," he reiterated. 3 years ago, on the brink of Shun Enterprises' bankruptcy, a mysterious female investor abruptly withdrew her funds, resulting in the entire group's financial collapse. "I recall this individual," Ing affirmed. "Her name is Yi Qing." "Indeed." Shun Yifeng slowly exhaled, a realization dawning upon her. She might have returned. Outside Lin Howard's residence, the night was thick and heavy. A black sedan glided closer, within which sat 2 figures. The target had been exposed. The man in the passenger seat spoke in hushed tones. "Shall we proceed?" "Not yet," replied the woman in the back seat, her voice cool and detached. "Let them create some chaos first." Her face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. The distant streetlights flickered ominously, as if heralding a greater storm on the horizon. At that moment, Shun Yifeng stood in the Shadow Pavilion Command Center, her gaze fixed on the emblem of Project 07 displayed on the large screen, an unprecedented fervor for battle igniting in her eyes. "You think this is the end?" she murmured with a subtle smile. "The game has only just begun." Shun Yifeng swiftly devised her strategy. Rather than directly apprehending Su Wanru, she opted for a more calculated approach, casting a long line to catch a bigger fish. Ing, immediately alter Lin Howard's hiding place and fabricate a false itinerary. Shun Yifeng commanded with composure. "Understood," Ing replied, promptly initiating the operation. Simultaneously, they set traps at the original hideout. "I want to see how she intends to ensnare her prey," Shun Yifeng continued. Ing nodded. "I have arranged for personnel. If she dares to come, she won't escape." Shun Yifeng's gaze was profound. "She will come." Indeed, a few hours later, Ing detected Su Wanru quietly leaving her home, driving towards the old industrial area in the eastern part of the city. "She's taken the bait," Ing whispered. Shun Yifeng rose, donned her coat. "It's time for us to depart." The warehouse, shrouded in night, appeared particularly sinister. Lin Howard had been temporarily relocated to another safe house, while the original site was now teeming with cameras and ambush personnel. Su Wanru entered the warehouse, carrying a bag. She surveyed her surroundings and lowered her voice. "Where is everyone? Where are the documents?" A shadow emerged from the corner. a man wearing a baseball cap. Did you bring the items? He inquired softly. I did, Su Wanru replied, handing over a platter containing their latest financial reports and counterattack plans. The man accepted the platter, scrutinized its contents, and nodded. Well done. A hint of pride surfaced on Su Wanru's lips. I told you I could handle him. But you didn't anticipate that he had been waiting for you all along. The man's tone abruptly shifted. In the next moment, the lights blazed to life. Shen Yifeng's voice echoed from all directions. Su Wanru spun around, only to find Shen Yifeng and a throng of Shadow Pavilion members surrounding her, guns aimed squarely at her and the man. Don't move, Shen Yifeng commanded coldly. You are surrounded. Su Wanru's complexion drained of color. Shen Yifeng, how could you know? Did you think you were playing a game of cat and mouse? Shen Yifeng advanced slowly. In truth, you are merely a pawn in another's hand. The man attempted to resist, but as soon as he raised his hand, Ying dispatched him to the ground with a swift kick. Take them away, Shen Yifeng gestured. Several Shadow Pavilion members stepped forward, escorting the two out. In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was stifling. Su Wanru sat in a chair, her previous smug expression long gone. Speak, Shen Yifeng leaned against the wall, her tone calm. Who sent you? I don't know. Su Wanru gritted her teeth. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I would accept such words? He approached the table and pressed a button, causing a recording to play. Have Su Wanru handle him at any cost. That was the voice of Zhong Lishuan. Su Wanru's complexion instantly turned ashen. This is impossible. How can it be impossible? Shen Yifeng advanced a step closer. Do you genuinely think you possess freedom of action? You are merely an executor. Su Wanru's lips trembled. I'm simply following orders. Whose orders? Shen Yifeng pressed further. At last, Su Wanru broke down and whispered a name. Yi Qing. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. Who did you say? Yi Ving. Su Wanru repeated, stating that she was the investor who withdrew from the Shun Corporation 3 years ago. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. So that's it. He finally understood. 3 years prior, it was indeed Yi Qing's abrupt withdrawal of funds that caused the Shun Corporation's financial collapse and eventual bankruptcy. And now, she had returned. Moreover, this time, she was not merely a puppet master. She intended to take the stage herself. Returning to the headquarters of Inga, Shen Yifeng ordered all external communications of Su Wanru to be severed. I need to uncover the true identity of this Yi Qing, he instructed Ying. Who exactly is she? Why is she targeting me? Ying nodded. I have activated the Global Intelligence Network and am searching for relevant records. Gazing out into the night sky, an uneasy feeling began to stir within Shen Yifeng. He understood that the true enemy had only just emerged, and this game was merely beginning. When Lin Howard called, Shen Yifeng was standing by the window, deep in thought. Old Shun, a woman just contacted me. Lin Howard spoke gravely. She claims to be Yi Qing. Shen Yifeng abruptly turned around. Where is she? She has already left. Lin Howard paused, but she left a message. What message? She said, Shen Yifeng, are you ready to face the real storm? Shen Yifeng clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade. A storm? He scoffed. Let it come. After Lin Howard hung up, he looked towards the end of the street. There stood a woman clad in a black trench coat, slowly approaching him with a cryptic smile. Mr. Lin, she began, our boss asked me to convey a message to you. Lin Howard frowned. What message? The woman smiled slightly and softly uttered 2 words. Be careful. At that moment, a street light behind her flickered out, plunging the entire street into darkness. Lin Howard instinctively took a step back. The woman merely smiled and vanished into the night. He stood frozen, his heart racing. It was only at that moment that he realized the true storm had indeed arrived. Chapter 23. Confronting betrayal, the fluorescent lights in the interrogation room buzzed incessantly, resembling some antiquated machine vibrating in his ears. Su Wanru was handcuffed, her fingers unconsciously digging into the metal edge of the chair, remnants of last night's wine glass still clinging to her nails. Her gaze wandered, seemingly fixated on the cracks in the wall, yet appearing to look even further beyond. Shen Yifeng stood opposite, resting his hands on the edge of the table, his shadow casting a slanted net over the surface. Speak, he commanded, his voice gravelly. Who sent you? I don't know. She gritted her teeth, her throat tightening. her voice trembling like shards of glass in the wind. Shen Yifeng did not smile. Instead, he retrieved a disc from his pocket and inserted it into the computer. The recording began to play. Have Su Wanra deal with him. At any cost. It was the voice of Zhong Lishuan. Subanro trembled violently, her entire being sinking as though her bones had been extracted. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Her fingers clenched the hem of her clothing, her knuckles turning white. This is impossible. How is it impossible? Shen Yifeng took a half step forward, the shadow across her face deepening. Do you think you are free to act? You are merely an executor. Her breath came in rapid gasps, her gaze darting, finally settling on the silver button on his chest. I'm simply following orders. Whose orders? His tone was as unyielding as iron. She swallowed hard and finally whispered a name. Yi Qing. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply, his heart jolting as if struck by something fierce. He stepped back, colliding with the table, causing the water cup to tremble but not spill. Who did you say? Yi Qing, she repeated, her voice steadier than before. She is the investor who withdrew from the Shun Corporation 3 years ago. Shen Yifeng fell silent. Outside, the night was thick, and the distant wail of an ambulance pierced the air like an open wound. He knew that the woman had returned. This time, she was not lurking in the shadows. She intended to step into the fray herself. At the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, the surveillance screens flickered like a sea of stars, cut off all her external contacts. Shen Yifeng leaned against the doorframe, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the metal handrail. I need to know who Yi Qing is. The shadow nodded, fingers flying across the keyboard. The Global Intelligence Network has been activated. Shen Yifeng approached the window, gazing into the depths of the city. The streetlights emitted a dull glow, and the flow of traffic moved slowly, resembling a silent, flowing river. A taut string within him vibrated, yet he could not articulate why. As the phone rang, he was lost in thought. Old Shun. Lin Howren's voice was low. A woman just contacted me. Shen Yifeng pivoted sharply. Where is she? She left, the other replied, hesitating momentarily, but she left a message. What message? Shen Yifeng, are you prepared to face the true storm? Shen Yifeng tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles blanching. A cold smile tugged at his lips, devoid of warmth. A storm? He murmured. Then let it come. Lin Howren ended the call and lifted his gaze towards the street corner. A woman in a black trench coat approached slowly, her steps unhurried. Yet each footfall seemed to reverberate through the ground. Mr. Lin, she began, a slight smile gracing her lips. My boss asked me to convey a message to you. He frowned. What message? She smiled faintly, gently uttering 2 words. Be careful. No sooner had she spoken than the streetlight above them flickered and extinguished, plunging the entire street into darkness. Instinctively, Lin Howren took a step back. The woman merely smiled, turning to vanish into the night as if she had never existed. He stood there, his heartbeat suddenly heavy. It was only at that moment he realized the storm had already arrived. Shen Yifeng stood in the command center. The emblem of Project 07 illuminated on the large screen, resembling a closed eye. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips cold as they pressed against the display. Do you think this is the end? He murmured. The game has merely begun. Shadow, he suddenly spoke, please assist me in locating an individual. 3 years prior, on the eve of the Shun family's bankruptcy, a female investor abruptly withdrew her funding, resulting in a shattered financial chain. I remember, Shadow nodded. Her name is Yi Qing. Indeed. Shen Yifeng inhaled deeply. She may have returned. In the night, a black sedan came to a halt outside Lin Howren's residence. The man in the passenger seat whispered, the target has been exposed. Shall he proceed? The woman in the back seat gazed silently ahead, a near sardonic smile gracing her lips. Wait a moment, she replied softly. Let them create some chaos first. Her face remained shrouded in darkness, save for her eyes, which gleamed like 2 blades concealed within their sheaths. The distant streetlights flickered ominously, as if heralding an impending eruption. Shen Yifeng chose not to apprehend anyone. Instead, he opted for a longer game. Shadow, alter Lin Howren's hiding place and fabricate a false itinerary. Understood. Shadow began his operations, simultaneously setting a trap at the original location. I wish to observe how she intends to ensnare her prey, Shun Yifeng stated calmly. Shadow nodded. I have made the arrangements. Once she arrives, she shall not escape. As anticipated, a few hours later, Su Wanru stealthily departed her home, making her way to the old industrial district in the eastern part of the city. She took the bait, Shadow whispered. Shun Yifeng stood up and donned his coat. It is time for us to depart as well. Outside the warehouse, the night breeze stirred the dust. Lin Howren had already been relocated, the original site now teeming with cameras and ambushes. Su Wanru entered the warehouse, her bag in hand. Glancing around, where is everyone? Where are the documents? She inquired in a hushed tone. A man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the shadows. Did you bring the items? He asked. I did, she replied, presenting a disc containing their counterattack plan. The man took it, inspected it, and nodded, well done. A hint of pride crept on her lips. I told you I could handle him. Unfortunately, the man's tone shifted abruptly. You two have drawn attention. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life. Shun Yifeng's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Su Wanru whirled around to find Shun Yifeng and a group of Shadow Pavilion members encircling her. Guns drawn and aimed at her and the man. Don't move, Shun Yifeng commanded coldly. You are surrounded. The man attempted to struggle, but was swiftly kicked to the ground by Shadow. Take them away, Shun Yifeng gestured. The two were escorted out, their footsteps fading into the distance. The interrogation room fell silent once more. Su Wanru sat in the chair, her complexion ashen, her fingers unconsciously tracing the red string around her wrist. Shun Yifeng leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Speak, he urged calmly. Who sent you? I don't know. She gritted her teeth. Shun Yifeng scoffed. Did you truly believe I would take you at your word? He pressed a button, and a recording began to play. Have Su Wanru deal with him. At any cost. The voice of Zhong Lishuan echoed. Su Wanru jolted, her lips turning pale as her body nearly crumpled. This is impossible. How can it be impossible? Shun Yifeng stepped closer, his shadow looming over her. Do you think you are playing a game of cat and mouse? You are merely a pawn in someone else's hand. Her lips trembled. I am simply following orders. Whose orders? He pressed forward. She finally cracked, whispering a name, Yi Qing. Shun Yifeng's pupils contracted, his breath caught in his throat. Who did you say? Yi Qing, she repeated, revealing that she was the investor who had withdrawn from the Shun Corporation 3 years prior. Shun Yifeng fell silent for a long moment before slowly responding, I see. He finally understood. 3 years ago, her sudden withdrawal of funds had severed the financial chain of the Shun Corporation, leading to its eventual collapse. Now, she had returned. Moreover, this time, she was not merely a puppeteer behind the scenes. She intended to take the field herself. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, he commanded the complete lockdown of Su Wanru's communications. I must ascertain the true identity of this Yi Qing, he instructed the Shadow. Who is she? Why is she targeting me? The Shadow nodded. The intelligence network has been activated. Shun Yifeng stood by the window, gazing into the distance. The night was dense and impenetrable, like a curtain yet to be torn asunder. He knew that the true adversary had just revealed themselves, and this game of chess had only just begun. Chapter 24. The conspiracy of Su Wanru. Darkness enveloped the entire Shadow Pavilion building. Shun Yifeng stood before the control panel, his eyes fixed on the pitch-black screen. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, attempting to restore system access. Shadow, report the situation, he said, his tone calm, yet laced with a suppressed fury. The main server is under intense attack. The firewall is being violently breached. The assailant is employing not ordinary hacking techniques, but some form of military-grade infiltration protocol. The Shadow's voice came through the earpiece, tinged with rare tension. Yi Qing. Shun Yifeng gritted his teeth. She had indeed been well prepared. At that moment, the lights flickered back on, and the surveillance footage gradually resumed. Shun Yifeng quickly pulled up the most recent activity logs, his gaze landing on an anomalous data stream originating from the room where Su Wanru was under house arrest. Shadow, replay the surveillance from the past 3 hours, he commanded. The scene shifted, revealing Su Wanru curled up in a corner of the room, her gaze vacant, traces of tears still visible on her face. However, the instant the delivery person entered, her expression transformed. becoming alert and composed. As the delivery person set down the tray and turned to leave, Su Wanru's fingers subtly glided along the edge of the table, and a tiny folded note quietly slipped into the crevice of the utensils. "Oomph," Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. "Still trying to play this game?" He immediately ordered, "Seal off all exits, retrieve the identity information of the delivery person, and investigate all his call records from the past 7 days." Already locked in, the Shadow responded. He is an old acquaintance of Su Wanru from 3 years ago in France, named Zhou Qiming, a former peripheral member of an intelligence agency. Indeed, it was her. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, realizing she was making one last desperate attempt. Su Wanru huddled in the corner of her room, tightly clutching her phone. Though there was no signal, she instinctively refreshed her social media feed, unsure of what else she could do. Shen Yifeng had completely excluded her, stripping away even her basic freedom of movement. She once fantasized that if she could see him just one more time, perhaps she could salvage something. Yet now, all that remained was despair. "Yifeng, do you truly have no sentiment for the past?" she murmured to herself. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Howren entered, accompanied by 2 members of the Shadow Pavilion Special Task Force. "Miss Su," Lin Howren spoke in a calm tone, "your old friend Zhou Qiming is waiting for you downstairs." Su Wanru's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet. "Do not be alarmed," Lin Howren smiled slightly. "We merely request your cooperation for an investigation." She bit her lip, fully aware that everything lay within Shen Yifeng's control. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a clandestine office, a man wearing sunglasses studied a note in his hand. The note contained only a string of numbers and letters, 0719. "Interesting," the man murmured. "It seems that young lady is still unwilling to concede." He picked up the phone and dialed number. "Boss, the target has begun to act." A deep, raspy voice responded from the other end. "Excellent. Proceed according to plan." In the underground command center of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, Shen Yifeng sat with Lin Howren and others gathered around the conference table. "I have analyzed that code." Ing pointed at the data stream on the screen. "It is not merely an intrusion program, but a data packet disguised as a virus containing false intelligence." "What intelligence?" Lin Howren frowned. "The location of the core laboratory for Project 07, Ing continued, and this information has already reached Zhao Hongtu." A cold smile crept onto Shen Yifeng's lips. "Yi Qing intends to mislead us and create chaos." Lin Howren clenched his fists. "Does she think we would be so easily deceived?" "No." Shen Yifeng slowly shook his head. "She's testing our reaction. Since she wishes to play, then let us indulge her to the fullest." As night deepened, Su Wanru was led into the interrogation room. This time, Shen Yifeng did not attend in person. Only Lin Howren and Ing were present. "Speak," Lin Howren stated directly. "Why did you contact Zhou Qiming?" Su Wanru remained silent for a moment before finally responding. "I wish to exchange some leverage." "Leverage?" Ing scoffed. "Do you think you still have the right to negotiate?" "I know some things you are unaware of." Su Wanru lifted her head, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "For instance, the secrets of Project 07. Lin Howren and Ing exchanged wary glances, each discerning caution in the other's gaze. "Continue," Lin Howren said coolly. 3 years ago, I inadvertently overheard Yi Feng and Zhao Hongtu discussing this project. Su Wanru began slowly. They said that once this project succeeded, it would revolutionize the entire industry. However, I later discovered that the true orchestrator of this project is neither Yi Feng nor Zhao Hongtu, but someone else. "Who?" Ing pressed. Yet Su Wanru merely smiled. "Can you guess?" Lin Howren's brow furrowed deeply. "Su Wanru, you currently possess no bargaining power." "I am aware," she replied softly, "but I at least know that the core technology of that project still resides with Shen Yifeng." This revelation sent a shock through Lin Howren. If what she said is indeed true, then Project 07 is certainly one of Shen Yifeng's final trump cards. Yi Qing is clearly aware of this fact as well. The following morning, an emergency meeting convened in the high-level conference room of the Shadow Pavilion. Shen Yifeng stood before the projection screen. Behind him a map marked with numerous suspicious locations. "Ladies and gentlemen," he surveyed the room, "we are about to face a genuine trial." The atmosphere grew grave. The intelligence leaked by Su Wanru had already permeated the market, and Zhao Hongtu had begun mobilizing personnel, preparing to seize the so-called core laboratory ahead of time. Shen Yifeng smirked, but we shall not allow them to succeed. So what is our plan? Inquired a key member. We shall turn the tables on them. Shen Yifeng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. We will disseminate false information, leading them to believe that the core materials of Project 07 are located in the Eastern Warehouse. And then we shall set a trap there. Lin Howren nodded in agreement. I have already arranged the ambush. Once they enter, they will be like fish in a barrel. Excellent. Shen Yifeng's gaze was sharp. This time, I intend to ensure Zhao Hongtu's complete removal from the equation. Meanwhile, Su Wanru was confined alone in a sealed room. Leaning against the wall, her eyes were vacant. She had once thought she could turn the tide, even if just given a single chance. But now, she finally realized that she was nothing. Shen Yifeng was no longer the man who could be swayed by her sweet words. He had irrevocably changed. Yifeng, she murmured, have I truly erred? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. She abruptly looked up to see Shen Yifeng entering, clad in a black suit, his expression austere. What else do you wish to say? He inquired. Su Wanru opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Do you know? Shen Yifeng approached slowly. I have always believed your betrayal stemmed from greed. He paused, his voice low, but now I understand you were simply afraid. Afraid of what? She questioned. Afraid of losing. Shen Yifeng locked his gaze onto hers, afraid that I would no longer need you, that you are merely an appendage. Su Wanru's eyes glistened with tears. But have you ever considered that if you had chosen to trust me instead of betraying me, we might have, before she could finish her thought, Su Wanru interjected. I had no choice. She stood up abruptly, her emotions flaring. You have no idea how much pressure I endured. Those around you have never regarded me as anything significant. Even your mother has always deemed me unworthy of you. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I had to rely on myself. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before speaking softly. And what have you gained now? Su Wanru was taken aback. Wealth? Status? Power? Shen Yifeng scoffed. Or have you completely lost me? She shut her eyes in anguish. I'm sorry, she whispered. It is too late. Shen Yifeng turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. From now on, you are merely a failure. The door closed slowly, leaving her alone in the room. She sank to the floor, tears falling silently. She finally understood that she had lost not only this battle, but also the heart of the man she once cherished the most. In the dead of night, at the intelligence center of the Shadow Pavilion, the boss called out. Suddenly, the Shadow reported that during our pursuit of the batch of false intelligence, we uncovered another concealed location. Where? Shen Yifeng inquired. The coordinates indicate an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city. The Shadow displayed the map, revealing that this location is linked to the mysterious account that caused Shen Group's financial collapse 3 years ago. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. It appears that Yi Qing's machinations run deeper than we had anticipated. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the city lights. Lin Howren, he commanded, gather the team, we depart tonight. Understood, Lin Howren replied. Shen Yifeng clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. The game has only just begun. Yi Qing, this time, it is I who will hunt you down. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, heralding an impending storm. Chapter 25. The trap unraveled. The night was as dark as ink, with distant thunder rumbling ominously. Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Shadow Pavilion, his gaze piercing through the rain, settling on the blurred lights at the far end of the city. Lin Howren, he called. Lin Howren rose from the conference table, his expression solemn. Have arrangements been made at the Eastern Warehouse? Shen Yifeng's tone remained steady, yet it carried an undeniable chill. All preparations are complete, Lin Howren confirmed, nodding. Zhao Hongtu's personnel have begun mobilizing and are expected to arrive at the designated area within half an hour. Excellent, Shen Yifeng remarked with a slight smirk, eager for them to taste the bitterness of being lured into a trap. The Shadow's voice crackled through the earpiece. Boss, I have just decrypted that encrypted data and discovered new clues. Shen Yifeng turned, his gaze sharp. Speak. The concealed address is not only related to the account that caused Shen Group's financial breakdown 3 years ago, the shadow paused. But the latest login record indicates that someone is attempting to remotely control the old system of Project 07. The air seemed to freeze momentarily. Project 07, Shun Yifeng murmured, his expression growing increasingly profound. He vividly recalled the significance of this project. It was the core technology he had painstakingly developed, originally intended to be Shun Group's strategic ace for the next decade. However, 3 years ago, just as the project was nearing its final stage, an unexpected financial crisis forced the plan to a halt, becoming the final straw that broke Shun Group. Now, this long-buried secret was being resurrected by an unseen entity. Who is it? Shun Yifeng demanded. It's currently impossible to pinpoint an exact identity, but it is certain that they employed military-grade anti-tracking protocols, indicating at least a national-level technical support team behind them. The Shadow responded, emphasizing that this was beyond Zhao Hongtu's capabilities. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Yizving. Lin Howard frowned. Are you suggesting that she aims not merely to bring us down? She is orchestrating a larger scheme. Shun Yifeng chuckled coldly, a grander game indeed. He approached the control console, his fingers deftly tapping the screen to bring up a map marked with multiple suspicious locations. Shadow. Resend that false intelligence to ensure Zhao Hongtu receives it. Understood. The Shadow swiftly executed the command. Lin Howard observed the distribution of the red dots on the map. Deep in thought, you intend to use Zhao Hongtu's hand to flush out the true mastermind? Clever, Shun Yifeng acknowledged. Shun Yifeng offered a faint smile, for they believed that in moments of chaos, we would falter. Little did they know, I'd already seen through their schemes. Meanwhile, Su Wanru found herself confined in the interrogation room beneath the Shadow Pavilion. The chamber was devoid of windows, illuminated solely by a glaring incandescent lamp casting its harsh light upon her face. She sat upon a frigid metal chair, her hands shackled, her complexion pale, and her lips cracked. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shun Yifeng entered, accompanied by Ing and 2 special operatives. Su Wanru lifted her gaze to him, her expression a tapestry of complexities. What brings you here? She croaked. I came to see if you have any regrets. Shun Yifeng replied, slowly approaching and taking a seat opposite her. Regrets? She let out a bitter laugh. Do you think I possess the luxury of regret at this moment? Shun Yifeng remained silent, merely observing her with a steady gaze. Su Wanru lowered her head, her silence stretching for a few seconds before she finally spoke. Do you know? I have always known that I am not your equal. Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. You have changed, she continued. 3 years ago, you would listen to me. Even though I was but a minor character, you would afford me opportunities. Yet now, I lack even the privilege of your glance. Because you chose betrayal. Shun Yifeng replied calmly, not trust. Su Wanru bit her lip, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. I was afraid, she finally admitted. I feared you would leave me. Feared I would be left with nothing. Thus, I felt compelled to strike first. Shun Yifeng scrutinized her for a long moment before speaking slowly. And what have you gained from this? Su Wanru opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. Shun Yifeng rose, turning towards the door, and remarked as he walked, You believe yourself clever. In truth, you were merely a pawn. What do you mean? She exclaimed, her head snapping up. The information you leaked was entirely false. Shun Yifeng paused at the door, glancing back at her. You thought you were aiding Yi Qing, but in reality, you were merely her chess piece. Su Wanru's pupils dilated. What do you mean? Ing has already uncovered the truth. Shun Yifeng replied indifferently. The intelligence regarding the core laboratory of Project 07 was a trap I deliberately set, and you became the first to fall into it. Impossible. Su Wanru sprang to her feet, only to be yanked back by the handcuffs. The only thing you can do now is pray that I spare your life. With that, Shun Yifeng pushed the door open and exited. The door slowly closed before her, leaving her alone, trembling under the stark light. She finally grasped the truth. She had truly lost. Completely lost. Boss, Zhao Hongtu's team has entered the ambush zone, Lin Howard reported. Shun Yifeng stood before the large screen in the command center, his gaze sweeping across the live surveillance footage. Everyone, prepare, he commanded. As soon as they crossed the alert line, cut off their retreat. Understood, came the synchronized response over the communication channel. At that moment, Ing suddenly reported, "Boss, I have detected an anomalous signal. It originates from the abandoned factory in the south of the city." Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow. "Is the frequency a match?" "Highly compatible." Ing quickly analyzed. "It is highly likely to be the enemy's makeshift command center." "Lin Howren," Shun Yifeng ordered immediately. "Take your team there. I want them alive." "Received." Lin Howren replied as he turned and rushed out the door. Shun Yifeng stood resolutely, his gaze gradually sharpening. He understood that this counteroffensive had merely commenced. The night wind howled as the rain intensified. Lin Howren led an elite squad into the abandoned factory in the southern part of the city. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the mournful sounds of wind sweeping across the dilapidated metal rooftops. The target location was confirmed. A reconnaissance officer's voice crackled through the earpiece, indicating a faint light on the third floor, presumably the command center. "Surround the perimeter and seal all exits." Lin Howren commanded in a hushed tone. The squad members swiftly dispersed, moving stealthily like cheetahs to every corner. Lin Howren personally ascended to the third floor, his footsteps light and soundless. As he kicked open the door, several individuals inside leapt up in alarm. "Don't move," Lin Howren shouted, gun aimed. "You are surrounded." One person reacted swiftly, lunging toward a computer tower in the corner, attempting to remove the hard drive. "Stop him," Lin Howren bellowed. A special operations team member leapt forward, tackling the individual to the ground. Lin Howren hurried to the computer. The screen still displayed an incomplete encrypted message. "Ing, receive this data," he instructed, connecting the device directly. "Received," came Ying's voice, "decrypting now." It was an internal communication record involving Zhao Hongtu and an unidentified individual. Lin Howren's expression hardened. It seemed they had captured a pivotal figure. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. "Report. A large number of armed personnel are approaching," a sentinel urgently relayed. "Reinforcements for Zhao Hongtu?" Lin Howren's heart raced. "No," the sentinel shook his head. "Their equipment is not standard. They appear to be foreign mercenaries." Lin Howren felt a chill run down his spine. This indicated that the enemy was not merely Zhao Hongtu, but a true mastermind behind the scenes, who could no longer remain passive. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he decisively ordered. In the next moment, gunfire erupted, illuminating the darkness with flashes of light. "Ing, what is the situation?" Shun Yifeng inquired anxiously from the command center. "The opposing firepower is formidable. Lin Howren is under significant pressure," Ing analyzed, "but I have detected a peculiar phenomenon. These individuals coordinate their tactics with remarkable precision, suggesting specialized training." Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. The foreign force, Yi Qing, was indeed no ordinary adversary. He swiftly retrieved a dossier, revealing the name of a mysterious organization, the Shadow Legion. "If I am not mistaken, these individuals are mercenaries from the Shadow Legion," Shun Yifeng stated solemnly. "This organization specializes in high-stakes missions and has been involved in numerous international coups." In other words, Ing continued gravely, behind Yi Qing may lie a far more extensive power. "Precisely," Shun Yifeng replied with a cold smile. "She aims not only to confront us, but to incite a tempest." He rose, his gaze resolute. "Relay the orders. Initiate the Thunder Plan." "Boss, are you certain about deploying that?" Ing hesitated. "It is time." Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a dangerous arc. "Since she wishes to play a grand game, she must not fault me for showing no mercy." At that moment, a thunderclap split the night sky, illuminating the entire city's skyline. Under the flash of lightning, Shun Yifeng's figure appeared particularly austere. He gradually clenched his fists and murmured, "Yi Qing, you believe you have everything under control, but alas, you have forgotten. I, Shun Yifeng, have never been a lamb to the slaughter." At that moment, Lin Howren's communication was abruptly severed. Shun Yifeng's expression darkened. "What is happening?" The shadow, quickly manipulating the controls, also changed countenance. "The signal has been jammed." But the last image transmitted shows a partially opened iron door, faintly revealing a woman in sunglasses. She holds a mobile phone, facing the camera, and gently raises a finger in a gesture of farewell. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. "Yizving." He abruptly rose, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. You cannot escape. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck again, illuminating the entire city. Meanwhile, in a distant high-rise, a woman gazed quietly out the window, a cold smile curling at her lips. The game has only just begun, Mr. Shun. Chapter 26. The Tycoon's Compromise. Shun Yifeng stood in the command center atop the Shadow Pavilion, his gaze sharp as it swept across the incessantly fluctuating data streams on the screen. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the rain obscured the distant horizon, as if the entire world were engulfed by the tempest. How long has Lin Howren been uncontactable? He asked softly. 17 minutes, came the voice from the headset. The last image transmitted before the signal was jammed, displayed Yi Qing. Shun Yifeng's lips twitched slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. She has finally taken action herself. Just then, the encrypted communication terminal on the console suddenly illuminated, a strange number flashing on the screen. The Shadow swiftly accessed the data tracking interface. The other party is using a temporary satellite channel, unable to trace. Shun Yifeng remained silent for a moment before slowly pressing the answer button. Mr. Shun, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. A deep and calm male voice stated from the other end. I am Zhou Mingyuan, representative of Zhao Hong Tu. Shun Yifeng's gaze sharpened. Haven't you already met your demise? The outcome is still uncertain, the other replied, maintaining an even tone. We're willing to sit down and discuss. Shun Yifeng scoffed. Discuss what? How you conspired to imprison me, or how you devoured 3 years of my life. Let us discuss cooperation. Zhou Mingyuan paused. Or perhaps how you could utterly destroy us. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the table. You are quite candid. Because the current situation is beyond our control, Zhou Mingyuan lowered his voice. Mr. Shun, we all know that the true force behind your downfall is not President Zhao, but that woman. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. Yi Qing. Indeed, Zhou Mingyuan took a deep breath. Her influence runs deeper than you can imagine, and she is backed by even greater power. Shun Yifeng remained silent, simply listening. If you continue to pursue her, not only we, but you too may be drawn into an irretrievable war, Zhou Mingyuan stated earnestly. Thus, we suggest a reconciliation. We can offer funds, technology, resources, and even assist you in investigating Yi Qing's background. Shun Yifeng chuckled softly. That sounds quite tempting. This is not temptation, Zhou Mingyuan asserted firmly. This is damage control. Shun Yifeng fell into silence for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, I will be awaiting you at the Zhongli Xian Club. The call ended. Ing gazed at him, hesitating to speak. Are you doubting whether they are deceitful? Shun Yifeng was the first to voice his thoughts. Of course, Ing nodded, acknowledging that proposing reconciliation at this juncture was rather unusual. It is precisely because of this anomaly that it merits my attention. Shun Yifeng stood and gazed out the night sky, reflecting, they do not fear me. They fear Yi Qing. The next afternoon, within the confines of Zhongli Xian's private club, beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, a long table was flanked by Shun Yifeng and Zhou Mingyuan along with his entourage. Zhou Mingyuan, clad in a formal suit, bore a solemn expression, flanked by 2 senior lawyers and a financial consultant. Mr. Shun, Zhou Mingyuan began. This is the draft of our proposed cooperation agreement. Shun Yifeng accepted the document, casually flipping through a few pages, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. A mere 10 billion in compensation? Are you insulting my intelligence? Zhou Mingyuan's expression remained unchanged. This is merely a preliminary proposal. The specifics can be negotiated. Very well. Shun Yifeng set the document down, clasping his hands together on the table. Let us engage in discussion. The negotiations commenced in earnest. Throughout the process, Shun Yifeng maintained a demeanor of utmost composure, expertly countering each term presented by the opposing side, unflinchingly pointing out flaws and unreasonable stipulations. Do you think I would still be as naive as I was 3 years ago? Shun Yifeng scoffed. I can accept reconciliation, but on the condition that I acquire 35% of your shares, along with permanent usage rights to a series of core technologies. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Zhou Mingyuan's countenance shifted. That is impossible. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Shen Yifeng resolutely closed the document and began to rise. Wait. Zhou Mingyuan gritted his teeth. We can at most concede 20% of the shares. Shen Yifeng paused, turning to face him. 30% plus the research team for the Tiangong project. You are insane. The financial consultant could not help but exclaim. I am quite lucid. Shen Yifeng replied calmly. You are more acutely aware of your current predicament than I am. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Mingyuan finally nodded slowly, agreed. Shen Yifeng resumed his seat and picked up a pen, signing his name on the contract. This moment signified Shen Yifeng's formal acquisition of a portion of the core assets of the Zhao Hongtu Group, further expanding his commercial empire. Following the signing ceremony, Lin Hauren finally re-established contact. Boss, I am fine, he stated in the communication, but I have uncovered something peculiar. What is it? The individuals we apprehended at the factory are not Zhao Hongtu's subordinates. Lin Hauren's tone turned grave. They belong to the Shadow Legion. And someone has provided them with precise intelligence, knowing we would come. Shen Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly. So, it follows that Zhao Hongtu's side has also been infiltrated? It is highly likely, Lin Hauren added, and seems Yi Qing does not entirely trust Zhao Hongtu. Shen Yifeng scoffed. She has never trusted anyone. At that moment, Ing relayed the latest intelligence. Boss, I have traced a flow of offshore funds originating from a company called Obsidian Capital, registered in the Cayman Islands. Obsidian Capital? Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. I have not heard of this name. That is quite normal. The company, having been established for less than a year, astonishingly boasts 3 publicly listed subsidiaries with total assets exceeding $50 billion. Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he mused. It appears that Yi Qing's backing is far more complex than merely Zhao Hongtu. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing out at the city lights. Since you wish to play on a grand scale, he murmured softly, do not blame me for overturning the table. That evening, Shen Yifeng convened an urgent meeting. I intend to publicly disclose evidence of Su Wanru's betrayal, he stated forthrightly. The room fell silent in shock. Boss, wouldn't such a move be excessively reckless? Ing interjected. Although she has been contained, remnants of her old alliances still support her. Precisely because she retains influence, I must proceed, Shen Yifeng asserted with unwavering resolve. I aim to make her a cautionary tale for all traitors. Lin Hauren nodded in agreement. She must be made to pay for her actions. Then it is settled. Shen Yifeng decreed. We will release the information simultaneously worldwide at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The following morning, major media outlets erupted with headlines. Shen Yifeng reveals the truth behind his wife's betrayal. 3 years of deceit as a pawn for others, Su Wanru's secret communications exposed. Personally delivered her husband to prison, the downfall of a high society woman. Money, power, and betrayal. Public opinion surged, transforming the once glamorous socialite into a pariah loathed by all. Meanwhile, Su Wanru, confined within an underground interrogation room, collapsed to the floor, her eyes vacant. She finally comprehended that she had not only lost her life, but also the last vestige of her dignity. In the dead of night, Shen Yifeng stood alone on the balcony of Zhong Lishuan's clubhouse, a glass of red wine cradled in his hand. Do you truly intend to spare Zhao Hongtu? Zhong Lishuan queried, having silently appeared behind him. Shen Yifeng chuckled lightly. I have never intended to spare anyone. Then why agree to a settlement? Shen Yifeng turned to regard him, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes, because I require them to remain alive to pave the way for me. Zhong Lishuan nodded thoughtfully. What do you believe Yi Qing's next move will be? He inquired. Shen Yifeng sipped his wine, his gaze drifting into the distant darkness. I do not know, he replied, but I wager she will not disappoint us. In the distance, a flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the entire city. High above, in a towering building, a woman wearing sunglasses quietly surveyed the world outside. A subtle smile graced her lips as she dialed an unknown number. It is time for the game to escalate. Chapter 27. Internal conflict in the meeting room. The atmosphere was as frigid as ice. Shen Yifeng stood at the head of the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals. Lin Hauren sat to his left, his complexion ashen. Ing stood behind him, brow furrowed, clearly sensing an unsettling tension. The Zhao Hongtu group has officially signed the agreement, Shen Yifeng began, his voice low and composed. Our next focus is to integrate resources and solidify our business strategy. No sooner had he spoken than a derisive laugh echoed from the right side of the room. Solidify? A middle-aged man rose to his feet, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, yet wearing an expression tinged with disdain. Boss, by sparing Zhao Hongtu, we have inadvertently granted them the opportunity for a resurgence. Are you being too lenient? This was Wang Ziyuan, the financial director of Inga, once one of Shen Yifeng's most trusted confidants before his incarceration. However, now his tone was laced with skepticism and discontent. I comprehend your concerns, Shen Yifeng replied, his demeanor calm as he smiled faintly. But you must understand, Zhao Hongtu is merely a toothless dog now, incapable of inflicting harm. Our aim is not to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but rather to leverage the chicken for profit. Leverage the chicken for profit? Wang Ziyuan scoffed. We may end up with the chicken flying and the eggs broken. The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Lin Howard could no longer restrain himself. Boss, I too find this venture somewhat perilous. We could seize the moment and completely eradicate Zhao Hongtu rather than leaving him as a ticking time bomb. Shen Yifeng slowly lifted his gaze towards Lin Howard. Do you trust me? Lin Howard was taken aback, opening his mouth yet failing to articulate a response. If you still trust me, then do not question the rationale. Shen Yifeng continued, his tone steady. If your faith has waned, you are free to depart at any moment. These words plunged the room into silence. Wang Ziyuan's expression shifted, and he returned to his seat, refraining from further comment. Lin Howard inhaled deeply, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Shen Yifeng then resumed. Yi Qing has yet to act. She is undoubtedly awaiting our internal discord. Zhao Hongtu is but a pawn. Our true adversary lurks in the shadows. Our current objective is to maintain our ground and concentrate our efforts against He Yao Capital. Ying interjected at a timely moment. I have uncovered that He Yao Capital has recently been active. Its subsidiaries are quietly acquiring shares in one of our marginal tech firms. As expected, Shen Yifeng's gaze hardened. They intend to dismantle us from an economic standpoint. Should we not intervene? Lin Howard inquired. Not yet, Shen Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Let them play their game for now. Wang Ziyuan frowned once more. Boss, might this be too passive? The premise of a proactive stance is to know oneself and one's adversary, Shen Yifeng remarked. Do you now comprehend their hand? Wang Ziyuan fell silent. After the meeting concluded, the attendees departed one by one, leaving only Lin Howard behind. Boss, I truly do not understand, he murmured. You have never hesitated in your decisions before. Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. I am not hesitating. I am strategizing. Lin Howard scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly stating, do you recall what transpired 3 years ago? You once said that the more arrogant the enemy, the swifter their demise. I remember, Shen Yifeng nodded, but the circumstances have changed. We are not merely contending with Zhao Hongtu or Su Wanru, but with the entire turbulent battlefield of the business world. Lin Howard sighed. I merely fear you may repeat past mistakes. Shen Yifeng gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured. This time, I shall not allow anyone the chance to betray me. Meanwhile, Ying discovered an anomalous information flow within the back-end monitoring system. Boss, she swiftly pulled up the data interface. An internal meeting record has just been encrypted and uploaded with the target overseas. Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy. Investigate who is responsible. We're already tracing it, she replied. The shadow swiftly manipulated the keyboard, yet the other party remained cautious, employing multiple jump proxies, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the source in a short span of time. Keep a close watch. Shen Yifeng's tone was icy. I demand to know who is stabbing me in the back. The shadow nodded in comprehension. At that moment, Lin Howard received an anonymous message. Do not trust Shen Yifeng too much. He has already been influenced by Zhong Lishuan. Lin Howard furrowed his brow, poised to respond, only to discover the number had been deactivated. He glanced at Shen Yifeng, words unspoken. Sensing something amiss, Shen Yifeng inquired lightly, what is it? Nothing. Lin Howard shook his head. It might just be spam. Shen Yifeng did not press further, merely casting him a knowing look. Meanwhile, Su Qingyin posted a status on her social media. My tears are precious, not to be shed lightly. A battlefield for men, one I am unworthy to partake in. 3 years hence, when we meet again, you will still be as ruthless, yet my heart cannot help but ache for you. The comments section erupted. Qingyin, fear not. Brother Yifeng will surely protect you. Brother Yifeng is incredible. Scandalous women should exit the elite circle. Sister, you are the true heiress. Do not let these trivial matters affect your health. Su Qingyin gazed at her phone screen, her expression complex. Ultimately, she lacked the courage to privately message Shen Yifeng. In the stillness of the night, within an office, a man donning a cap was typing away at his computer screen. Shen Yifeng has decided to remain passive and will not take further action against Zhao Hongtu for the time being. He suspects a leak and has begun to enhance internal surveillance. It is advised to postpone the next phase of the plan and await further instructions. After successfully sending the message, he removed his cap, revealing a familiar face, the seemingly loyal assistant, Li Chun. He closed his laptop, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The game has only just begun. The following morning, Shen Yifeng stood by the window, cradling a cup of hot coffee. The city had yet to fully awaken. The streets quiet and desolate. Boss, the shadow, entered, presenting a document. We have identified the source of last night's information. It was Li Chun. Shen Yifeng accepted the document. Flipping through its pages, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Summon him. The shadow nodded and departed. Moments later, Li Chun appeared at the door. A hint of barely concealed panic on his face. Did you call for me, boss? Shen Yifeng did not meet his eyes, merely stating, Do you know what I despise the most? Li Chun swallowed hard. Betrayal. Very well. Shen Yifeng finally lifted his gaze, locking eyes with him. Now tell me, why did you betray me? Li Chun's complexion drained of color. In the next instant, 2 bodyguards burst in, firmly restraining him. Take him away, Shen Yifeng commanded coldly. Li Chun struggled, shouting, Shen Yifeng, do you think you have one? You have no idea who you are opposing. Shen Yifeng continued to regard him calmly, as if observing a dying insect in its last throes. I know exactly who I am opposing, he replied softly. I am merely not yet prepared to reel in the net. At the moment the door closed, Shen Yifeng picked up his phone and dialed number. Zhong Lishuan. I believe we need to have a conversation. Chapter 28 New Opportunities upon the call connecting. Shen Yifeng spoke with a calm demeanor. Zhong Lishuan. I believe we need to converse. The other party remained silent for a moment before responding in a deep and steady tone. Understood. Meet me at our usual place. After hanging up, Shen Yifeng uttered not a single word more, donning his coat and heading outside. Lin Howard immediately rose. I will accompany you. No need, Shen Yifeng replied, casting a glance at him. What you need to focus on now is monitoring the internal personnel changes within Shadow Pavilion. I require a cohesive team, not a fragmented one. Lin Howard gritted his teeth in acknowledgement, yet could not refrain from asking. The matter concerning Li Chun is not resolved, is it? Certainly not. A cold smirk crept onto Shen Yifeng's lips. This is merely the beginning. Stepping out of the office, the night remained dense. The city lights flickered in the cold wind, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. In the underground 3rd level of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, a secret chamber quietly illuminated. The morning sun filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting light into the conference room, where remnants of last night's tension lingered in the air. Shen Yifeng stood before the conference table, his sharp gaze sweeping over the attendees. Following the resolution of the Li Chun incident, he had commanded a thorough cleansing of the Shadow Pavilion, relocating all suspicious personnel and upgrading the core intelligence system's encryption. From today onwards, all must sign a confidentiality agreement. Violators will face dire consequences. His words fell, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Wang Ziyuan sat in the corner, his expression complex, no longer daring to voice doubts as he had the day prior. Lin Howard observed the scene, understanding that Shen Yifeng was no longer the easily swayed individual he once was. Boss, Ing approached, presenting a document. I have just received crucial intelligence. Shen Yifeng took the document and, upon opening it, his gaze sharpened instantly. Energy Conversion Technology Patent? He whispered, reading the project name. Precisely, Ing nodded. This is a groundbreaking technology developed by a secret overseas laboratory, purportedly capable of converting ordinary energy into high-purity clean energy with an efficiency exceeding 95. Currently, only 3 institutions globally possess similar technical documentation. There has been movement in the capital markets, she continued. Obsidian Capital has already made clandestine contact with the sellers, preparing to seize the opportunity. Shen Yifeng chuckled. They're indeed swift in their actions. Lin Howard furrowed his brow. Boss, our financial chain has only just been consolidated. Would it not be too perilous to intervene at this juncture? Risk and opportunity have always coexisted. Shen Yifeng rose and walked to the window. If we secure this project, we can bypass intermediary steps and directly control the core nodes of the entire energy technology industry chain. This is not a gamble. It is a battle we must win. He turned to face everyone, his tone resolute. Everyone, heed my command. Immediately form a special task force. Fund allocation, legal compliance, and public relations strategies must proceed in tandem. I intend to turn this bidding war into our home ground within 48 hours. Lin Howard inhaled deeply, finally nodding understood. Wang Ziyuan also uncharacteristically spoke up. We will fully cooperate on our end. Shen Yifeng smiled slightly, his expression concealing an unstoppable edge. Excellent. Remember, this time we're not merely vying for a project. We are here to announce to the entire business world that Shen Yifeng has returned. In the late hours of the night, the makeshift operations room of the Shadow Pavilion was ablaze with light. The large screen displayed the real-time valuation curves of similar technologies worldwide. As the Chaos Divine Insights system analyzed data models at an astonishing rate of 10 million interpretations per second. Boss, Ing pointed to the trends on the screen. According to the analysis from the Chaos Divine Insight, this technology is poised to generate at least 300 billion in market potential over the next 3 years. Moreover, as global carbon emission standards tighten, policy benefits will gradually be released. In other words, this is a lucrative opportunity. Lin Howard stroked his chin, lamenting that everyone seemed eager to take a bite. Shen Yifeng gently tapped the table. Then let us see whose hand is quicker. At that moment, the voice of the residual soul of the deity echoed in his mind. Be cautious, lad. The waters behind the buyers are deeper than you might imagine. I have already sensed it. Shen Yifeng silently replied, but since they wish to play, I shall accompany them to the end. Beware of foreign forces meddling behind Obsidian Capital. Warn the deity's residual soul. Their ambitions extend beyond this project. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy. I understand. Yet they will not anticipate that I will defeat them using their own rules. The next day at noon, the bidding conference unfolded in the city's most prestigious financial skyscraper. Dressed in a black suit, Shen Yifeng strode confidently into the venue, followed closely by Lin Howard, and a distinguished negotiation team. The representatives of various financial consortiums were already present, with Obsidian Capital's representative notably among them. Mr. Shun, I didn't expect to see you here, the representative from Obsidian Capital greeted with a smile that barely concealed his disdain. I merely came to enjoy the spectacle. Shen Yifeng replied with a casual smile, his tone reminiscent of one attending an afternoon tea rather than vying for a project. The representative's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Well, I hope you have a delightful time. As the auction commenced, prices soared rapidly. Just when everyone anticipated a fierce competition, Shen Yifeng abruptly raised his paddle. 20 billion for exclusive agency rights. The room erupted in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? This technology is worth at most 150 billion. Someone exclaimed. The representative from Obsidian Capital was equally taken aback, clearly unprepared for Shen Yifeng's audacious gamble. Ing whispered, Boss, as per the plan, we could raise it to 180 billion. Yet, Shen Yifeng shook his head. No need. We have already won. Indeed, within a mere minute, the other bidders began to withdraw, and ultimately, the host announced, Congratulations to Mr. Shun, who secures the exclusive agency rights to the energy conversion technology patent for 200 billion. Thunderous applause erupted, laced with shock and reverence. Lin Howard excitedly patted Shen Yifeng on the shoulder. Well done. However, Shen Yifeng displayed little joy instead furrowing his brow as he observed the representative from Obsidian Capital. Despite their outward composure, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes. "They will not relent," Lin Howard murmured. "Of course not," Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smirk. "But this is merely the beginning." Upon returning to the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, Shen Yifeng promptly convened a celebration. Amidst the clinking of glasses and lively banter, no one dared to truly relax. After the banquet concluded, Shen Yifeng returned to his office alone. As he entered, his phone vibrated with a message from Zhong Lishuan. "Be cautious. Someone is watching you." Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his fingers gliding slowly across the screen. He chose not to reply, but directly dialed Ying's number. "Ying, enhance the external surveillance. I want to know who is observing us from the shadows." "Understood," came Ying's immediate response. Shen Yifeng hung up the phone and gazed out at the night sky. He was aware that this game had only just begun, and this time, he would not grant anyone the opportunity to betray him. In the next moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Boss!" Ying burst in, his expression grave. "We have detected a set of unfamiliar signals tracking your movements." Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. "Excellent. Let them continue." He turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Let them witness how a true hunter retaliates." Ying nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yifeng approached his desk, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. A familiar yet enigmatic voice resonated on the other end. "I hear you've been monitoring me closely," Shen Yifeng stated calmly. The other party remained silent for a few seconds before a deep voice replied, "Shen Yifeng, do you truly believe you can control everything?" Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then tell me, who is in control? Me or you?" Chapter 29. The Alliance of Rivals at the headquarters of Inge. The clock struck 2 in the morning. Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a glass of chilled whiskey in hand, his demeanor as cold and sharp as a knife. He had just ended a call with the mysterious figure, and the air still bore the remnants of tension. "Let them continue," he murmured, almost as if to himself, yet also proclaiming it to the world. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Ying entered, his expression somber. "Boss, we have traced the source of that signal." Shen Yifeng did not turn around, but gently swirled the liquor in his glass, speaking softly, "Speak." "The signal originates from a company called Tianyu Technology, ostensibly engaged in data analysis, but backed by Zhao Hongtu's investment." Ying placed an encrypted document on the table. "More critically, this company has maintained frequent contact with Yao Capital over the past 3 months, with unusually high financial transactions." Finally, Shen Yifeng turned, his gaze landing on the document, a slight smirk forming on his lips. It seemed Zhao Hongtu can no longer remain idle. Lin Howard entered, his expression troubled. "I just received news that Zhao Hongtu convened a group of your former adversaries last night at a private club in the eastern part of the city." "Oh." Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Who attended?" "Zhao Hongtu, Su Wanru, Li Chun from the Li Group, and several small business owners who were previously absorbed by us." Lin Howard replied through gritted teeth. "They have formed a so-called rivals alliance, with the objective of completely bringing you down." Shen Yifeng chuckled lightly. "They sound like a frightened rabble." "Do not underestimate them," Lin Howard asserted seriously. "Although they may not possess many cards individually, united and with the financial backing of Yao Capital, they can indeed stir some waves." "Waves?" Shen Yifeng sipped from his glass. "I actually hope they can create a tempest." Ying furrowed his brow. "Boss, are you not worried?" "Worried?" Shen Yifeng set down his wine glass, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated their emergence. "A horde of mice lurking in the shadows is far more manageable than an unseen viper." Lin Howard observed him, suddenly realizing that this once gentle brother had now transformed into a cold-blooded hunter. "What shall we do next?" Ying inquired. "Remain still," Shen Yifeng replied nonchalantly. "Let their alliance expand. When they believe themselves invincible, we shall pierce their hearts with a single strike." The following morning, the Shadow Pavilion entered a state of heightened alert. Shen Yifeng personally commanded the initiation of the Storm Shield Plan, sealing all financial data, cutting off all external funding channels, and notifying the public relations team to be prepared for any unforeseen public sentiment crises. Simultaneously, the Chaos Divine Insight system began to operate at full speed. monitoring market trends and the financial movements of alliance members in real time. Boss, we have discovered several accounts heavily shorting assets under the Shin Group. Ing pointed at the screen in the operations room. Moreover, these accounts are meticulously disguised, indicating organized activity. Shen Yifeng squinted at the data stream on the screen, realizing they aimed to catch us off guard from a financial standpoint. Should we retaliate? Lin Howard asked. Not yet. Shen Yifeng shook his head. Let them play for a while. Let's see what tricks they can conjure. But trust me, he interrupted Lin Howard. The true war is never declared openly. Lin Howard opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded. He understood that Shen Yifeng never acted without purpose. In the dead of night, at Zhong Lishuan's secret stronghold, Shen Yifeng entered clad in a black trench coat. The dim light cast a warm glow, and a faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air. You have arrived, Zhong Lishuan said from his seat, his tone calm. You knew they would join forces long ago, didn't you? Shen Yifeng took a seat, his gaze piercing. I have my suspicions, Zhong Lishuan replied as he lifted his teacup. However, the depths of the waters behind them run deeper than you might think. Foreign forces? Shen Yifeng inquired. Indeed, Zhong Lishuan affirmed. Behind Black Obsidian Capital lies an overseas entity known as Blue Star Capital, which has been establishing its presence in Asia for years. Their intervention is not solely for you, but for control over the entire energy market. Shen Yifeng smirked. It seems my slice of the pie is quite delectable. More than merely delectable, Zhong Lishuan stated earnestly. You are the key to their entry into the Chinese market. If they take you down, they can pry open the gates to the entire industry. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Then let them come. Do you have a strategy? Zhong Lishuan asked. Of course. Shen Yifeng rose and walked to the window. You know what? The most formidable enemies are never the warriors charging at you head-on, but rather those allies whose loyalty wavers, ready to turn at any moment. Zhong Lishuan regarded him thoughtfully. You mean the alliance is not united? Indeed, Shen Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Hongtu desires to be the leader. Su Wanru seeks profit. Li Chun yearns for revenge, and the others are merely fence-sitters. A little incentive will soon have this ragtag group tearing itself apart. Having spoken, he turned to Zhong Lishuan. Help me contact someone. Whom? In the recently analyzed list from the Chaotic Divine Mirror, there exists an individual named Chun Ziyuan, who was originally a subordinate of Li Chun, but later came under the command of Zhao Hongtu. However, he harbors resentment towards Li Chun, believing that Zhao Hongtu has usurped his achievements. Zhong Lishuan chuckled. Are you considering persuading him to defect? Astute. Shen Yifeng nodded. Allow him to perceive a glimmer of hope, and then await the spectacle of infighting among them. Upon returning to the Shadow Pavilion, Shen Yifeng promptly convened a small-scale meeting. Disseminate the news that we are on the verge of securing an investment from Europe, amounting to no less than 500 billion, he commanded. But boss, isn't this false information? Ing inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is fabricated, Shen Yifeng replied with a slight smirk. Yet this is precisely the outcome I desire. Lin Howard swiftly grasped the implication. You intend to lead them to misjudge our strength, thereby inciting internal conflict? Precisely, Shen Yifeng affirmed. What Zhao Hongtu and his faction fear most is our genuine ascendance. Once they believe we have garnered external support, they will hasten their actions, and, at that moment, their internal discord will erupt. Sure enough, within 24 hours, divisions surfaced within the alliance. Some advocated for an immediate media assault, while others suggested a cautious observation of the situation, and a few discreetly reached out to the Shadow Pavilion in search of an escape route. Boss, Chen Ziyuan's associates contacted us clandestinely last night, Ing reported. He has agreed to provide certain internal documents of the alliance. Excellent. Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. This performance has merely begun. In the office, the phone suddenly rang. Shen Yifeng answered, and a raspy voice on the other end inquired, Shen Yifeng, do you believe you can control everything? Shen Yifeng slowly rose, walked to the window, and gazed at the city lights beneath the night sky, his tone unperturbed. Then tell me, are you the one controlling me, or am I the one controlling you? Chapter 30. Strategic Maneuvering. Shen Yifeng hung up the phone. The city lights outside continuing to sparkle as if nothing had transpired. Yet he was acutely aware that the true tempest was only beginning to brew. He turned slowly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Lin Howren, how are preparations on your end?" Lin Howren stepped forward, his expression grave. "I have reached out to several old acquaintances, and they are willing to lend their voices at a crucial moment. Once Zhao Hongtu takes action, we can retaliate." "Very well," Shen Yifeng nodded, "but not just yet." Ying, standing nearby, softly cautioned, "Boss, the alliance has already begun to fracture, but it is not yet at its most chaotic. Should we not stoke the flames?" Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Indeed, we must stoke the flames, and with fervent vigor." He approached the holographic projection in the center of the war room, revealing a flowchart of the alliance members' financial movements. Intersecting red lines formed an impenetrable web, with Zhao Hongtu and Su Wanru as the core nodes of this network. Zhao Hongtu aspires to become the leader, Su Wanru seeks profit, and Li Chun desires vengeance. Shen Yifeng articulated each point methodically. "Let us allow them to fight their own battles, steeped in mutual suspicion." Lin Howren furrowed his brow. "What do you imply?" "Disseminate the news," Shen Yifeng replied calmly. "That we are about to initiate the Starlink project, collaborating with European energy giants to construct Asia's largest new energy matrix." In an instant, Ying comprehended the intention behind the scheme. "You wish to lead Zhao Hongtu to mistakenly believe that we are set to monopolize the market entirely?" Indeed, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Yifeng's eyes. They would hastily take action, and soon enough, internal strife would ensue. The following morning, an explosive piece of news erupted within the financial circles. Shun Group to collaborate with European energy giants, launching a 50 billion level Starlink project. Major social media platforms were flooded with this information, firmly securing the top spot on trending lists. Certain media outlets released purported project documents, while so-called insiders leaked that Shen Yifeng had secretly flown to Switzerland for negotiations. The alliance was instantly thrown into chaos. Zhao Hongtu sat in his office, clutching his phone, his expression dark and foreboding. 50 billion? He ground his teeth in disbelief. It could not be true. Where would Shen Yifeng acquire such funds? Su Wanru leaned against the sofa, her face betraying no emotion. "Regardless of its authenticity, we must act immediately." Li Chun sneered coldly. "Why are you all so anxious? If he truly had the money, would we still be here?" "Let us not forget." Zhao Hongtu's gaze turned vicious. He had Zhong Lishuan by his side, and behind him loomed that mysterious system. If he had genuinely found a benefactor this time, the air became thick with tension as the four exchanged glances. Their mutual trust shattered. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyuan was engaged in clandestine communications. "I have obtained the recordings of the alliance meeting," he whispered in a secured channel. "Zhao Hongtu is orchestrating a media assault, intending to use forged evidence to tarnish your reputation and fabricate the illusion of Shun's financial collapse." Upon hearing this, Shen Yifeng merely smiled faintly, instructing him to continue. Ying, puzzled, inquired, "Are you not concerned?" "Concerned about what?" Shen Yifeng countered. "The more anxious they become, the quicker they will meet their demise." He promptly ordered that the recording be disseminated to others within the alliance, particularly those who waver. Ying understood and swiftly set to work. As anticipated, within half a day, severe divisions erupted within the alliance. Some advocated for a pause in the offensive, while others argued for a full-throttle approach. Furthermore, some discreetly reached out to Yinggu, attempting to secure an escape route for themselves. "Boss, there is an anonymous email." Ying presented a tablet, revealing a detailed financial report alongside a video segment. Shen Yifeng activated the video, and a masked man appeared, his voice raspy. "Shen Yifeng, do you believe you have triumphed? Blue Star Capital is on its way. Their objectives have never been confined to just you." The video abruptly ceased. Blue Star Capital. Shen Yifeng repeated the name softly, his gaze deepening. He understood that this conflict had transcended domestic boundaries. In the dead of night, within the upper conference room of Yinggu, Shen Yifeng stood solitary by the window, the chaotic divine mirror revolving slowly in his palm, emanating a ghostly blue light. "The energy fluctuations are unusual," he murmured. "Could it be an awakener?" Just then, a deep voice resonated from behind. "Are you waiting for me?" Shen Yifeng did not turn. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. You have finally arrived. Zhong Lishuan approached with measured steps, his black robe billowing gently in the wind. Behind Blue Star Capital lies an organization with the code name Gray Shadow, tasked with executing specialized missions on a global scale. Shen Yifeng turned around, locking his gaze onto him. In other words, they are not merely an ordinary consortium, but rather a form of military force. To be precise, they are a hybrid of retired special forces and a supernatural research institution. Zhong Lishuan's expression grew grave. They wield more formidable power than you can imagine. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Then let them come. Aren't you afraid? Zhong Lishuan raised an eyebrow. I only fear that they do not come. Shen Yifeng replied, his eyes sharp. The sooner they arrive, the swifter I shall deal with them. Zhong Lishuan regarded him, and after a lengthy pause, gently nodded. You have changed. No, Shen Yifeng said coolly. I have merely come to understand one truth. In this world, only by being sufficiently powerful can one seize control of their own destiny. Upon finishing his statement, he turned and walked towards the door. Boss, where are you going? Ing asked urgently. To meet someone. Shen Yifeng paused, glancing back at them. Someone who can utterly shatter Zhao Hongtu. He pushed open the door, the night wind lifting the edges of his garments as his silhouette vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, in a secret room at the Alliance headquarters, Zhao Hongtu slammed his fist onto the table in fury. Who leaked the meeting details? No one replied, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Suddenly, Su Wanru stood up. Her voice icy. Zhao, what do you propose we do next? Zhao Hongtu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Her lips curled slightly. Perhaps we could consider an alternative approach. Zhao Hongtu's pupils constricted. Are you implying betrayal? Su Wanru smiled faintly. Did I ever say that? I am merely here to profit. Whoever offers me the best deal, I shall align with. No sooner had she finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed from outside. An injured figure burst in, bloodied, exclaiming, It's bad. Chen Ziyuan is dead. The room fell into a chilling silence. Shen Yifeng, what game are you playing? Zhao Hongtu clenched his jaw, his fists cracking with tension. Just then his phone vibrated. A text notification chimed. You are not the first to wish me dead, nor will you be the last. Shen Yifeng. Chapter 31. The Alliance offensive. Shen Yifeng stood in the top-floor office of the Tiandu Tower, gazing out at the city lights at 3 in the morning. His fingers lightly tapped on the desk, his expression as profound as the night. Chen Ziyuan is dead, he murmured, his tone eerily calm. Ing stood beside him, presenting a freshly intercepted report. The cause of death was an accident, but the surveillance shows that the vehicle's steering wheel was deliberately locked before it plunged off the overpass. Lin Howren's fists were tightly clenched. Zhao Hongtu had indeed taken action. Shen Yifeng remained silent, slowly rising to his feet, and walked to the window. His gaze fixed on the direction of the Alliance headquarters, building on the other side of the city. Do they think this will make me retreat? A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let them witness what a true counterattack looks like. At that moment, the chaos divine mirror in his palm trembled slightly, a deep voice resonating in his mind. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. A non-human presence is approaching Tiandu. Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted, his heart foreboding that the Gray Shadow organization was indeed coming. However, he could not afford to dwell on this. For mere minutes later, the news headlines erupted. Shen Group's financial chain has collapsed. Internal employees are leaving en masse. Chen Ziyuan's letter reveals Shen Yifeng's dark dealings. Multiple partners are urgently terminating contracts. Shen Yifeng faces imminent bankruptcy. Each news item struck like daggers to Shen Yifeng's heart. This was merely the commencement of a comprehensive offensive by the Alliance. Well done. Su Wanru observed the trending topics on her phone, a slight smile gracing her lips. She sat in Zhao Hongtu's office, holding a glass of red wine, as if celebrating a victory. Yet Zhao Hongtu appeared far less at ease, his brow furrowed. There has been no response from Shen Yifeng. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Are you afraid? Su Wanru raised an eyebrow. He is merely a man who has been out of prison for 3 years. What storm could he possibly conjure? You do not understand, Zhao Hongtu replied coldly. He is unervingly calm, as if he has been preparing for this moment. Before he could finish, The secretary abruptly pushed the door open, her complexion pale. President Zhao. It's bad. The Shadow Pavilion is tracing our information sources in reverse. The heads of 3 media outlets have already been taken for questioning. Zhao Hongtu sprang to his feet. What? The secretary's voice trembled as she continued. Moreover, someone has discovered that several of Shun Yifeng's fund accounts are frantically accumulating capital, targeting the stock of our core member companies. Is he short-selling us? A flicker of alarm crossed Zhao Hongtu's eyes. Not short-selling, Su Wanru chuckled lightly. He is making a move to undermine us. The atmosphere instantly thickened. They finally realized they may have underestimated Shun Yifeng. He was not merely a passive victim. He was waiting for an opportunity to throw the entire alliance into disarray. Meanwhile, Shun Yifeng had convened the core members of the Shadow Pavilion in the operations room for an urgent meeting. The opposition is coming out in full force. We must prepare for the worst, he stated. Lin Hauer nodded. I have contacted several old clients, but they are merely observing. No one dares to take a stand. They need not take a stand, Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile. They only need to see the results. He activated the Chaos Oracle, the system interface flickering with red light, predicting enemy movement trajectory, anomaly wave intensity. Members of the Gray Shadow organization have entered Tiandu, expected to make contact with the target within 3 hours. This was fortuitous. Shun Yifeng's gaze turned icy. It was time to demonstrate the true might of the Shadow Pavilion. He turned to Ying and initiated the Shadow Plan. Ying nodded in affirmation. In the next instant, all the lights in the operations room extinguished, leaving only the central holographic projection illuminated, streams of data racing across the screen. This was the financial sniper network hidden by the Shadow Pavilion for years. Now, finally ready for action. Boss, the first target list from the Gray Shadow organization has been compiled, Ying reported in a hushed tone. Shun Yifeng took the tablet, glanced at it, and frowned slightly. They have set their sights on Lin Hauer, Zhong Lishuan, and my mother. His expression grew frigid. Very well. Let them first learn who the true prey is. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Oldly, are you ready on your end? A hoarse voice responded from the other end. I have been waiting for this very phrase. Let us proceed. Shun Yifeng's demeanor remained calm, conveying to them that the Shun family was not to be trifled with. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Lin Hauer and remarked that the next few days would keep him quite occupied. Lin Hauer grinned, finding this arrangement most agreeable. Meanwhile, Su Wanru received an anonymous email, the subject line consisting of a single word, countdown. Upon opening the attachment, she was confronted with a video. The footage revealed her private bank account balance diminishing at an alarming rate of 1 million per second, while several of her luxurious properties were shown to be seized. This was impossible. She sprang to her feet, her face drained of color. Immediately, she attempted to call Zhao Hongtu, but her calls went unanswered. In that moment, she truly comprehended that this game had never been within their control from the very beginning. In the dead of night, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Tiandu, 5 figures stealthily infiltrated the premises, clad in tactical gear and wielding specialized weapons. They were the vanguard team of the Gray Shadow organization, on a singular mission to eliminate Shun Yifeng. However, as they approached the target area, they discovered that others had been awaiting their arrival. Dozens of men in black surrounded them from all directions, their movements synchronized and precise, akin to a well-oiled machine. The leader removed his mask, revealing a stern visage. Welcome to Tiandu, he stated. You should not have come here. The next moment, gunfire erupted, staining the night with blood. Shun Yifeng stood atop the Tiandu building, gazing at the distant flames, a faint smile gracing his lips. The game had commenced. Just as he uttered these words, his phone vibrated. A new message appeared. Did you think you had one? The real war is only just beginning. Chapter 32. Discovering weaknesses, Shun Yifeng stood atop the Tiandu building, the night breeze lifting the hem of his black trench coat. The distant flames flickered between the buildings like a secret signal. He moved his lips slightly, remaining silent. Yet the curvature was colder than a smile. His phone vibrated, the sensation pressing against his palm. A message flashed on the screen. Did you think you had one? The real war is only just beginning. He stared at the words for several seconds, his gaze sharp as a blade slicing through glass. With a swipe of his finger, he forwarded the message to Shadow. Trace the source, he instructed. I need to know who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Shadow accepted the information with a nod, his footsteps heavy like those of a man trudging through concrete. He moved swiftly, his silhouette resembling a power line bent by the wind. Lin Howard leaned against the railing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit. How much longer do you think Zhao Hongtu can hold out? He inquired, his voice hoarse, as if shards of glass were lodged in his throat. Not much longer, Shun Yifeng replied, his tone as steady as a frozen lake. They believe that a war of public opinion and financial assaults can bring me to my knees, but they have forgotten. He paused, his fingertips grazing the edge of his phone, producing a faint scratching sound. I hold their lifeline in my hands. Before he could finish, footsteps approached from behind, slow and deliberate, as if treading on snow. Zhong Lishuan had arrived. How do you intend to utilize it? He asked. Shun Yifeng turned, his gaze piercing, concealing a sharp intensity. Yinfeng Capital is the financial hub of the alliance. He stated that overseas accounts are being used for money laundering, stock price manipulation, and illicit financing. Once I release this evidence, the alliance will implode from within. Zhong Lishuan chuckled, his laughter low and brief, reminiscent of a cold echo. You intend to drive them to the brink. Not merely to pressure them, Shun Yifeng's gaze darkened, but to compel them to leap into the abyss themselves. Lin Howard grinned, his smile forming an irregular arc. I relish this rhythm. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Pavilion's operations room, data streamed like a cascading waterfall, illuminating the screens with a bluish glow. Boss, we have breached the financial system of Yinfeng Capital. The voice of Shadow was calm, yet tinged with tension. The volume of data is substantial. But most alarming is their multitude of shell companies in Southeast Asia, involving hundreds of billions with ambiguous fund flows. Continue the deep dive, Shun Yifeng instructed, his fingers resting on the keyboard, knuckles slightly whitening as he organized all suspicious transaction chains, preparing to release them to the media in batches. Shadow nodded, continuing to strike the keys with such speed that his fingers were nearly a blur. Additionally, the Chaos Divine Mirror has just updated intelligence. The second batch of members from the Gray Shadow organization has arrived in Tiandu, with targets including your mother, the Lin family, and Zhong Lishuan. Shun Yifeng's gaze sharpened, as if his heart skipped a beat. It appears they wish to eradicate the roots. Lin Howard furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. What is your perspective? Their timing is impeccable. A cold smile crept onto Shun Yifeng's lips. Since they wished to play dirty, he would engage them to the fullest. He dialed old Lee's number, his tone crisp and decisive. Arrange personnel, prioritize the protection of my mother and the Lin family, while simultaneously setting up countertraps. This time, I shall make the Gray Shadow organization understand the meaning of reciprocity. After hanging up, he turned to Shadow. Initiate the second phase of the Shadow Plan. You will have complete command over the financial market. Understood, Shadow nodded, swiftly retrieving multiple financial models. I have pinpointed 3 key enterprises closely linked to the Alliance's core members. If we short their stocks and collaborate with media revelations, market panic will rapidly spread. Execute without hesitation. Shun Yifeng's tone was resolute. I intend for the entire Alliance to collapse like a row of dominoes. Meanwhile, in Zhao Hongtu's office, the air felt as though it had frozen. What is happening? Zhao Hongtu slammed the table, his face ashen, his temples throbbing. The secretary trembled as she reported, several of our primary accounts have been frozen, and 3 subsidiaries are under investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission for alleged stock price manipulation. Su Wanru sat nearby, half of her red wine spilled, the crimson liquid dripping from the rim of her glass onto the carpet, resembling blood. This is impossible, she shrieked. We clearly executed multiple disguises. How could we be discovered? Zhao Hongtu clenched his teeth, his expression dark as storm clouds before a tempest. It was Shun Yifeng's doing. Impossible. Su Wanru's eyes widened. He is already embroiled in a public relations crisis. How could he possibly retaliate? Do you think he is waiting for what? Zhao Hongtu hissed through clenched teeth. He is waiting for us to falter. He has been plotting, anticipating our descent into his carefully laid trap. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang suddenly. It was an anonymous email. The subject line contained only 2 words: weakness. Zhao Hongtu opened the attachment, revealing a comprehensive financial analysis report that meticulously outlined all their violations, even detailing the pathways of fund transfers with utmost clarity. He froze in shock. It was over. Su Wanru leaned closer to take a look, her complexion turning ashen in an instant. She finally realized that in this game, she had merely been a pawn from the very beginning, a sacrificial piece, easily expendable. At the same time, Shen Yifeng stood in the center of the operations room of the Shadow Pavilion, fixated on the data stream fluctuating across the large screen. The target location of the Gray Shadow organization had been confirmed. According to the intelligence report, the first squad had been completely annihilated, and the second squad was en route to the target area. Excellent. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yifeng's eyes. He intended to demonstrate the true meaning of a hunt. He picked up the intercom. "Oldly, are you prepared on your end? Everything has been set up," came the raspy voice from the intercom. "Just waiting for them to arrive." Comment action? With the command issued, several special forces teams stealthily mobilized, taking positions around various target zones. Meanwhile, in a concealed underground base, senior members of the Gray Shadow organization were communicating through a secure channel. The target has been locked. The second squad is about to carry out the elimination mission. Remember, leave no one alive around Shen Yifeng. Understood. The scene shifted to a villa area on the outskirts of Tiandu, where the night was dense and the wind howled. A shadow, silently infiltrated, moving with utmost secrecy. However, just as he was about to enter the main house, a crossbow bolt silently pierced his throat. The body slowly collapsed, blood dripping onto the lawn, glistening ominously. In quick succession, dozens of men in black surrounded him from all directions, their guns aimed. "Welcome to Tiandu." The leader of the black-clad men removed his mask. "Revealing un stern visage." "You should not have come." In the next moment, gunfire erupted, flames shooting into the sky. At this instant, Su Wanru received a new email. The content consisted of a single sentence. "Do you think you were the winner? In reality, you're the one who has lost the most." She trembled, her pupils dilating, as countless fragments flooded her mind. The night she betrayed Shen Yifeng, the scenes of her conspiring with Zhao Hongtu to seize assets. Every move she made to manipulate public opinion from behind the scenes. She finally understood that Shen Yifeng had already grasped everything. Now, he had merely chosen to let her witness her own downfall. "This husband is too formidable," she muttered to herself, her voice tinged with fear and despair. She abruptly stood up, intent on fleeing the city. Yet unbeknownst to her, 2 men in black suits were already standing at the door. They held identification and spoke in a frigid tone. "Miss Su, you have been formally summoned for questioning regarding suspected economic crimes." She froze in place, terror filling her eyes. Shen Yifeng stood atop the Tiandu Tower, surveying the entire city. Next, it would be Zhao Hongtu's turn. He murmured, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling intent to kill. Suddenly, the chaotic divine mirror trembled in his palm, and a deep voice resonated. High-energy fluctuations detected. Suspected signs of an awakened ability user. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. Yet before he could speak, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. "Do you know their true intention?" Zhong Lishuan stepped inside slowly, his gaze profound. "Speak," Shen Yifeng commanded, locking eyes with him. After a brief silence, Zhong Lishuan uttered, "They do not seek your life, but rather your abilities." Chapter 33. The counterattack begins leaning against the glass curtain wall on the top floor of the Tiandu building. Shen Yifeng gazed out at the city lights, resembling a slumbering sea of stars. He looked down at the chaotic divine mirror, which quivered slightly in his palm, and swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is your turn, Zhao Hongtu." As the words left his lips, a low hum emanated from the metallic surface, akin to the breath of an ancient machine awakening. High-energy fluctuations detected, suspected signs of an awakened ability user. He frowned, about to speak when footsteps echoed from the entrance. The rhythm was slow, yet exuded a palpable pressure. "Do you know their true intention?" Zhong Lishuan's voice resonated clearly in the spacious room. Shen Yifeng did not turn, simply replied, Speak. Zhong Lishuan paused for 2 seconds before approaching. It is not your life they seek, but your power. The air fell silent for a moment, and a flicker of dark light crossed Shun Yifeng's eyes, like a blade suddenly illuminated in the night. Elucidate. Zhong Lishuan did not respond, but walked to the window, tapping the glass lightly with his fingertips, gazing at the distant twinkling city lights. The Gray Shadow Organization is one of the ability hunters, specializing in tracking and capturing individuals endowed with extraordinary energy. He spoke with a steady tone, yet there was an unsettling calmness to his words. Their target has never been you as a person, but rather the power within you, the chaotic divine mirror. Shun Yifeng's pupils narrowed, and the metal in his palm trembled once more, as if resonating with his emotions. So, they intend to seize my abilities? Indeed, Zhong Lishuan affirmed. But they have underestimated you. Do you know why I have appeared at this moment? Because you have stepped into a much larger game. Shun Yifeng scoffed coldly, his knuckles grazing the chaotic divine mirror, feeling the surging energy within, akin to a beast trapped in confinement. It appears some individuals have grown impatient. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, old Li's voice mingling with faint electrical sounds. Boss, the Villa District has been secured. The second wave of gray shadows has been annihilated. The Lin family and your mother are unharmed. Excellent, Shun Yifeng replied with a cold smile. Let everyone maintain a state of high alert. Let them understand that playing tricks on my territory will cost them their lives. After the communication ended, he turned to Zhong Lishuan. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Zhong Lishuan met his gaze and slowly articulated. The gray shadows are merely an appetizer. The real catch lies ahead. He paused, his eyes deep as a well. Behind them stands an organization known as Black, which controls numerous global networks for ability transactions. Their ambition extends beyond you. They seek the entire world. Shun Yifeng's expression remained unyielding, yet his voice cut through the air like a blunt knife scraping against metal. Then let them come and try. Simultaneously, the data streams in the Shadow Pavilion's war room cascaded like a waterfall, with new intelligence incessantly flashing across the screens. Boss, the second phase of the Shadow Project has been fully initiated. According to Ingwe reports, we have successfully established short positions in 3 key enterprises and have released some evidence in collaboration with the media. The market has begun to panic. Continue to advance. Shun Yifeng spoke with a calm demeanor. I intend to bring Zhao Hongtu's capital empire crashing down within 3 days. Understood. Ing swiftly retrieved the financial model. I have arranged for the team to guide public opinion. Our next step will be to gradually expose the details of Yunfeng Capital's money laundering pathways, creating an even greater storm. A faint, cold smile played on Shun Yifeng's lips. Let everyone see who the true puppeteer is. In Zhao Hongtu's office, the telephone rang incessantly, yet no one answered. The secretary cautiously pushed the door open. Mr. Zhao, the Securities Regulatory Commission has just issued a notice announcing an investigation into Yunfeng Capital. Additionally, several partner banks have also suspended financial transactions. What? Zhao Hongtu abruptly stood up, his face turning pale. This is impossible. We have clearly employed multiple layers of camouflage. How could we be discovered? The secretary trembled as he handed over a document. This is an anonymous email detailing all our violations. Even the flow of funds and overseas accounts has been marked. Zhao Hongtu took the document, scanning it swiftly, and instantly froze. Shun Yifeng. He gritted his teeth. How on earth did you accomplish this? His phone vibrated, a news alert. The headline was striking. Yunfeng Capital suspected of money laundering. Involved amount exceeds 10 billion. The accompanying image was of Su Wanru smiling at a gala, now resembling a distorted mask. Get me in touch with Su Wanru. Have her come immediately. But the next moment, the secretary brought another message. Miss Su has already been taken away by the police. What? Zhao Hongtu could hardly believe his ears. She is suspected of economic crimes and has been formally summoned. Zhao Hongtu slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant, his lips trembling slightly. It's over. Everything is over. Meanwhile, at the other end, Su Wanru was being escorted away by 2 officers clad in black suits. Her makeup was disheveled, her eyes filled with terror and resentment. On what grounds are you arresting me? I am Shun Yifeng's wife. Formerly. One of them replied coldly, and from now on, you are suspected of participating in multiple economic crimes, including, but not limited to money laundering, misappropriation of public funds, and falsification of accounts. Su Wanru trembled all over as countless images flooded her mind. The night she betrayed Shun Yifeng, the scheming in the secret chamber with Zhao Hongtu to seize power. Every step of her behind-the-scenes manipulation of public opinion, spreading rumors. She finally understood that Shun Yifeng had already grasped everything. Now, he merely chose to let her witness her own destruction. This husband truly is not to be trifled with, she murmured, her voice laced with fear and despair. As the police car drove away, her figure vanished into the night. The financial market was engulfed in a colossal upheaval. As the information disseminated by Inga continued to ferment, several mainstream media outlets followed suit with reports, causing Yinfeng Capital's stock price to plummet, investors to frantically sell off, and the capital market to descend into chaos. Alliance members were thrown into disarray, some attempting to sever ties, while others even proactively provided evidence of Zhao Hongtu's crimes to the police in a bid for self-preservation. We concluded a meeting with one of our core members slumped at the conference table, his gaze vacant. This was not merely a business conflict. It was a massacre. In the suburban villa district of Tiandu, flames soared and gunfire erupted. Dozens of shadowy assassins infiltrated, only to be encircled by a special forces unit that had laid an ambush in advance. Targets confirmed, total annihilation. A hoarse voice crackled through the radio, oldly. Shun Yifeng stood in the monitoring room of the Shadow Pavilion, eyes fixed coldly on the images flickering across the screen. Let them know that those who dare to harm my associates shall pay dearly. Zhong Lishuan spoke again. Shun Yifeng, have you considered why the Chaos Divine Mirror has exhibited such anomalous fluctuations at this time? Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow. What do you mean? This indicates that someone is attempting to awaken a more powerful presence. Zhong Lishuan replied slowly, and you are the key. Shun Yifeng's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that my abilities are not merely a source of power, but also a means to unlock some form of ceiling? Zhong Lishuan did not respond. Instead, he gazed out at the night sky. The true storm has only just begun. Shun Yifeng clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Then let them come. He turned to the shadow. Proceed with the third phase of the plan. I intend to leave Zhao Hongtu with no opportunity for a comeback. Understood, the shadow nodded, swiftly retrieving the new operational blueprint. At that moment, the Chaos Divine Mirror trembled once more, a strange energy wave emanating from a distant direction. Shun Yifeng's eyes narrowed. They have arrived, he murmured softly, as if addressing himself, yet also proclaiming to the approaching adversaries. Prepare yourselves. The shadow nodded, promptly establishing defensive measures. Meanwhile, Zhong Lishuan slowly closed his eyes, seemingly in tune with some unseen force. This time, they would not merely send shadows. A cold smirk curled on Shun Yifeng's lips. Let them witness what a true counterattack looks like. In the next instant, the Chaos Divine Mirror erupted with an eerie radiance, as if something was awakening. In the distant sky, dark clouds churned ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. An unprecedented storm was drawing near. Chapter 34. An unexpected ally, a shadow crashed through the window, a dagger darting like a venomous serpent towards Shun Yifeng's throat. At the critical moment, the Chaos Divine Mirror suddenly blazed to life, a translucent barrier materializing around him, deflecting the lethal strike. Clang! The sound of metal colliding shattered the air. The assassin did not halt, leveraging his foot to spring forward, rolling to close the distance, and drawing a miniature syringe from his sleeve. Its needle shimmering with a ghostly blue light, aimed straight at Shun Yifeng's carotid artery, seeking death. Shun Yifeng's gaze turned icy. He stamped his right foot heavily upon the ground, instantly cracking the tiles beneath him. With a slight pivot to evade the fatal blow, his left hand formed a knife-like palm, accurately striking towards the assassin's wrist. A sharp crack resounded. The assassin's wrist shattered, the syringe flying from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air. Yet in the next heartbeat, the assassin's chest swelled unexpectedly, as if countless insects were crawling beneath his skin, his breath surging violently. withstanding the impact of the barrier. He is about to self-destruct. Zhong Lishuan's pupils constricted. A flash of light emerged from his sleeve, and a golden talisman shot forth, affixed to the assassin's chest. Seal the heavens and return to origin. The talisman instantly ignited, transforming into a cerulean flame that subdued the restless energy within the assassin. The assassin finally emitted a piercing scream, black blood frothing from his throat as he convulsed and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. The death warriors of the Gray Shadow Organization. Zhong Lishuan remarked coldly, well-trained and resolute, they would rather self-destruct than fail their mission. Shen Yifeng gazed intently at the twitching corpse on the ground, his expression grave. They did not come to kill me. They intend to capture me. Zhong Lishuan nodded. To the Gray Shadow Organization, individuals with special abilities are a resource more precious than gold. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom. News just arrived from Oldley. The enemies outside Lin Howard's manor have been completely annihilated. But it was not our people who did it. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Not your arrangement? No, the voice paused. It was an unfamiliar combat team. Their tactical style, remarkably professional, their equipment so advanced it seemed beyond what domestic forces could possess. They assisted us in completing the encirclement, ending the battle within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Lin Howard interjected. What kind of divine speed is this? Shen Yifeng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It appears someone does not wish for my demise. He picked up his phone, accessing the Chaos God's app to scan the residual energies on the battlefield. Suddenly, the app trembled slightly, and a message surfaced in his mind. Detected remnants of an ancient martial arts sect. Energy fluctuations originating from the Xinming sect. The Xinming sect? Shen Yifeng murmured. How could this long-extinct martial arts sect re-emerge at this juncture? Zhong Lishuan's expression shifted. If it truly is them, we are in deep trouble. Meanwhile, in Zhao Hongtu's office, the atmosphere was suffocating. His secretary rushed in, panic evident. Boss, the Securities Regulatory Commission has initiated an investigation into our company, and Interpol has begun to intervene as well. Zhao Hongtu staggered, nearly losing his balance. He attempted to contact other allies for assistance, only to find calls going unanswered. And even former confidants were proactively providing evidence of his crimes to the authorities. It's over, he murmured. Everything is finished. Outside, footsteps echoed urgently. Several men in suits entered, adorned with silver badges and icy gazes. Mr. Zhao, you are formally summoned for your suspected involvement in economic crimes, corporate espionage, and multiple criminal cases. Zhao Hongtu's eyes widened in shock, his lips quivering. Who are you? The National Security Bureau, Special Operations Group, the leading man replied coolly. Please cooperate. Zhao Hongtu slumped into his chair, despair etched across his face. Meanwhile, on the other end, Su Wanru was being escorted away from the villa area by 2 police officers. Clutching her phone tightly, the screen still displayed the anonymous message. You think you're the victor? In truth, you are the one who has lost the most. She trembled, her mind replaying the scenes from the past 3 years, the night of betrayal, the conspiratorial moments, every detail of manipulating public opinion and altering accounts. She finally comprehended that Shen Yifeng had long since mastered everything. And now, he merely chose to let her witness her own destruction. This husband is exceedingly difficult to provoke. She murmured, her voice tinged with fear and despair. As she was about to step into the car, a black sedan glided to a halt, the window descending to reveal a familiar visage. She was momentarily taken aback. Get in, the individual urged softly. After a fleeting hesitation, she ultimately complied and entered the vehicle. The door shut, and the car gradually departed from the scene. Meanwhile, atop the Tiandu building, Shen Yifeng continued to analyze the remnants of the battlefield information. This enigmatic reinforcement boasted combat capabilities far exceeding those of conventional special forces. He remarked to Zhong Lishuan that their tactical style and weaponry configuration clearly did not belong to any known military system. Zhong Lishuan pondered in silence for a moment. Perhaps they are mercenaries from a foreign land? No, Shen Yifeng countered with a shake of his head. They emanate the aura of ancient martial sects, yet seamlessly integrate modern technology. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. He gazed out at the city lights, his expression contemplative. The true game was only just beginning. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life once more. Report: residual enemy forces detected in the periphery, advancing towards Tiandu. A cold smile crept across Shun Yifeng's lips. Let them come. He turned and strode towards the elevator, while Zhong Lishuan sighed softly behind him. Be cautious. Remember, sometimes friends can be more formidable than foes. Shun Yifeng paused, glancing back at him. I am aware. The elevator doors began to close slowly. Just as the gap was about to close completely, a shadow darted past the end of the corridor. Who could that be? Shun Yifeng did not turn back. Chapter 35. Investigating Identities. Shun Yifeng stood in the command room on the top floor of the Tiandu building, the night outside as dark as ink. The city beneath the neon lights remained vibrant. Yet beneath this kaleidoscope of colors, turbulent undercurrents had long been simmering. His gaze was composed as he held a battered metal insignia, the sole clue extracted from the remains of the mysterious reinforcement. The surface of the badge bore a blurred totem, a mystical bird entwined around gears. He pressed the communicator. I want you to utilize all available resources to trace the origins of this unit. We're already investigating, came the response from Ing, but they seem to have appeared out of thin air. All traces of their movements have been meticulously erased. Even the surveillance footage appears to have been preemptively cleared. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. They did not come to kill me, but to save you? Ying's tone was tinged with uncertainty. No. Shun Yifeng shook his head. They have come to observe me. He gradually activated the chaotic divine eye, a faint glow circulating in his palm, which then projected a complex stream of data. He closed his eyes in concentration, attuning himself to the residual energies of the battlefield. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. The energy fluctuations mingling modern technology with ancient martial vitality were not something mere mercenaries could achieve. Zhong Lishuan's expression sharpened. Indeed, it must be the Xianming sect. What else do you know? Shun Yifeng turned to face him. After a brief silence, Zhong Lishuan spoke slowly. The Xianming sect was once the foremost martial sect a century ago, possessing a long-lost secret technique that merges the human meridians with mechanical devices, allowing practitioners to wield the inner strength of ancient martial artists alongside the destructive power of modern weaponry. It sounds like a super soldier from a science fiction film. Lin Howard interjected. More terrifying than that. Zhong Lishuan murmured, recalling the sudden disappearance of the Xianming sect, which left the martial world devoid of any trace. Some speculated that they had met with extermination, while others suggested they had fled overseas to establish their own domain. It was unexpected to discover that they were still alive, hidden right among us. Shun Yifeng's gaze deepened. They're coming for me. Or rather, Zhong Lishuan interjected, they seek the extraordinary abilities within you. The Shadow Organization desires your power, and the Xianming sect may wish to replicate it. A silence enveloped the air for a few moments. So, this is an experiment. Shun Yifeng scoffed coldly. Someone is testing me to ascertain my worthiness for their intervention. Lin Howard suddenly spoke up. They're waiting for you to grow sufficiently strong before they make their formal appearance. Shun Yifeng remained silent, merely lifting his gaze towards the luminous cityscape outside. The true game was only just commencing, and in this intricate contest, he was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. Shadow, continue the investigation, he commanded quietly. I wish to uncover every detail about this squad. Even the minutest strand of hair must be brought to light. Understood. Shadow paused before concluding the call. There's one more thing. Su Wanru has gone missing. Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted. What occurred? During her transport, the police vehicle was suddenly subjected to an unknown electromagnetic interference, incapacitating all surveillance along the route. By the time the signal was restored, she had vanished. Shun Yifeng's expression darkened. What about Zhao Hongtu? He has already been taken by the National Security Bureau and is currently undergoing interrogation, but he remains tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Shun Yifeng chuckled softly. He thinks he can rely on someone else? Perhaps on others. Zhong Lishuan observed meaningfully. Shun Yifeng chose not to respond, but instead pulled up the last surveillance footage. In the recording, Su Wanru was seen being escorted to a vehicle, which then departed the scene. Yet, Just as the vehicle turned the corner, the image flickered momentarily, revealing a shadowy figure in the passenger seat. Shun Yifeng's pupils narrowed sharply. That person he recognized. I never anticipated he would return, Shun Yifeng murmured, his tone low. Who? Lin Howard inquired. Shun Yifeng did not answer, his icy gaze fixed on the screen. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground base, Su Wanru was thrust into a dimly lit room, where a man clad in black tactical attire sat before her. His features were obscured, save for a pair of eyes glinting with chilling intensity. Why did you save me? Her voice trembled. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a long-absent yet fearsome visage. Because you are not yet meant to die, he replied coolly at least. Not until the mission is accomplished. What mission? Suwanros Waluthharth. The man stood and approached the window, gazing out over the distant city of Tiandu. A cold smile curling his lips. To hunt down Shun Yifeng. Found it. The voice of Shadow rang out once more, tinged with excitement. We discovered a temporary supply point in the abandoned industrial area on the outskirts. Though it has been cleared, we managed to extract some biological remnants. Send them for lab analysis, Shun Yifeng ordered immediately. Additionally, deploy drones to scan the entire region. I want to know what transpired there. Received. Shun Yifeng ended the communication and turned to Zhong Lishuan. Do you believe the recent appearance of the Xianming sect is merely an isolated incident, or part of a larger scheme? Zhong Lishuan pondered for a moment before responding slowly. If they truly have mastered the technology of spiritual machinery integration, it indicates that they have been secretly developing their capabilities, possibly infiltrating certain critical departments of the state. Lin Howard furrowed his brow. This means the adversary we face may not just be an ancient martial arts sect, but a clandestine organization supported by modern technology. Precisely, Shun Yifeng nodded. And their ambitions likely extend beyond mere power. He paused, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. It is control. The three fell silent, an invisible pressure permeating the air. Lin Howard, Shun Yifeng suddenly spoke. I am here. You were right. Shun Yifeng gazed at him. The enemy is not merely growing stronger. Rather, I have reached a point where they are willing to act personally. Lin Howard nodded. So how do you plan to respond? A faint smile curled at the corner of Shun Yifeng's lips, revealing a cold sneer. Let them witness what true power entails. Alone, Shun Yifeng stood at the edge of the rooftop, the night wind howling, tousling his garments. He glanced down at the metallic badge in his hand, the pattern of the mystical bird seemingly glowing faintly in the darkness. You wish to see how strong I am? He murmured. Very well, then let your eyes bear witness. With a sudden squeeze, the badge shattered into powder in his palm, scattering with the wind. In the distance, a shadow silently emerged on the opposite side of the rooftop. The next instant, a sharp buzzing sound erupted in the air. Shun Yifeng whipped around just in time to see a pitch-black crossbow bolt hurtling towards his chest with incredible speed. He swiftly evaded, the arrow grazing his shoulder before embedding itself deeply into the concrete, its tail still quivering. Here they come. Shun Yifeng smirked coldly. Let me see who you truly are. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the darkness, two shadows intertwined, fists slicing through the air, energy surging as the entire rooftop seemed to tremble. Meanwhile, in a nearby surveillance room, Zhong Lishuan watched the combat unfold on the screen and sighed softly. The true storm is finally upon us. Shun Yifeng's fist struck heavily, colliding with his opponent's chest, sending the individual hurtling backward, shattering the railing as he plummeted down. Yet, midair, the figure bizarrely twisted, transforming into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the night. Shun Yifeng stood still, his gaze icy. Shadow clones are not something ordinary individuals can achieve. He slowly retracted his fist and turned towards the stairwell. Just as he took a step, a deep voice echoed beside him. You think you are hunting the enemy, but in truth, you are the prey. Chapter 36. Emotional entanglements. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Shun Yifeng still resonated with that profound whisper. You think you are hunting the enemy, but in truth, you are the prey. He did not turn back, nor did he pursue the shadow that vanished into the night. Instead, he gradually relaxed his fists, his gaze colder than before. Next time we meet, do not hide, he murmured to himself, turning towards the staircase. Upon his return to the command room, Lin Howard was already waiting there, while Zhong Lishuan sat in a corner, eyes closed in contemplation. As Shun Yifeng entered, Lin Howard immediately inquired, "What happened?" "He escaped." Shun Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "But I have memorized his scent. It seems that the Xinming sect is indeed keeping a close watch on you." Lin Howard frowned. "What shall we do next?" Shun Yifeng approached the table, activated the projection screen, and retrieved a document. "First, we must address the matter concerning Su Wanru. Since she is not dead, she will certainly resurface to cause trouble." No sooner had he spoken than a voice crackled through the communicator. "Yifeng, there's new information." "Speak." "We have discovered a lead at Tiandu University regarding a psychology professor named Lin Ruoshi, who has recently been engaging in research projects related to ancient martial arts and extraordinary abilities, and her academic background raises some suspicions." "Lin Ruoshi?" Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Who is she?" The information indicated that she was the youngest professor at Tiandu University, specializing in psychology and behavioral analysis. But 3 years ago, she abruptly returned to the country from a research institute abroad and subsequently began exploring unconventional topics. After a brief pause, the voice continued. "She is currently organizing a high-end academic salon, and your name is on the invitation list." Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "She wishes to meet me?" "It is likely due to your identity as an extraordinary individual," the voice replied calmly, "though she may have ulterior motives." Shun Yifeng pondered for a moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Then I shall go and meet her." In the auditorium of Tiandu University, the lighting was soft, and the atmosphere elegant. Shun Yifeng, clad in a black suit, strode into the venue, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until it settled on the woman speaking on stage, Lin Ruoshi. Adorned in a pale lavender qipao, she exuded a gentle yet striking presence. Her voice clear and magnetic. In a modern urban landscape, extraordinary individuals often possess remarkable psychological resilience and self-repair capabilities. Their response patterns under extreme pressure warrant our thorough investigation. Shun Yifeng stood in the rear, listening to her discourse, and a long-forgotten tranquility began to blossom within him. After the lecture, Lin Ruoshi approached him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Shun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Professor Lin," Shun Yifeng nodded, "I did not expect you to have such an interest in extraordinary abilities." "It is not mere interest, it is reverence," she replied with a gentle smile. "Someone like you is a mystery in itself." Their eyes met, and a shared smile seemed to bridge the gap between them. In the days that followed, Lin Ruoshi frequently reached out to Shun Yifeng, inviting him to partake in a series of discussions under the guise of academic interviews. Initially, he approached these interactions with a sense of caution, but as their conversations deepened, he found himself eagerly anticipating each dialogue. She had an uncanny ability to discern the underlying meanings in his words, gently yet resolutely encouraging him to open up. Then one day, the internet erupted with a trending topic. Shun Yifeng's suspected new romantic interest exposed. Accompanying the post was a photograph of him walking alongside Lin Ruoshi at the entrance of Tiandu University, igniting a flurry of comments. Indeed, wealthy men are all scoundrels. Who is Lin Ruoshi? I heard she was involved in some mysterious experiments abroad. Surely, this woman is only approaching Shun Yifeng for his wealth. Shun Yifeng was reading the news just as he was about to invite Lin Ruoshi to dinner. He immediately dialed Ying's number and inquired, who was released. The accounts operated by the paid commenters were globally distributed and employed highly sophisticated technical methods. Ying, remaining composed, analyzed that there was someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. After a brief moment of silence, Shun Yifeng hung up and contacted Lin Ruoshi directly. She answered promptly, her tone still calm. "I know what you wish to ask. What do you make of these news reports?" Shun Yifeng asked straightforwardly. Lin Ruoshi chuckled lightly. "What else is there to think? Someone is simply feeling jealous, isn't it?" Shun Yifeng was taken aback. "You know who it is? Su Wanru, right?" She rolled her eyes, remarking that a woman like her would never learn to exit gracefully. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Shun Yifeng felt a sudden sense of relief. "You're not angry?" "Why should I be?" Lin Ruoshi retorted. "Just because I express my feelings for you. Does that mean you must reciprocate? Or, if I am subjected to online harassment, Must I come crying to you for help? Shen Yifeng smiled. You are truly an intriguing woman. Lin Ruoxi winked. Of course, otherwise how could I be worthy of someone as legendary as you? They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere easing considerably. However, that very evening, Ying relayed another piece of information. Lin Ruoxi had participated in a clandestine overseas research project known as the Lingxia Plan a decade ago. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. The Lingxia Plan was the technical core of the Xianyin sect. He fixated on the information displayed on the screen, his fingers tightening slightly. The next day, Shen Yifeng intentionally leaked some confidential details about the Ying Pavilion during their conversation, observing Lin Ruoxi's reaction. She merely nodded in response. Your circle is even more intricate than I had imagined. Aren't you surprised? What is there to be surprised about? She replied with a smile. This world is inherently complex. Those who survive are anything but ordinary. Shen Yifeng regarded her, momentarily unsure of how to assess her. Who exactly was she? An enemy? A friend? Or an undisclosed pawn yet to be revealed? At that moment, Lin Ruoxi suddenly suggested, there is an open day for a research project next week at the Tiandu Science Park. Would you like to come take a look? Shen Yifeng gazed in her eyes and nodded slowly. Sure, I will go. He resolved to witness firsthand what secrets lay hidden there and to discern her true allegiances. In the next instant, he unexpectedly took her hand. Lin Ruoxi was momentarily startled, but did not pull away. If you are an enemy, Shen Yifeng whispered, then you had best pray that I do not need to employ the chaos divine insight. Lin Ruoxi looked at him, her gaze as clear as water. If you are the hunter, then I am but a lost little deer. Shen Yifeng released her hand, a smile gracing his lips. He was uncertain if she was an adversary, but he recognized that this emotional entanglement was far more perilous than any battlefield of commerce. For this time, he might lose himself instead of achieving victory. Chapter 37. Resolving the crisis, Shen Yifeng let go of Lin Ruoxi's hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. Her fingertips were cool, and her eyes sparkled with an unblemished clarity. The more he observed, the more uncertain he felt. I will attend the open day at the science park next week, he stated calmly, though his voice harbored a note of inquiry. However, I have a tendency to dislike being kept in the dark. Lin Ruoxi smiled gently, the corners of her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic arc. Then come and uncover the mystery, and see if I am truly the person you envision. As she turned to leave, her long hair danced gracefully in the breeze, as if she had anticipated this moment long ago. Shen Yifeng stood rooted in place, gazing at her retreating figure, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. Shadow, investigate her entire social circle, the flow of her finances, her past experiences, especially anything related to the Lingxia project, he commanded in a low voice. The cool, composed voice of Shadow responded from the communicator. I'm already on it, but she is like a drop of water, seeping through the cracks of the data. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, alarm bells ringing in his heart. This woman is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the online buzz surrounding him had reached a fever pitch. Shen Yifeng's rumored scandal exposes the mysterious identity of Tiandu University professor Lin Ruoxi. Is Shen Yifeng in love? How long can his commercial empire endure? The comment section was overwhelmingly hostile towards Lin Ruoxi, questioning her motives and accusing her of being a scheming woman who approached Shen Yifeng through cunning means. Some even unearthed a blurry video from years ago, claiming she had appeared in a secret laboratory abroad. Seated in his office, Shen Yifeng observed the tempest of public opinion with a faint smile playing on his lips. Is Su Wanru behind this? He inquired of Lin Howren. Indeed, Lin Howren replied, handing over a dossier. After her escape, she has been quite active, enlisting Zhao Hongtu's former associates and several overseas PR teams. This was aimed at tarnishing your public image. Shen Yifeng nodded, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Does she think a bit of scandal will throw me off balance? Lin Howren chuckled wryly. She has no other means left. Then let her experience what a true counterattack feels like. Shen Yifeng picked up his phone and dialed Shadow's number. Initiate the plan. The following morning, Weibo's trending topics were abruptly updated. Shen Yifeng publicly addressed the matter of his romantic life. She is my current choice. Accompanied by a high-definition interview still. He faced the camera with calm composure, his tone gentle yet firm. The relationship between Professor Lin Ruashi and me needs no definition by anyone. As for those with ulterior motives, if you cannot play, then stay out of the game. This announcement ignited a firestorm across the internet. The previously one-sided negative comments began to reverse. Wow, Shen's move was too bold. As expected of a big shot, confronting the haters head-on, Su Wanru must be furious. However, the true pivot in public opinion came from an internal recording released by Shadow. It featured a conversation between Su Wanru and a public relations executive, discussing how to manipulate public discourse to vilify Lin Ruashi and create a negative impression of Shen Yifeng. As long as Shen Yifeng is ensnared in the whirlpool of public opinion, he won't have time to deal with us, Su Wanru's own words echoed. Once this recording surfaced, the tide of public sentiment quickly turned. Su Wanru is the real puppet master. So was her scheming all along. This ex-wife is too troublesome. Can't she exit gracefully? Shen Yifeng reviewed the sentiment report on his phone, nodding in satisfaction. Su Wanru's move was more foolish than she could have imagined. He remarked coolly, "She doesn't know I've been waiting for her to make her move." Lin Howard gazed at him, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Do you truly intend to publicly acknowledge your relationship with Lin Ruashi?" Shen Yifeng smiled, his gaze as profound as the night. "This is not an admission, it is a strategy." He understood that Lin Ruashi was no ordinary individual and was aware that she might be entangled with the secrets of the Xianin sect. If that were the case, it would be wise to turn the tables, utilizing this wave of public opinion to unearth her true intentions. A few days later, a private soiree was held at a high-end venue in the city center. Shen Yifeng and Lin Ruashi enter the hall side by side, the lights flickering and camera flashes erupting in succession. She donned a black backless gown, exuding an elegant yet slightly perilous aura. Once seated, Lin Ruashi lifted her glass and softly remarked, "You truly are a madman." "Oh." Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean? You clearly know I am probing you, yet you dare to place me in the spotlight." She chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I might betray you?" Shen Yifeng clinked his glass with hers, his eyes ablaze. "Then do give it a try." Lin Ruashi regarded him, her gaze softening momentarily. "Do you know? You neither resemble a hunter nor prey." "Then what do I resemble?" "You embody the very essence of the rules." Shen Yifeng's heart jolted, followed by a smile. "Rules?" he murmured. "Then I shall establish a new one." As the banquet progressed, amidst the clinking of glasses, no one was aware of the intricate chess game unfolding, nor who held the reins of control. At that very moment, the intelligence system of the Shadow Pavilion detected an anomalous signal. It originated from the Tindu Technology Park, with frequencies strikingly similar to those of the Lingxia plan's experimental band from 3 years prior. Shen Yifeng glanced down at the information, his expression unchanged, as he gently set down his glass. "I look forward to next week's open day," he said, casting a sharp gaze at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi blinked, her smile deepening. "Then you must prepare well. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed again." Shen Yifeng's lips curled upwards as he raised his glass. "Then let me be the one to push it open." In the next moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation sweep past the window. He abruptly looked up and saw a shadow darting away in the night. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, and he sprang to his feet. Yet Lin Ruashi remained seated, taking a leisurely sip of her red wine, as though she had seen nothing. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking up at him. "Aren't you going to chase after it?" Shen Yifeng stared out the window, silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "They have arrived." As the words left his lips, a resounding explosion echoed from a distance. Chapter 38. Industry turmoil. The moment the explosion resonated, Shen Yifeng launched himself like a cheetah, darting to the window. In the darkness, flames soared into the sky as a distant high-rise billowed thick smoke. "It is in the direction of the technology park." Lin Ruashi's voice remained calm as she lounged in her seat, her glass of red wine gently swaying. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Shadow immediately ascertained the casualties and the source of the explosion. "I'm already investigating," came Shadow's deep and rapid response through the communicator. "Preliminary assessments indicate that the energy hub on the underground third floor has been detonated, likely through directed demolition, with a clear target in mind. The energy hub. Shen Yifeng's eyes turned cold. They aimed to cripple the fundamental supply system of the entire park. Lin Howard arrived with a grave expression, stating, "This is not a terrorist attack. It resembles a precise strike. Our people have just received news that at least 3 core enterprises cooperating with you have suddenly announced the termination of contracts, citing supply chain instability." Instability? Shen Yifeng scoffed. Someone is wielding a knife behind the scenes. He turned and sat back at the dining table, lifting his glass as if the previous explosion had merely been a minor interruption. "The banquet tonight is far from over." He spoke with calmness, choosing to continue the charade. Lin Ruoshi gazed at him, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "You are truly a madman. Only a madman can survive until the end." Shen Yifeng clinked his glass lightly, adding, "Moreover, I know who they are." The following morning, the conference room at the Shen Group headquarters was ablaze with light. Lin Howard, Zhong Lishuan, representatives from the Shadow Pavilion, the financial director, and the head of the marketing department were all present. On the projection screen was a shocking array of data. Raw material prices had surged by 30% overnight. 5 core suppliers had collectively defaulted, and 3 overseas distributors had withdrawn their investments without warning. "This is no coincidence," Lin Howard exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "This is a systematic siege." Zhong Lishuan's expression was grave. "I reviewed the overseas capital flow data overnight and discovered that a funding pool linked to the Black Tide Council is aggressively shorting our main product lines." "The Black Tide Council?" Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. The time for a direct confrontation had finally arrived. This time, they are not testing the waters. They want your life, Zhong Lishuan warned. Shen Yifeng, however, smiled, a dangerous curve gracing his lips. "Then let them know who the true Eye of the Storm is." He rose and walked to the center of the conference table, sweeping his gaze over everyone. "First, all projects are to be halted. Publicly, we will declare an internal adjustment. Second, sever all external financing channels. All funds will be redirected for internal circulation. Third, initiate the silent plan. No one is to disclose the company's true status." The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere stifling. "Boss, this is tantamount to voluntarily relinquishing market influence." The financial director protested anxiously. "Silence," Shen Yifeng replied coolly. "What I say goes." No one dared to speak further. 3 days later, public opinion began to ferment. Shen Yifeng's enterprise is in crisis. The Shen Group's market value has plummeted by 60%. The once mythical business empire may be nearing its end, various financial media reported, suggesting that Shen Yifeng's empire was on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in Shen Yifeng's private office, he leaned back in a chair, fingers lightly tapping the desk, his gaze piercing. "Shadow, what is the situation?" The voice from the earpiece responded. "They have grown complacent. They believe you have lost your footing and have begun to ease their surveillance." "Excellent." Shen Yifeng slowly rose, instructing Lin Howard. "The operation commences." That evening, Shen Yifeng personally led a team to secretly visit a small parts manufacturer on the verge of bankruptcy. This company was virtually unknown in the industry, yet was the sole entity possessing a critical inventory of a certain material. The factory manager, upon seeing Shen Yifeng in person, could scarcely believe his eyes. "Mr. Shen, what brings you here?" Shen Yifeng smiled. "I have come to discuss a business deal. How much inventory do you have left?" The factory director paused momentarily, then forced a smile, stating, "I can probably hold on for another 3 months, but with the current market conditions, it's impossible to sell anything." "I will absorb everything," Shen Yifeng interjected directly, "and I will dispatch a technical team to assist you in upgrading the production line." The factory director stared in shock, his eyes wide. "You're not joking, are you?" "I never jest when it comes to business," Shen Yifeng replied, handing over a contract. "Once you sign this, Shen Corporation will guarantee orders for 3 years and assist you in obtaining international certification." Trembling, the factory director accepted the contract, rendered momentarily speechless. That night, Shen Yifeng did not return home. Instead, he stayed at the factory to personally oversee the arrival of the first batch of raw materials. At 3 in the morning, Lin Howard sent the latest intelligence. Competitors had commenced a price war, attempting to undermine our market share. Shen Yifeng glanced at the time. a slight smile gracing his lips. Let's play this game to the end. He dialed the head of the marketing department. Issue a price reduction announcement. All products will be uniformly reduced by 15. Simultaneously, let it be known that we will soon launch a revolutionary new product. But boss, we currently have no new products. We will have them shortly. Shen Yifeng hung up the phone and stepped towards the window. The horizon was beginning to lighten, dawn breaking. He understood that the real battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion intercepted an encrypted communication signal. The message contained only a few brief sentences. Mission confirmed. Shen Yifeng is in disarray. Proceeding to Phase 3. Objective: completely dismantle his supply chain network. Support Unit. Black Tide Council, Northern Division. The Shadow reported immediately. Upon reading it, Shen Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he murmured, "They have finally revealed their tales." He picked up his phone and dialed a hidden number. It's time to reel them in. The next moment, urgent footsteps echoed outside the office. Lin Howren burst in, barely able to conceal his excitement. "Boss, our informant has sent a list." Shen Yifeng took the document and slowly opened it. One page was densely populated with the names of all the companies involved in this encirclement, along with their true backers. His fingertips traced over the names, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Lin Howren, here. Inform everyone to prepare for a counterattack." He stood up, his eyes sharp as blades. "Let them understand they have provoked the wrong person." Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the entire city. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a surge of fervent energy. "Black Tide Council," he murmured, as if his voice emerged from the depths of an abyss. "Do you think this is merely a commercial war?" Chapter 39. Innovative Breakthrough. Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a surge of fervent energy. "Black Tide Council," he murmured, as if his voice emerged from the depths of an abyss. "Do you think this is merely a commercial war?" The footsteps outside the office grew nearer, and Lin Howren rushed in, his face alight with barely concealed excitement. "Boss, our informant has provided a list." Shen Yifeng accepted the document and slowly unfolded it. One page was densely populated with the names of all the companies involved in this encirclement, along with their true backers. His fingertips traced each name, his gaze gradually turning frigid. "Lin Howren, there. Inform everyone to prepare for a counterattack." He rose, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Let them realize they have provoked the wrong person." The night was deep, and the Shen Group's RD Center was ablaze with light. Shen Yifeng sat at the center of the conference table, facing a freshly organized technical blueprint. The air was thick with the aroma of coffee and anxiety. "Time is of the essence." He spoke. "The Black Tide Council is orchestrating a new round of strikes. We must present a revolutionary product before they make their move." Lin Howren furrowed his brow. "But we can't even gather the core materials. How can we discuss a new product?" Shen Yifeng smirked. "Then let us start from scratch." The room fell silent. "I have an idea." He picked up a pen and swiftly sketched a silhouette on the blueprint. "Our goal is not to upgrade existing products, but to completely shatter industry norms by creating a super device that integrates smart terminals, energy systems, and biometric recognition." The conference room was enveloped in a brief silence. "This seems reminiscent of a science fiction film, doesn't it?" The RD director cautiously inquired. "Reality is far more exhilarating." Shen Yifeng set down his pen, his gaze sweeping across the room. "I want all resources concentrated on this project. A preliminary model must be ready within 3 days." 3 days? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, 3 days." Shen Yifeng's tone was resolute. "If we fail, we shall await our demise. If we succeed, we shall redefine the world's perception of the Shen Group." No one dared to speak further. Only the rhythmic clatter of keyboards filled the air. At 2 in the morning, Shen Yifeng sat alone in the corner of the laboratory, poring over ancient runes from the Chaos Divine Mirror. Suddenly, a vague energy array materialized in his mind. His pupils constricted, and he quickly opened his computer, transforming this fragment of information into a mathematical model, inputting it into the energy system's simulation program. Moments later, a set of data appeared on the screen indicating that the endurance capacity had increased threefold. "Holy cow, He whispered this thing can be utilized in such a manner. He immediately gathered the technical team, laying out his entire vision. This is not an ordinary battery, but a miniature energy field device that, in theory, can provide infinite energy circulation. He pointed at the screen. As long as we can replicate this structure, we can entirely resolve the endurance bottleneck. The team listened, dumbfounded. How did you conceive this, boss? Lin Howard couldn't help but ask. Shun Yifeng chuckled. Inspiration strikes like lightning. Unstoppable. Incredible. Lin Howard exclaimed, if we can realize this, we will be the launch pad of the technological realm. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan received the news and rushed back from overseas overnight. Upon entering the laboratory, she found Shun Yifeng intently adjusting the circuit board, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Are you out of your mind? She approached him. For a project of this magnitude, you actually took to the field yourself? Shun Yifeng did not lift his head. If I don't take charge, who will set the pace? Su Qingyan gazed at his stubborn demeanor, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. This man truly becomes bolder with each challenge. He possesses something remarkable. She retrieved her phone, stating, I have successfully contacted the collaborative laboratory in Europe. They will provide a batch of scarce component samples, which will arrive tomorrow. Shun Yifeng finally raised his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. With you around, half my efforts are spared. Don't flatter yourself. Su Qingyan retorted, rolling her eyes. Don't think this absolves you of the 3 years you neglected to contact me. The two exchanged smiles, reminiscent of the days when they fought side by side. In the early hours, 3 days later, the first prototype was finally assembled. Its silvery exterior and smooth lines rendered it a work of art. Initiate, Shun Yifeng commanded, pressing the button. A faint yet stable blue light emanated from within the machine, instantly silencing the room. The testing commenced with technicians operating nervously. The data flashing across the screen was dazzling. The performance parameters exceeded expectations, with energy consumption merely at 12 of comparable products and response speed breaking the millisecond barrier. Lin Howard abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Incredible! This is poised to rewrite history. Shun Yifeng gazed at the machine before him, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. This is merely the beginning. At that moment, the encrypted communications signal from the Shadow Pavilion buzzed again. Boss, latest intelligence, came the voice from the shadows. The Black Tide Council's Northern Division has dispatched a special team with the objective of infiltrating our research and development center tonight to steal core technology. Shun Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly remarked, they certainly have a knack for timing. He turned towards the control panel and pressed the alarm button. Everyone, enhance security. Seal all exits and initiate Phase 2 of the silent plan. Lin Howard clenched his fists. This time, it's our turn to host. Shun Yifeng approached the window, gazing into the inky darkness outside. He understood that the true battle had only just begun, and this time, he would not grant the enemy any opportunity. Come, he whispered. Let me see just how strong you truly are. Chapter 40. International Challenge. The night was as dark as ink, and Shun Yifeng stood before the control panel, his gaze sharp as a blade. The alarm had just ceased, leaving a lingering tension in the air. Their audacity to act against us tonight indicated that their patience had run thin. He spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet infused with suppressed fury. Lin Howard tightened his fists. Boss, how shall we deal with these scoundrels? Shun Yifeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked towards the central silver prototype. The blue light danced across its surface, as if harboring some enigmatic power. They seek to suppress me because they fear my emergence. He gently caressed the machine's exterior. Then let us show them that the Shun Corporation can not only emerge but can also surpass them. Intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion soon arrived, revealing that the Black Tide Council was not only active domestically, but had also begun to strategize internationally, aligning with several capital giants in a bid to dismantle Shun Corporation's overseas expansion plans through hostile acquisitions and media suppression. Shun Yifeng scoffed. It seems they are indeed unwilling to grant me a moment's respite. He summoned the core team for an urgent meeting. We must transform from a position of passivity to one of initiative. He asserted emphatically during the meeting that with the domestic market having been sealed off, the only viable option was to leap directly into the overseas market. Lin Howard furrowed his brow, expressing concern, But the overseas market is fraught with complexities. We have virtually no foundation there, and to embark recklessly poses significant risks. Risk is merely the other side of opportunity, Shun Yifeng replied with unwavering resolve. As long as our product is sufficiently robust, we can dismantle any barriers. Su Qingyan nodded in agreement, adding, I've already paved the way in Europe. Once we present this superlative device, it will undoubtedly create a sensation. Shun Yifeng smiled faintly, declaring, then let us set forth. 3 days later, Shun Yifeng and his team arrived in the capital of a European nation, a pivotal hub of the global technology industry, and a stronghold of the Black Tide Council's influence. Upon their arrival, they found themselves surrounded outside their hotel by several foreign media journalists, cameras clicking and flashes illuminating the scene. Mr. Shun, may I ask if your visit to Europe is to seek technological collaboration? Inquired a blonde journalist in fluent Chinese. Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he scanned the crowd. I am not here to seek collaboration. I am here to reintroduce the world to the Shun brand. His words ignited a ripple of astonishment among the attendees. The following days were fraught with challenges. Negotiations proved arduous as the local partners maintained an ambiguous stance, presenting terms that were exceedingly stringent, bordering on humiliating. While your product is indeed remarkable, its market acceptance remains uncertain, and we cannot bear such a substantial risk, the representative stated coldly. Shun Yifeng remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his face. What if I were to say that this is merely the first-generation prototype? The room fell silent in surprise. Research on the second and third generations is already underway, and each iteration will revolutionize industry perceptions. He paused for effect. What you are rejecting now is not merely a product, but a ticket to an era. A brief silence enveloped the conference room before the representative finally stood to take his leave. We will reconsider. Shun Yifeng watched them depart, a glimmer of cold determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that this game was only just beginning. In the deep of night, Shun Yifeng sat alone on the balcony of his hotel suite, toying with a fragment of a rune from the Chaos Divine Mirror. Suddenly, a stream of vague information surged through his mind, an intricate analysis of international business rules and financial strategies, alongside the hidden power networks lurking beneath the surface. So that's it, he murmured to himself, realizing that the true objective of the Black Tide Council was not merely to stifle him, but to confine him eternally to the east. He closed his eyes, meticulously organizing this information into a comprehensive strategic map. The following morning, he summoned all his accompanying personnel. From today onward, we shall form a truly international elite team. He surveyed the group, asserting, we need public relations experts familiar with Western culture, advisors well-versed in international law, and multilingual technical translators. Everything must be prepared for globalization. Lin Howren could not restrain his curiosity. Boss, have you been planning this all along? Shun Yifeng chuckled softly. I merely understand that to seize the future, one must first be ready to confront it. Just as negotiations reached an impasse, an unexpected occurrence transpired. While en route to the headquarters of their partners, Shun Yifeng and his team were suddenly ambushed by unidentified assailants. A black vehicle sped out of the alley, heading straight toward the convoy. Protect the boss, Lin Howren shouted. The members of the Shadow Pavilion sprang into action, skillfully intercepting the enemy vehicle while simultaneously providing cover for Shun Yifeng's retreat. Amidst the chaos, a man donned in a tactical mask approached Shun Yifeng with a gun drawn. In a critical moment, a glint of cold steel flashed. A dagger pierced the enemy's throat, blood gushing forth. The assailant was Shadow, a member of the Black Tide Council. They had begun to act, she murmured. Shun Yifeng gazed at the fallen body, his eyes icy. Then, let it be known that I will not adhere to the rules of combat. Negotiations resumed, this time with a shift in Shun Yifeng's strategy. He deliberately leaked certain core technical parameters, capturing the attention of international media. Within mere hours, numerous tech websites reported that a mysterious technology company from the East might lead the next industrial revolution. Public opinion rapidly escalated, prompting previously indifferent partners to reevaluate the situation. Mr. Shun, Perhaps we can discuss a deeper collaboration, the opposing representative suggested eagerly. Shen Yifeng lifted his coffee cup, taking a delicate sip. Of course, but this time, the price will be a bit higher. The atmosphere at the negotiation table shifted dramatically. Su Qingyan quietly voiced her thoughts on social media. Some people always assume that Chinese businessmen are resigned to their fate, unaware that we simply choose not to engage with those who lack understanding of the rules. This post swiftly ignited the internet, drawing the attention of many foreign netizens to the enigmatic Eastern businessman. After several rounds of negotiations, Shen Yifeng finally secured his first overseas cooperation agreement. During the signing ceremony, flashes from cameras illuminated the room once more. "Mr. Shen, how do you perceive the significance of this collaboration?" A reporter pressed. Shen Yifeng gazed into the distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. "This is merely the beginning." He turned to Lin Howard and instructed, "Inform the homeland to initiate the STAR plan. Our aim is not only to break the blockade, but to establish our own order." Lin Howard nodded gravely, understood. At that moment, Shadow discreetly handed over a piece of encrypted intelligence. Upon unfolding it, Shen Yifeng's brow furrowed tightly. The Northern Division had already commenced operations. He abruptly shut the file and strode towards the exit. "Everyone, return to base immediately and enhance security," he commanded. The footsteps echoed urgently, as if the wind swept away the remnants of calm. In the distance, the sky darkened with looming clouds, heralding an even greater storm. Chapter 41. Overseas inspection. The clouds had yet to disperse when Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the hotel, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk surveying the unfamiliar city below. Though the attack from the previous night had passed, he understood that it was merely the first test from the Black Tide Council. The Northern Division had already begun its operations. He softly reiterated the contents of the intelligence, his expression as sharp as a blade. Lin Howard stood behind him, fists clenched. "What shall be our next move?" Shen Yifeng slowly turned, a cold smile curving his lips. "Since they wish to confine me, I shall venture forth." He donned his suit jacket, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. "Pack your belongings. We are departing." A group of individuals swiftly organized their itinerary and set off towards the heart of Europe, to an industrial stronghold that not only serves as a pivotal node in the global supply chain, but also as a front line in the battle of international capital. The airplane touched down at a modern airport, the sky still shrouded in gloom, with the air thick with the scent of metal and fuel. As Shen Yifeng stepped out of the cabin, a chill enveloped him. "Welcome to Frankfurt," murmured Su Qingyan, noting that the business landscape here was more intricate than anticipated. The more convoluted the situation, the greater the potential for breakthroughs. Shen Yifeng smiled faintly, his strides purposeful as he approached the waiting convoy. The fleet navigated into the city center, where towering skyscrapers loomed and the streets bustled with traffic, each edifice seemingly narrating the saga of capital and power struggles. Tonight, a private soiree was scheduled, gathering several local business magnates. Su Qingyan perused the information on her phone, suggesting that if he made an appearance, it would at least bolster his recognition in the local business community. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What kind of circle is it?" "Half consists of local old money families, while the other half comprises representatives of multinational capital," she replied cautiously. "Be careful. Those people are ruthless. Then let them experience the taste of being bitten back." Shen Yifeng retorted with a slight smirk, his gaze sharp. As night descended, a discreet yet opulent gathering unfolded within a century-old building in the city center. Crystal chandeliers hung above, the aroma of red wine permeated the air, and amidst the elegant figures, glasses clinked in conviviality. Dressed in a tailored black suit, Shen Yifeng entered the venue, instantly drawing numerous glances. "Is that the enigmatic businessman from the East?" whispered some attendees. "I heard he toppled several giants in his homeland and nearly caused the downfall of the Black Tide Council. Ha! The youth is too arrogant. He will inevitably stumble," they speculated. Ignoring their murmurs, Shen Yifeng raised a glass of red wine and strolled toward the center of the gathering. An elderly gentleman clad in a tailcoat approached him, a genial smile gracing his face. albeit concealing a scrutinizing gaze. "Mr. Shun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the elder extended his hand. Introducing himself as Karl Hoffman, a representative of the Hoffman family, Shun Yifeng returned the handshake with measured firmness. "Delighted to meet you, Mr. Hoffman." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation swiftly turned to business. "What brings you to Frankfurt, Mr. Shun?" "Karl inquire tentatively. Market exploration and seeking collaboration opportunities." Shun Yifeng replied evenly, adding that partnering with reputable local enterprises would yield the best outcomes. Karl chuckled lightly. "However, the current market environment is rather unstable, particularly for your Eastern enterprises, I fear." "The market has always favored the strong," Shun Yifeng observed, gently swirling the wine in his glass. "Rather than worrying about others' perceptions, one should first assess whether they merit a seat at the table." At this remark, several attendees exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Karl narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful look at Shun Yifeng. "Indeed, Mr. Shun, you exude confidence." The soiree continued, the atmosphere appearing relaxed while currents of tension simmered beneath the surface. Just as the attendees presumed the probing had concluded, a middle-aged man in a gray suit suddenly approached. "Mr. Shun Yifeng?" He began speaking in slightly awkward Chinese, introducing himself as an advisor from Rain Capital. Andre nodded in acknowledgement. "Our company is quite interested in your group's technology." Andre lowered his voice, suggesting that if there were an opportunity for deeper discussions, they might consider an investment. "Oh," Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow, remarking that Rain Capital has traditionally focused on investing in European and American enterprises. "Rules are made by people." Andre smiled slightly, explaining that sometimes breaking the rules is the key to gaining an advantage. Shun Yifeng observed him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. "Interesting." The two exchanged contact information before parting ways. After the gala concluded, Shun Yifeng and his team exited the venue. "Do you think Rain Capital is credible?" Lin Howren asked quietly. "It's hard to say at this moment." Shun Yifeng replied calmly, "But their willingness to engage indicates that our presence has captured their attention." "What is our next step?" "First, we need to ascertain their background." Shun Yifeng spoke with a composed tone. "Then we can decide whether to surprise them." In the following days, Shun Yifeng visited several local enterprises, inspecting everything from component suppliers to research centers and from logistics networks to sales channels, engaging in in-depth discussions with multiple heads of departments. "Mr. Shun, the conditions proposed by the other party are excessively harsh." Su Qingyan frowned, almost extracting our technological benefits. "I understand," Shun Yifeng said, gazing at the draft contract on the negotiation table. "But this is precisely their Achilles heel." "What do you mean?" "They require our technology, but are unwilling to bear the risks." Shun Yifeng chuckled coldly. "Then we shall shift the risks back to them." "How do we do that?" "We propose a reverse investment." Shun Yifeng pointed to the key clauses in the contract, stating that if we invest in their production line, co-develop, and share patents, they must accept our standards. This effectively places us in a position of control. Lin Howren's eyes brightened. "Exactly," Shun Yifeng said with a slight smile, making them understand what true collaboration entails. In the evening, Shun Yifeng stood alone on the hotel balcony, the distant city lights shimmering like a reflected galaxy. He took out the chaotic divine insight, lightly touching the runic fragments with his fingertips, as a stream of data regarding international financial operations surfaced in his mind. "I see," he murmured, discovering the behind Rain Capital. There lurked the shadow of the Black Tide Council. Just then, a figure silently appeared behind him. "Boss," the shadow's voice was low and alert. "We have identified suspicious individuals near the other party's headquarters." Finally, unable to restrain themselves, Shun Yifeng smirked, noting their urgency. "Should we take action?" The shadow's gaze was icy. "Not yet." Shun Yifeng turned to face her, suggesting they should let them make a few more moves, waiting for them to reveal a flaw before delivering a decisive blow. The shadow slightly nodded, understood. As the night wind blew, Shun Yifeng's figure stood resolutely in the darkness, like a war god awaiting its prey. He knew the true contest had only just begun, and he had already strategically placed his pieces. In the next round, it was his turn to strike. Chapter 42. The challenge of cooperation. The night was heavy, and Shen Yifeng stood on the balcony, his gaze piercing through the city's neon haze and fog, as if able to gaze directly into the truth of capital games. He held the chaos divine mirror delicately in his hand, his mind replaying the profound words of Andre, the advisor from Rain Capital at the soirée. To seize the initiative, one must break the rules. Boss, a voice emerged from behind him. Rain has sent a formal invitation. We are to meet in their headquarters conference room tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Understood. Shen Yifeng nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. Prepare the materials. We must not allow them to perceive us as beggars seeking collaboration. We are here to negotiate a fair transaction. The following morning, the sky over Frank's city remained shrouded in gray, the air heavy with the scent of metal and gasoline. Shen Yifeng and his entourage arrived at the towering Rain Capital headquarters, a structure that epitomized the rigid hierarchy of the capital world. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and stifling. Andre was already seated at the head of the table, flanked by several impeccably dressed foreign executives, each exuding an air of indifference, as if scrutinizing an uninvited intruder. Mr. Shen, welcome once more, Andre said with a slight smile, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Thank you. Shen Yifeng replied as he took his seat, with Su Qingyan and Lin Haoran positioned on either side, their documents meticulously arranged on the table. We have thoroughly examined your technological proposal, Andre began, flipping through the papers with a steady voice. I must admit, your next-generation smart terminal is indeed impressive. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. However, the collaborative approach we envision is through technology licensing, rather than joint development. With those words, the air became palpably still. In other words, Shen Yifeng spoke slowly, his tone calm yet imposing. You wish to purchase our core technology for a one-time fee while claiming the dominant share of profits from subsequent product sales? Precisely, Andre nodded. This is not uncommon in international business, especially within the emerging tech sector. Shen Yifeng chuckled coldly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Then may I inquire, if the technology fails, who will bear the losses? If market response is poor, who will be responsible for adjusting strategies? You desire the results without any risk. Is this what you call collaboration? Andre's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his smile. Mr. Shen, the strength of Rain Capital is indisputable. As long as the technology is sufficiently advanced, the market will naturally respond favorably. The question remains, Shen Yifeng replied evenly, whether your technological reserves are adequate to support the iteration and maintenance of this product. Or do you merely seek to leverage our research achievements to swiftly capture the market and then shift the blame onto us? Silence enveloped the room. Lin Haoran discreetly glanced at Shen Yifeng, secretly admiring his eloquence. He spoke with the precision of a blade, incisive and ruthless, leaving no room for rebuttal. Su Qingyan furrowed her brow, softly advising, Brother Feng, is it too harsh to reject them so directly? We need to penetrate the international market without closing off our avenues. Shen Yifeng turned to her, his gaze resolute. If we concede now, every subsequent step will lead us by the nose. We seek equal partnership, not a servitude contract. He turned his gaze back to Andre, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I have a proposition. We could share certain technologies, provided that both parties jointly invest in the production line, collaborate on research and development, and share patent rights. Upon hearing this, Andre furrowed his brow. This does not align with our procedures. Procedures? Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smirk. You consistently proclaim the need to break the rules. Yet when faced with actual change, you retreat. This statement pierced like a thorn into Andre's heart. His expression finally shifted as he gravely replied, I will report this proposal to the board. Very well. Shen Yifeng rose, donned his coat, and said, We await your response. As they exited the conference room, Lin Haoran couldn't help but whisper, Brother Feng, are you truly planning to do this? What if they refuse? They will certainly agree, Shen Yifeng remarked as he walked. For they are more anxious than we are. Their financial reports are under pressure, and they urgently need new technologies to stimulate their stock prices. If we withdraw from negotiations at this juncture, they will immediately find themselves at a disadvantage. Su Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. You intend to compel them to concede? Not to compel, but to guide, Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smile. Let them come to the realization that collaborating with us is the optimal solution. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Yifeng promptly convened an internal meeting. Next, we must prepare for 2 contingencies. He surveyed the room. First, we must continue refining the technical documentation to ensure our proposed reverse investment plan is unequivocally persuasive. Second, we will investigate Rain Capital's financial condition through Inga to identify their vulnerabilities. Understood, Ing responded with a nod. Brother Feng, do we have any insights from the chaos divination? Su Qingyan inquired. Shen Yifeng closed his eyes, diving into the realm of divination. Moments later, his pupils constricted slightly as a stream of data emerged in his mind. Their cash flow is tightening, he said, opening his eyes with a calm demeanor. Moreover, their returns on investments in other projects have fallen significantly short of expectations in recent months. In other words, they are in greater need of this cooperation than we had anticipated. So we can intensify our efforts, Lin Howard grinned, for instance, by hinting that we are engaging with another European consortium. Clever, Shen Yifeng nodded. However, it must not be too overt, lest it arouse their suspicion. I'll handle it. Su Qingyan picked up her phone, knowing that even a subtle hint on social media could trigger a chain reaction. Indeed, within half a day, rumors about Shen's group potentially collaborating with other capital began circulating in the industry. Rain Capital swiftly responded, sending a new meeting invitation that very afternoon. The following morning, the conference room reopened. This time, Andre's expression was markedly more serious. Mr. Shen, our board has given your proposal careful consideration. He adjusted his glasses. We are willing to accept your conditions, but there are a few additional stipulations. Go on. Shen Yifeng remained seated, unyielding. First, we require a 51% stake in the joint venture. Second, the management will be led by us. Third, the initial RD investment must be advanced by your side, to be settled after the product launch. Huh. Lin Howard nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming that this was merely changing the soup but not the medicine. However, Shen Yifeng remained unfazed, lightly tapping the table. It seems you have yet to grasp an essential truth. What truth? Andre furrowed his brow. You believe it is we who require this collaboration. Shen Yifeng replied with a serene smile. But in reality, it is you who are in need of us. He gradually rose, casting a commanding gaze upon them. I present you with 2 choices. Either proceed according to our original proposal, or we shall immediately terminate negotiations and seek alternatives with other partners. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Andre's expression darkened considerably. He clenched his jaw in silence for several seconds before finally nodding slowly. We will reassess. Excellent, Shen Yifeng remarked, turning to depart, his footsteps firm and assured. As he exited the conference room, Su Qingyan could not help but whisper, Brother Feng, are you truly unafraid of them turning completely hostile? Shen Yifeng glanced back at her, a sharp glint in his eyes. Fear? I merely understand that true strength never falters at the negotiation table. As night fell, Shen Yifeng stood alone before the window, gazing at the illuminated city in the distance. He retrieved the chaos divine mirror, his fingertips brushing against the runic fragments, when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Warning, unknown causal fluctuations detected, signs of hidden forces interfering behind the target enterprise. Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the system emitted a violent tremor. In the next instant, a shadow flitted past the window, vanishing into the night. He abruptly turned, his voice low and icy. Shadow, alert everyone and increase vigilance. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chapter 43. Establishing cooperation, a shadowy figure burst into the room. Boss, the security system of Ryan Capital has just been breached. Our team has discovered a set of encrypted data packets indicating potential covert communication with the Black Tide Council. Shen Yifeng's expression hardened, his tone devoid of emotion. Decrypt the data. I want to know what tricks they are playing. We are already in the process, Shadow affirmed. But their counter-surveillance capabilities are formidable, and cracking it will require time. Then apply some pressure. Shen Yifeng turned towards the conference table. Qingyan, has the information on your end been disseminated? Su Qingyan had already opened her phone, the screen displaying her latest tweet. I hear someone wishes to be a tech mooch? Apologies, but our CEO Shun is not that kind of man. The comments below erupted instantaneously. This move by CEO Shun is impressively bold, supporting strong men. Does Ryan Capital think they are affluent and can manipulate us at will? Perhaps Ryan Capital needs to strengthen their backbone. They seem rather soft. Su Qingyin smiled slightly. Brother Feng, the trending topic is about to explode, and discussions have begun in Europe as well. Lin Howren laughed heartily. Our CEO, Shun, is truly one to amass wealth in silence, confronting adversaries openly while rendering them speechless. Shun Yifeng did not share in the laughter. He stared intently into the night outside, his voice grave. They must be feeling quite anxious now. The more agitated a person is, the more prone they are to making mistakes. Indeed, within an hour, Ryan Capital sent yet another urgent invitation for a meeting. This time, the venue shifted to their private club. The atmosphere was even more tense than before. Andre sat at the head of the table, his countenance dark, while the executives beside him exhibited a range of emotions. Some appeared furious, others anxious. Mr. Shun, Andre stated bluntly, your recent actions have instilled a profound sense of unease within us. Oh, Shun Yifeng raised his coffee cup, his tone relaxed. I believe you may be overly sensitive. Let us not engage in wordplay. Andre lowered his voice. We expect you to cease those unnecessary public relations maneuvers. Public relations? Shun Yifeng arched an eyebrow. I merely respect the laws of the market. If your side deems this unnecessary, it merely indicates that your understanding of the market remains entrenched in the last century. Andre gritted his teeth, pausing momentarily before speaking. We are willing to reconsider your cooperation proposal, but it must include a clause that your party shall not employ core technologies for other potential competitive projects. That sounds like a restriction on our right to develop freely. Shun Yifeng scoffed. Do you intend to make me sign a contract of servitude? This is not a restriction. It is a safeguard, Andre replied solemnly. We must ensure that our investments are not diluted. Shun Yifeng set down his cup, slowly rising to walk toward the window. Mr. Andre, do you know why I have ascended from a man imprisoned for 3 years to my current position? Andre remained silent. Because I have never bowed my head. Shun Yifeng turned to face him, his gaze sharp as a blade. I can offer you an opportunity, but it will not be charity. If you wish to speak of fairness, then show genuine intent. Otherwise, we can conclude this conversation right now. The air seemed to thicken. At that moment, Su Qingyin suddenly activated the projection screen. The display revealed a recent report. Rain Capital SQ1 2024 Financial Analysis. This report indicated that your financial chain is on the brink of collapse, particularly with severe losses in your chip project investments. If new growth points do not emerge, you may soon face layoffs and a plummeting stock price in the next quarter. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Andre's expression shifted dramatically. Shun Yifeng strolled back to his seat, stating coolly, therefore, do not negotiate conditions with me. You need us more urgently than we need you. Finally, Andre took a deep breath and murmured, we will accept your proposal. Excellent. Shun Yifeng nodded. Then, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we shall sign the formal agreement at the Frankfurt City Notary Office. With the meeting concluded, everyone rose to leave. The moment they exited the club, Lin Howren could not resist patting Shun Yifeng on the shoulder. Brother Feng, your psychological tactics were ruthless. I almost believed your talk of fair cooperation. Not almost. Shun Yifeng smirked. We truly achieved it. Upon returning to the hotel, Shun Yifeng immediately entered the realm of chaos. System. Has the causal fluctuation from earlier been further analyzed? Response. Analyzing. Warning. The interference source is suspected to be the Abyss Plan, a subordinate organization of the Black Tide Council. Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow. Continue tracking. I want to know their true intentions. Meanwhile, new intelligence has emerged. A schism has arisen within Rain Capital, with certain executives beginning clandestine discussions with another European enterprise, seemingly preparing to forge their own path. Shun Yifeng let out a cold chuckle. It appears they have yet to learn their lesson. Brother Feng, should we take action ahead of time? Lin Howren inquired. There is no rush, Shun Yifeng replied. Reclining on the sofa, his gaze distant. Let them dance for a while. Once we have solidified our position, we shall deal with them one by one. In the deep of night, Shun Yifeng stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the brightly lit city in the distance. 3 years ago, I was betrayed, ensnared, and cast into the abyss. But now I have returned. This time, no one shall tread upon me again. His phone vibrated, a message from Su Qingyan, brother phone. The trending topic is still gaining traction, and domestic media have begun to report on this collaboration. Numerous financial bloggers are analyzing the future layout of the Shun Group. Shun Yifeng responded with a single word, good. The following morning, the signing ceremony proceeded as scheduled. The Rain Capital delegation was present, and Andre himself attended. Dressed in a black suit, Shun Yifeng entered the venue with composure. Both parties took their seats, and the documents were unfurled. Just as the pen was about to touch the paper, Andre suddenly spoke. Mr. Shun, I have always been curious. How did you achieve this? From having nothing to controlling everything. Shun Yifeng paused, raising his gaze to meet his. With a faint smile, he replied, what you do not realize is that I hold more than just the cards. He inscribed his name with a pen stroke as resolute as iron. At that moment, a shadow flitted past the window, vanishing between the skyscrapers. Shun Yifeng's expression sharpened, and he murmured to the shadow, keep a close watch on them. The next instant, his phone buzzed with an encrypted message. The content was succinct, target locked. Abyss Project Commander Codename Phantom, Chapter 44. Internal threats. The instant Shun Yifeng inscribed his name, it felt as though the gears of fate had finally interlocked. The expressions of Rain Capital's higher-ups were complex. Andre's hand trembled slightly as he ultimately placed his signature upon a contract. After the signing ceremony concluded, the entire European financial circle buzzed with discussions about this remarkable negotiation. Domestic media swiftly followed suit, with trending lists dominated by Shun Yifeng's bold confrontation with Rain Capital. Countless netizens began to delve into his past experiences. From the turmoil of his imprisonment 3 years ago to the commercial miracle he now embodied, with every milestone being reinterpreted. Shun Yifeng did not revel in the joy of victory. He understood that the true test was only just beginning. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Howren and Su Qingyan excitedly raised their champagne glasses in a toast. Brother Feng, I give this operation full marks. Not only have we secured the collaboration, but we have also unearthed Rain Capital secrets. Shun Yifeng gently swirled his wine glass, yet his eyes remained calm. They have already begun to fracture internally. News from the shadows indicates that someone is covertly contacting another European enterprise. Let them dance, Lin Howren snorted. We have secured our footing. Anyone attempting to engage in underhanded tactics will soon find themselves in dire straits. That evening, at the celebration banquet, the team members gathered in high spirits, the atmosphere vibrant. Everyone raised their glasses in jovial spirits, exchanging playful banter as if all was progressing toward an auspicious outcome. However, in a shadowed corner, a pair of eyes remained fixed on Shun Yifeng with a brooding intensity. The day following the banquet, the project team officially entered the operational phase. Shun Yifeng personally led the team, liaising with the technical staff from Rain Capital to advance the collaborative chip development initiative. Just when everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, an unforeseen issue arose. A critical algorithm model was inadvertently lost during transmission, resulting in a delay of a full week for the entire project. To make matters worse, the data backup system was inexplicably shut down, and all recovery attempts were futile. This could not be a mere technical malfunction. Standing before the office window, Shun Yifeng's tone turned frigid. Someone had interfered. He promptly activated the Chaos Insight system to conduct behavioral analysis on all personnel who had recently accessed the core data. The system swiftly returned with feedback. Abnormal data flow detected, target address within the company's intranet. A mole. Su Qingyan frowned, realizing it was a skilled adversary, adept at concealing their tracks. Yet, no matter how sophisticated the disguise, flaws inevitably exist. A slight smile curled at the corners of Shun Yifeng's lips, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Gather everyone for a meeting. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Shun Yifeng projected an encrypted document onto the large screen, revealing a sequence of data trails analyzed by the system. At 2 o'clock last night, someone bypassed the firewall, deleted our core code, and attempted to frame an external hacker for the breach. He surveyed the room, his curiosity piqued, but I wonder why precisely at this time. Silence enveloped the space. More curiously, Shen Yifeng continued, the access rights to this code are held by only 5 members of the project team, 4 of whom have alibis for last night. His gaze settled on one individual, Li Ziyu, the youngest programmer in the team, typically reticent yet possessing formidable technical prowess. Li Ziyu, what about you? The room fell silent. Li Ziyu's complexion paled, and he feigned composure. I was resting at home. Didn't he go out? Is that so? Shen Yifeng's voice was laced with amusement as he retrieved a surveillance video. Then please explain why you were seen entering the company building at 1:45 in the morning. The footage displayed a hooded figure entering the elevator, heading straight for the server room. That was me. I went to retrieve some forgotten materials, Li Ziyu stammered, his voice trembling. But your desk shows nothing amiss. Shen Yifeng slowly rose, advancing toward him. Do you know what I despise most? It is not betrayal itself, but the pretense of innocence after the act. Beads of sweat formed on Li Ziyu's forehead as his breath quickened. I admit it was me. He finally broke down. I just couldn't accept it. You are all esteemed elites, while I am merely a lowly programmer. Why did you choose Su Qingyan as the lead instead of me? Is it your jealousy that nearly jeopardized the entire project? Lin Howard glared fiercely. You are mistaken, Shen Yifeng replied coolly. It is not that I did not select you. Rather, you excluded yourself. He turned to the shadows and commanded, take him away and hand him over to the legal department. Li Ziyu was escorted by 2 security personnel, turning back to scream in desperation. Do you think this will stop me? Others are still watching you. The statement caused Shen Yifeng to furrow his brow. What did he mean by there are others? Ing quietly reminded him. The system has detected another anomalous signal, originating from a terminal within the company's internal network. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy. It seemed this game was far from over. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber on the outskirts of Paris, a figure clad in a black robe was intently observing a computer screen. On the display was a live feed of Shen Yifeng in the conference room. Indeed impressive. The figure murmured softly, unaware that the true drama was only just beginning. In the next instant, he struck the keyboard, silently dispatching an encrypted command. Moments later, a new message popped up on Shen Yifeng's phone. Warning, interference source updated, new identity code, 07. Shen Yifeng fixated on this message, his fingers gradually tightening. As night deepened, the city outside sparkled like a sea of stars. Yet, he knew that in the darkness, hunters were drawing near. Chapter 45. Overseas Crisis. Shen Yifeng stared at the abrupt message on his phone, his brow knitted in concern. The night was heavy, and the city lights outside resembled countless prying eyes. Updated interference source 07. He murmured, his fingers gliding across the screen. It appeared someone truly wished to prevent his peaceful landing. Ing stood beside him, his voice low. The opponent is deeply concealed. The signal traversed 7 nodes before connecting to our system. This is beyond the capabilities of a mere commercial rival. This implies, Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile, though his eyes were as cold as ice, that we have already crossed certain individuals' bottom line. Before he could finish speaking, Su Qingyan pushed the door open, her expression grave. Brother Feng, Rain Capital has just sent a formal statement declaring a unilateral termination of cooperation, citing the risk of technology leakage. Lin Howard abruptly sprang to his feet from the sofa. Nonsense. They signed a contract. How can they suddenly backtrack? Not backtracking. Shen Yifeng slowly rose, his gaze sharp. They're being coerced. He approached the desk, accessed the chaotic vision system, and entered the keywords Rain Capital, Breach, 07. The system swiftly returned an encrypted document. Recent capital flow anomalies, a transfer from a Swiss anonymous account into Rain Capital's private account, amounting to 2.3 billion euros. Indeed. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh. Someone intends to buy out our future. Who? Lin Howard inquired. I do not know. Shen Yifeng closed the laptop. But we will soon find out. He turned to Su Qingyan. Assemble the core team for an immediate meeting. Within the conference room, the atmosphere was tense as a taut string. Ladies and gentlemen, Shen Yifeng stood before the projection screen, his tone calm. Rain Capital has just announced a unilateral termination of cooperation, citing so-called technical security issues. But we all know this is merely a smokescreen. The crowd exchanged glances. I have investigated. They received a substantial sum 3 days ago, of unknown origin, Shen Yifeng continued. This means they have been bought off. But what do we do now? A project leader frowned. The contract has already been signed. If they truly tear up the agreement, our losses will be considerable. Therefore, we must make them regret this decision. Shen Yifeng's gaze was piercing. The first step, freeze all technical sharing permissions. The second step, initiate legal proceedings to hold them accountable for breach of contract. The third step, he paused momentarily, a cold smile playing on his lips, was to ensure that the entire European financial sphere recognized Rain Capital as a treacherous jester. Brother Feng, do you mean that? Su Qingyin's eyes lit up. Indeed, Shen Yifeng affirmed, nodding. The battle of public opinion has commenced. Within 2 hours following the conclusion of the meeting, Shen Yifeng's team sprang into action. An anonymous video quietly surfaced on social media, depicting Rain Capital engaged in a clandestine meeting with a mysterious figure in Geneva. Although lacking direct evidence, the accompanying keywords suggesting bribery and breach of trust ignited a wildfire across the internet. This operation is brilliant. Su Qingyin chuckled while scrolling through trending topics. Brother Feng, you are ruthless. Even the editing is done with such suspense. This is not editing, Shen Yifeng replied coolly. This is raw footage. Simultaneously, turmoil began to brew within Rain Capital. Some senior executives expressed dissatisfaction with the decision, fearing damage to the company's reputation. And even a director proposed convening an emergency meeting to reassess the collaboration. The situation was tilting in our favor. Ing reported the developments with a calm demeanor. Yet they were not to be underestimated. They had begun to counteract. What do you mean? Shen Yifeng inquired. They have mobilized their legal advisory team, attempting to ensnare us in a protracted legal quagmire through international arbitration clauses. Huh? Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. Do they think they can afford to delay? He summoned the analytical interface of the Chaos Oracle system, pointing to a set of data. Look here. Rain Capital's projected earnings report for the next quarter is expected to plummet. If this collaborative project is not swiftly completed, their stock price will drop by at least 30%. Therefore, Shen Yifeng declared as he rose, his tone resolute. We must provide them with a graceful exit while firmly retaining control. How do we proceed? Lin Howard asked. Quite simply, Shen Yifeng replied, donning his suit jacket. I shall personally visit Rain's headquarters for face-to-face negotiations. Are you out of your mind? Su Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide. They are eager to shift the blame onto you. And you are walking right into their trap? Precisely because they wish to shift the blame, I must go, Shen Yifeng smirked. Let them witness how a true strategist plays the game. The following morning, Shen Yifeng, accompanied by Lin Howard and Ing, headed straight for the headquarters of Rain Capital. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with tension. Andrew Wright of Rain Capital sat at the head of the table, his expression grim. Mr. Shen, your actions have severely disrupted our company's normal operations. Disrupted? Shen Yifeng replied with a slight smile. You have orchestrated your own demise. Your board has received letters of opposition from over half of its members, demanding you reconsider this contract. Andrew's complexion faltered, but he maintained his composure. What are you talking about? I speak the truth, Shen Yifeng replied, unfazed as he opened his tablet, revealing screenshots of emails. These are letters co-signed by your directors, clearly stating that your unilateral termination of the partnership constitutes a grave error and may provoke shareholder litigation. How could you possibly have these? Andrew's voice began to tremble. Because your internal network is not as secure as you believe. Shen Yifeng spoke calmly. I can either make this public or choose to preserve your dignity. What would you like to do? Andrew gritted his teeth. It's quite simple. Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair. Let us resume our collaboration as per the original contract. With an additional clause, should you breach it again, you shall compensate us threefold for our losses. Impossible, Andrew shouted furiously. Then I wish you a successful upcoming financial report. Shen Yifeng replied, standing up and donning his coat. He added as an afterthought, your mysterious benefactor may not always shield you. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Howard could not help but chuckle. Brother Feng, That was quite the performance. It was not a performance. Shen Yifeng glanced back at the building. It is psychological warfare. That evening, Rain Capital issued an official statement, announcing their continued commitment to the collaboration with Shen Yifeng's team and expressing apologies for the previous misunderstandings. The European financial circles were abuzz with astonishment. Domestic netizens flooded the screens with comments. Shen Yifeng has triumphed again. Is this man playing on cheat mode? Just resolved an internal traitor and tackled a breach. This plot is more exhilarating than a sensational novel. I suggest it be adapted into a television series. The son-in-law's overseas comeback. Take note. However, while everyone reveled in the sweet taste of victory, Shen Yifeng's Chaos Oracle system emitted another alert. Interference source 07 activity level rising. Target locking in progress. Here it comes. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he read the information on the screen. He dialed Ying's number. Prepare yourself. I need to personally inspect that chamber in the outskirts of Paris. Are you certain? Ying's voice was low. There may be more than one enemy there. Precisely because there may be more than one, Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. That is why it is worth my visit. As night fell, the city sparkled like a sea of stars. Yet, in a hidden corner, a greater storm was brewing. Shen Yifeng stood before the window, gazing at the distant flickering neon lights, fully aware that this game had merely commenced. In the next moment, he turned and headed towards the elevator. Onward. Chapter 46. Rebirth and Desperation. The night was as dark as ink. In a hidden chamber on the outskirts of Paris, Shen Yifeng stood before an old computer. While he monitored the signal fluctuations nearby, activity level 07 is soaring. The energy waveform is anomalous. Ing reported quietly, it seems they are deploying some advanced interference equipment. Shen Yifeng's eyes turned cold. It appears they can no longer remain idle. He accessed the Chaos Oracle system and entered interference source 07, Rain Capital, which instantly revealed a set of encrypted data. 07 is associated with the Obsidian Organization, a global commercial intelligence manipulation group that has intervened in multinational collaboration projects multiple times. Indeed, it was not a singular force. Shen Yifeng chuckled darkly. These individuals truly fear nothing. Brother Feng, what shall we do next? Lin Howren leaned against the wall, holding a portable signal jammer. First, stabilize things with rain, Shen Yifeng responded, picking up his phone. Su Qingyan, you need to contact the upper management of Rain Capital immediately. I require an emergency video conference. 5 minutes later, the video conference connected. Andrew Wright from Rain Capital appeared on screen, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Mr. Shun, I must alert you that there are individuals clandestinely disseminating negative information about your team, including some fabricated evidence of financial misconduct. I am aware. Shen Yifeng's tone was calm. But what I wish to know is how you intend to respond. Andrew paused for a moment in silence before quietly stating, we received an anonymous letter warning us that if we continue our collaboration with you, we will face irreparable consequences. A slight smirk appeared on Shen Yifeng's lips. Do you wish to be a pawn, or do you aspire to be the player? This statement struck Andrew like a heavy blow to the heart. We are willing to continue our collaboration. Andrew finally spoke, but we require more assurances. No problem. Shen Yifeng opened his tablet, retrieving a document. This is the supplementary clause I have drafted for the new agreement, which includes upgraded technology sharing, a joint marketing plan, and a countermeasure mechanism against malicious third-party interference. Andrew scrutinized the contents of the document, his expression gradually becoming grave. How did you manage to accomplish this? That is not the focal point, Shen Yifeng replied nonchalantly. The crux is if you do not sign, you will be regarded as a laughingstock throughout the entire European financial sphere within seconds. The meeting concluded, and the new agreement was signed and took effect. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng initiated a comprehensive reverse tracking of 07. Shadow, mark all suspicious nodes. I want to see the entire network architecture behind 07. It is currently under analysis. Shadow typed rapidly, yet their encryption level is exceedingly high, making it challenging to breach through conventional means. Then we shall employ unconventional methods. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yifeng's eyes as he activated the boundary breaking mode. With the unlocking of the Chaos Vision System's permissions, A spectral blue data stream whirled across the screen. Minutes later, a vast information network materialized before everyone's eyes. The core member list of the Obsidian organization has been partially deciphered. Shadow pointed at the screen, but their main server is located deep within the Swiss Alps, inaccessible by standard methods. Then we shall make a trip to Switzerland. Shen Yifeng stood and donned his coat. I am eager to see how audacious these rats hiding in the shadows truly are. 3 days later, in a luxury hotel suite atop a high-rise in Switzerland, Shen Yifeng sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the snow-capped mountains. Brother Feng, the forces here in Switzerland are deeply intertwined. A slight misstep could provoke a diplomatic uproar. Lin Hauren expressed his concerns. Therefore, we must act swiftly, accurately, and decisively. Shen Yifeng rose, his gaze resolute. Tomorrow morning, I will meet with a peripheral member of Obsidian under the guise of a private investor, seeking to exploit a breakthrough from him. That individual is named Marcus, a madman fond of high-tech games. Su Qingyan remarked while perusing the materials. He has recently become engrossed in a virtual reality trading simulation platform, rumored to harbor certain secrets of Obsidian. Excellent. A smile graced Shen Yifeng's lips. Then we shall indulge him in a game. The next day, within the virtual reality arena, Shen Yifeng donned his headset and entered the holographic space. Welcome to the Abyss Tower. The system prompt echoed. Challenger. The opposing player was unmistakably on. The battle commenced, and both sides engaged in a fierce contest. With the real-time tactical assistance of the Chaos Divine Insight system, Shen Yifeng accurately anticipated his opponent's movements at a critical moment, ultimately defeating Marcus with overwhelming superiority. How could you be so fast? Marcus exclaimed. You are no ordinary person. I simply detest being stabbed in the back. Shen Yifeng replied coldly, removing his helmet with a smirk. Now, let us discuss some serious business. A few hours later, Marcus surrendered a portion of the internal documents of Obsidian and revealed a crucial piece of information. 07 was not acting alone, but was part of Obsidian's plan to eliminate emerging conglomerates in Asia. Elimination plan? Lin Hauren frowned. Do they intend to eradicate multiple competitors in one fell swoop? Indeed. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy, but they have underestimated our capacity for retaliation. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Yifeng convened an emergency meeting. Next, we shall undertake 3 actions. He surveyed the group. First, we will expose the true identity of 07 and its connection to Obsidian. Second, we will leverage a media storm to exert reverse pressure and alert other potential target nations. Third, we will initiate the Phoenix Project, launching a new line of intelligent products in overseas markets to shatter Obsidian's blockade. The Phoenix Project? Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled. Isn't that the future technology product integrating quantum computing? Precisely. Shen Yifeng nodded. It is not only our weapon for retaliation, but also our ticket to the international stage. A week later, Shen Yifeng's team officially launched the Phoenix series products, igniting a frenzy in the global tech sphere. What sorcery is this? Shen Yifeng has conjured another piece of black technology. Perhaps it should be renamed the Son-in-Law's Overseas Ascendancy. The plot is even more thrilling than the novel. With the Phoenix series released, Obsidian has been obliterated. However, amidst the astonishment of the outside world, Shen Yifeng's Chaos Divine Insight system vibrated once more. Interference source 07 has been locked. Target coordinates. Data center beneath Lake Geneva. At last, I have found you. Shen Yifeng fixed his gaze on the screen, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. He dialed Ying's number. Prepare the diving equipment. I shall personally descend to meet this mysterious acquaintance. Brother Feng, that's too dangerous, Lin Hauren urged. It's 300 meters underground. The water pressure is immense. What if something goes wrong? It is precisely because of the danger that it is worth my while. Shen Yifeng donned his combat suit and strode toward the elevator. Some enemies will not reveal their true faces until the final moment. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they reflected his resolute visage. Meanwhile, within a long-sealed server room beneath Lake Geneva, a string of code pulsated silently. Target locked. The Phoenix is about to be consumed. Chapter 47. The families returned the alarm beneath Lake Geneva reverberated through the cerulean waters as Shun Yifeng stood inside the diving pod. His gaze fixed on the flowing data stream on the screen. Target locked. The Phoenix is about to be consumed. This ominous message felt like a countdown to death. Mobilize all available resources. I want to uncover the full truth behind this message, he whispered, his voice transmitted through the communicator back to the ground command center. We are currently analyzing, but the data link is heavily encrypted. Decryption will take time. The voice of Shadow conveyed an urgency as he cautioned. Wind, brother. We must be vigilant. Obsidian is targeting you this time. A cold smirk graced Shun Yifeng's lips, his eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. However, just as he prepared to strategize further, his phone vibrated, revealing a message from Lin Howren. Wind, brother, there's movement from Su Wanru. She seems to be in frequent contact with Zhao Hongtu, possibly orchestrating a significant maneuver. Shun Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he tapped the screen, swiftly activating the Chaos Divine Eye system, a golden light flickering through his pupils. Attempting to stir trouble while I am abroad? They truly have a death wish. He promptly dialed Lin Howren. Keep a close watch on them. Report any unusual activity immediately. Additionally, inform Qingyan to initiate the plan and be ready for counteraction. After ending the call, Shun Yifeng lifted his gaze toward the long-hidden control room deep within the lake, his resolve crystallizing. This return was not solely for Obsidian. It was time to go home. When the plane landed at the domestic airport, it was already deep into the night. Shun Yifeng stepped out of the terminal, the night breeze brushing against him, carrying a familiar yet foreign scent. Wind, brother, the vehicle is ready. Lin Howren stood by the car, a complex expression on his face. Shun Yifeng nodded, settling into the back seat, watching the city's neon lights blur past the window, his thoughts drifting to the once glorious, now decayed family. Any recent news regarding the family? He inquired. Not very optimistic, Lin Howren sighed. Zhao Hongtu has, through a series of capital maneuvers, already absorbed most of the Shun family's assets, and the remainder has been covertly shifted by Su Wanru. The Shun family has nearly become a hollow shell. Su Wanru. Shun Yifeng scoffed. She has certainly become more adept at this game. As the car drove into the suburbs, a once-renowned estate, heralded as a paragon of Eastern aristocracy, came into view. Yet now, the gates were weathered, overgrown with weeds, and the gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. Shun Yifeng alighted, his steps measured as he entered the residence that held his childhood memories. The hall lay in silence, the air thick with mildew and dust. The family tree hanging on the wall had yellowed, many names torn away, leaving behind only fragmented traces. Is this the current state of the Shun family? He murmured, his tone calm, yet brimming with seething rage. Lin Howren remained silent. He understood that the sight before Shun Yifeng was more impactful than any words could convey. Shun Yifeng gradually approached the center of the hall, gently brushing away the thick dust from a table, revealing an ancient jade tablet, an emblem of the Shun family's heritage, signifying the heir's identity. They believed that by sending me away for 3 years, they could obliterate the Shun family. He began, his voice low yet powerful. But they have forgotten that Shun Yifeng is not one to concede defeat easily. He retrieved the Chaos Divine Eye system, delicately placing it upon the jade tablet. The system activated instantly, a golden light emanating from the tablet, casting vivid images of the family's past, the moments of glory, the splendor of their commercial empire, all unfolding before him. System, analyze the current family status and generate a revival plan, Shun Yifeng commanded. System prompt. The family's core assets have suffered significant losses. Relationships have fractured and multiple internal hazards exist. It is advisable to prioritize the restoration of the trust system, rebuild the economic foundation, and eliminate internal malignancies. It appears that the first step is to clean house. Shun Yifeng's gaze was sharp. Lin Howren, assist me in contacting the former subordinates of the Shun family, as well as those core employees willing to return. Brother Feng, will you make a public appearance? What if Zhao Hongtu notices in advance? Let him notice. Shun Yifeng replied with a slight smirk. What I fear the least now is my enemies knowing what I'm doing. The following morning, Shun Yifeng summoned the few remaining loyal ministers and convened a meeting at the family's former residence. Some were elderly, others fallen from grace. Yet their eyes still sparkled with unwavering loyalty. "Gentlemen, I have returned," Shun Yifeng declared, standing before the conference table, his gaze piercing. "I know many of you believe the Shun family was finished, but I assure you, we are not only still standing, but poised to rise again." An elder spoke tremulously. "Young master, we have waited for your return all these years, but Zhao Hongtu is too powerful, and Su Wanru is no longer the lady we once knew." "I am aware," Shun Yifeng interrupted. "That is precisely why I have come to address these matters personally." He activated a projector, revealing a detailed plan. "This is my Phoenix plan, divided into 3 phases. The first phase is to reclaim the core assets of the Shun family. The second phase is to rebuild connections and business alliances. The third phase is to completely settle accounts with Zhao Hongtu and Su Wanru." The assembly was stirred. Their spirits ignited as if they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "Young Master Feng, we will heed your command," an enthusiastic steward exclaimed. "At your word, we would brave any peril." Shun Yifeng nodded, poised to continue his discourse when suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded. "Brother Feng," came the voice from the earpiece. "Our temporary server has been breached. Someone is attempting to steal the Phoenix plan." Shun Yifeng's expression darkened. "Investigate who is responsible." Moments later, the screen froze on a familiar face, Shun Minghui, a distant relative of the Shun family. "Him?" Lin Howard gasped. "He is one of the elders of the Shun family." "How could this be?" "He has long been bought off by Zhao Hongtu," Shun Yifeng replied with a cold smile. "It seems Zhao Hongtu is more anxious than I had anticipated." He rose, resolute. "Since someone is so eager to betray us, let them not blame me for lacking compassion." He pressed the call button. Initiate the highest level lockdown protocol. I intend for Mr. Shinming Wei to experience the consequences of treachery." At that moment, Shun Yifeng's chaos vision system vibrated again. "Interference source 07 signal enhanced. Target coordinates updated to the Shun family headquarters old site." Shun Yifeng fixed his gaze on the screen, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "Finally, it is coming." He turned to the assembly, his tone unwavering. "From today onward, the Shun family shall no longer remain silent. We will let everyone know that Shun Yifeng has returned. And the Shun family is also set to make its comeback." In the next instant, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The caller ID displayed, unknown number. Shun Yifeng answered, and a hoarse voice came through. "Shun Yifeng, do you think you can turn the tide? You have no idea what you're truly up against." Shun Yifeng responded with a faint smile. "Oh? What, pray tell, am I truly facing?" The silence on the other end of the phone lingered for a few seconds before an icy voice responded. "You are confronting an adversary you cannot overcome." Chapter 48. Familial Conflict. Shun Yifeng ended the call, his gaze as cold as steel. He stood in the center of the conference room. With the recently identified source of the Fengming plan's leak, Shun Minghui, seated behind him. This once respected, distant relative now sat slumped in his chair, his complexion pale and his lips trembling. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I am a member of the Shun family." Shun Minghui screamed, attempting to resist. Shun Yifeng approached slowly, his voice deep yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "A traitor is unworthy of the Shun surname." With a swift gesture, he signaled for his shadow to escort Shun Minghui away. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with the attendees exchanging glances. Some appeared shocked, others secretly delighted, while a few displayed an undercurrent of unease. Lin Howard inquired softly, "Brother Feng, what comes next? Not everyone here may trust you." Shun Yifeng surveyed the room, his gaze slicing through each clan member's countenance like a blade. He remained silent, directly activating the chaos divination system. Golden patterns flickered in his eyes as the system swiftly analyzed the emotional fluctuations, positional inclinations, and potential threat levels of everyone present. "What they require is confidence," Shun Yifeng murmured to himself, stepping forward to stand at the conference table. "I understand many of you harbor doubts towards me." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. 3 years ago, I was imprisoned, the family crumbled, and Su Wanru colluded with Zhao Hongtu to seize power. Some among you even believed the Shun family was finished. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the clan members, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. But today, I have returned, not to seek your forgiveness, but to inform you that the Shun family is far from over. These words struck like thunder, sending a tremor through the entire conference room. The foaming plan is the revival blueprint I personally crafted. It is not a mere fantasy, but a viable plan grounded in tangible resources, networks, and commercial strategies. Shun Yifeng continued, I understand your fears of failure, of repercussions, of Zhao Hongtu's revenge. He paused for a moment, his tone turning resolute. But I assure you, I am no longer the Shun Yifeng of 3 years past. I am no longer naive, nor will I tolerate betrayal. He activated the projector, displaying a detailed data report. This outlines the commercial networks I have re-established globally over the past 3 months. This is the list of core technical teams I have brought back from overseas, and these are the 5 international strategic partners we are on the verge of signing with. The Shun family shall not survive on charity. We shall rise again through strength and reclaim our place at the pinnacle. He turned to the elder steward who had once questioned him. Uncle Wong, do you recall my father's words? A member of the Shun family would rather die standing than live kneeling. The elder steward's eyes glistened with emotion as he slowly nodded. I remember, young master. Then do not let me down. Shun Yifeng scanned the room. Those willing to join me, stay. Those unwilling may depart now, while there is still time. The air seemed to freeze for several seconds before an elderly voice shattered the silence. Young Master Foam, I will stand with you, declared a long-serving accountant who had been with the Shun family for 2 decades. Immediately, a growing number of individuals began to echo the sentiment. I'm willing to. Wind. We have awaited this day for far too long. The atmosphere underwent a significant transformation. The previously tense meeting became fervently passionate. However, just as Shun Yifeng was about to announce the next course of action, his phone vibrated once more. It was a message from Ming. Shun Minghui's private account has just received a substantial and mysterious transfer, allegedly from Zhao Hongtu. Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow, already forming a judgment in his mind. Zhao Hongtu was indeed not idle. He had begun to infiltrate the family's inner circle. He discreetly pocketed his phone and addressed the assembly. Tonight's meeting concludes here. Everyone, please return and rest well. We will officially embark on the first phase of the Fengming plan tomorrow. One by one, the attendees departed, leaving Lin Howard behind. Brother Wind, how do you intend to deal with those who are still on the fence? He inquired softly. A cold smirk graced Shun Yifeng's lips. Since they enjoy playing their little games in the shadows, we shall indulge them in a game of cat and mouse. The following morning, Shun Yifeng summoned all core members to convene an asset recovery preparatory meeting at the old headquarters of the Shun family. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the assets that were supposed to be returned had already been transferred. Their partners had abruptly terminated contracts, and several warehouses owned by the Shun family had been sealed. This is peculiar. Lin Howard frowned. It is impossible for Zhao Hongtu to have acted so quickly. Shun Yifeng remained composed as he accessed the Chaos Divine Insight system to retrieve pertinent intelligence. The system swiftly analyzed the clues, pointing towards several key figures who were none other than the ambivalent family members from the previous day's meeting. It seems our welcoming ceremony has arrived. Shun Yifeng smiled faintly. Let them continue their performance. While arranging for personnel to investigate the flow of assets, he deliberately released information stating that a family revival oath-taking ceremony would be held in 3 days, inviting major media outlets to cover the event. This action immediately captured Zhao Hongtu's attention, leaving the traitors lurking within the family unable to remain still. 2 days later, Shun Yifeng successfully identified several masterminds behind the scenes and amassed all necessary evidence. On the 3rd day, the oath-taking ceremony commenced as scheduled. At the venue, Shun Yifeng stood upon the dais, the Shun family emblem behind him, with thousands of family members and guests before him. The first thing I shall do today is to cleanse our ranks. As his words fell, Ing led a contingent to apprehend the traitors on the spot. Did you think I was unaware of your actions? Shun Yifeng glared coldly at them. How much did Zhao Hongtu pay you? Or was your true intention never to see the Shun family restored? One individual, pale-faced, attempted to protest. Wind, silence. Shun Yifeng's furious shout interrupted him. A member of the Shun family may be poor or weak, but they must never betray. He ordered the expulsion of these individuals from the family and the freezing of all their assets. This move sent shockwaves through the crowd, allowing the true family members to witness his resolve. From this day forth, the Shun family shall only pursue one direction for revival. Shun Yifeng raised his right hand, his voice resonating with fervor. I, Shun Yifeng, hereby vow that if I cannot restore the Shun family to its pinnacle, I shall never set foot through the gates of the Shun family again. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Lin Howren gazed at the unfolding scene, his fists clenched in exhilaration. Brother Feng, this time we truly shall rise. However, Shun Yifeng remained vigilant, aware that this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the chaotic divine insight system vibrated once more. Interference source 07 signal enhanced. Target coordinates updated to the former Shun family headquarters. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curving at the corners of his lips. At last, it is upon us. He turned to Lin Howren, his tone resolute. Notify everyone to prepare for the impending true battle. The next moment, his phone vibrated again. The caller ID displayed, unknown number. Shun Yifeng answered, and a hoarse voice echoed through. Shun Yifeng, do you believe you can turn the tide? You have no comprehension of what you face. Shun Yifeng responded with a faint smile. Oh? Then enlighten me. What exactly am I confronting? There was a brief silence on the other end before a chilling statement emerged. You are up against an adversary you cannot defeat. Chapter 49. The revival of the family. Shun Yifeng ended the call, his gaze sharp as a blade. Standing atop the platform at the oath-taking assembly, behind him were the traitors subdued on the spot, and before him a fervent crowd. From this day forth, the Shun family shall only pursue one direction for revival. Applause erupted, fervor surging through the air. Lin Howren clenched his fists in excitement. Brother Feng, we truly shall rise. Yet Shun Yifeng showed no signs of relaxation. He understood this was merely the outset. The chaotic divine insight system operated quietly within him, golden patterns flickering deep within his pupils. Interference source 07 signal enhanced. Target coordinates updated to the former Shun family headquarters. A cold smile graced his lips once more. Inform everyone to prepare for the genuine battle. He instructed Lin Howren in a low voice. Seconds later, his phone vibrated again. The caller ID once more read, unknown number. Shun Yifeng answered, and the same hoarse voice returned. Shun Yifeng, do you believe you can turn the tide? You have no comprehension of what you face. Shun Yifeng replied coolly, Oh? Then enlighten me. What exactly am I confronting? Silence lingered for a few seconds before a frigid response followed. You are facing an enemy you cannot conquer. The call abruptly ended. Shun Yifeng stowed his phone, his eyes deep as the night. He turned away from the platform, his strides steady, as if the previous exchange was but a whisper in the wind. What shall we do now, Brother Feng? Lin Howren inquired, following closely. The Phoenix Plan is officially launched. Shun Yifeng declared with unwavering determination. I shall demonstrate to the entire business world that the Shun family is not a relic of the past, but rather a beacon of the future. The following morning, Shun Yifeng convened the core members for the inauguration meeting of the Phoenix Plan at the former Shun family headquarters. Within the conference room, the atmosphere was solemn, the air thick with gravity. The Phoenix Plan is the revival blueprint I have personally devised. It is not a fantasy, but viable strategy grounded in real resources, networking, and commercial layout. Shun Yifeng stood before the projection, his fingers tapping the screen, revealing a comprehensive market trend analysis report before the assembly. We will simultaneously advance the realms of intelligent technology and high-end manufacturing across the globe, leveraging our domestic supply chain advantages alongside overseas market demands to forge a new brand matrix belonging to the Shun family. He surveyed the audience. I understand your reservations, but I assure you, this is not a gamble. It is a strategic positioning. Lin Howren nodded in agreement. Brother Feng is absolutely right. I have already contacted several international suppliers, and their interest in collaboration is exceedingly positive. Shun Yifeng nodded slightly and continued. However, Zhao Hongtu will not remain passive. He has infiltrated the family and will undoubtedly take further action. He activated the Chaos Divine Insight system to retrieve intelligence data. The system swiftly analyzed several potential risk points and proposed countermeasures. Shadows had already identified several suspicious individuals, and action would be taken tonight. Shen Yifeng declared coldly, "I want them to understand the cost of betrayal." After the meeting concluded, the project was officially initiated. Shen Yifeng led the team, working tirelessly day and night. And within a mere week, they completed the initial resource integration. Meanwhile, rumors began circulating externally. Zhao Hongtu could not contain himself and attempted to tarnish the Shun family's new project through public opinion. The Phoenix Ming plan is merely a hollow ruse orchestrated by Shen Yifeng, proclaimed a headline from a financial media outlet. The Shun family has long been a mere shell of its former self. The so-called revival is nothing but self-deception. Read another commentary. Upon seeing this, Shen Yifeng merely smirked. They are afraid. He immediately arranged for the public relations team to retaliate while utilizing the Chaos Divine Insight system to identify the puppeteers behind the scenes. In less than 3 days, the clandestine online army was uprooted, and the associated media faced counter-investigations that exposed numerous scandals of false news. Seizing the momentum, Shen Yifeng convened a global press conference to officially announce the launch of the first phase of the Phoenix Ming plan. At the press conference, the lights dazzled, and media from various countries gathered. Clad in a black suit, Shen Yifeng emanated a commanding aura, standing under the spotlight like a king returning to his throne. "The Shen family is back," he declared, igniting the audience. He then unveiled the upcoming intelligent wearable device, the Phoenix Feather, whose core technology is at least 3 years ahead of the industry. This is not mere hype, it is genuine prowess. He raised the product in his hand, and the inaugural call of the Phoenix Ming plan was a moment that captured the world's attention. Following the conference, investment institutions eagerly extended their olive branches. Shen Yifeng's name once again soared to the trending searches, becoming a coveted figure in the business world. As the project progressed, challenges soon emerged. The technical team encountered bottlenecks, and crucial algorithms remained unbreakable. Stalled at this juncture, the entire development timeline would be delayed. Lin Hauren furrowed his brow. Yet, Shen Yifeng remained composed. "Do not rush." He discreetly activated the Chaos Divine Insight system, inputting the keyword, optimization of core algorithms for intelligent wearable devices. The system instantaneously parsed 3 optimal solutions, accompanied by detailed implementation steps. "Adjust the parameters according to this plan," he instructed, handing the data to the technical supervisor. In just 2 days, the technical conundrum was resolved. "Brother Feng, how did you accomplish this?" The technical supervisor inquired, astonished. Shen Yifeng simply smiled. "Some secrets you will understand in due time." Meanwhile, a minor gap in the funding chain also emerged. The originally pledged investors abruptly changed their stance, citing an excessively high-risk assessment. Shen Yifeng immediately recognized it as the handiwork of Zhao Hongtu. However, he was well prepared. The chaotic divine insight system alerted him to a hidden investment opportunity, a near-bankrupt chip company with cutting-edge processing technology. Shen Yifeng decisively acquired the company at a remarkably low price and integrated it into the Fengming project's industrial chain. This maneuver not only resolved the funding issue, but also laid a solid foundation for future technological advancement. The news sent shockwaves through the industry. "Shen Yifeng has once again performed a capital magic trick," exclaimed a financial host. "The Fengming project is forming a complete ecological loop," remarked another analyst. "The Shen family is truly making a comeback." Yet, just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, Zhao Hongtu finally struck. He bribed one of the key partners in the Fengming project, attempting to terminate the contract and deliver a fatal blow to the project. When Shen Yifeng received the intelligence, his expression remained unchanged. As expected, it was the same old tactic. He smirked coldly and immediately activated his plan. He replaced the partner with a company from his backup list. He ordered Lin Hauren to spread the word that they were willing to open more collaboration slots. This move triggered a chain reaction, prompting multiple companies to proactively apply to join the Fengming project, rendering Zhao Hongtu's scheme futile. "Brother Feng, you are ruthless," Lin Hauren said in admiration. This tactic of leveraging strength against strength directly bounced Zhao Hongtu's underhanded attack back at him. Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile. The business world is akin to a battlefield. One cannot rely solely on defense, but must also understand how to counterattack. 3 months later, the first phase of the Fengming project concluded successfully. Shen Yifeng stood before the Shun family's old residence, gazing at the family crest, which gleamed with renewed brilliance. His heart a tumult of emotions. Father, mother, I have returned. Lin Haoran stood beside him, filled with sentiment. Brother Feng, we truly did it. Shen Yifeng nodded, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. This is merely the beginning. He turned to look at the towering Shun building, illuminated and majestic. Suddenly, the chaotic divine insight system vibrated again. Detection of interference source 07 signal anomaly. Target coordinates shifted to the capital of a certain Southeast Asian country. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. It seems someone can no longer remain idle. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Zhong Lishuan, I believe we need to have a discussion. Chapter 50, A New Conspiracy After Hanging Up. Shen Yifeng's gaze settled on the flickering prompt of the interference source 07 signal anomaly. Standing at the entrance of the Shun family residence, the night wind lifted the hem of his clothing, and his expression was as deep as an abyss. Lin Haoran sensed his unease and quietly inquired, Brother Feng, what is the matter? Shen Yifeng paused for a moment before slowly replying, Someone is keeping an eye on us. Lin Haoran raised an eyebrow. Is it again from Zhao Hongtu's side? No. Shen Yifeng shook his head. This time it's neither Zhao Hongtu nor that useless Su Wanru. It's something far more profound. He said no more and turned towards the black Bentley parked at the entrance. Let's go. Not a single one of those who need to be caught will escape. The following morning, in the conference room on the top floor of the Shin building, Shen Yifeng, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, occupied the central position at the long table. Before him lay an array of intelligence screenshots from Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. The shadows had confirmed that, during this period, over 70% of the clues regarding the Fengming project's financial chain, supply chain, and media manipulation pointed in a singular direction. Shen Yifeng's tone was somber and composed, revealing the existence of an organization previously unknown to me. Hey Yao? Lin Haoran furrowed his brow. Inquiring, Hey Yao? I have not heard of them. They excel in clandestinely manipulating capital flows and information channels, existing within the business realm as a phantom entity. Shen Yifeng continued. In the past 3 years, they have orchestrated the overnight collapse of 3 multinational corporations through exceedingly covert methods. He lightly tapped the table, causing the projected image to shift to a blurry photograph depicting a man in sunglasses engaged in a private conversation with Zhao Hongtu at an exclusive club. Zhao Hongtu is merely a pawn, Shen Yifeng scoffed, asserting that the true puppet master was the enigmatic organization known as Heiyao. Lin Haoran gasped. Are you saying Zhao Hongtu is not our greatest adversary? You are beginning to comprehend, Shen Yifeng affirmed with a nod. I have always found it peculiar how Zhao Hongtu could mobilize such substantial resources in a short span. It turns out he has a far more formidable backing. He activated the Chaos Divine Observation System, inputting keywords, Heiyao, organization, capital flow, network. The system promptly commenced its calculations, golden patterns flickering within the depths of his pupils. Analysis complete. The Heiyao organization controls the equity of at least 15 multinational companies through offshore accounts, with financial involvement exceeding $300 billion. Their primary interests lie in Southeast Asian arms trading, cryptocurrency laundering, and high-end technology smuggling. If I am not mistaken, their true interest extends beyond merely dismantling the Shun family. Shen Yifeng remarked, his gaze sharp. They seek dominion over the entire Asian market. Lin Haoran swallowed hard. Are you suggesting they're using the assault on the Shun family as a pretext to pave the way for their next moves? Precisely, Shen Yifeng replied, rising to gaze out at the city lights from the window. Thus, we must take the initiative. Under the cloak of night, Shen Yifeng convened the core members of the Shadow Pavilion, issuing a covert directive. From this moment forth, all investigations must utilize backup communication channels, severing all traceable signals. He scanned the assembly, commanding, I require you to infiltrate Southeast Asia, uncover the core stronghold of Heiyao, while simultaneously monitoring Zhao Hongtu's every action. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion, Ying Yi, responded in a hushed tone. Understood. We will arrange a dual-line operation. One line to investigate Heiyao, the other to keep an eye on Zhao Hongtu. Shun Yifeng nodded. Remember, do not reveal your identities. If discovered, retreat immediately. He paused, adding this time, we are not merely unearthing conspiracies, but rather an entire dark empire. The atmosphere grew grave as everyone acknowledged their orders and departed. Lin Howard leaned in, whispering brother phone. How deep do you believe this matter truly runs? Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile, deep enough to engulf all of Southeast Asia. Days later, the Shadow Pavilion provided its first piece of intelligence. Target identified. A high-level Heiyao meeting is set to occur in an underground casino in Bangkok, the timing undetermined. But indications suggest attendees will include Zhao Hongtu, a mysterious woman suspected to be Heiyao's second-in-command, and a mysterious investor from the Middle East. Shun Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the intelligence report, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. It appeared that the game had only just commenced. He dialed Zhong Lishuan's number. The call connected after 3 rings, and Zhong Lishuan's voice emerged, low and hoarse. I knew you would seek me out. What are your thoughts on the matter of the obsidian? Shun Yifeng wasted no time. Just a group of rule manipulators. Zhong Lishuan replied coolly. Yet they are far more formidable than you might imagine. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. What do you know? They laid the groundwork for today a decade ago. Zhong Lishuan paused, and their ultimate objective extends beyond just you. Who? Shun Yifeng pressed. After a brief silence, Zhong Lishuan slowly articulated. It is the complete reconstruction of the commercial landscape of Huaxia. A jolt ran through Shun Yifeng's heart. He hung up the phone, his gaze sharp as a blade. Directed out the window. Very well. Let me see who shall emerge as the ultimate victor in this game. Meanwhile, within a clandestine villa in Bangkok, a figure lounged on the sofa, toying with a black ring. Shun Yifeng has finally begun to move. The man, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, possessed striking features yet exuded an aura of chilling intensity. Beside him, a woman with a sheer veil whispered, Young master, shall we preemptively eliminate the obstacles? The man chuckled softly. There is no need for haste. Let him dance a little longer. The more ostentatious his display, the harder he shall fall. He glanced at his phone, where the screen displayed Shun Yifeng delivering a speech at a press conference. You remain unaware of the caliber of adversary you are about to confront. In the next moment, his phone vibrated with a new message. Shun Yifeng has dispatched members of the Shadow Pavilion to infiltrate Southeast Asia. Please advise on a response strategy. A cold smile crept onto the man's lips. Excellent. He pressed the call button, his tone icy. Relay the message. Let them witness the true obsidian. Upon returning to the Shun Corporation building, Shun Yifeng stepped into the elevator, only for his phone to vibrate once more. He glanced down to see an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Young Shun, have you been waiting long? A deep, unfamiliar voice inquired. Who are you? Shun Yifeng's tone remained calm. I am merely an intermediary, the voice replied with a light chuckle. But I can share one thing with you. What is it? Your enigmatic friend Zhong Lishuan may not be as straightforward as you believe. Shun Yifeng's expression turned icy. What do you mean? Well, I mean, the voice elongated each word. Is that why you think he is aiding you? He too has a role to play in this performance. With that, the call abruptly ended. Standing in the elevator, Shun Yifeng's demeanor remained unchanged. Yet tumultuous waves roiled within him. Zhong Lishuan, who exactly are you? As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out, his stride steady as though the earlier conversation had never transpired. However, upon pushing open the door to his office, the chaotic vision system suddenly blared an alarm. Warning, interference source 07 signal detected with severe fluctuations, energy levels exceeding critical thresholds. Shun Yifeng abruptly raised his head, gazing into the boundless night outside. So soon? Are you ready to reveal yourselves? Chapter 51. Clues emerge. Shun Yifeng stood before the window of his office, the alarm of the chaotic vision system still echoing in the air. His gaze was icy, yet a long-dormant spirit of battle ignited within him. System. Retrieve the latest data concerning the obsidian, he commanded softly. Golden patterns flickered in his eyes as information surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Within mere seconds, hundreds of pieces of intelligence were analyzed, organized, and projected onto the virtual screen before him. Zhao Hongtu, Su Wanru, and Shun Yifeng murmured the two names, their fingertips lightly tapping the table. Have you finally lost your restraint? Just as Lin Howard entered, he caught sight of him staring blankly at the screen. What is the matter? Lin Howard inquired. The Shadow Pavilion has made new discoveries, Shun Yifeng replied, sweeping his hand across the screen to reveal a crucial clue. Zhao Hongtu had been frequently in contact with a mysterious figure from Southeast Asia, who was likely a core member of the Obsidian organization. Lin Howard frowned. Are you suggesting that Zhao Hongtu is colluding with the Obsidian? It is more than mere collusion. Shun Yifeng's tone was frigid. He is a pawn, thoroughly controlled. Lin Howard's lip twitched slightly. What about Su Wanru? Isn't she already? She is operating in the shadows, Shun Yifeng interrupted. Though she appears to be just a wealthy socialite, her financial flows are exceedingly complex, with some even diverting to offshore accounts in Southeast Asia. Lin Howard inhaled sharply. So, you suspect she is also working for the Obsidian? Not certain yet. Shun Yifeng squinted. But she undoubtedly knows something. We must extract her. As night enveloped the world, Shun Yifeng convened the members of the Shadow Pavilion, initiating a new round of strategy in the secret chamber. I want you to advance on two fronts, he stated with piercing eyes. One line will continue to track the movements of the Obsidian, focusing particularly on Zhao Hongtu and that enigmatic woman. The other line will investigate all of Su Wanru's activities since her return, including every person she has interacted with. The first member of Shadow nodded. Understood. Shun Yifeng paused momentarily, then added, remember, this investigation must leave no stone unturned. The Obsidian is not an ordinary enemy. They are 10 times more dangerous than Zhao Hongtu. Lin Howard interjected, should we inform Zhong Lishuan? After all, he seems to have some insight into the Obsidian. Shun Yifeng remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. I have my doubts about him. Lin Howard was taken aback. What do you mean? Someone hinted to me that Zhong Lishuan may not be as straightforward as he appears. Shun Yifeng's voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. I do not trust assistance given without reason, nor do I believe in benevolence devoid of ulterior motives. Lin Howard nodded silently. What do you plan to do? Test him. Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile, keen to discern whether he was friend or foe. Over the following days, members of the Shadow Pavilion launched simultaneous offensives, with intelligence pouring in like snowflakes. Shun Yifeng sat in the command hall atop the Shin Corporation building, observing the ceaseless flow of data before him. Report. A member of the Shadow Pavilion strode in swiftly. Su Wanru has been frequently visiting a private club. Surveillance indicates she has held clandestine discussions with 2 unidentified men more than 3 times, one of whom is suspected to be from the Middle East. Shun Yifeng tapped the screen, magnifying a blurry image of Su Wanru clad in an exquisite gown, a seductive smile gracing her face. While across from her sat a man wearing sunglasses. Retrieve that individual's information, Shun Yifeng ordered. Moments later, the identity of the man in the photograph emerged. He was a spokesperson for a certain Middle Eastern consortium with an exceedingly intricate background closely linked to the Obsidian organization. It appeared she harbored ulterior motives. Lin Howard gritted his teeth in frustration. However, Shun Yifeng merely smiled faintly. She is far more astute than I had anticipated. Are you suggesting that she is aware of her status as a pawn, yet willingly serve Obsidian? Lin Howard inquired, perplexed. No, Shun Yifeng shook his head. She seeks to leverage Obsidian's power to strike back at me. Lin Howard's pupils constricted. Are you implying she aspires to seize power? She has never relinquished that ambition. Shun Yifeng scoffed, yet this time, she has chosen the wrong ally. Simultaneously, another group from the Shadow Pavilion reported a significant breakthrough. The target had been located. Zhao Hongtu was secretly meeting with Obsidian's second-in-command in Bangkok, presumably to discuss the next phase of their operational strategy. A segment of leaked video footage appeared on the screen. Shun Yifeng fixated on the image, his gaze resting upon a mysterious woman adorned with a sheer veil. "There is something intriguing about her," he murmured. Lin Howard leaned in closer. "What do you mean?" "Her demeanor is unusual." Shun Yifeng squinted. "She does not resemble a typical business intermediary, but rather someone with a military background." At that moment, the chaotic divine vision system initiated its scanning protocol once more. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Source: vicinity of the Bangkok meeting location. Energy level: Class A. Shun Yifeng's expression hardened. It seems Obsidian's operations extend beyond mere capital ventures. Lin Howard swallowed hard. "Are you suggesting they have military backing?" "It is highly probable." Shun Yifeng slowly rose. "If that is the case, this scenario transcends a mere commercial conflict." He turned to the others. "Prepare yourselves. We must personally venture to Southeast Asia." Before departing, Shun Yifeng dialed Zhong Lishuan's number. The call connected swiftly, and Zhong Lishuan's voice remained as hoarse and deep as ever. "You are heading to Bangkok?" he inquired directly. Shun Yifeng paused momentarily. "How do you know?" "I can sense the fluctuations of interference source 07. Zhong Lishuan replied nonchalantly. "And there is an old friend awaiting your arrival." "Who?" Shun Yifeng pressed. "You will find out upon your arrival," Zhong Lishuan said cryptically. "However, I advise you not to place too much trust in what you observe." Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" Zhong Lishuan chuckled lightly. "I merely wish to remind you that some individuals who appear to assist you may, in fact, be orchestrating a scheme against you." A jolt of alarm coursed through Shun Yifeng, yet he steadied himself and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is inconsequential." Zhong Lishuan's tone shifted to one of unfamiliarity. "What matters is whether you are prepared to confront the truth." With that, the call ended. Shun Yifeng tightened his grip on the phone, his gaze gradually turning icy. "Zhong Lishuan, what game are you playing?" Standing outside the airport's VIP passage, clad in a billowing black coat, Shun Yifeng felt the weight of impending revelations. Lin Howard approached him. "Are you ready?" A cold smile crept onto Shun Yifeng's lips. "I have been prepared for quite some time." As the airplane prepared for takeoff, the clouds outside churned ominously. "This journey is not solely about unearthing the lair of Obsidian," Shun Yifeng whispered to himself. "It is also about unveiling Zhong Lishuan's true identity." He closed his eyes, and a multitude of clues flashed through his mind. Zhao Hongtu's betrayal, Su Wanru's ambition, Zhong Lishuan's enigma, the shadow of Heiyao, all intertwining to form an immense web. Now, he was determined to tear this web apart with his own hands, revealing to everyone who the true sovereign was. The roar of the airplane engines resonated, and the cabin door sealed shut. Shun Yifeng opened his eyes, a fierce fire igniting within his gaze. The game had commenced. He rose and ventured deeper into the cabin. A figure silently emerged from the corner of the terminal, observing him intently. A chilling voice murmured, "Shun Yifeng, welcome to the stage of Heiyao." Chapter 52. A direct confrontation. The moment the airplane landed, Shun Yifeng unfastened his seatbelt, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Lin Howard followed closely behind, whispering, "Where to first after landing?" "To the hotel," Shun Yifeng replied with a slight smirk. Since they had set their sights on us, they would not miss the opportunity to probe. Indeed, as they exited the airport terminal, two black vehicles slowly approached from around the corner. Their windows tinted and license plates obscured. Shadow swiftly signaled. "Ambush detected. Advisable to take a detour." Shun Yifeng, however, chuckled. "No need to evade. Let them witness our strength." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the two vehicles accelerated towards them. Shun Yifeng's expression turned icy as the chaotic divine insight system activated instantly. Golden light swirling in his pupils, revealing the enemy's trajectories, speeds, and intentions to attack with crystal clarity. 10 meters to the left, there was a corner. In 3 seconds, the vehicles would create a blind spot due to their sudden brakes. He calmly commanded, "Move." The group sprang into action almost simultaneously, their movements precise and efficient. The screech of tires erupted as they collided with a guardrail, sending sparks flying. Shun Yifeng did not look back, but uttered coolly, "Don't waste time, to shake them off." The night in Bangkok was enchanting, but beneath the neon lights lay countless perilous eyes. Shen Yifeng checked into a discreetly luxurious five-star hotel, appearing ordinary yet intricately linked to Heiyao. Once inside his room, he immediately activated a system scan. As expected, the space was equipped with miniature listening devices and cameras. Interesting. Shen Yifeng scoffed, dismantling the devices one by one. They certainly had no fear of death. Lin Howren furrowed his brow. Could this be a trap? Of course. Shen Yifeng replied, moving towards the window to gaze upon the city's luminous skyline. But what we desire is for them to strike first. At 2 a.m, the system suddenly alerted. High-frequency energy fluctuations detected. Source, underground parking level 3. It seemed someone could no longer contain themselves. Shen Yifeng grabbed his coat. Let us go see who has come to us. The underground parking garage was dim and foreboding, the air thick with a mingled sense of motor oil and dampness. As Shen Yifeng and his companions stepped inside, lights abruptly illuminated from all directions, surrounding them with a dozen armed personnel clad in tactical gear. Mr. Shen, it's an honor. A tall man approached, wearing sunglasses and speaking with a tone of amusement. You should not have come to Bangkok. Shen Yifeng, hands in pockets and steps steady, replied, Oh, I would like to inquire who gave you the audacity to provoke me? The man chuckled lightly. You will soon find out. No sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted. Shen Yifeng had long been prepared. The chaotic divine insight system swiftly analyzed the optimal evasion path. He deftly sidestepped and rolled, simultaneously drawing a micro-stun device concealed at his waist, striking precisely at the carotid artery of the nearest foe. Make your move, Lin Howren bellowed, and the group promptly dispersed to launch a counteroffensive. This skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes, during which the adversaries were thoroughly subdued. Standing upon the chest of the lead man, Shen Yifeng coldly inquired, Speak, who sent you? The man gritted his teeth in silence, when suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and his earpiece erupted in sparks as the remote detonation device activated. Shen Yifeng's gaze hardened. Do you wish to silence me? It's too late. He yanked the man's earpiece away and plugged it into his own terminal. The chaotic divine insight system quickly decrypted the signal source, tracking it to a set of encrypted coordinates. They are waiting for us, Shen Yifeng smirked. Let's not disappoint them. The following morning, Shen Yifeng stood outside an abandoned factory, clutching a dossier of intelligence. Lin Howren cast a glance, his expression grave. This is one of Black Obsidian's secret bases in Bangkok? To be precise. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. It is their temporary command center. The two exchanged a knowing look before leading the Shadow Pavilion members into the building's interior. Following a systematic scan, they discovered the premises riddled with traps and guarded by at least 30 armed personnel. Proceed with caution, Shen Yifeng whispered. This is not a mere probe, it is a direct confrontation. The infiltration went exceptionally smoothly until they reached the door of the conference room on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a low, feminine voice resonated through the crack of the door. Welcome, Mr. Shen. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the mysterious woman from the video. Clad in a black combat suit, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. It is indeed you, Shen Yifeng remarked with a slight smile. Recognizing her military background and expertise in close combat and demolition tactics, the woman scoffed. It's commendable that you could discern this much. Before she finished her sentence, she made her move. With astonishing speed, she swept a kick aimed at Shen Yifeng's neck, which he effortlessly evaded. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, each collision imbued with lethal intent. Your movements are too predictable, Shen Yifeng observed while dismantling her offensive. The chaotic divine insight system has already deciphered all your attack patterns. A flicker of shock crossed the woman's eyes, yet she refused to concede, suddenly producing a smoke grenade and hurling it to the ground. As thick smoke enveloped the area, Shen Yifeng remained resolute, for the chaotic divine insight system had long since locked onto her position and trajectory. It's over, he murmured, his form flickering as he delivered an elbow strike to her abdomen, sending her crashing to the floor. The woman coughed up blood, gasping. How can you be this strong? Shen Yifeng crouched beside her, locking eyes, because you still do not understand what it truly means to be a king. Just then, the system sounded another warning. Unknown communication frequency detected, suspected to be an emergency contact signal from Black Obsidian's upper echelon. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, swiftly intercepting the data, as an encrypted voice automatically decoded and played. Target confirmed. Plan continues. Remember, there are people around Shen Yifeng. Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy as he looked at the woman and asked, "Who is this person?" A mysterious smile curled at the corners of the woman's lips. "What do you think?" Shen Yifeng slowly rose, surveying his surroundings, a flicker of unease blossoming within him for the first time. The game had only just begun. Outside, footsteps approached, growing louder. Shen Yifeng abruptly turned, his pupils constricting. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 53. The hidden manipulator. Shen Yifeng's gaze locked onto the figure stepping forth from the darkness. A middle-aged man clad in a gray suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. A faint smile gracing his features. His stride was steady, as if he were not approaching a confrontation, but rather attending a banquet. "Zhao Hongtu." Shen Yifeng's voice cut through the air, icy as a blade. "You've finally decided to show yourself." Zhao Hongtu smiled slightly. "I have been waiting for you, Yifeng. I just didn't expect you to find this place so swiftly." Lin Howren clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You cunning old fox. It was indeed you pulling the strings from behind the scenes." Zhao Hongtu adjusted his glasses, his tone composed. "You underestimate me. 3 years ago, I was able to send you to prison. Now, I can certainly make you disappear forever." Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a smirk. Yet his gaze remained as frigid as ice. "Unfortunately, this time, you have chosen the wrong opponent." As his words fell, the members of the Shadow Pavilion swiftly dispersed, encircling their target, while several bodyguards in black emerged behind Zhao Hongtu, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Unfazed, Zhao Hongtu raised his hand. "Do not rush to violence, Yifeng. I know you're curious about who supports me, correct?" Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "What do you think?" Zhao Hongtu chuckled lightly, gesturing to his temple. "Do you think the Obsidian is merely an underground organization? They are but pawns. The true mastermind of this game is far more terrifying than you can imagine." A jolt ran through Shen Yifeng, and the Chaos Divine Insight system activated instantly, golden patterns appearing in his pupils. He began to analyze Zhao Hongtu's micro-expressions and tonal shifts. "Seeking any flaws. You are stalling for time," Shen Yifeng remarked coolly. "They are preparing their next move." Zhao Hongtu's smile remained unchanged. "Clever. But do you know, sometimes, being clever can lead to one's own downfall." A deafening roar erupted from outside the factory, followed by the blaze of an explosion and a cloud of smoke. The members of the Shadow Pavilion immediately entered a state of combat readiness, while Zhao Hongtu seized the opportunity to retreat a few steps, positioning himself in a safe zone. Shen Yifeng did not pursue. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation, commanding the system to scan the surroundings. Moments later, the system alerted him. 3 heat sources detected. Suspected remote snipers in position. Shen Yifeng swiftly concluded, "Everyone, take cover. The enemy has long-range fire support." Lin Hauer nodded, leading several members of the Shadow Pavilion to quickly change their positions, while Shen Yifeng strode directly toward Zhao Hongtu, his steps resolute and unyielding. "Do you think this will allow you to evade retribution?" Shen Yifeng stated coldly. "I have a clear view of every step you take." Zhao Hongtu's expression finally shifted. "How could you possibly? Because I possess the Chaos Divine Insight system," Shen Yifeng interjected. "It not only sees through your plans, but also your insecurities." Zhao Hongtu's teeth ground together, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Then let us see who is stronger." He abruptly pressed the remote control in his hand, and the factory was suddenly filled with the blaring sound of alarms. Almost immediately, hidden machine guns within the walls erupted with gunfire. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he swiftly dodged the initial wave of attacks, simultaneously directing the members of the Shadow Pavilion to scatter and retaliate. The battle erupted instantaneously, bullets flying and flames bursting forth. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Hongtu quietly turned and sprinted towards the factory's back door. Thinking of escaping? Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh as the chaotic divine insight system instantly calculated the optimal interception route. With a swift motion, he appeared directly in front of Zhao Hongtu and kicked him to the ground. Zhao Hongtu clutched his chest, coughing up blood, his face pale. "What kind of monster are you?" Shen Yifeng crouched down, fixating his gaze upon Zhao's eyes. "I am not a monster. I simply refuse to be betrayed once more." Zhao Hongtu struggled to rise, but was firmly held down by Shen Yifeng's grip on his throat. "Speak. Who is the mastermind behind this?" Zhao Hongtu forced a smirk. "Do you think I would tell you? Do you believe you've already won?" Shen Yifeng's eyes were as cold as steel. "I do not require your confession. The system will reveal it to me." He released his grip and stood. As the chaotic divine insight system began to automatically analyze Zhao Hongtu's fragmented memories. Moments later, the system provided a crucial piece of information. Target identity confirmed. The mastermind is the Tianmu Group, headquartered in Tokyo. This organization has long, covertly manipulated multiple international consortiums, engaging in money laundering, arms trading, intelligence smuggling, and various other illegal activities. Shen Yifeng's brow furrowed deeper. "So, you are their agent." Zhao Hongtu's expression changed dramatically. "You cannot contend with them, Yifeng. They are far more powerful than you can imagine." Shen Yifeng looked down at him, his voice calm, yet laden with pressure. "And so what? The path of the strong has never been smooth." He waved his hand, and the members of the Shadow Pavilion advanced to subdue Zhao Hongtu, escorting him back to the base for interrogation. Upon returning to the temporary command center, Shen Yifeng sat before the computer, retrieving all intelligence regarding the Tianmu Group. As the system conducted a deeper analysis, an increasing number of clues surfaced. "It seems they have been watching us for quite some time," Lin Howard remarked while perusing the documents, frowning. "Not only have they infiltrated our supply chain, but they have also planted moles in multiple partner companies." Shen Yifeng nodded. "They intend to dismantle us through economic means and then eradicate us completely with force." Lin Howard clenched his fists. "So what should we do now? We cannot just sit idly by." Shen Yifeng's gaze remained steady. "Of course not. We must take the initiative." He opened the map, pointing to the location of Tokyo. "This is their stronghold, the very lifeblood of their operations. If we can destroy the core of the Tianmu Group, they will no longer pose a threat to us." A fire ignited in Lin Howard's eyes. "All right, let us do this." Shen Yifeng's lips curved slightly. "However, before we proceed, we must undertake one crucial task." Lin Howard looked at him, puzzled. "What task?" Shen Yifeng's fingers lightly tapped the table, a dangerous glimmer in his eyes, a diversionary tactic. In the following days, Shen Yifeng led the team in formulating a meticulously crafted battle plan. They deliberately released information proclaiming a large-scale commercial merger in Southeast Asia, aiming to attract the attention of the Tianmu Group. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng covertly dispatched elite members of the Shadow Pavilion to Tokyo, infiltrating the headquarters of the Tianmu Group to gather more core intelligence. The Chaos Vision System continued its operation, persistently optimizing the action plan to ensure absolute success. Just as the operation was about to commence, the system suddenly issued a warning. "Abnormal communication signal detected, source unknown, suspected enemy spy relaying information." Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy. It appeared that someone was still unwilling to give up. He immediately commanded, "Seal all external communication channels and conduct a thorough investigation of internal personnel to uncover the traitor." Lin Howard nodded. "Understood. I will arrange it at once." Standing by the window, Shen Yifeng gazed at the stars in the night sky, his mind remarkably clear. He understood that the true contest was only just beginning, and he was prepared to embrace the storm. The sound of footsteps echoed outside once more. Shen Yifeng turned around, ready to speak, only to find that the figure entering was not Lin Howard, but a stranger. The individual was clad in a black trench coat, the brim of the hat pulled low, obscuring much of their face, revealing only a pale chin. Their steps were steady, yet carried an uncanny rhythm, as if each stride was in sync with an invisible beat. "Who are you?" Shen Yifeng's eyes grew cold, his right hand discreetly resting on the grip of his sidearm. The person did not respond, but slowly lifted their head, revealing a pair of unfathomable eyes. In that instant, the Chaos Vision System within Shen Yifeng jolted, a flash of golden light flickering in his pupils. Warning: unknown energy fluctuations detected. Suspected association with Zhongli Xuan. Shen Yifeng's heart trembled, yet his face remained as calm as still water. Speak. What is your purpose? The individual finally spoke, their voice hoarse and deep. You still do not comprehend the strength of your enemies. Shen Yifeng scoffed. Then let them come and test their mettle. The person smiled faintly and turned to leave, as if they had never existed. Shen Yifeng stared at the direction in which they vanished, remaining silent for a long while before softly uttering, "Relay the order. All personnel enter a state of level 1 combat readiness." Lin Howard pushed the door open and entered, a look of confusion on his face. "Who was that just now?" "A reminder," Shen Yifeng replied coolly. "Our time is limited. Attention everyone, the combat plan is officially activated." Shen Yifeng stood at the center of the Shadow Pavilion's temporary command center, his gaze sweeping over every member present. Their eyes expressed a mix of tension, excitement, unease, and determination. The Tianmu group was no ordinary adversary. Their influence spanned the globe, and their intelligence network was far more extensive than one could imagine. Shen Yifeng's voice was calm, yet powerful, but they possess a fatal weakness. They underestimate us. He paused momentarily and continued. 3 years ago, I was wrongfully imprisoned. My family fell into ruin, and I lost my wife and child. Yet, I did not succumb to despair. I have returned, stronger than ever. The crowd wore solemn expressions, and many gazed at him with admiration and resolve. Now, our task is to proclaim with unwavering strength that Shen Yifeng is back. A voice shouted, "Let us go," and the conference room erupted into a thunderous roar. Lin Howard laughed heartily. "Let us get it done." Shen Yifeng's lips curled slightly, but his expression soon turned serious. "Next, we will proceed with the specific deployment." He waved his hand, projecting a holographic map where the outline of Tokyo was vividly displayed, with red markers indicating the core strongholds of the Tianmu group. The first team will infiltrate the headquarters to acquire core data. The second team will create chaos on the periphery to divert the enemy's attention. The third team will follow me directly to the control room to sever all external communications of Tianmu. He surveyed the room. "Remember, this operation has but one objective: to utterly annihilate the central nerve of the Tianmu group." In unison, the crowd responded, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, those in Tokyo had already sensed the anomaly. Within the Tianmu group headquarters, a man dressed in a suit stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below. Behind him stood a tall woman, the mysterious general who had escaped from the battle in Bangkok. "Shen Yifeng has indeed come." The man murmured with a hint of amusement in his tone. "It seems he is truly unafraid of death." The woman replied coldly, "He has acquired fragments of Zhao Hongtu's memories. It is only a matter of time before he discovers this place." The man smiled. "Let him come. It's the perfect opportunity to test our new weapon." The woman frowned slightly. "Are you certain you want to use that?" Of course, he turned, revealing a handsome yet somewhat sinister visage. After all, to deal with a formidable opponent, one must employ the most potent means. "System, encrypted communication complete," Shen Yifeng murmured, simultaneously activating the interference module of the Chaos Divine Vision system. In an instant, all electronic devices in the command center went dark for 3 seconds before returning to normal. "Done," Shen Yifeng nodded. "Now they cannot eavesdrop on us in the slightest." Lin Howard gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. You truly are remarkable, my brother." Yet, Shen Yifeng remained vigilant. "Don't celebrate too soon. The Tianmu side is certainly preparing for a counterattack." He glanced at the intelligence summary on the computer screen, his brow furrowing deeper. "Strange. They seem to have mobilized few troops." Lin Howard scratched his head. "Could it be they fear exposure?" "No." Shen Yifeng shook his head. "They are waiting for us to make the first move." As night fell, Su Qingyan quietly entered the command center, carrying a cup of hot coffee. "Still busy?" she asked softly. Shen Yifeng accepted the coffee, nodding gently. "The great battle is approaching. We cannot afford to relax." Su Qingyan looked at his weary yet resolute profile, her heart tightening. "Are you really okay?" Shen Yifeng smiled. "Don't worry. I am no longer the Shen Yifeng who was at the mercy of others." Su Qingyan bit her lip and suddenly broke into a playful smile. "Then let me share a popular online phrase. Stay steady. We can win." Shen Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. With you by my side, I feel as steadfast as a mountain. Su Qingyan leaned against his shoulder and softly declared, no matter what happens, I will stand by you. Shen Yifeng gently embraced her, his gaze resolute. In this battle, we must emerge victorious. Report. A member of the Shadow Pavilion rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. We have detected an unidentified armed force on the periphery, well-equipped and exhibiting formidable combat capabilities. Shen Yifeng promptly accessed the surveillance footage, revealing a group of soldiers clad in black tactical uniforms swiftly assembling with precision. Clearly the product of professional training. These are not ordinary mercenaries. Lin Howard narrowed his eyes, sensing a familiar aura about them. Shen Yifeng's expression hardened. They belong to the Arms Dealer Alliance. Lin Howard was taken aback. How did they get involved? Quite simply. Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smirk. The Tianmu Group has secured their allegiance through lucrative incentives. He swiftly assessed the situation and decisively commanded, rearrange our deployments and strengthen the outer defenses. At that moment, the chaotic divine vision system suddenly emitted an alarm. High-frequency signal fluctuations detected, source unknown, suspected to be new enemy long-range sniper equipment. Shen Yifeng's expression darkened. They have already commenced their operations. Everyone, prepare for battle. With his command, the entire Shadow Pavilion base instantly transitioned into a state of high alert. The lights extinguished, leaving only the faint beams of tactical flashlights to navigate through the darkness, igniting a fervor for combat in every pair of eyes. Lin Howard clenched his fists, fervently proclaiming, brothers, tonight, let us make our mark. Kill. The collective roar of the crowd surged, their morale soaring. Shen Yifeng stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing. Let us move. The members of the Shadow Pavilion swiftly boarded the modified off-road vehicles, racing toward Tokyo. Beneath the night sky, a monumental clash was poised to unfold. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Tokyo, a figure silently stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the scene below. At last, they have arrived, the figure murmured, clutching a dagger that glimmered with a ghostly blue light. In the next moment, he vanished into the night. Shen Yifeng abruptly looked up, as the chaotic divine vision system automatically scanned the surrounding environment. Unknown energy fluctuations detected, location uncertain. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, it appears that the true masters have only just made their entrance. Chapter 55. The ultimate confrontation. The night was as dark as ink, with the neon lights of Tokyo flickering amidst the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Shen Yifeng stood atop the hood of a modified off-road vehicle, his cold gaze surveying the heavily fortified headquarters of the Tianmu Group. His left hand rested on the custom pistol at his waist, while his right gripped the tactical projector generated by the chaotic divine vision system. Everyone, prepare for the assault in 3 minutes, he whispered, his voice transmitted through encrypted channels to every member of the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Howard leaned against the vehicle, panting heavily. Brother, we've truly provoked the Tianmu Group this time. It is not we who have incited them. They have chosen their own demise. Shen Yifeng's eyes glinted with cold resolve. 3 years ago, I was wrongfully imprisoned, my family ruined, and my wife departed. Now, it is their turn to repay their debts. Lin Howard grinned. Let us get it done. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a shadowy figure abruptly leapt from a high-rise building, landing with precision atop an armored vehicle, a gleaming long knife in hand. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, and the chaotic divine insight system instantaneously activated its scanning mode. Warning, unknown high-energy entity detected, combat rating level. They have arrived. Shen Yifeng uttered a low exclamation, raising his firearm to fire an armor-piercing round. The cloaked master evaded with a swift motion, the bullet narrowly grazing his shoulder and detonating against the wall, creating a deep crater. In the next heartbeat, he had surged toward Shen Yifeng, the blade aimed directly at his throat. Shen Yifeng did not retreat. Instead, he leaned back slightly, simultaneously launching a miniature electromagnetic disruptor with his left hand, striking precisely at the intruder's chest. Bang! The figure in black let out a muffled grunt, momentarily halted. "You are not one of the Arms Dealer Alliance." Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The assailant did not respond. Instead, he charged once more, moving even faster than before. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh. The chaotic divine insight system surged to life within him, an extraordinary energy coursing through his limbs. Boom! At the instant of their clash, a deafening sonic boom erupted in the air. Lin Howren and the other members of the Shadow Pavilion quickly distanced themselves, clearing space for the duel. Shen Yifeng grew increasingly alarmed. The mysterious master not only possessed astonishing speed, but also executed his moves with a strange rhythm, as if anticipating Shen Yifeng's every action. Intriguing. A cold smile tugged at Shen Yifeng's lips, yet it was still insufficient. He suddenly drove his foot into the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him. Propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his right fist infused with the chaotic energy of the system, aimed squarely at the foe's chest. Bang! The figure in black was finally sent flying, crashing heavily against an armored vehicle, which immediately crumpled under the impact. Yet, astonishingly, he did not fall. He slowly rose, a flicker of shock in his eyes. "Who on earth are you?" He finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet tinged with defiance. Shen Yifeng regarded him coldly. "I have come to collect a debt." The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment, then suddenly vanished into the night. Shen Yifeng did not pursue. Instead, he turned to the others and commanded, "Continue advancing. The control room is just ahead, within the headquarters of the Tianmu Group." The atmosphere was tense. Zhao Hongtu stood at the center of the command center, flanked by the mysterious woman who had once escaped in Bangkok. "They have breached the outer defenses," Zhao Hongtu remarked calmly, though his gaze revealed a hint of malice. It seemed Shen Yifeng had indeed grown stronger. "But he still does not know. We are waiting for him," the woman replied coldly. Zhao Hongtu's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Indeed, tonight shall be his funeral." He gestured for his subordinates to activate the long-hidden ultimate weapon, the Zero Boundary Pulse, a high-frequency oscillation device capable of destroying electronic equipment and causing temporary brainwave disruption. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng and his group had nearly reached the control room. "System, scan the target area," Shen Yifeng commanded softly. The chaotic divine insight system immediately initiated a comprehensive scan, intelligence data flooding into his vision. "Something is amiss." Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. "They're waiting for us." Lin Howren scratched his head. "What does that mean?" "A trap," Shen Yifeng replied coldly. "But they have underestimated me." He promptly adjusted the battle plan, dividing the third group into two teams to flank from both sides, while he led the core team to charge straight ahead. As he stepped into the control room, a piercing hum suddenly filled the entire space. "This is bad," Lin Howren shouted. "Our communication has been severed." Shen Yifeng's expression darkened as the chaotic divine perception system experienced a brief data disruption. "It's the Zero Boundary Pulse." Shen Yifeng gritted his teeth. They came prepared. "What should we do?" someone asked anxiously. "Calm down." Shen Yifeng surveyed the surroundings. "Listen to me. Although this pulse can disrupt electronic devices, it also has a source of energy fluctuations. If we locate the source, we can decipher it." He closed his eyes, allowing the chaotic divine perception system to automatically operate, sensing the flow of energy around him. Moments later, he opened his eyes. "The source is directly beneath us, under the control panel." "Damn!" Lin Howren rolled towards the control panel without hesitation. "Be careful," Shen Yifeng cautioned. Just as the words left his mouth, a figure suddenly descended from the ceiling, brandishing dual daggers aimed at Lin Howren's heart. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted as the chaotic divine perception system locked onto the target. He instinctively raised his gun and fired. Bang! The assailant fell, pierced by the bullet, revealing one of the Shadow Pavilion members clad in black tactical gear. "Traitor!" Lin Howren bellowed. Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy. Indeed, they had already planted an inside man. He swiftly activated the tracking function of the chaotic divine perception system, identifying two more lurking traitors. "Engage," he commanded with a single word. An unexpected purge erupted. Within mere seconds, the two traitors were subdued. Meanwhile, Lin Howren successfully located the energy core of the Zero Boundary Pulse. "Got it," he exclaimed with excitement. Shen Yifeng nodded, detonated. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The entire building shook violently, communications were restored, and the system rebooted. Everyone pay attention. The control room is about to change hands. Shen Yifeng ordered solemnly, strike hard. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. Shen Yifeng personally led the charge into the control room, only to discover that Zhao Hongtu had long since vanished. He fled? Lin Hauren furrowed his brow. No, Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened. He is waiting for me. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the room abruptly extinguished, leaving only a few beams of red spotlights illuminating the space. A familiar figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Shen Yifeng, you have finally arrived. Zhao Hongtu's voice was low and confident. Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. Have you forgotten who it was that sent me to prison 3 years ago? Zhao Hongtu chuckled lightly. I remember quite well, but I remember even more how naive and weak you once were. But now, things are different. Shen Yifeng stepped forward. I am no longer ensnared by you ants. Zhao Hongtu spread his arms wide. Let us see who is stronger, you or my new ally. He clapped softly, and in the next moment, a shadow leaped down from the ceiling, landing gracefully. Shen Yifeng's pupils dilated. Is that Zhong Lishuan? No, it was not. The chaotic divine perception system instantly initiated its identification program. Identity match failed, suspected bionic or clone. Alarm bells rang loudly in Shen Yifeng's mind. How dare you replicate him? Shen Yifeng roared in fury. Do not be agitated. Zhao Hongtu chuckled maniacally. This is no mere imitation. It is a perfect weapon we have meticulously crafted over the course of 2 years. Then I shall personally destroy it, Shen Yifeng replied, his gaze turning icy as he drew his gun and fired. The bionic entity, Zhong Lishuan, instantly materialized behind him, striking towards the nape of his neck. Shen Yifeng sidestepped, retaliating with a kick, which was effortlessly countered by his opponent. The two were soon engulfed in a fierce battle. Each punch and kick resonated with explosive force, threatening to overturn the entire control room. Lin Hauren and the other members of the Shadow Pavilion could only defend from the periphery, unwilling to intervene recklessly. The combat raged for a full 10 minutes, and beads of sweat began to form on Shen Yifeng's forehead, his breath becoming labored. This fellow is exceedingly troublesome. He gritted his teeth. At that moment, the Chaos Divine Insight system unexpectedly chimed in. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected, frequency consistent with Zhong Lishuan's core, suggest attempting mental resonance. Shen Yifeng's heart jolted. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated. In an instant, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Yifeng, believe in yourself. At that moment, it felt as though he had rediscovered the source of his initial strength. He opened his eyes suddenly, his aura surging, as the chaotic power within him awakened entirely. Observe closely. This is the essence of a true warrior. He unleashed a punch that altered the very fabric of reality. Boom! The bionic entity Zhong Lishuan was obliterated, reduced to a cloud of ashes. Zhao Hongtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! How could you? Shen Yifeng approached him coldly, stating, You do not comprehend what it means to be a true warrior. He raised his gun, its barrel aimed at Zhao Hongtu's forehead. This is retribution for my father. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, and Zhao Hongtu collapsed. The control room fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, the entire defense system of the Tianmu group collapsed, and all strongholds fell one by one. The dawn of victory had finally arrived. Shen Yifeng stood in the center of the control room, gazing out at the sky, gradually brightening with the dawn. It is over. Lin Hauren approached and patted his shoulder. Not quite, Shen Yifeng replied, his gaze profound. This is merely the beginning. He turned his eyes towards the distance as the Chaos Divine Insight system issued another warning. Unknown energy fluctuations detected, source unidentified. Suspected to be Zhong Lishuan himself. Chapter 56. A new beginning. The morning light in Tokyo streamed through the shattered glass into the control room of the Tianmu group. Shen Yifeng stood where Zhao Hongtu had fallen, his expression steely as he surveyed the ravaged battlefield. Members of the Shadow Pavilion gradually regrouped, confirming that the enemy's main forces had been thoroughly dismantled. Lin Hauren clapped him on the shoulder. Brother, you did it. I have yet to begin. Shun Yifeng replied with a hint of indifference, descending the steps with a steadiness that suggested the bloodbath he had just endured was merely a warm-up. A voice crackled through the communication channel. Is the situation stable? Almost, Shun Yifeng replied calmly, but the matter regarding Zhong Lishuan is far from simple. Lin Howard paused. Are you referring to that bionic entity? No. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. It is the true him. The chaotic divine insight system flickered within his mind, transmitting an unresolved signal. Unknown energy fluctuations detected, source unidentified, suspected to be related to Zhong Lishuan. The celebration banquet was held in the banquet hall atop the Shun Corporation, where the crystal chandelier illuminated the joyous faces of the attendees. Members of the Shadow Pavilion gathered around the long table, raising their glasses in exuberant revelry, the atmosphere electric. Tonight we have triumphed, Lin Howard exclaimed, lifting his glass in a toast to Yifeng. Cheers! Yet, Shun Yifeng merely clinked his glass lightly, took a sip, and set it down. He reclined against his chair, gazing out at the brightly lit cityscape, his expression contemplative. What's the matter? Aren't you happy after the victory? Su Qingyan inquired as she settled beside him, a smile gracing her lips. I am happy, Shun Yifeng replied, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly, though he felt a lingering emptiness. You're not contemplating stirring up trouble again, are you? She rolled her eyes. Having just emerged from a world war. Can't you take a couple of days off? But I'm taking a break, Shun Yifeng shrugged, yet one must always look forward. Lin Howard leaned in closer. Have you uncovered any clues? Shun Yifeng refrained from giving a direct answer, instead accessing the chaotic divine insight system, pulling up the previously tracked energy fluctuation graph. This frequency bears a striking resemblance to Zhong Lishuan's. It is not entirely identical, he murmured. It resembles some kind of remnant. Remnant? Lin Howard furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting he is dead? Or trapped by something? I don't know. Shun Yifeng shook his head, but one thing is certain. He is still in this world. And perhaps he is watching us. The air fell silent. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Lin Howard rubbed his arms. This plot is too intense. Intensity aside, Shun Yifeng rose. I have a premonition that this battle has only just begun. In the dead of night, Shun Yifeng stood alone at the edge of the terrace atop the Shun Corporation, surveying the entire city. A breeze blew from afar, carrying a faint scent of gunpowder. He closed his eyes as the chaotic divine insight system activated automatically, attuning to his surroundings. Suddenly, a deep and familiar voice resonated in his ear. Yifeng. Shun Yifeng abruptly opened his eyes, scanning the area, but finding no one. Is it you, Zhong Lishuan? He whispered. The system remained silent, the voice continuing to echo. A storm lies ahead. Are you prepared? Shun Yifeng clenched his fists, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I have never feared anything. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. New energy node detected, coordinates locking in. He looked down at the chaotic divine insight terminal on his wrist, where a blurred coordinate point slowly emerged, located on an unnamed island deep within the EC. It seems a new journey is about to commence, Shun Yifeng thought, a cold smile curling at his lips. The following morning, Shun Yifeng summoned all core members for a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Everyone understood that behind last night's victory lay a deeper enigma. Everyone, Shun Yifeng stood at the head of the table, his gaze piercing. I know you all wish to rest for a few days, but that is not an option. Lin Howard scratched his head. What's going on? Didn't we already take down the celestial curtain? We did, Shun Yifeng affirmed, but there are greater forces at play behind the scenes. He projected the information gathered by the Chaos Oracle system onto the large screen, revealing the image of a solitary island, an unnamed isle somewhere in the East China Sea. He stated that, according to the system's surveillance, there might lie the core stronghold of a concealed force. Wait a moment. Su Qingyan furrowed her brow. Are you implying that someone has been secretly orchestrating all of this? Indeed. Shun Yifeng nodded. Zhao Hongtu, Su Wanru, and the Arms Dealer Alliance are merely pawns. The true mastermind is likely concealed upon this very island. The conference room fell into a brief silence. So, are we to launch a landing operation? Lin Howard rubbed his hands together in excitement. Not so fast. Shun Yifeng shook his head. We must first send scouts to ascertain the distribution of their forces. When do you intend to depart? Su Qingyan inquired. Once I confirm one thing. Shun Yifeng gazed intently at the island displayed on the screen, pondering whose territory this island truly is. He turned his attention to the Chaos Oracle system interface, where a new alert quietly emerged. Warning, unknown high-energy entity detected. Combat rating level. Proceed with caution. Shun Yifeng's pupils contracted. Is this individual even stronger than I am? He chuckled. How intriguing. As night deepened, Shun Yifeng stood alone before the office window, gazing towards the distant sea. Yifeng, the system suddenly spoke. Are you truly prepared? Shun Yifeng did not respond but softly hummed a popular internet catchphrase. Let's do it. He turned and walked towards his desk, picking up the phone and dialing a number. Hello, it's me. His tone was calm. Arrange for a speedboat, departing in 3 days. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a deep voice. Where to? Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he fixed his gaze upon the eastern horizon to seek answers. Chapter 57. A mysterious invitation. The night enveloped the world like spilled ink, and Shun Yifeng lingered at the window, his eyes cast upon the distant sea. Yifeng, the system unexpectedly interjected. Are you truly resolute? Shun Yifeng did not reply. Instead, he lightly hummed a trending internet phrase. Let's do it. With that, he turned, stepping towards his desk to retrieve the phone, dialing a string of numbers. Hello, it's me. His tone remained steady. Prepare a speedboat for me, departing in 3 days. There was a brief silence on the line. Then a low male voice inquired. Where to? Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a sardonic arc as he fixed his gaze upon the eastern horizon to seek answers. The following morning, Shun Yifeng summoned the core members to the conference room. The atmosphere within was heavy. Everyone understood that behind the victory of the previous night lay a far greater enigma. Ladies and gentlemen, Shun Yifeng stood at the head of the conference table, his gaze sharp. I know you all wish to take a break, but that is not an option at this moment. Lin Howren scratched his head. What is going on? Did we not eliminate the veil? We did indeed eliminate it. Shun Yifeng nodded, yet a more formidable force lurks behind. As he spoke, he operated the system, projecting the information gathered by the Chaos Oracle onto the large screen, revealing the image of a solitary island. This is an unnamed island in the East China Sea. He continued, the system's monitoring indicates that there may be a core stronghold of a hidden force there. Wait a moment. Su Qingyan furrowed her brows in confusion. Are you suggesting that someone has been manipulating everything from behind the scenes? Indeed, Shun Yifeng nodded. Zhao Hongtu, Su Wanru, and the Arms Dealer Alliance are merely pawns. The true mastermind is likely on this very island. The conference room fell into silence. So, are we going to launch an assault? Lin Howren rubbed his hands together in excitement. Not so fast, Shun Yifeng replied, shaking his head. We must first send scouts to ascertain the distribution of their forces. When you plan to set off? Once I clarify one matter, Shun Yifeng's gaze was fixed on the island displayed on the screen. Whose territory is this? He turned to the chaotic divine vision system interface, where a new alert appeared. Warning, unknown high-energy individual detected. Combat rating level. Proceed with caution. Shun Yifeng's eyes widened, and his heart raced. This individual is even more formidable than I am? A smile crept onto his lips. This is intriguing. As night deepened, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Just as Shun Yifeng exited the elevator, his phone vibrated. A message popped up. Tonight at 10 o'clock, Old Dock Warehouse, come alone. No name or contact information was provided. Lin Howren leaned over for a glance. Which figure from the underworld is challenging you this time? Shun Yifeng squinted, gently tracing the edge of his phone with his finger. I'm not certain. But since it's an invitation, I must investigate. Are you out of your mind? Lin Howren's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't even know who sent it. What if it's a trap? The more perilous the situation, the less we should fear. Shun Yifeng grinned. Do you think I spent 3 years in prison for nothing? Lin Howren scoffed. You certainly know how to comfort yourself. Shun Yifeng chose not to respond further, pocketing his phone and turning toward the garage. I'll go take a look. At the Old Dock Warehouse, the rusty iron door creaked ominously in the wind. Shun Yifeng stepped into the darkness alone, his stride steady, his gaze sharp as a blade. The air was thick with the mingled scent of dampness and machine oil, and the silence was unnerving. "Have you arrived?" A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Shen Yifeng turned toward the sound, spotting a man in a black trench coat slowly approaching, his face obscured by shadows, rendering him indistinguishable. "Who are you?" Shen Yifeng asked directly. The man offered no reply, instead handing over an envelope. "If you're interested, tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, aboard the Starship Constellation S upper deck. Don't be late." Shen Yifeng accepted the envelope, feeling something metallic within. "I'm not fond of playing mysterious games," he remarked coolly. "Reveal your identity, or I will make you regret it." The man chuckled softly. "You are not yet qualified to know who I am." No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished into the darkness, as if he had never existed. Shen Yifeng remained rooted in place, staring at the envelope in his hand, his brow furrowed. It appears that trouble is brewing once more. Upon returning to the company, Shen Yifeng handed the envelope to the tech department for analysis. In under 10 minutes, the results emerged. "This is no ordinary invitation," the technician pointed to the scanned image, revealing a microchip embedded within, containing an encrypted message that could only be deciphered with specific equipment. "So, this item is not something casually distributed." Lin Howren smacked his lips, sensing that there was something significant about this occasion. "Do you think we should go?" Su Qingyan leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her face etched with concern. "We absolutely must," Shen Yifeng replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It would be quite disrespectful not to attend, given the formal invitation I've received." "You are joking with your life," she exclaimed, her teeth gritted in frustration. "Fear not," Shen Yifeng reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. "I never embark on endeavors without confidence." But just as she was about to respond, he interrupted. "If even I cannot handle this, then the world is truly doomed." With that, he turned and exited the meeting room, leaving the others exchanging glances of uncertainty. The following evening, the luxurious cruise ship, the Starry Sky, gradually sailed out of the harbor. Shen Yifeng, clad in a tailored black suit, ascended to the upper deck alone. The sea breeze howled around him, while the stars twinkled overhead. Not far away, a woman in a gray robe stood with her back to him, silent and still. Upon hearing his footsteps, she slowly turned to face him. Shen Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his heartbeat quickening. The woman possessed an exquisite visage, her demeanor strikingly aloof, with a hint of an elusive smile gracing her lips. "Long time no see," she spoke, her voice ethereal yet familiar. Shen Yifeng's heart sank. Could it truly be Zhong Lishuan? No, that was impossible. He distinctly sensed her presence had vanished during their last encounter in battle. "You are Shen Yifeng," he said, his voice low and tense, fists clenched. The woman merely chuckled softly and waved her hand. A golden scroll materialized from thin air, unfurling gradually. Inscribed upon it were ancient characters. "The wheel of fate has turned. The strong shall return." A sense of alarm surged within Shen Yifeng, his scalp prickling. This was no coincidence. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded once more. The woman smiled gently, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. "Who I am is inconsequential," she replied languidly. "What matters is whether you are willing to accept this power." Shen Yifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The air around them seemed to solidify. The woman extended her hand, revealing a rune glowing with a deep azure light within her palm. "The choice is yours." Standing there, Shen Yifeng did not move. He understood that accepting the rune would set him upon an irreversible path. Yet, he also recognized that some answers could only be uncovered by advancing forward. "How intriguing," he murmured softly. Then, he reached out, his fingers brushing the rune. In an instant, the sky shifted its hue, and a fierce wind began to howl. The entire ship swayed violently, and gasps erupted from the deck. The woman's figure became increasingly indistinct amidst the tempest, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the night sky. Shen Yifeng lowered his gaze to his palm, where the rune had melded with his skin, leaving behind a faint mark. He raised his head, gazing toward the horizon, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come forth, destiny," he whispered. Chapter 58. The Enigma of Invitation. Shen Yifeng stood upon the deck of the cruise ship, the rune now seamlessly integrated into his flesh, as though it had never existed. Yet, the peculiar energy pulsated vividly within him, as if an ancient force was awakening. He refrained from further inquiries about the enigmatic woman, nor did he attempt to trace her whereabouts, for he understood that the true answers lay not in the past, but in the journey ahead. Upon returning to the company, Shen Yifeng summoned Lin Haoran and Su Qingyan. Let's keep the matters aboard the Xingqian under wraps for the time being. His tone was calm, yet his gaze betrayed a chill. I suspect the forces behind this are far more intricate than we can imagine. Lin Haoran furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that Zhong Li Xuan is still alive? Shen Yifeng shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, one thing is clear. Someone is orchestrating these events, and I find myself stepping deeper into their web. Su Qingyan's expression turned grave. What do you intend to do? Since you're already here, we must adapt. Shen Yifeng replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. If someone wishes to lead me down a path from which there is no return, I am eager to discover where it ultimately leads. The following morning, the technical department relayed a message. The metallic card from the envelope had been decoded, revealing it to be an invitation. The content was succinct yet laden with significance. Trial of Fate, first challenge, location, underground arena. East District time, tonight at 10 rules. Solo entry, life and death at one's own risk. This was no ordinary invitation, it was a challenge. Clearly, they regarded me as their prey. Shen Yifeng's eyes darkened as he absorbed the information on the screen. Lin Haoran could not contain his curiosity. Are you truly going? Of course, Shen Yifeng replied, rising to adjust his suit cuffs, his tone as casual as if he were attending a dinner party. They have laid out the red carpet. Would it not be impolite to decline? Su Vingyan guritit hertit. This is not a matter of politeness. It is a trap. I am aware, Shen Yifeng chuckled, but I'm far more interested in uncovering who is pulling the strings behind this. As night fell, the city shimmered with neon lights. Shen Yifeng drove alone towards the East District, the epicenter of the underworld, where black market dealings, illegal fights, and intelligence trading flourished in the shadows. At the entrance to the underground arena, several guards clad in black tactical gear obstructed his path. Identity verification, one of them said coldly. Shen Yifeng presented the metallic card. With a soft beep, the gate slowly opened. Please proceed, the guard nodded, permitting entry. Shen Yifeng entered the corridor with steady steps and vigilant eyes. The dim red lights embedded in the walls created a stifling and perilous atmosphere. He sensed that this so-called trial would be far from straightforward. After traversing a lengthy hallway, he emerged into a vast underground arena, where a circular platform stood at its center, surrounded by an audience from various walks of life. There were opulently dressed tycoons, tattooed outlaws, and enigmatic figures donning masks. Shen Yifeng approached the edge of the platform, the sounds of betting and wagers swirling around him. This newcomer seems intriguing. A man in the front row whispered with a chuckle. I hear he was invited directly, without any screening. Perhaps he is the illegitimate child of some big shot. Shen Yifeng paid no heed, scanning the surroundings in search of suspicious figures. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. Welcome to the Trial of Fate. The first challenger has arrived. Please proceed to the designated area for preparation. The ground trembled slightly as a circular platform rose from the center of the arena. Shen Yifeng stepped onto the platform, and in the next moment, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed. The first stage of the hunt begins, boom. A brilliant light erupted from above, followed closely by several figures leaping from the darkness, armed and charging forth. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively reacted. He sidestepped the dagger, seized the assailant's wrist, and with a twist of force, flung the attacker to the ground. As another adversary swung a blade at him, Shen Yifeng deftly pivoted, his toes barely touching the ground, and delivered a kick to the opponent's knee, the unmistakable sound of cracking bone echoing in the air. The remaining foes, now wary, formed a cautious circle around him, advancing with trepidation. Shen Yifeng exhaled slowly, activating his chaotic divination system within, amplifying his perception several-fold, rendering his enemy's movements slow and cumbersome in his eyes. He sprang into action. His speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, weaving through the throng, each strike landing with unerring precision. In mere seconds, all adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. A profound silence enveloped the arena. A mechanical voice resounded. First stage cleared, proceeding to the next phase. Before Shun Yifeng could catch his breath, the entire platform suddenly descended, the surroundings shifting rapidly. He found himself in an enclosed chamber, where a line of text projected onto the wall. The wheel of fate has turned, the strong shall reclaim their place. The familiar words mirrored those he had encountered aboard the Starry Night the previous evening. Who are you? Shun Yifeng murmured, his gaze fixated on the projection. The room offered no echo, only the faint red glow from a camera mounted on the ceiling. After a moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. Welcome to the trial of fate. Shun Yifeng spun around to see a man clad in a gray robe slowly emerging from the darkness. His face was obscured by a hood, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Who are you? Shun Yifeng narrowed his gaze. I am the guide, the man spoke calmly, and I hold the key to your progress. Shun Yifeng scoffed. You enjoy playing your little games of mystery, don't you? The man disregarded his derision and continued. Your performance was commendable, but the trials ahead will be far more brutal. I care not for the brutality. Shun Yifeng stepped forward. I only wish to know your true intentions. The man fell silent for a few seconds before slowly responding. The wheel of fate has already begun to turn, and a true storm is approaching. If you wish to survive and seize your own future, you must embrace the trials. It sounds as though you are coercing me into joining you. Shun Yifeng smirked. And what if I refuse? The man smiled faintly. Then you shall be deemed a failure. No sooner had he spoken, the walls of the chamber suddenly opened, revealing 4 passageways. Choose wisely, the man said. Each passage leads to a different destiny. Shun Yifeng stared intently at the 4 corridors, a foreboding sense hinting that this was not merely a trial, but also a test of his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he stepped decisively into one of the passageways. At the end of the corridor lay another enclosed room, at its center a table graced with a letter. Shun Yifeng picked up the letter and began to read. You have successfully passed the preliminary selection. The Wheel of Fate is about to unveil a new chapter for you. Your forthcoming adversaries will be formidable opponents. Are you prepared to face the storm? At the bottom of the letter was a set of coordinates. Shun Yifeng tightened his grip on the paper, his gaze gradually turning icy. He understood that the true enigma was just beginning to surface, and he had no retreat. Come on, he murmured to himself, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am eager to see what cards you are concealing. Chapter 59. The truth revealed. Shun Yifeng clutched the letter, his eyes sharp as blades. He exhaled slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Come on, let me see what you truly have hidden. In the next moment, the door at the end of the corridor swung open of its own accord, a soft yet frigid light spilling onto the ground. He stepped inside, finding the room devoid of any presence, save for a black metallic table and a solitary chair. On the table rested a tablet device, its screen illuminating with the message. Congratulations on passing the first stage. The trial of fate has officially commenced. Please await further instructions. Shun Yifeng refrained from taking a seat, instead surveying his surroundings. The walls bore no decorations, only a solitary camera in the corner that coldly observed him. With a calm demeanor, he sat cross-legged, the chaotic divine insight system within him quietly activating, scanning the environment. A prompt sounded. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Would you like to initiate tracking mode? With a mere thought, Shun Yifeng commanded, activate. Instantly, a translucent blue data stream emerged in his vision, parsing the entire space into countless coordinate points. He swiftly identified several suspicious areas, noting a slight distortion in one corner of the space, as though it concealed some apparatus. He rose and approached the corner, his fingers gently brushing against the wall, where he indeed encountered an imperceptible button. Upon pressing it, the wall slowly slid open, revealing a passage that led deeper within. Now, this is getting interesting, he whispered with a smile before stepping inside. At the end of the passage was a vast underground hall, with a massive holographic projection screen hovering in the center, displaying an array of data, images, and personnel files. As Shun Yifeng's gaze swept across the information, he was taken aback to find his own dossier prominently featured, including his movements during his incarceration. "Who are you?" He spoke in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from all directions. 5 individuals clad in black uniforms emerged from the shadows, led by a tall woman wearing sunglasses, exuding a commanding presence. "Mr. Shun, welcome to the core of the Wheel of Fate," she said in a calm tone. "We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "You orchestrated all of this just to bring me here?" The woman nodded. "Indeed. We require talents like you." "Talents?" Shun Yifeng scoffed. "So you devised a life-and-death trial to test me?" "True strength is forged in the fires of adversity," she replied nonchalantly. "You have passed the first stage. What lies ahead is the genuine test." Shun Yifeng remained silent for a moment before asking, "What is your objective?" The woman extended her hand, revealing a rotating symbol in her palm, the very same enigmatic totem that Shun Yifeng had encountered aboard the starship. "The Wheel of Fate represents a global intelligence organization." She spoke slowly. "Our mission is to identify and support individuals truly capable of shaping the future. You are the seed we have chosen." Shun Yifeng's gaze sharpened slightly. "So, you have been observing me all along?" "Indeed," the woman nodded. "Since the day you were released from prison, we have kept a close watch on you. Your quest for vengeance, your rise to power, your strategies, every step has been under our surveillance. You have surpassed our expectations." A tremor ran through Shun Yifeng's heart, yet his demeanor remained composed. "If that is the case, why have you sought me out now?" The woman chuckled softly. "Collaboration." Those words rendered the air abruptly still. "Collaboration?" Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. It sounded appealing, yet he was reluctant to be led by the nose. The woman remained unhurried. "We do not wish to control you. Rather, we hope you will join us in executing a plan capable of altering the world's dynamics." "Go on," Shun Yifeng replied, his tone unchanged, though his mind was now alert. The woman gestured, and the holographic display shifted to reveal a vast model of an underground city, its intricate structure exuding a sense of advanced technology. "This is the core base of the New Era project," she explained. "We aim to establish a new order that transcends nations and capital, shattering the shackles of the old world and redefining the distribution of power." Shun Yifeng stared at the screen, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The scale of this plan far exceeded any commercial venture he had previously encountered. It could potentially influence the global landscape. "What do you require of me?" he inquired. "You are the only one capable of rapidly integrating resources, forging connections, and wielding influence." The woman met his gaze directly. "We will provide intelligence, technology, and financial support. You will be responsible for execution. As long as you are willing to join us, we will do everything in our power to help you reach the pinnacle of success." Shun Yifeng remained silent for a considerable time, then suddenly smiled. "That sounds like an enticing proposal, but how can I be sure this isn't another trap?" The woman regarded him with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Because you have no avenue for retreat. Su Wan and Zhao Hongtu are merely minor players. Your true enemies are lurking in the shadows, waiting for you. Instead of fighting alone, it is wiser to harness the momentum." Shun Yifeng's gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. The chaotic divine insight system continuously analyzed her words and energy fluctuations, ultimately concluding, "Credibility 87, recommend deeper engagement." He nodded slowly. "I can consider collaboration, but only on the condition that I understand all the details of the project." The woman smiled faintly. "Of course, we will arrange an in-depth briefing for you shortly." Minutes later, Shun Yifeng was led into a secret chamber, where he encountered an elderly man clad in a silver-gray suit, his demeanor profound and his gaze piercing. "Welcome to the Wheel of Fate," the elder began slowly. "I am Zhong Lishuan." Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted in shock. "You are still alive?" Zhong Lishuan smiled faintly. "I've always been here, merely never revealing myself." A tumultuous wave surged within Shun Yifeng. It turned out that when he was imprisoned years ago, Zhong Lishuan had not truly vanished. He had been lurking in the shadows, quietly orchestrating events. "Why do you wish to assist me?" Shun Yifeng asked directly. Zhong Lishuan gazed at him and slowly articulated, "It is because you're the only one capable of breaking the chains of fate. Our mission within the Wheel of Destiny is to identify such an individual and assist them in reaching the pinnacle. Shen Yifeng remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. If I am to join, I must be informed of everything. Zhong Lishuan nodded, gesturing with his hand as the holographic projection unfolded once more, meticulously detailing all aspects of the new era plan, including objectives, resources, strategic deployments, and potential risks. The more Shen Yifeng observed, the more astonished he became. This was not merely a business initiative, but a strategic blueprint for overturning the old order. And he would be the central force behind this tempest. What do you think? Zhong Lishuan inquired. Shen Yifeng gradually rose to his feet, his gaze resolute. I agree to collaborate, but I have one condition. Speak. I demand complete decision-making authority. Shen Yifeng's tone was firm. You may provide support, but you cannot interfere with my judgment. Zhong Lishuan studied him intently for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's a deal. In that instant, the wheel of destiny began to turn irrevocably. As Shen Yifeng exited the chamber, the night breeze greeted him, and he raised his eyes to the distant city lights, a cold smile gracing his lips. Subanro, Zhao Hongtu, do you think you have triumphed? The true game has only just begun. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lin Howren sent a message. Boss, someone just sent an anonymous document regarding Su Wanru's latest transaction records, and it seems suspicious. Shen Yifeng's eyes grew icy as his fingertips glided across the screen to open the document. Instantly, a photograph came into view. Su Wanru was engaged in hushed conversation with an unfamiliar man clad in military attire, adorned with a badge whose emblem was indistinct, though it faintly suggested affiliation with a national agency. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, it appears this is not merely a business issue. He abruptly turned and strode back toward the direction of Zhong Lishuan's chamber, his tone unwavering. I require more intelligence. Chapter 60. Negotiations in the Night Breeze. Shen Yifeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he marched resolutely toward Zhong Lishuan's chamber. His mind swirled with countless thoughts, yet his steps remained unwavering. The wheel of destiny had, in fact, begun its intricate machinations the very day he was released from prison. Upon entering the chamber, Zhong Lishuan remained seated at the table, his eyes as profound as a bottomless abyss. The woman wearing sunglasses stood beside him, her demeanor composed, as if the earlier shock was merely an ordinary conversation. I need more intelligence, Shen Yifeng stated directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Zhong Lishuan smiled faintly and nodded slightly. The woman then waved her hand, and the holographic projection re-emerged, a torrent of information flooding Shen Yifeng's vision. This was an in-depth dossier on the New Era plan, encompassing numerous top global consortiums, military forces, and high-ranking political figures. Most strikingly, among the list was Su Wanru's name, marked with the code name, Shadow. She is not one of your associates? Shen Yifeng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. She is one of the targets we have been monitoring, Zhong Lishuan replied slowly, but the power behind her is far more complex than you can imagine. Remained silent for a moment, his fingertips gliding across the projection screen, summoning the dialogue records between Su Wanru and the man in military attire. Though the content was somewhat ambiguous, one particular phrase stood out sharply. As long as Shen Yifeng does not appear again, everything will belong to you. To whom does it belong? Zhao Hongtu? Or someone else entirely? How do you plan to assist me? Shen Yifeng raised his gaze, his eyes sharp. We can provide funding, an intelligence network, and even connections. Zhong Lishuan replied calmly. But the prerequisite is that you must accept our terms of cooperation. A cold smile curled at the corners of Shen Yifeng's mouth. So, we have finally arrived at the stage of negotiation. The formal discussion has commenced. The conference room was situated deep within the underground base, illuminated by a harsh white light, permeated by a faint metallic scent. Shen Yifeng sat on one side of the long table, facing Zhong Lishuan, 3 core members, and the enigmatic female commander. First and foremost, we require you to take control of the Shun Corporation and gradually integrate the surrounding resources, Zhong Lishuan stated bluntly. We need you in the open, performing tasks that we cannot undertake. For instance, Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Mergers, restructuring, cleansing old powers, and if necessary, adopting a hardline approach, the female commander replied coolly. We will provide the necessary support, including technology, funding, and intelligence. It sounds akin to a commercial war. Shen Yifeng scoffed, but I'm not a pawn in your game. Certainly not. Zhong Lishuan chuckled lightly. You are the commander. We are the logistical support. As long as you're willing to cooperate, we can share resources for mutual benefit. Mutual benefit? Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. The conditions you propose make it seem as though I am the one charging in a battle while you lurk in shadows, reaping the rewards. That is the reality, the female commander stated coldly. Your journey to this point has relied not only on courage, but also on wisdom. You should understand that without us, your path to vengeance will be considerably more arduous. Shen Yifeng squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking. I have a condition. Speak. I demand complete decision-making authority, Shen Yifeng asserted firmly. I can accept your resources and support, but the ultimate decision on any action must rest in my hands. I do not wish for anyone to dictate terms on my battlefield. Zhong Lishuan regarded him for a moment, seemingly weighing the significance of this demand. Agreed, he nodded. But you must be accountable for the outcomes. Of course, Shen Yifeng smiled. I never shy away from responsibility. The negotiations continued to deepen, with both parties engaging in an intense exchange over specific cooperation terms. Shen Yifeng proposed that he require an independent intelligence team, free from direct control by the Wheel of Fortune. Initially opposed, the counterpart reluctantly consented after Shen Yifeng pointed out their intelligence was currently not comprehensive. You may form your own Dark Blade team, the female commander stated, but we reserve the right to monitor certain aspects of their actions. Deal, Shen Yifeng nodded. Next came the matter of funding. Shen Yifeng requested an initial capital for acquiring critical assets, but the figure offered by the Wheel of Fortune was far below his expectations. This lacks sincerity, Shen Yifeng scoffed. If you truly wish to collaborate, do not attempt to dismiss me with such a meager sum. Mr. Shen, Zhong Lishuan began leisurely. You are aware that our resources are limited, and we cannot invest too much at once. Then it shall be a staggered payment. In Shen Yifeng's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. Upon the completion of each task, remuneration would be dispensed based on results. This not only served to motivate me, but also ensure that your investments would not be in vain. Zhong Lishuan exchanged glances with several members before ultimately nodding. This is worth considering. The atmosphere gradually eased, and a preliminary framework for cooperation was established. However, just as Shen Yifeng prepared to rise and depart, the female commander suddenly interjected. There is one more thing. Shen Yifeng halted in his tracks. You must agree not to target certain individuals. Her tone grew serious. Some figures are our future partners and fall outside your scope of attack. Shen Yifeng's expression turned cold. Who? Zhao Hong too. She uttered the name. The air became tense. Shen Yifeng's gaze hardened, and his fist slowly clenched. Is he on your list? His voice was low. He is merely a transitional figure. Zhong Lishuan's tone remained steady. We will deal with him in the future, but for now, he cannot die. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. So, you want me to help him endure? It is merely a temporary reprieve. The female commander corrected him. When the time is ripe, he will naturally be dealt with. Shen Yifeng stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. My agreement to your cooperation does not signify that I will relinquish my goals. Whether it be Zhao Hongtu or Su Wanru, they owe me a debt that will one day be repaid with interest. Zhong Lishuan regarded him, slowly nodding. We respect your choice. Exiting the conference room, Shen Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. He understood that this cooperation was far more intricate than it appeared. The Wheel of Fate was not merely a simple ally. They had their own agendas, and he must remain vigilant and clear-headed at all times. His phone vibrated, and Lin Howard's message popped up again. Boss, there has been new activity on Su Wanru's side. She seems to be contacting a foreign military-industrial group, suspected of engaging in arms trading. Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted, and his fingers swiftly glided over the screen, retrieving the latest intelligence. Indeed, a name appeared in an encrypted document. Obsidian Technology Company, headquartered in the Middle East, specializing in advanced military equipment with a remarkably complex background. It seems the true enemy has begun to surface, Shun Yifeng mused quietly. He abruptly turned and strode purposefully towards Zhong Lishuan's direction. I need a complete dossier on Obsidian technology. His tone was resolute, and also, I wish to know whether you have any operatives there. Just as Zhong Lishuan was about to respond, the entire base's alarm suddenly blared. Red lights flashed as a mechanical female voice coldly announced. Unknown signal intrusion detected. Please activate defense protocols immediately. Shun Yifeng spun around, witnessing the holographic projection screen distort violently, a strange voice abruptly resonating. Shun Yifeng, do you believe you have grasped the truth? Huh. The real storm has only just begun. Chapter 61. Cooperation achieved. The alarm echoed relentlessly throughout the base, the red light casting a grave expression upon everyone's faces. Shun Yifeng stood frozen, his gaze locked onto the distorted holographic image. The unfamiliar voice laced with mockery and provocation, as if it had anticipated every one of their actions. The true tempest is merely beginning. A jolt coursed through him, and his fists clenched involuntarily. This was no ordinary cyber intrusion. It was a harbinger of something far more insidious, a warning that someone had set their sights on them. Zhong Lishuan swiftly rose, murmuring a few words to the female commander beside him, before turning to Shun Yifeng. Now is not the time to discuss agreements. I require the complete dossier on Obsidian technologies. Shun Yifeng's tone was calm, yet resolute. Also, to what extent have your people infiltrated? The female commander cast him a glance, nodded, and promptly retrieved an encrypted file. Shun Yifeng advanced swiftly, his fingers gliding over the virtual screen as he perused the background of this enigmatic military enterprise. The list of executives and recent transaction records. Suddenly, his gaze halted on a name, Li Chengze. This name was not unfamiliar. He had been a pivotal figure in the conspiracy against him 3 years prior, and now he appeared on the board of directors for Obsidian Technologies. It seemed that old acquaintances were thriving. A cold smirk graced Shun Yifeng's lips, his eyes sharp as a blade. This is no coincidence, Zhong Lishuan intoned slowly. They are orchestrating something, and you have become a crucial piece on their chessboard. Shun Yifeng remained silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes. Let them witness what it truly means to be a player. The alarm finally ceased, yet the atmosphere within the base remained taut. Shun Yifeng inhaled deeply, turning to exit the control room, a new plan already forming in his mind. The following morning, the core conference room of the Wheel of Fate reopened. This time, the negotiations entered a fevered stage. Shun Yifeng sat at one side of the long table, facing Zhong Lishuan, the mysterious female commander, and 2 other core members. The air was infused with the faint aroma of coffee, yet no one was in the mood to savor it. The events of the previous day remained unresolved. The female commander spoke first. We suspect that Obsidian Technologies is manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Therefore, we need to collaborate. Shun Yifeng's gaze was steady. You possess resources, and I have the execution capability. Instead of probing each other, let us unify our objectives. That sounds appealing, a tall man scoffed coldly. But how can we trust that you won't use our resources to exact revenge on your enemies? Shun Yifeng smiled slightly, speaking with poise. Because I understand better than anyone that vengeance and enterprise must not be conflated. What I seek is the ability to control the entire situation, not fleeting gratification from vendettas. His words were impeccable, and Zhong Lishuan nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with his sentiment. Then, what are the specific terms of cooperation? The female commander inquired. Shun Yifeng rose, moving to the center of the conference table, calling forth the data charts analyzed by the Chaos Divine Insight System, pointing to several key pathways. Firstly, I require an independent intelligence team under my direct command, free from the direct interference of the Wheel of Fate. Secondly, initial funding must exceed 300 million, allocated for acquiring critical assets, particularly those within the Shun family enterprise that have been encroached upon by Zhao Hong II. 300 million? The tall man furrowed his brow. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. Shun Yifeng spoke softly, indicating that what you require of me extends beyond merely reclaiming lost territories. It encompasses the integration of resources, the eradication of hostile forces, and possibly confronting adversaries of international caliber. Without sufficient capital to underpin this endeavor, victory in this conflict is utterly unattainable. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Ultimately, Zhong Lishuan broke the stillness. We could consider phased funding, dispersing appropriate rewards upon the completion of each task. Agreed. Shen Yifeng nodded. Yet I have one stipulation. My Dark Blade team must possess absolute freedom of action. You may monitor, but not interfere. The female commander furrowed her brow, poised to object, but was halted by Zhong Lishuan's raised hand. Accepted, he stated. Yet you shall bear responsibility for all consequences of your actions. Naturally, a slight smile graced Shen Yifeng's lips. I never shy away from responsibility. The negotiations delved deeper, with both parties engaged in a fervent exchange over the specifics of execution. Drawing from years of business acumen and the formidable intelligence support of the Chaos Divine Insight System, Shen Yifeng adeptly resolved the challenges presented by the opposition, skillfully steering the situation in his favor. After several hours of protracted deliberation, the cooperation agreement was formally signed. Shen Yifeng took up the pen, inscribing his name upon the contract. As the ink dried, he lifted his gaze, eyes ablaze. From this day forth, the wheel of fate and I shall be allies. Every subsequent step will shape the future landscape. Zhong Lishuan gently applauded, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Welcome to the game, Commander. As the meeting concluded and Shen Yifeng exited the conference room, his phone vibrated. A message from Lin Howard popped up. Boss, Zhao Hongtu has been unusually active lately, suspected of clandestine engagements with foreign investment groups, likely aiming to introduce external capital to counter you. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. He can no longer sit idle. While responding to the message, he swiftly made his way to the underground garage, already formulating his next course of action. Investigate the flow of funds for Zhao Hongtu. And he paused, murmuring, is there any new anomaly concerning Su Wanru? Lin Howard quickly replied. She has been frequently visiting a private club, according to informants. It may serve as one of Obsidian Technology's secret contact points in the area. Shen Yifeng's gaze hardened, his pace unrelenting. Excellent. Let me personally uncover the secrets this former wife still harbors. As night fell, the city's neon lights flickered and traffic flowed like a river. Shen Yifeng stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down upon the entire cityscape. The wind tousled his clothing, stirring the tumultuous thoughts within his mind. Shen Yifeng, do you believe you have grasped the truth? The real storm has only just begun. That voice resonated once more in his mind. A slight smirk graced his lips, yet his demeanor grew increasingly fierce. Then let it come. In the next moment, he turned and stepped into the elevator, his figure vanishing behind the metallic doors. The city shone brilliantly, and the stage that belonged to him was gradually unveiling its curtain. Chapter 62. Project Crisis Under the Night Sky. Shen Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the skyscraper's pinnacle, his gaze tranquil as water, the city lights reflecting a piercing brilliance in his eyes. He had just signed a collaboration agreement with the Wheel of Fortune, wielding $300 million in initial funding and the command of an independent action team. And everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, reality often proves to be more intricate than plans. His phone vibrated, and a message from Lin Howard appeared. Boss, the finance department has just urgently notified us that the funding gap for the first phase of the project exceeds expectations. Currently, less than half has been secured. Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment on the screen before dialing Lin Howard's number. What are the specifics? He inquired succinctly. Zhao Hongtu is acting swiftly, having already contacted several banks in an attempt to freeze your accounts while spreading negative information about your project, claiming that you are an ex-convict unworthy of trust. Some partners who initially pledged to invest are beginning to waver, and a few have even withdrawn completely. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Understood. After ending the call, he turned and returned to the conference room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lin Howard waiting there. flanked by the finance director, Chun Yu, whose countenance was grave. What was the extent of the funding gap? Shen Yifeng seated himself and directly addressed the matter. 270 million, Chun Yu replied softly. We had initially planned to invest 500 million, but only 230 million has arrived. If we cannot bridge the gap within a week, the project's progress will be severely delayed, and it may even be halted. Zhao Hongtu's moves are quicker than anticipated. Lin Haoran gritted his teeth. This fellow is trying to undermine you while you are still finding your footing. Shen Yifeng remained silent, slowly closing his eyes as the chaos divine insight system quietly activated in his mind, analyzing the current situation. The enemy was strategizing, but he was not to be underestimated. Haoran, arrange a high-level meeting immediately with all core members present. Shen Yifeng opened his eyes, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I will personally elucidate the project's prospects and reassure everyone. Understood. Lin Haoran nodded and swiftly departed. Shen Yifeng turned to Chun Yu. Continue monitoring the flow of funds, especially from those partners who suddenly withdrew. Investigate whether Zhao Hongtu has had a hand in their decisions. Certainly, Chun Yu replied, still somewhat anxious. However, I must remind you that relying solely on internal stability is far from sufficient. External financing is crucial. I am aware, Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile, which is why I have other plans. In the conference room, the atmosphere was oppressive. The attendees were gathered around a long table. Their expressions varied. Some showed concern, while others displayed clear skepticism. Shen Yifeng stood at the head of the table, surveying the room before speaking in a calm yet unassailable tone. I know that many of you have recently heard unsettling rumors and have witnessed some wavering. However, I am not here to weave tales. I am here to present a fact. This project will not fail. His voice, though not loud, possessed remarkable clarity. Zhao Hongtu seeks to suppress me through public opinion and to strangle us with financial constraints. Yet he overlooks one critical point. I am no longer the Shen Yifeng of 3 years ago, who could be easily manipulated. He raised his hand, projecting data from the Chaos Divine Insight System, which clearly detailed the financial flows of major partners, potential risk points, and countermeasures. We can approach this matter from 3 distinct perspectives. Firstly, by leveraging the connections I've cultivated in Southeast Asia to revive collaborations with former clients. Secondly, by utilizing Zhong Lishuan's network to engage with several enigmatic investors who possess a keen interest in advanced military technology. And thirdly, by employing the intelligence capabilities of the Dark Blade team to uncover vulnerabilities in Zhao Hongtu's financial chain, compelling him to yield at a critical juncture. The audience was left in stunned silence. Boss, are you really embarking on a financial war? A young investment manager could not help but interject. This is not a game. This is survival, Shen Yifeng replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Either they drag us down, or we force them to plead for mercy. The conference room fell into a hush, and soon after, Lin Haoran was the first to break the silence with applause. Let's get it done. The clapping gradually crescendoed, rekindling the team's morale. In the ensuing days, Shen Yifeng scarcely closed his eyes. He personally led negotiations while simultaneously directing the Dark Blade team to gather intelligence, all the while contending with various queries from banks and investors. Each step felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, with the assistance of the chaotic divine insight system, he deftly navigated through peril, striking precisely at the enemy's vulnerabilities while winning over wavering investors. Finally, on the evening of the 4th day, a mysterious sum from overseas quietly entered the project account. Who could it be? Lin Haoran gazed at the transfer record, astonished. An old friend, Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. She owes me a favor. Which friend? Li Wanner. Lin Haoran paused momentarily before a look of realization washed over his face. Ah, so it's your arms queen. Keep it low-key. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. We must not let Zhao Hongtu catch wind of her involvement. Rest assured, boss. I've ensured that the money has been laundered through 3 channels. No one will trace it back to the source. Shen Yifeng nodded, about to speak when his phone vibrated once more. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. Mr. Shun, our boss wishes to meet with you regarding a new project involving Obsidian technology. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Obsidian, He had not yet fully assuaged his concerns. And they had already come knocking? It seemed the real storm was just beginning. He rose, adjusted his suit and tie, and a cold smile played on his lips. Howard, prepare the car. Where to? To meet this new acquaintance. Lin Howard nodded, following without hesitation. As the night deepened, the city's neon lights flickered with blinding brilliance, setting the stage for the drama about to unfold. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His mind was already calculating the next steps in their strategy. The name Obsidian Technology was not unfamiliar to him. It was a mysterious firm dedicated to military technology research, entwined in an exceedingly intricate web of interests. The other party's approach was evidently not as simple as merely sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Boss, are we really going to proceed so directly? Lin Howard inquired as he drove, unsure even of the identity of their visitor. The more enigmatic the individual, the more intriguing the encounter. Shen Yifeng leaned back in his seat, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zhao Hong, too, had just been caught off guard by us. And now someone had emerged, either to fish in troubled waters or to confront me directly. Are you referring to Zhong Lishuan? That is indeed a possibility. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, but regardless of who it was, anyone daring to interfere with my projects should not expect mercy. The vehicle traversed the main thoroughfare of the city, entering a sparsely illuminated industrial district. In the distance, a discreet yet strikingly modern building stood quietly against the night sky. Devoid of signage, flanked by two security personnel clad in black uniforms. Shen Yifeng exited the car, his stride steady as he approached the edifice. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit greeted them with a warm smile. Mr. Shen, it is an honor to finally meet you. Where's your boss? Shen Yifeng cut to the chase. Please, follow me, the man replied, leading them through a lengthy corridor into a sealed conference room. The ambience was softly lit, with a steaming cup of tea and several documents arranged upon the central long table. Mr. Shen, please take a seat. The middle-aged man gestured. Our boss will arrive shortly. As Shen Yifeng sat down, he scanned the documents on the table, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It appears you have prepared a collaboration proposal for me. It is merely a preliminary concept. The man smiled. We are very interested in your capabilities, particularly regarding the project you recently completed, which is nothing short of a miracle in the business realm. Miracle? Shen Yifeng chuckled lightly. It is merely a path walked upon the edge of a blade. During their conversation, the conference room door opened once more. A woman clad in a tailored gray suit entered with measured grace, her hair slightly curled, her gaze strikingly beautiful, and a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Shen Yifeng, it has been a long time. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable presence. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted as he slowly rose to his feet. Li Wanner. His tone was calm, though turmoil surged within. The arms dealer, Li Wanner. She had once been one of his most trusted partners before his imprisonment, the sole friend who had not abandoned him during his family's misfortunes. She had quietly withdrawn from the business world, rumored to have developed overseas. He never anticipated their reunion would occur in such a manner. You have truly not disappointed me. Li Wanner approached him, gently placing the documents she held on the table. I am here because Obsidian Technology has a new project, and we require someone who genuinely understands the field to lead it. That sounds like an opportunity. Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. But I am more curious about why you have returned so suddenly. Because Zhao Hong too is no longer your sole adversary. Li Wanner's tone turned icy. He is currently aligning with several international capital groups, attempting to completely eradicate you from the market. I do not wish to see your downfall. Shen Yifeng fell silent for a moment before smiling. So you have come to rescue me? I simply do not wish to owe you a favor. Li Wanner replied with a faint smile, and besides, I have my own objectives. Their eyes met, and the air around them seemed to crackle with tension. Lin Howard stood aside, utterly bewildered, yet he understood that the contest between these two titans had merely begun. Over the ensuing month, Shen Yifeng spearheaded his team's relentless advancement of the collaboration with Obsidian Technology. This strategic endeavor, involving the development of advanced military technology, promised not only to incite an industrial revolution domestically, but also to reverberate across the globe if successful. However, the progression of the project was fraught with challenges. First and foremost was the issue of team fatigue. The relentless intensity of their work left many members mentally strained, even leading to instances of disengagement. Upon recognizing this, Shen Yifeng promptly activated the Chaos Oracle system to precisely analyze each member's condition and formulate personalized incentive mechanisms. He took it upon himself to engage directly with core members, attentively listening to their concerns and promising appropriate rewards. Additionally, he implemented a rotation system to ensure that everyone could maintain their optimal state. "I am not a machine, nor do I wish to treat you as such," he articulated during a full team meeting. However, what we are undertaking here holds significance far beyond individual gains or losses. It is not merely a project. It is a pivotal step toward altering the future landscape. His words ignited the fervor of the entire team. Next arose the issue of anomalous project data. During the final testing phase, discrepancies between certain experimental results and expectations were uncovered, potentially jeopardizing the overall assessment. Shen Yifeng once again called upon the Chaos Oracle system, swiftly identifying the root of the problem. A crucial component's data model had been maliciously tampered with. He immediately ordered the lockdown of that module and organized a team of experts to rectify the issue overnight. Ultimately, the project's outcomes not only met but exceeded the anticipated standards. During the profit settlement phase, the collaborating party attempted to lower the profit-sharing ratio, citing the substantial risks and initial investments. Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh, producing previously acquired intelligence and laying it bare before them. "I'm fully aware of your funding sources, contractual loopholes, and even evidence of certain high-ranking officials accepting bribes in private. Should you wish to renege on our agreement, you may do so, but the consequences will be yours to bear." This maneuver left the room in stunned silence, compelling the collaborating party to comply and remit the full payment as stipulated in the contract. With the project concluded successfully, Shen Yifeng's name once again graced the headlines of major financial publications. He was no longer the man betrayed by his wife and undermined by business partners. He had transformed into a formidable titan of commerce. The media clamored to report. Shen Yifeng creates a new myth. 300 million in startup funds unlocks a 100 billion market from prison to Pinnacle. Shen Yifeng's remarkable journey and Obsidian Technology acknowledges. Without Shen Yifeng, there would be no victory. His reputation soared to unprecedented heights, with countless individuals hailing him as a legend. Yet, at the celebratory banquet, Shen Yifeng remained furrowed in thought. "What troubles you?" Li Wanner approached with a glass in hand. "We finally triumphed. Shouldn't you be elated? Winning too swiftly brings a sense of unease." Shen Yifeng replied quietly. "Zhao Hongtu has remained uncharacteristically silent. It feels abnormal. Perhaps he has simply conceded," Li Wanner shrugged. "Impossible." Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened. "A man like him only grows more resilient in the face of adversity. The true storm is yet to come." He lifted his gaze towards the window, where the night enveloped the world in a profound darkness, concealing countless unknown perils. At that instant, his phone vibrated and a cryptic message appeared. "Beware. Your ally may not be trustworthy." Shen Yifeng's finger paused on the screen, his heart racing. He slowly raised his head to glance at Li Wanner, who was engaged in lively conversation with other investors not far away. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes were icy as frost. Gently placing his wine glass down, Shen Yifeng turned and exited the banquet hall, his steps resolute. Behind him, the music continued its cheerful cadence, and applause thundered. Yet, his battlefield had only just begun to unfold. In the next moment, the elevator doors began to close. Ding! Darkness engulfed all. Chapter 64. Emotional turmoil. As the lights of the celebration gradually faded, Shen Yifeng stepped out of the hotel, the night breeze striking his face with a chill. He stood on the steps, his phone still vibrating slightly in his hand, the encrypted message piercing his heart like a thorn. "Beware, your ally may not be trustworthy." He glanced up at the distant, brightly lit city, but his heart was tumultuous. Li Wanner's return, the success of the Obsidian project, and Zhao Hongtu's silence, all had unfolded too smoothly, as if scripted with meticulous design. However, at this moment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden message. "Meet at the usual place at 7 tonight." We need to talk. The sender was Lin Shui, his girlfriend. Shen Yifeng stared at the message, his brow furrowing. She seldom arranged meetings with such formality, and her tone carried an undercurrent of suppressed emotion. He called back, only to be met with a busy signal. He understood she was angry. The celebration had barely concluded before he was compelled to confront another battlefield, a battle of emotions. Without hesitation, he drove to the CAF they frequently visited. Upon entering, he found Lin Shui seated in a corner, her expression dark, her coffee long since gone cold. "You finally arrived," she remarked coldly, refusing to meet his gaze. Shen Yifeng took a seat and softly replied, "I've been quite busy lately. I could only find time after the project concluded." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Shui scoffed. "Do you not know?" She pushed her phone screen toward him, revealing a photograph of Shen Yifeng conversing closely with a female client dressed in professional attire, the backdrop a high-end restaurant, exuding an intimate atmosphere. "This was last week when I was discussing a collaboration with Director Chen," Shen Yifeng clarified, recognizing her as the head of military technology. "We were merely discussing project details." "Merely discussing?" Lin Shui's voice suddenly escalated. "You appeared so merry, nearly touching." "I was just handing her documents," Shen Yifeng replied, exasperation evident as he raised his hands in surrender. "If you don't believe me, I can contact her now for an explanation." "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lin Shui bit out. "You always claim to be busy with work, even neglecting to return for my birthday. And now this? How can I trust you?" Shen Yifeng paused, his voice low. "I know I've overlooked you during this time, but I cannot abandon the entire project. You also know I just emerged from prison. Everything must be restarted. So I should simply understand you?" Lin Shui's eyes were slightly reddened. "Yet I am neither a member of your company nor your subordinate. I am merely an ordinary girl who wishes to be treated with sincerity." Shen Yifeng gazed at her, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. He reached out, gently taking her hand, and said, "My dear, I admit I have not done enough. However, in this world, aside from you, I shall not touch another." Lin Shui withdrew her hand and shook her head, responding, "Do not speak of this any longer. I am weary." She stood up, preparing to leave. Shen Yifeng also rose, his tone resolute. "If you believe I have changed, then I am willing to amend my ways. If you feel I lack sincerity, I shall prove it through my actions." "Stop saying that," Lin Shui murmured. "You always talk, yet you are perpetually busy." With that, she walked out without a glance back. Shen Yifeng stood there, watching her retreating figure, for the first time experiencing a sense of helplessness. The following morning, Shen Yifeng sought out Lin Howren. "Boss, what happened to your face?" Lin Howren inquired upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes. "I did not sleep last night," Shen Yifeng replied, rubbing his temples. "I pondered for the entire night and have decided to take a few days off to truly accompany her." "No way," Lin Howren exclaimed, eyes wide. "You just signed a multi-billion project, and now you wish to take leave?" "She is more important than that," Shen Yifeng asserted firmly. "Without her by my side, even if I possess the world, I remain but a lonely soul." Lin Howren looked at him and suddenly chuckled. "All right, boss. You are increasingly embodying the essence of a romantic." Shen Yifeng disregarded his teasing and promptly dialed Lin Shui's number. This time, she answered. "Hello, I am downstairs," Shen Yifeng stated, standing at the entrance of the community, holding a paper bag. "May I come up?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "What do you want?" she asked. "Give me 10 minutes," he replied. "If after hearing me, you still wish to break up, I will not disturb you again." Eventually, Lin Shui opened the door. Shen Yifeng entered the room, placing the paper bag on the table. From it, he took out an exquisite box. "This is a necklace I specially ordered yesterday, engraved with only you." Lin Shui gazed at the box, but did not reach for it. "I realize I have performed poorly before," Shen Yifeng said, meeting her eyes. "But I am genuinely striving to change. I was a failed boyfriend, yet now I wish to be a man worthy of your trust." "You know," Lin Shui said softly, "the most painful part is not your busyness, but rather the fact that you are present yet your heart is elsewhere." Shen Yifeng nodded. "I understand. Thus, I am here today, not merely to apologize, but to make a promise." He took her hand earnestly and declared, "No matter how busy I am, I will always carve out time for you. We can watch sunsets together, enjoy hot pot, travel, argue, Whatever you desire, I shall accompany you. Lin Shui looked at him, her eyes glistening with tears. You always say such things, but your words are sweeter than your actions. Then allow me to finish. Shen Yifeng smiled this time. I will not preach grand philosophies, just one thing. You are my weakness, yet also my soul armor. Lin Shui was taken aback, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. She threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, and choked out, "If you dare to deceive me, I will never forgive you. I would never deceive you." Shen Yifeng lowered his head and kissed her on the crown. "For the greatest fortune in my life is having met you." In this moment, all misunderstandings seemed to dissolve in this tenderness. In the days that followed, Shen Yifeng completely set aside all work, spending time with Lin Shui as they strolled through shops, watched films, cooked together, and took leisurely walks. They visited the seaside to witness the sunrise and ventured into the mountains to feel the gentle breeze against their faces. Every moment was cherished deeply by Shen Yifeng. One evening, while they were seated on the balcony sipping wine, Lin Shui suddenly asked, "Have you ever considered what your life would be like had you never gone to prison?" Shen Yifeng smiled. "Perhaps I would have inherited the family business, married a woman of equal standing, attended meetings, played sports, and led a seemingly glamorous yet ultimately mundane life." "Do you regret it?" "Not at all," Shen Yifeng replied, gazing into the night sky, "for that experience has allowed me to see the truth of human nature and led me to you. Without it, I might never have become so strong or truly learned to cherish." Lin Shui leaned against his shoulder and softly inquired, "What do you fear the most now?" Shen Yifeng paused for a moment before responding. "The greatest fear is losing you." Just as the words left his lips, his phone vibrated again. He glanced down to see a message from an unfamiliar number. "The person beside you is quietly betraying you." Shen Yifeng's fingers tightened abruptly, his gaze turning icy. Lin Shui sensed something was amiss. "What is wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, retrieving his phone while maintaining a gentle smile. "Let us continue our drinks." He raised his glass and lightly clinked it with hers. To the future. Chapter 65. Heightened emotions. Lin Shui nestled in his embrace, tears soaking his shirt. Shen Yifeng gently patted her back, yet his mind raced with thoughts of the mysterious message, the source of which remained undiscovered. Yet, intuition told him this would not be the last attempt to disrupt his life. "Let us continue our drinks." He lifted his glass again and softly tapped it against hers. To the future. After that night, Shen Yifeng truly set aside all work, accompanying Lin Shui as they indulged in shopping, movie outings, cooking, and leisurely walks. They visited the seaside to watch the sunrise and the mountains to feel the refreshing breeze. Every moment was cherished deeply by Shen Yifeng. Days later, the project as profit settlement was completed, and the success of the Obsidian plan sent shockwaves through the industry. Shen Yifeng's name reappeared in major financial headlines, becoming a burgeoning business legend. However, he did not dwell on the joy of victory, but rather focused more on Lin Shui. "Have I been too clingy lately?" Lin Shui asked, chuckling as she scrolled through her phone one evening. "Not at all," Shen Yifeng replied, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "I would welcome even more of your clinginess." "Such flattery," she retorted with a playful glare, yet she couldn't help but laugh. Deep down, she understood that this man had changed. He was no longer just a sharp blade rushing forward. He had learned to pause and check if she was still there. The following morning, Lin Howard sent a message. "Boss, there's been some movement from Zhao Hongtu's side. Should we keep an eye on it?" Shen Yifeng paused for a moment after reading the message, then replied, "Not for now. Give me 3 days." He did not wish to disappoint her once more. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Shui sent a voice message. "Are you free today? There's a small gathering. A friend recommended it. They say it's quite an interesting event in the circle, and it would be a chance for you to broaden your horizons." Shen Yifeng immediately responded, "What time? I'll come pick you up." "No need to come. I could go by myself." "If you show up unexpectedly, they might think you're here to supervise," she teased. "I'm not that intimidating," he replied helplessly. "So, do you dare to bet on who I might meet tonight?" She winked. "Bet on what?" Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "The loser has to make breakfast every day for a month," she said with a smile. "All right, let us bet," he agreed without hesitation. That evening, Lin Shui attended the so-called small circle gathering as promised. while Shun Yifeng prepared a romantic dinner at home. Secretly scanning the safety rating and guest list of the gathering with the Chaos Divine Insight system. The result made him frown. Prominently featured on the list was the name Zhong Lishuan. He said nothing, merely noting down the address. After dinner, Lin Shui returned, her face aglow with excitement. Guess what? I actually met Zhong Lishuan today, the legendary mogul of the investment world, who even Zhao home to treats with the utmost respect. Shun Yifeng chuckled. What a coincidence. Indeed. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. He even asked how you've been lately, and said you're a rare young talent. Shun Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, then shifted the topic. Did you have fun today? Absolutely, she exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms. Next time, you should come along. Who knows? We might even secure a collaboration. Sure, he replied, kissing her forehead gently. That night, they fell asleep in each other's embrace, as if the world contained only the two of them. In the days that followed, Shun Yifeng began to adjust his pace. He no longer poured all his energy into work, but instead allocated fixed time to accompany Lin Shui. They shared breakfast in the mornings. He joined her at the gym after work, and occasionally took her camping in the countryside on weekends. On one occasion, while sipping coffee, Lin Shui teased, "Are you planning to transform into a doting husband?" Shun Yifeng set down the report in his hand and said earnestly, "I'm not pampering you. I'm respecting you. I once thought that success alone could provide you with the best life. But I now realize that the best life is having you by my side, genuinely spending time with you." Lin Shui paused, her eyes misting over. "When did you learn to say such things?" "I learned it from a system." He pointed to the Chaos Divine Insight system in his mind. "It told me that modern women appreciate sincerity, not tricks." "So, are you being sincere now?" she asked, gazing at him. "More sincere than the sun." He raised his right hand and declared, "I, Shun Yifeng, vow that no matter how busy I am, I will always carve out time to be with you. If I fail to do so, I'll uninstall myself." Lin Shui chuckled. "Your vow is rather peculiar, isn't it? I've never been one to play by the rules." He replied. He shrugged, "Yet I've always taken you seriously." At that moment, Lin Shui felt as though sunlight had penetrated her heart. A few days later, the company convened its quarterly summary meeting. Lin Howard observed Shun Yifeng's demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you've truly undergone a transformation." "What do you mean?" Shun Yifeng was engrossed in reviewing documents. "You used to be the kind of person who spent every waking hour plotting against rivals. And now you can actually spare time to watch the sunset with your girlfriend." Lin Howard shook his head. "It doesn't seem like you at all. Do you think I've become gentle?" Shun Yifeng lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp. "I have merely learned to fight in a different manner." Lin Howard paused, then chuckled. "All right then, as long as you're happy." After the meeting, Shun Yifeng returned to his office when the Chaos Oracle system suddenly emitted a prompt. "Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Please promptly replenish energy crystals or complete designated tasks to maintain system stability." Shun Yifeng frowned and input commands to view detailed data. The system indicated, frequent use recently has caused core energy to drop to a critical level. If not replenished in time, it will affect subsequent intelligence analysis and forecasting capabilities. "It seems I must find an opportunity to venture to the southern frontier," he murmured to himself. "There lies a legendary energy vein, said to contain primordial energy potent enough to activate the system." However, he refrained from acting hastily, for he understood that certain matters cannot be rushed, such as love. That evening, he reserved a table at an upscale restaurant for Lin Shui, and he had also prepared a small surprise setup, utilizing the Chaos Oracle system's mirroring ability to create a romantic corner in reality that belonged to them. As the lights illuminated the space, Lin Shui was taken aback by the sea of roses and the words "only you" projected on the wall. "How did you manage this?" "It's a secret." He took her hand. "Tonight is solely ours." She laughed and nestled into his embrace, whispering, "Do you know? I feel incredibly happy right now." Shun Yifeng leaned down to kiss her nose. Then may this happiness last forever. Yet at that moment, his phone vibrated once more. An unknown number, another message. "Beware. Zhong Lishuan's true identity is about to be revealed." Shun Yifeng's fingers tightened slightly, and his expression suddenly turned cold. "What's wrong?" Lin Shui sensed the shift. It's nothing. He tucked his phone away, still wearing a gentle smile. Shall we continue dancing? He led her by the hand to the center of the dance floor. As the music swelled and lights danced, amidst the bustling crowd, only they gazed into each other's eyes, as if the entire world had quieted. Yet within Shun Yifeng's heart, a storm was brewing. Chapter 66. Industry Competition. At the moment the phone vibrated, Shun Yifeng's lips still bore a gentle smile, but his eyes turned icy in an instant. He discreetly tucked his phone away and continued to hold Lin Shue's hand, slowly twirling in the dance floor. The music remained melodious, the lights still dazzling, and the clamor of the crowd seemed to have no bearing on them. Yet in his mind, chaos reigned. Beware. The true identity of Zhong Li Xuan is about to be revealed. In just 10 short words, like a sharp blade, it shattered the tranquil world he had only just constructed. What is it? Lin Xuan noticed his grip had tightened slightly and looked up at him. It's nothing. He lowered his head to kiss her forehead, his voice gentle as if soothing a child. I have a little matter to attend to. Why don't you head back to rest? Are you really going to the company at this hour? She furrowed her brows. Yes, I received a sudden call. He spoke nonchalantly, yet inside, the tension was palpable. Lin Shue did not press further, merely nodding softly. Then please return early. He watched her leave the dance floor, and, as he turned, the smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm. As he stepped out of the restaurant, the night wind hit him like a wave. He stood at the entrance and dialed a number. Howren, investigate Zhong Li Xuan. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Lin Howren's deep voice replied, Boss, have you discovered something? I received a message. Shun Yifeng spoke of Zhong Li Xuan's true identity being on the verge of revelation. Lin Howren's tone immediately turned serious. I understand your concerns, but I've done some digging. This person seems to have materialized out of thin air with an excessively clean background. The only thing I can confirm is that he began his arrangements 3 years ago, even prior to your imprisonment. Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes. 3 years ago. At that time, he was still the scion of his family business, basking in success, surrounded by smiles and praise. So it turns out, the currents had already begun to stir beneath the surface. He refrained from saying more, hanging up the phone and driving straight to the company headquarters. The office was brightly lit in the dead of night, with several core team members still working overtime to compile data on the Obsidian project. Upon seeing Shun Yifeng enter, everyone immediately stood up. Boss, what brings you here? I thought you were supposed to be with Miss Lin tonight. An unexpected situation. Shun Yifeng approached the conference table, opening the Chaos Divine Insight System interface to pull up all information related to Zhong Li Xuan. Minutes later, a plethora of information appeared on the screen. Yet most of it consisted of superficial details, investment history, business activities, social connections, while information about him personally was almost non-existent. As expected, Shun Yifeng scoffed coldly, realizing even the system could only grasp the surface. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as the memory of Zhong Li Xuan's appearance at the gathering resurfaced in his mind. That man, with an air of composure and mystery that seemed out of place for this era, appeared to have been observing him all along, guiding him, yet never truly revealing his intentions. Who exactly are you? Shun Yifeng murmured softly to himself. The following morning, a storm quietly swept through the entire industry. Several competitors suddenly allied, launching a price war against the projects under Shun Yifeng's umbrella, while simultaneously disseminating negative information on social media, claiming his products had quality issues and that his partners faced financial crises. There were even rumors that he was undergoing a new round of investigations. In an instant, public opinion erupted. Damn, this is a total annihilation, Lin Howren exclaimed, his face dark with concern as he watched the news. These bastards truly believe they can crush us just because we're starting out? Li Feng gritted his teeth. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, yet Shun Yifeng remained calm and composed. He leisurely sipped his coffee before activating the Chaos Divine Insight system to identify the mastermind behind the scenes. The system swiftly processed the request, and moments later, a list of names appeared on the screen, prominently featuring Zhao Hongtu. As anticipated, Lin Howren clenched his fist. This individual had been particularly active lately, evidently intending to seize this opportunity to thoroughly suppress them. However, Shen Yifeng did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he picked up his phone and sent Lin Shui a message. "I may not be able to accompany you today, my apologies." Soon, he received a response in the form of a sticker, a small fox covering its mouth in laughter. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he set down his phone and turned to the others. "Stay calm. Maintain our rhythm." "But boss, there's a lot of noise outside. Clients are beginning to waver," Li Feng said anxiously. "Let them talk," Shen Yifeng replied with a serene smile. "Rumors cease with the wise, and our task is to unveil the truth." He activated the system once more, analyzing his adversary's strategic flaws. In less than 10 minutes, he uncovered a breakthrough. "Li Feng, contact the Quality Inspection Department and publicly release all product testing reports," Shen Yifeng instructed. "Additionally, arrange a press conference. I will personally clarify the facts." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Inform our suppliers to increase prices by 5 starting tomorrow." The room fell silent. "Boss, want that play right into their hands? They want us to engage in a price war." Lin Howren furrowed his brow. "Precisely why I shall not engage." Shen Yifeng rose, his resolve unwavering. "They aim to disrupt the market with low prices. I will counteract by enhancing our brand value. Consumers are not foolish. They recognize true quality." This tactic was nothing short of a masterstroke in turning the tide. That afternoon, Shen Yifeng held the press conference, addressing the camera with eloquence, clarity, and unwavering composure, devoid of any hint of panic. He even presented an authoritative testing report from a third-party agency, asserting, "You may question my character, but you cannot question the quality of our products." This conference not only shifted the public opinion, but also restored the trust of many hesitant clients. Simultaneously, news of the price increase circulated, prompting the market to reassess Shen Yifeng's company's standing. "This kid is truly audacious," Zhao Hongtu muttered darkly as he read the news on his phone. He dared to raise prices amidst adversity. But it worked, his assistant reminded him quietly. Many major clients are now reaching out to place orders in advance. Zhao Hongtu gritted his teeth. "No, we must escalate our efforts." However, before he could act, Shen Yifeng released another groundbreaking announcement. Shen Yifeng declares a strategic partnership with a leading global technology firm, embarking on deep cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence. Upon this revelation, the industry was once again shaken. Investors who had been hesitant turned their support towards Shen Yifeng, and the malicious competitive scheme initiated by Zhao Hongtu and his associates collapsed entirely. "Brother, we've hit the jackpot," Li Feng exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. "This is just the beginning." Shen Yifeng leaned back against the chair, a cold smile gracing his lips, eager to let them experience the principle of inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return. At that moment, Lin Shui sent a voice message. "I heard you trended today?" He answered as he picked up the call. "Are you worried about me?" "Not at all." She huffed lightly. "But if you're too tired, remember to order takeout. I'll treat you to some milk tea." "All right," he replied with a smile. "But I have a condition." "What condition?" "The next time we meet, you must wear that blue dress." A brief silence ensued on the other end, followed by her cheerful voice. "Deal." After ending the call, Shen Yifeng gazed out the window. The sunlight was just right, and the city remained bustling. Yet he knew that this war was merely in its infancy. Suddenly, the Chaos Divine Insight system emitted a warning. "Insufficient energy crystals, system functionality limited, please replenish promptly." Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, a vague premonition stirring within him. His journey to the southern frontier could no longer be postponed. Just as he prepared to rise, his phone vibrated once more. It was that same unfamiliar number, delivering a single message. "Zhong Lishuan has entered your fate trajectory." Chapter 67. Competitive counterattack. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall into the office as Shen Yifeng stood before the window, his gaze piercing. The mysterious message from last night echoed in his mind. "Zhong Lishuan has entered your fate trajectory." He chose not to delve into it. More pressing matters awaited his attention. "Boss, Zhao Hongtu's side has begun to panic." Lin Howren entered, holding a stack of documents. "They initially thought they could suppress us through public opinion, but instead, Your counterattack has left them in disarray, and now internal morale is wavering. Shen Yifeng's lips curled slightly. Panic? This is merely the beginning. He turned and approached the conference table, pressing the activation key on the Chaos Divine Insight system. A flash of blue light illuminated the room, revealing a vast commercial network map, densely annotated with competitors' industrial chains, capital flows, and partnership channels. What we need to do is not defend but retaliate, he stated with calm authority. Since they wish to play dirty, they mustn't blame me for abandoning the rules of engagement. Lin Hao nodded. What is your plan? Shen Yifeng's finger tapped the screen, locking on 3 core enterprises under Zhao Hongtu. Step 1. Disrupt their cash flow lifeline. Step 2. Sever the supply chain. Step 3. Achieve complete acquisition. As his words fell, a solemn silence enveloped the conference room. Price wars are never merely a contest of who can offer lower prices. They are a test of who possesses greater resolve. Shen Yifeng understood this all too well. Li Feng. He directly dialed, swiftly contacting the quality control and procurement departments. I need the product line optimization completed within 3 days. Boss, are you sure about this? Li Feng's voice brimmed with surprise. Yes, we need to lower prices. But not mindlessly, Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile. We will utilize the resources within the mirror space to minimize costs while ensuring quality. To present an unbeatable price-performance ratio. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled. This tactic is ruthless. It effectively forces them to keep up, but without our resource backing. The closer they cling, the quicker they perish. Precisely, Shen Yifeng's gaze sharpened, ready to demonstrate what true dimensionality reduction strikes entail. In less than 2 hours, Shen Yifeng's team completed the deployment of their new strategy. The following morning, a momentous announcement swiftly swept through the industry. Shen Enterprises announces a 10 price reduction across all products for a limited time and quantity, without compromising quality. This bold move ignited fervent discussions. Are they out of their minds? Reducing prices at such a critical juncture? Isn't this precisely what Zhao Hongtu desires? Something feels amiss. Shen Yifeng never engages in unprofitable ventures. Zhao Hongtu, glancing at the news on his phone, wore a grim expression. He is probing our limits. Boss, should we follow suit? His assistant inquired cautiously. Follow what nonsense? Zhao Hongtu spat through clenched teeth. He is gambling with our lives. We cannot afford to play this game. Indeed, within a mere day, Shen Yifeng's order volume surged threefold. Customers queued to purchase, and even rivals began defecting. The narrative of fiction spills into reality. Social media buzzed with jest, mocking. The protagonist's aura is so potent that even pricing becomes a weapon. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng sat in his office, sipping tea while perusing comments. The public sentiment is heating up, he chuckled softly. The next step is an offensive campaign. Lin Hao nodded. I've already arranged it. The live conference will be broadcasted online at 8 tonight. Excellent. Shen Yifeng rose, adjusting his suit and tie, eager to showcase what true dominance looks like. At the conference, lights dazzled and cameras flashed. Dressed in a black suit, Shen Yifeng exuded an imposing presence as he took the stage to thunderous applause. Dear friends, thank you for your attention. He began with a compelling statement. Some say I am mad for daring to lower prices during such tumultuous times. Others claim I am foolish for continuing to fight despite victory. Yet, I wish to convey, he paused, scanning the audience with resolute eyes, that business is akin to warfare, and the victor reigns supreme. I am not engaging in a price war. I am sending a message to all competitors. Do not provoke me, for it'll be your downfall. As these words resonated, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Wow, this maneuver is exhilarating. The protagonist truly stands out, radiating power. Zhao Hongtu must be weeping in the restroom. Shen Yifeng smiled slightly, then unleashed a monumental announcement. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to unveil a groundbreaking strategic collaboration. Shen Enterprises will join forces with the global technology leader, Noah Intelligence, to embark on an in-depth partnership in the field of artificial intelligence. Gasps echoed throughout the venue. Noah Intelligence is a titan in the global arena. Their technological prowess is indisputable. This young man is truly pushing us to the brink. Zhao Hongtu glared at the screen, his expression darkening. As the conference concluded, Shen Yifeng once again topped the trending charts. Shen Yifeng announces price cuts. Shen Yifeng's commanding live address. Shen Yifeng partners with Noah Intelligence. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yifeng reclaimed the spotlight. He returned to his office, accessing the Chaos Divine Insight system to review the latest market data. Indeed, our market share has risen to 32, he murmured to himself. Now, it is time to reel them in. Boss, what are you planning to do? Lin Howard inquired. I intend to demonstrate to them what true commercial dominance looks like. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Yifeng's eyes as he instructed, notify everyone. We will implement a comprehensive price increase of 5 and simultaneously launch the Shun's preferred plan, prioritizing service for our long-standing clients while eliminating subpar partners. Lin Howard was taken aback. Didn't you just lower prices? That was merely to clear the field. Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smile. It is time for an increase. Only those who truly recognize our value deserve to be our clients. This decision once again sent shockwaves through the industry. Insanity. Just yesterday prices were slashed, and today they are soaring? What is Shen Yifeng thinking? Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to everyone's face. Following the announcement of the price hike, Shen Yifeng not only retained his clientele, but garnered even greater loyalty. I admire such a confident enterprise. This exemplifies the power of branding. Support President Shen. He is quite the catch. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongtu's company experienced a steep decline in stock prices, with partners withdrawing their investments, plunging the entire group into turmoil. No, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by him. Zhao Hongtu bellowed, shattering a teacup. Find out what methods Shen Yifeng has employed. Boss, he is no longer relying on mere tactics, his assistant said bitterly. He is genuinely formidable. Zhao Hongtu fell silent. Indeed, the man who had once been betrayed by his wife and manipulated by others had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shen Yifeng was no longer the naive and kind-hearted son-in-law of Ur, but a true powerhouse. The business empire he had meticulously crafted was rising with tremendous momentum. Yet, behind all this, a mystery remained unsolved. The true identity of Zhong Lishuan. What was the significance of it all? Shen Yifeng gazed out the window, already aware of the answer in his heart. However, the time to reveal it had not yet come. He picked up his phone and sent a voice message to Lin Shui. Darling, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. A few seconds later, she replied, sure, but if you're late again, I will write you into my novel as the male lead who is a scoundrel. Shen Yifeng chuckled softly and pressed send. No problem. As long as you are willing to write, I will play the role for a lifetime. Chapter 68. Government Collaboration. Shen Yifeng gazed at the neon lights outside, his fingers gently tracing the surface of his phone screen. Lin Shui's voice echoed in his ears. If you are late again, I will write you into my novel as the male lead who is a scoundrel. A smile crept onto his lips, warmth flooding his heart. Boss, we have news from Zhong Lishuan. Lin Howard's voice interrupted his thoughts. Shen Yifeng nodded, maintaining a steady gaze. What did he say? He wants us to prepare for a major project. Lin Howard handed him a document detailing a government-led smart city infrastructure initiative with a budget exceeding $30 billion. Shen Yifeng opened the file, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this the project Zhao Hongtu has been vying for? Yes, and it was initially slated for him. Lin Howard paused. However, his reputation has plummeted recently, and after your press conference, public sentiment has shifted entirely in our favor. Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. It seems someone wishes to switch ships. Lin Howard nodded. However, this project is not to be taken lightly. It involves urban planning, transportation upgrades, energy systems, data platforms, and various other fields, making it exceedingly complex. Then we must not let this opportunity slip away. Shen Yifeng's gaze was sharp as he issued a directive. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. All core members are to convene. The following dawn, within the conference room of the Shun Group headquarters, the atmosphere was laden with gravity, and an air of tension and hesitation cloaked the faces of those present. Boss, this project is exceedingly vast, Li Feng spoke first. While our recent momentum has been commendable, such a state-level initiative is beyond the capacity of an ordinary enterprise. Indeed, another technical supervisor echoed. Our current technological reserves and resource allocation capabilities may not suffice to support such a grand undertaking. Shen Yifeng did not respond immediately, but instead activated the projection interface of the chaotic divine insight system. A beam of blue light unfurled in the air, revealing intricate data streams, resource distribution maps, potential risk analyses, and intelligence on competitors. I have contemplated all the concerns you raise. Shen Yifeng spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet we possess an advantage they lack: efficiency. He pointed to several pivotal nodes on the screen. Firstly, we can leverage the mirror space to expedite preliminary sample testing. Secondly, I have already contacted several partner manufacturers who are willing to prioritize technical support for us. Thirdly, this project is not merely a commercial opportunity, but also a stepping stone into the realm of political and business engagement. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone absorbed this information. President Shun is correct, Lin Howren, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Our current strength may not rival that of established enterprises. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we have a chance to break through. Zhao Hongtu has been entrenched on this path for too long and has become stagnant. Exactly, Shen Yifeng rose, exuding an aura of determination. We are not here to compete with them on experience. We are here to forge new rules. Who says only established enterprises can undertake state-level projects? We shall demonstrate to all what it means to rise above. His words ignited the team's spirit, and the atmosphere grew fervent. I concur. Li Feng was the first to express his support. So long as President Shen leads, we shall see it through to the end. I support this as well. The technical supervisor declared resolutely, "Let us take this gamble. If we do not succeed, we shall perish honorably." Shen Yifeng smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Very well, it is settled. Preparation commenced swiftly. Shen Yifeng personally led the charge, dividing the team into 6 groups, each responsible for resource integration, technical breakthroughs, policy alignment, public relations, financial allocation, and logistical support. Remember, this is not merely an ordinary bid. Shen Yifeng stated at the mobilization meeting. This is a critical step towards our ascension to greatness. Each of you is a core force in this battle. The entire company entered a phase of rapid operation, working overtime to advance preparations. However, just as everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, a complication arose. "Boss, there seems to be an issue," Lin Howren said, his brow furrowed as he entered the office. "Some of our suppliers have suddenly raised their prices, and a few have outright canceled their collaboration." Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "Someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes. I have investigated. It appears to be the work of Zhao Hongtu's people," Lin Howren replied in a hushed tone. "He does not wish for us to easily secure this project." Shen Yifeng let out a cold laugh. Does he think such petty maneuvers can hinder us? He activated the Chaos Oracle system and summoned the supply chain analysis chart. It matters not. Since he wishes to play underhandedly, we shall retaliate with open strategies. With a deft tap of his finger on the screen, Shen Yifeng reached out to the domestic intelligent module manufacturer, securing their entire inventory. Additionally, he initiated the contingency funding chain, bypassing intermediaries to connect directly with the sources of raw materials. Will this not incur exorbitant costs? Lin Howren expressed his concerns. In the short term, it may be slightly expensive, but in the long run, this presents an excellent opportunity to break the monopoly and establish an autonomous supply chain, Shen Yifeng asserted resolutely. Let us not forget, we are not fighting alone. We have the backing of the entire system. Lin Howren nodded in understanding. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng also began to address the external pressure of public opinion. We cannot rely solely on technology. We must craft a compelling narrative. He emphasized in an internal meeting the importance of conveying to the public that our intentions extend beyond mere profit. We genuinely aspire to effect change in this city. Thus, a promotional campaign focusing on the future of smart urban living quietly launched. On social media, Shen Yifeng personally appeared, articulating his vision for the city and sharing his insights on the fusion of technology and culture. Many label me as a vengeful figure, he remarked in the video, but my true aspiration is to be a builder. I hope that one day, when people speak of Shun Yifeng, it will not be because of the enemies he has vanquished, but rather the bridges he has constructed and the lives he has improved. Upon the release of this video, it swiftly ignited a viral sensation. Shun Yifeng discusses smart cities ascended to the top of trending topics. While this is the responsibility of an entrepreneur, emerged as a hot discussion point. Numerous netizens commented, "It turns out Shun Yifeng is not merely a business prodigy, but also an idealist. Such projects deserve to be entrusted to individuals like him. We support Mr. Shun. Let us charge ahead." With the shift in public sentiment, the government began to reassess the ultimate ownership of the project. "Mr. Shun, your proposal has piqued my interest," a government official personally called, "especially your emphasis on a human-centric smart city concept, which aligns perfectly with our developmental direction." Shun Yifeng smiled. "Thank you for the recognition. We shall give it our utmost effort." After hanging up, Lin Howard could not help but inquire, "What do you estimate our chances to be?" 80%. Shun Yifeng reclined in his chair, his gaze distant. "The remaining 20% depends on whether they can restrain themselves from acting." Indeed, within a few days, Zhao Hongtu's maneuvers resurfaced. "Shun Yifeng, do you truly believe you can turn the tide?" He scoffed during an exclusive dinner gathering. "Your project hasn't even laid a solid foundation yet, and you dare to vie for a piece of the pie? What are your plans?" Inquired a subordinate at his side. "Quite simple," Zhao Hongtu replied, raising his glass, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I will ensure they falter at a critical juncture." All of this was preemptively captured by the Chaos Oracle system. "Boss, Zhao Hongtu is orchestrating a supply chain crisis against us." Lin Howard presented the intelligence on the table. He had already contacted 3 core material suppliers, attempting to sever our supply channels in the final stages. Shun Yifeng merely smiled faintly, suggesting, "Let him proceed. I am well prepared." He pressed the system button, revealing a brand new supply chain map. "We had long reserved 3 alternative routes. Even if they sever one, 2 remain available to us." Shun Yifeng's tone was calm. "And I have also arranged a grand surprise, awaiting their acceptance." Lin Howard shared a knowing smile, inquiring, "You mean that surprise contract?" "Indeed." A glint of coldness flashed in Shun Yifeng's eyes, intending to let them understand the meaning of a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lies in wait. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the office entrance. "Boss, trouble." The assistant rushed in, his complexion pale. "I just received word that the government demands an early submission of the project evaluation report and intends to send personnel for on-site verification." Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "It seems they are genuinely anxious." Lin Howard frowned. "Could this be a result of pressure from Zhao Hongtu?" "It is possible." Shun Yifeng stood up, adjusting his suit and tie. "But it's for the best. Ending this charade sooner allows us to enter the next phase more promptly." He turned to gaze out the window, his mind already resolved. This battle is not merely about the project, but also about proving that Shun Yifeng is no longer the easily manipulated son-in-law of Ur. Now is the time for him to truly seize his destiny. "Prepare yourselves," he whispered. "Let everyone witness the true return of King." Outside, the sun shone brightly. Chapter 69, Project Dilemma. Shun Yifeng stood before the office window, sunlight streaming through the glass, casting a warm glow upon his face. He squinted, his gaze fixed on the bustling street below. Although the recent government on-site verification had passed smoothly, the technical challenges within the team loomed like a ticking time bomb, threatening to erupt at any moment. "Boss, the technical department is convening again." Lin Howard entered, his tone gravely serious. Li Feng mentioned that the issues are far more severe than anticipated. Shun Yifeng nodded, donning his suit jacket. "Let's go see for ourselves." Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Li Feng frowned at the projection screen, while the technical supervisor engaged in hushed discussions. "Where exactly is the problem?" Shun Yifeng cut straight to the point upon taking his seat. Li Feng sighed. "It pertains to the efficiency of the data model calculations. Our designed urban traffic scheduling system has exhibited severe delays during simulation tests, particularly during peak hours, with response times exceeding the safety threshold by 3-fold. Have we attempted to optimize the algorithm?" Shun Yifeng inquired. "We have," the technical supervisor shook his head, "but our current computational power simply cannot support this model unless Unless we switch to a quantum computing architecture, Shun Yifeng interjected, his gaze sharp. The room fell silent. A stunned expression on everyone's faces. That's impossible, Li Feng exclaimed. Such high-level hardware resources are seldom utilized even by national laboratories. Shun Yifeng remained silent, simply activating the interface of the chaotic divine insight system. A blue holographic screen projected into the air, displaying a complex array of parameter models and optimization paths. This is the only path available to us. He pointed at one of the modules, explaining that the mirror space could simulate a quantum environment, enabling us to conduct preliminary stress tests. As long as we can execute this model successfully in a virtual setting, the deployment in reality should pose no issues. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. However, a young engineer cautiously interjected, "None of us have truly operated a quantum-level system." "Then we shall learn," replied Shun Yifeng with unwavering determination. From this moment forth, all technical personnel will be divided into groups, working in shifts, debugging during the day, and studying the new architecture at night. I have reached out to several experts from international open-source communities who will provide remote support. "Boss, this isn't a problem that can be resolved in the short term," Li Feng hesitated to voice. "I am aware." Shun Yifeng stood up, surveying the room. "But you must understand, this project is not for our own benefit. It is for the development of the entire city over the next decade. If we abandon it, who will dare to believe that technology can transform lives?" His words resonated deeply with everyone present. "All right," Li Feng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Let us do this." After the meeting, the entire technical team fell into an unprecedented state of high pressure. For several consecutive days, Shun Yifeng barely closed his eyes, relying solely on a few cups of black coffee to sustain him. He personally engaged in code reviews and collaborated with core members to repeatedly test model iterations. Yet, progress remained sluggish. "Boss, we have failed again." One night, an assistant with red-rimmed eyes handed him a report, revealing that the collapse rate of the mirror space simulation had reached 67, rendering the model incapable of stable operation. Shun Yifeng took the report, his brow furrowed. He inhaled deeply and reopened the Chaos Insight system, calling up the problem node analysis chart. "No," he murmured to himself, "the issue lies not within the model itself, but in the compatibility of the interface protocols." He immediately convened the team to reassess the entire communication chain of the system, discovering several critical interfaces with data format conflicts. "Rewrite this section of the protocol," he ordered decisively, opting to handle the request queue asynchronously and non-blockingly. This modification made the entire system operate seamlessly. "Wow, it really works," Li Feng exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. "Don't rejoice too soon," Shun Yifeng cautioned in a grave tone. "This is merely the first step. The real test lies ahead." Just as everyone thought they had finally found a breakthrough, new challenges emerged. "Boss, we've encountered an issue with our data source." Lin Howard rushed into the command room. "The Meteorological Bureau has temporarily changed the permissions, preventing us from accessing real-time weather data, which greatly impacts the traffic prediction model. Is this Zhao Hongtu's doing?" Shun Yifeng inquired. "It's highly likely," Lin Howard gritted his teeth. "He has set his sights on our core functionality." Shun Yifeng sneered coldly. "Then let us show him what it means to face challenges head-on." He immediately contacted Zhong Lishuan for assistance. "Old Shun, your ambitions are rather grand this time." Zhong Lishuan's voice came through the phone. "But fortuitously, I have a friend who has just developed a decentralized, distributed meteorological data collection system. Would you like to give it a try?" "Absolutely," Shun Yifeng replied without hesitation. 3 days later, the new data collection system went live, not only circumventing the official restrictions, but also enhancing the frequency and accuracy of data updates. "This is truly a game-changer." Li Feng, while fine-tuning the system, marveled, "Boss, from where did you unearth this cutting-edge technology?" "A secret," Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile. However, just as everything seemed to be falling into place, rifts began to emerge within the team. "I believe we should pause for a moment," a senior engineer suddenly voiced dissent. "At this intensity, it's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt." "Indeed, and the model is not yet fully stable," another concurred. "Continuing poses too great a risk." "Are you all afraid?" Li Feng glared at them. It's not fear, it's rationality. The engineer stood firm. We are not machines. We need rest. The argument escalated, with some even suggesting withdrawal from the project. Shen Yifeng observed the bickering team, feeling a wave of frustration. He understood that in moments like this, someone must step forward to restore order. Silence. He thundered, slamming his hand on the table, his voice resonating like thunder. Do you know why we have come this far? Because we do not shy away from difficulties or challenges. But now, you all resemble deflated balloons, and you still wish to triumph? The team was taken aback by his fervor, lowering their heads in silence. I do not demand that you exhaust yourselves, Shen Yifeng moderated his tone, but I wish for you to remember one thing. We are undertaking what others dare not. If we retreat now, we lose not just a project, but shatter the hopes of countless individuals. Upon finishing, he turned towards the whiteboard and inscribed a few words. Break and then stand anew, heralding rebirth. This is a principle I hold dear. He looked back at the team, and I trust you feel the same way. After a moment of silence, Li Feng was the first to rise. The boss is right. We cannot falter. Others nodded in agreement, the atmosphere gradually reinvigorating. Very well, Shen Yifeng said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Then let us press on. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Shui. Bro, I heard you've practically made the company your home lately. At this rate, I might just have to write you as the protagonist of a novel. Shen Yifeng chuckled and replied with a meme. Doghead for self-preservation. Outside, the night was deepening, yet the office was ablaze with light. Standing before the computer, Shen Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the nearly completed final test model, determination gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, he knew the storm was only just beginning. Chapter 70. Conquering Challenges. Shen Yifeng stared at the final test model on the screen, a flame of indomitable spirit ignited within him. Outside, the night was profound, while the office remained brightly lit, with team members diligently fine-tuning the system. Just moments ago, they had successfully circumvented the data blockade set by Zhao Hongtu, and the newly deployed, decentralized meteorological collection system had begun to operate stably. Boss, do we really need to continue pushing forward? Li Feng rubbed his weary eyes, his voice hoarse. It was already 2 in the morning. The project timeline cannot halt. Shen Yifeng replied resolutely. The government has given us a final deadline. We must complete all testing before the acceptance phase. He turned towards the console, bringing up the interface of the chaotic divine insight system. The simulated environment within the mirrored space has begun to load a new traffic pressure model. However, just as the data stream was on the verge of entering the core computation phase, the entire system suddenly froze. Here came the technical supervisor, frowning. The issue with the interface protocol had yet to be fully resolved. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his fingertips swiftly gliding across the screen to bring up the system logs. Indeed, several key nodes exhibited abnormal delays in their data packets, resulting in a decline in the overall model's response speed. He understood that this was not merely a hardware issue, but rather a fundamental structural flaw within the entire architectural design. Everyone, listen closely. He rapped his knuckles on the table, gathering everyone's attention. We are not here to patch things up. We need to completely reorganize the system logic. The mirrored space is merely a tool. The true essence lies in how we utilize it. But time was of the essence. An engineer whispered, we must reclaim the time. Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. Have you forgotten who we are? We are the ones who can turn the tide, even when pushed to the brink. His words ignited the atmosphere in the conference room, and everyone nodded, diving back into their urgent tasks. Activate the Chaos Divine Insight System's deep scan mode. Shen Yifeng commanded softly. The blue light screen slowly unfurled, and the system commenced a comprehensive analysis of the entire data link. With the acceleration of energy flow, a phantom gradually materialized. It was the remnant soul of the deity, the core consciousness of the Chaos Divine Insight. Kid, you truly dare to play big this time. The deity's remnant soul spoke in a deep, ancient voice. Quantum-level computations combined with real-time dynamic scheduling. Are you aiming to transform this city's traffic system into a living neural network? Exactly, Shen Yifeng replied, his gaze intense. I want this system to learn and evolve autonomously, rather than merely responding passively. The cost will be substantial. The deity's remnant's soul sighed. I can maintain a high-intensity operational state for only 3 hours. Thereafter, the system will enter a cooling period. That will suffice, Shun Yifeng smirked. 3 hours is ample time for us to discover a breakthrough. The system commenced its rapid operation. Within the mirrored space, the virtual city seemed to be imbued with life. The flow of vehicles, pedestrians, and traffic lights continuously shifted in search of optimal solutions. Each node was deconstructed into its fundamental variables, then recombined into entirely new logical pathways. Found it. Shun Yifeng suddenly stood, pointing at a set of curves on the light screen. The issue lies not within the model itself, but in the design of the feedback mechanism. We have consistently attempted to control the dynamic system through conventional means, while neglecting its inherent adaptability. You mean Li Feng pondered thoughtfully. What we need to do is not control but guide. Shun Yifeng rapidly typed a few commands on the keyboard, modifying several lines of core code to allow the system to learn to adjust its rhythm, rather than imposing our interventions. This is too risky, the technical supervisor frowned. What if the system goes out of control? Then we will let it go out of control once. Shun Yifeng replied without hesitation. Only in extreme conditions can we truly test its stability. He pressed the execution key, and the entire laboratory was instantly enveloped in silence. Everyone held their breath, watching as the data stream on the screen fluctuated wildly. Initially, everything appeared to be spiraling towards disaster. Traffic surged dramatically, traffic lights switched frequently, and certain areas experienced brief paralysis. "It's over," someone whispered. However, in the next moment, the system unexpectedly began to self-correct. The once chaotic traffic flow gradually stabilized, becoming even more efficient than the preset model. Incredible, Li Feng gasped, his eyes wide open. It has learned to optimize on its own. Not learned, Shun Yifeng interjected sharply. It is instinct. Just then, a system notification chimed. Mirror space simulation completed. Recommended real-world deployment version has been generated. The laboratory erupted in cheers. Almost everyone stood up to embrace one another. After days of intense work, their efforts had finally borne fruit, and they had created an unprecedented miracle. Yet Shun Yifeng remained vigilant. He understood this was merely the first step. "Don't celebrate too soon," he said calmly. "The most challenging part lies ahead, real-world deployment." The following morning, Shun Yifeng personally led the team to the city government to report their findings. As the demonstration video concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. "Is this real?" A government official stared incredulously at the projection screen. "Can your system truly achieve autonomous regulation?" "Not only can it, but it can also continue to evolve." Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile. "It functions like the nervous system of a city, capable of sensing the pulse of every street and responding with the most rational actions." "Incredible," another official marveled. "Your proposal far exceeds our expectations." At the conclusion of the meeting, the government promptly decided to award Shun Yifeng's team the Special Contribution Award for Smart Cities and pledged to prioritize collaboration on future significant projects. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Howren excitedly patted Shun Yifeng on the shoulder. "Boss, we've truly outdone ourselves this time." "It's still too early." Shun Yifeng gazed up at the sky, his expression profound. "This is merely the beginning." Upon returning to the company, Shun Yifeng immediately convened the team to initiate equipment compatibility modifications. Due to the complexity of a new technological framework, many existing devices could not be directly integrated and required simultaneous software and hardware upgrades. "This module needs to be replaced with a new processor," the technical supervisor indicated toward the server. "Otherwise, it won't handle the high concurrent requests." "No problem," Shun Yifeng affirmed. "I'll approve the budget." "And this communication module also requires a rewritten driver," another engineer added. "We need it completed within 3 days." Shun Yifeng asserted decisively. "I will allocate the best resources for you." In the ensuing 72 hours, the entire team entered a state of extreme work mode, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours each day and taking turns to eat. Shun Yifeng remained in the command center, personally overseeing every adjustment. Finally, at the last possible moment, all equipment upgrades were completed and the system officially went live. At that moment, The entire city seemed to don a new visage. Traffic congestion dissipated. Emergency response times improved dramatically, and even the commuting habits of the citizens subtly transformed. "We did it." Li Feng gazed at the monitoring screen, his voice choked with emotion. Shen Yifeng stood by the window, observing the city, a slight smile curving his lips. Yet, he knew that the true storm was just beginning to brew. Outside the door, hurried footsteps echoed. "Boss, we have a situation." Lin Howard burst in, his expression grave. It seems Zhao Hongtu is preparing for something significant. Chapter 71. A new adversary. As Lin Howard entered the office, he clutched a printed report, his demeanor even more serious than before. "Boss, Zhao Hongtu is not merely orchestrating minor maneuvers," he whispered. "They are coming in full force. They have formed an alliance with a company called Pinnacle Technology, publicly announcing their intent to participate in the next phase of the smart city bidding." Shen Yifeng stood by the window, cradling a cup of black coffee, his gaze lost in the reflections of the city's lights. "Pinnacle Technology?" he murmured, as if savoring an unfamiliar flavor. Indeed, Lin Howard placed the report on the desk. This company was established less than 2 years ago, yet its financial backing is exceedingly intricate, involving several international investment funds. Most crucially, their technological trajectory bears a striking resemblance to our recently launched system. Shen Yifeng finally turned, his eyes sharp as a blade. "So, they're imitating our framework?" "Not merely imitating." Lin Howard opened the first page of the report. "They have already applied for 3 related patents, and their submission dates are only 2 months behind ours. If the government endorses their proposal, we may not only be excluded from the next phase of collaboration, but could also face intellectual property disputes." A cold laugh escaped Shen Yifeng's lips. Zhao Hongtu has certainly learned to play at a higher level this time. Instead of reacting immediately, he approached the desk and brought up the interface of the Chaos Insight system. The blue holographic screen unfurled, data streams flowing through the air like a celestial river. "Analyze the technological architecture of Pinnacle Technology," Shen Yifeng commanded softly. The system began to operate at high speed, constructing a virtual model of the opponent's core system logic. Preliminary compatibility, 873. The system's notifications sounded, indicating clear signs of replication, yet revealing independent improvements in algorithm optimization. "It appears they are not merely copying us." Shen Yifeng squinted, sensing a hint of ambition. "The question remains, what can we do now?" Lin Howard frowned. "They have already secured preliminary approval from the city government, and will be holding a public defense next week. Then let them take the stage." Shen Yifeng smirked. "I am eager to discover who is backing them." In the following 2 days, Shen Yifeng scarcely slept. He personally led the team in reverse engineering all publicly available information about Pinnacle Technology, while simultaneously utilizing the Chaos Insight system to delve deeply into the capital networks behind it. The results were astonishing. This seemingly emerging tech company was, in fact, intricately linked to several conglomerates controlled by Zhao Hongtu, with a clandestine funding chain leading directly to an offshore trust fund. "This transcends mere commercial competition," Lin Howard observed, staring at the intricately layered equity structure displayed on the screen. "Someone aims to leverage this project to completely oust us. So what?" Shen Yifeng replied with a calm smile. "I shall make them aware of who the true player is." On the morning of the 3rd day, Shen Yifeng convened a meeting with the core team. "We must undertake 2 tasks. His demeanor remained composed. "First, we must prepare the materials for the public defense, ensuring that everyone recognizes the irreplaceability of our system. Second, I need you to identify any technical vulnerabilities within Pinnacle Technology, magnifying even the slightest anomaly 100-fold. However, their current system appears remarkably stable." The technical supervisor hesitated, knowing that any rash questioning could lead to repercussions. "Then let us not act hastily," Shen Yifeng suggested with a smile. "We can seek their counsel first." After the meeting, Shen Yifeng personally drafted a technical exchange invitation, formally extending an invitation to Pinnacle Technology in the spirit of industry camaraderie, hoping to engage in a private discussion before the public defense. The other party responded swiftly, their tone polite yet cautious. "Intriguing," Shen Yifeng mused as he read their reply. They were acutely aware of the stakes. A few days later, representatives from both sides convened at an upscale venue. The head of Tianxiong Technology, a man in his 40s named Lu Zong, donned a meticulously tailored suit, exuding a polished demeanor and maintaining a subtle smile. "Mr. Shun, it is an honor." He extended his hand. "I have heard that your system has made significant advancements in urban traffic scheduling." Lu Ziong reciprocated the compliment. As Shun Yifeng shook his hand with a balanced grip, he remarked, "I have also heard that your technology is quite advanced." After exchanging pleasantries, they transitioned to the main topic. Shun Yifeng presented an analysis report, pointing to a segment of data fluctuations. "This is an anomaly we discovered during our simulation tests. I wonder if your system has encountered similar issues?" Lu Ziong glanced at it, his expression unchanged. "We have noted this issue as well, but it has been resolved through algorithm optimization." "Oh." Shun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Could you elaborate on how you resolved it?" Lu Ziong smiled slightly. "I am afraid this is a core technical secret, and I cannot disclose too much." "I understand." Shun Yifeng nodded, "but I must remind you that any technology, if not validated in real-world scenarios, is merely theoretical." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Zianse smile diminished. "My point is," Shun Yifeng leaned back in his chair, his tone casual yet incisive, "if you truly possess the capability, why not conduct a live demonstration together?" The atmosphere in the conference room became abruptly tense. Lu Ziong paused for a few seconds before responding with a smile. "Mr. Shun, you are indeed forthright. We shall await the outcome." Upon returning to the office, Shun Yifeng immediately assembled his team to prepare for the upcoming challenge. "They will not concede easily," he informed them, "but the more confident they are, the more likely they are to reveal vulnerabilities." "Boss, have you discerned something already?" Li Feng inquired. "Certainly." A glint of coldness flickered in Shun Yifeng's eyes. "Though their system appears stable, it is, in fact, forcibly suppressing anomalous feedback. Once subjected to extreme pressure, it will explode like a time bomb." "Are you suggesting they will implode?" "Not implode, but collapse," Shun Yifeng articulated deliberately. "I want them to embarrass themselves publicly." On the day of the public defense, the city government hall was filled to capacity. Shun Yifeng stood on stage. Behind him, a massive screen displaying real-time operational data from both systems. "Esteemed leaders and experts," he began. He spoke, declaring that today we would not only showcase our technological achievements, but also undergo rigorous practical testing. As soon as he finished speaking, the systems were activated, and both proposals were integrated into the traffic management network of the city's main thoroughfare. Initially, everything appeared to function seamlessly. The data curve from Tianxiong Technology flowed smoothly, seemingly surpassing traditional models. However, mere minutes later, anomalies emerged. A sudden surge in traffic overwhelmed the entire system. Shun Yifeng's system swiftly adapted and made adjustments, while Tianxiong Technology's system began to exhibit response delays, with traffic lights switching chaotically and certain road sections even grinding to a halt. "What is happening?" Lu Ziong's expression changed dramatically. "I warned you," Shun Yifeng stated coldly, gazing at him. "Your system is not guiding, but controlling. Once it spirals out of control, it results in catastrophe." In a mere span of minutes, Tianxiong Technology's system completely collapsed, while Shun Yifeng's system remained steadfast, even autonomously taking over the scheduling tasks of some malfunctioning areas. The audience erupted in astonishment. Government officials exchanged glances, clearly having made their judgment. "Mr. Shun," an elderly reviewer stood up to applaud, "your system is the true solution that meets the demands of future smart cities." Thunderous applause ensued. Yet, Shun Yifeng did not revel in triumph. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lu Ziyong, who sat in the corner, his expression dark and his eyes betraying a hint of resentment and anger. "Do you think this is the end?" he muttered under his breath. Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had heard those words. "Of course, it is far from over," he silently mused. "The game has only just begun." Upon returning to the company, Shun Yifeng promptly convened an emergency meeting. Zhao Hongtu would not relent. He scanned the room, asserting that this battle was not yet concluded. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Howard inquired. Shun Yifeng rose, his gaze resolute. "What we must do next is not to defend, but to counterattack." At that moment, Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Boss, something's wrong." An assistant rushed in, pale-faced. "We have just received news that Tianxiong Technology's backend server has been hacked, and all core data has been stolen." Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. "What?" The assistant paused, his voice trembling. "The attack's origin points to our company's address." Chapter 72. A test of engagement. The accusation of a hacker attack struck Shen Yifeng like a thunderclap, plunging the entire conference room into a profound silence. The assistant's voice continued to tremble. "All data points to our company. The police may already be on their way." Lin Howard abruptly stood, his fist crashing heavily on the table. "This is a dam. Frame up." "Calm down," Shen Yifeng replied, maintaining his composure, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Zhao Hongtu and Tianxiong Technology have colluded to set a trap, aiming to oust us at this critical juncture." He quickly glanced at the log records on the computer screen, his brow furrowing slightly. "The address is too crudely disguised, clearly leaving traces on purpose. They not only wish to frame us, but also want to humiliate us publicly before thoroughly tarnishing our reputation." "What should we do then?" Li Feng asked anxiously. "We will go with the flow." Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. "If they want to put on a show, we shall accompany them and see this performance through to the end." The night was as dark as ink, and the city was ablaze with brilliant lights. Shen Yifeng stood alone on the rooftop terrace, the cold wind whipping around him, tugging at the hem of his black suit. He closed his eyes and summoned the interface of the chaotic divine insight system. "Divine being in the mirror, assist me in analyzing the technical pathway of this attack. I wish to unmask the mastermind behind it." A stream of blue data unfurled in the void, gradually revealing a complex network topology. Multiple jump traces were detected. The system's prompt rang out. The ultimate source resided within overseas server clusters. Yet there were signs of human interference. It was evident that this was no mere undertaking of a technical team. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Behind Zhao Hongtu, there were indeed others. Just then his phone vibrated. It was an anonymous message. "Mr. Shen, I have long admired you. I hear you have been quite splendid lately." Shen Yifeng stared at the message for several seconds, a cold smile curling his lips. He replied with a single word. "Who?" The other party quickly responded. "You need not know who I am. Simply understand this. You have already lost this round." Shen Yifeng chose not to reply, but instead took a screenshot of the message and sent it to Lin Howard, accompanied by a note. "Trace the ownership of this number. I am curious to see who dares to play such underhanded games with me." The following morning, Shen Yifeng convened his core team for a meeting. The current situation was well known to all. He spoke calmly. "However, we must remain composed. I will personally handle the hacking incident. Your task is to continue optimizing the system, ensuring that every forthcoming step proceeds without issue." "Boss, are you truly planning to bear this alone?" Lin Howard frowned. "This is not merely bearing. This is a counterstrike," Shen Yifeng declared, his gaze resolute. "They believe we can be intimidated. Let them witness how a true strategist plays the game." After the meeting, Shen Yifeng changed into casual attire and proceeded alone to a secluded underground club. Renowned in the urban dark web circle, this establishment, known as the Shadow Gate, specialized in undertaking high-difficulty technical tasks and stood as one of the sanctuaries of the hacking world. He presented a unique metal badge at the entrance, and the guard nodded to permit his entry. Inside, the dim lighting cast shadows, and the air was thick with the warmth of electronic devices mingled with the scent of smoke. Shen Yifeng approached a table in the corner and sat down across from a hooded man, whose features remained obscured. "Are you here to seek Ghostface?" the man inquired in a low voice. "Indeed," Shen Yifeng replied, placing an encrypted disk on the table. "I need to investigate the origins of a hacker organization and their financial backers." The man accepted the disk, inserted it into his portable laptop, and, after a brief review, looked up. "This is not an ordinary hacking attack. The methods employed are highly professional, utilizing military-grade anti-tracking technology. So, can you trace it?" Shen Yifeng fixed his gaze on the man. After a moment of silence, the man spoke slowly. "I can, but it will come at a considerable cost." "Speak," Shen Yifeng replied without hesitation. 2 million, plus a fragment of a star core. The man quoted his price. Shen Yifeng chuckled. "You truly dare to ask for such an exorbitant price?" If you wish to avoid being completely erased from the internet, it would be wise not to complain about the cost. The man responded coldly, pondered for a moment before producing a bank card. It contained 3 million, and the password was your birthday. As for the star core fragments, I know someone who might be able to facilitate a connection. A flicker of surprise passed through the man's eyes. Zhong Lishuan offered no verbal response, merely a faint smile. 3 days later, received an encrypted email. The attachment contained a video file depicting a sealed server room where several technicians were operating terminals, one of whom was notably Lu Ziang. They were engaged in a deep data forgery, attempting to entirely frame Shun Yifeng's company for the attack. More crucially, a shadowy figure appeared in the corner of the frame. Though the glimpse was fleeting, instantly recognized it as Zhao Hongtu's personal advisor, a mysterious individual rarely seen in public. At last, the truth began to surface. A cold smile graced lips. He promptly contacted Lin Howren. Prepare the materials. I wish to unveil the truth to all. The municipal government convened an emergency hearing, summoning representatives from both sides to present their cases. Entered the venue with the video evidence, causing a stir among the attendees. Esteemed leaders and experts. He stood at the podium, his tone steady yet commanding. I would like you all to view a segment of video. The footage commenced on a large screen, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Gasps echoed through the hall as the audience witnessed Lu Ziang and others fabricating evidence. This is impossible. Lu Ziang's face drained of color, barely able to maintain his footing. The evidence was irrefutable. Turned to face the panel. This is not a contest of technology, but a blatant commercial conspiracy. Government officials exchanged glances, and ultimately an elder panel member rose to speak. Mr. Shin's evidence is compelling. We will reassess the bidding results and investigate the responsible parties. Applause erupted once more, even more fervent than before. However, as exited the venue, a black sedan approached slowly, the window lowering to reveal a stranger with a hostile demeanor. A deep voice emanated from within the vehicle. Did you think you've won? Halted, his gaze fierce. Who are you? He inquired. My identity is inconsequential. The man replied with a slight smile. What matters is that you have just offended not a single individual. Smirked. Then let it come. The two locked eyes, the air thick with tension. In the next instant, the black sedan accelerated away, leaving behind a vague silhouette. Remained rooted to the spot, his expression tranquil. Yet his eyes were as profound as an abyss. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true contest had only just commenced. That night, returned to his office and activated the chaotic divine vision system. Initiate battle simulation mode, he commanded softly. Within the blue glow, a virtual adversary gradually materialized, tall and agile. With a cold gaze. Objective, assess the combat strength of the new opponent. Took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands, entering a combat stance. In the first round of engagement, he launched a tentative strike, only to be met with a precise block from his opponent, who countered with a swift blow that left his arm tingling. Power level 987, reaction speed 923. The system provided an assessment, indicating traits of a master in close combat. Shen Yifeng did not flinch. Rather, his gaze ignited with fervor. Come on, let me witness your true strength. He stepped forward suddenly, his fist slicing through the air, officially commencing this probing engagement. The battle had begun. Chapter 73. Counterattack strategy. The night was thick and heavy, as if ink had been poured upon the sky. Shen Yifeng stood before the office window, his eyes piercing through the city's flickering neon lights, lost in the endless darkness beyond. He was acutely aware that the recent victory at the municipal government hearing was merely ephemeral. The true adversary remained concealed in the shadows, yet to reveal their visage. Slowly, he turned and approached his desk. Upon reaching it, he pressed the intercom button and stated, Lin Howren, Zhong Lishuan, meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. After hanging up, he activated the Chaos Divine Insight system. Instantly, Azure data streams flowed through the air, dazzling as a river of stars. The mirror deity analyzed the opponent's combat data, generating a tactical simulation model. Shen Yifeng lowered his voice and commanded. On the holographic screen, a tall yet indistinct figure swiftly took shape. This figure moved with agility and delivered strikes with ferocity, reminiscent of the mysterious master he had encountered in the simulation battle. The adversary possessed close combat capabilities, employing a tactical style akin to that of military special operations, likely with real combat experience. The system's prompt calmly analyzed the situation, suggesting a combination of guerrilla tactics and information disruption as a response. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. 10 minutes later, Lin Howren and Zhong Lishuan entered the conference room one after the other. "Boss, are you planning to confront them head-on this time?" Lin Howren exclaimed excitedly as he plopped down into a chair. "I've been itching to take down that scoundrel, Zhao Hong too." Zhong Lishuan, however, remained composed. Sitting in the corner, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze lingering on Shen Yifeng's face before asking, "What's your approach?" Rather than answering directly, Shen Yifeng projected a segment of encrypted data above the conference table. "This is a summary of the intelligence we have gathered. The new adversary is called Pinnacle Technology, backed by unknown capital, possessing formidable technological prowess, even utilizing military-grade anti-tracking measures." Lin Howren furrowed his brow. "That doesn't sound like ordinary business competition." "It is not competition," Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. "It is a hunt." He paused, then continued. "They aim to erase me from the internet entirely and intend to tarnish my reputation through fabricated hacking accusations. But they have overlooked one crucial detail. I am not merely a businessman." He turned to Zhong Lishuan. "Old Zhong, you have some connections in the dark web. Could you help me trace their financial flows?" Zhong Lishuan nodded. "I can give it a try, but it will take time." "We have time," Shen Yifeng replied, a hint of coldness gracing his lips, but they do not. Lin Howren's eyes brightened. "You already have a plan?" "Of course." Shen Yifeng pulled up a structural diagram. "Our first objective is to destabilize their allies." He pointed at several nodes on the chart. Though Pinnacle Technology is formidable, they do not operate in isolation. At present, there are at least 3 investment firms observing the situation. As soon as they perceive Pinnacle Technology as unreliable, these investors will withdraw their capital. "How can we sway their judgment?" Lin Howren inquired. "Create chaos," Shen Yifeng replied with a calm demeanor. "We must publicly expose the technological vulnerabilities of Pinnacle Technology and disseminate information regarding their internal management disorder, thereby instilling doubt about their stability in the public eye." "That's a ruthless strategy," Lin Howren grinned. "I like it." However, Zhong Lishuan frowned, "But that alone is insufficient. Their supporters behind the scenes will not relinquish their backing easily, unless we can uncover the puppet master behind them. Thus, the second step," Shen Yifeng continued. "We need a precise strike." He produced another document. "I have already instructed Ghostface to locate the core server of Pinnacle Technology, which resides in the South City data center. There exists a concealed main control terminal responsible for managing all external transactions and intelligence transfers." "You mean?" Lin Howren's pupils dilated. "To sever their neural hub," Shen Yifeng affirmed resolutely. "Once the main control terminal is destroyed, they will descend into chaos for a short period, rendering them incapable of effective retaliation. But that facility is fortified with military-grade security," Zhong Lishuan cautioned. "A rash move would entail significant risk. That is why I need your assistance." Shen Yifeng surveyed the two. "Howren, you will oversee the external public opinion management to create turmoil. Old Zhong, you will establish connections to facilitate our access to the data center. As for me, I will personally lead the team to accomplish the task." "Boss, are you out of your mind?" Lin Howren's eyes widened. "You intend to go there alone?" "I am not alone," Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile. "I have you both." The conference room fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. Ultimately, Zhong Lishuan spoke up. "I can arrange personnel, but we must act swiftly. The sooner, the better." This evening, Shen Yifeng declared as he rose, the hem of his black suit swaying gently with his movement. "It is our turn to make a move in this game." 3 hours later, Shen Yifeng and his team arrived at the perimeter of the South City data center. The night was thick, and the area was heavily guarded, with drones patrolling the skies and infrared scanning systems and smart surveillance systems everywhere, resembling a high-tech fortress. "The situation is more complex than anticipated," Zhong Lishuan whispered. They have added 2 additional patrol robots and upgraded the facial recognition system. It seems they have sensed something amiss. Lin Howard clenched his fists. What should we do? Should we force our way in? Shen Yifeng shook his head. We will not engage in a direct confrontation. He produced a small metallic device and gently inserted it into the Chaos Divine interface on his wrist. Activate Mirage Mode, he instructed softly. In an instant, a faint blue ripple spread forth, enveloping the bodies of the entire team. Is this optical camouflage? Lin Howard marveled as he watched his arm gradually become transparent. Not merely camouflage, Shen Yifeng elucidated quietly. This is environment-synchronized disguise simulated by the system, making it more difficult for us to be detected. Moments later, the 4 figures had completely vanished into the night. They stealthily navigated through the outer defenses, evading all surveillance blind spots, and made their way directly to the core machine room. Shen Yifeng gently pushed open the final door, revealing a vast array of servers pulsating with a ghostly blue luminescence. The target lay at the center. He pointed to the foremost mainframe. Severing its power supply would incapacitate the entire system. Lin Howard swiftly approached, retrieving a portable cutter, ready to act. However, at that moment, alarms erupted. The intrusion detection system had been activated. Authentication failed. A chilling electronic female voice echoed throughout the chamber. This was bad. They had been prepared. Lin Howard's expression shifted dramatically. Shen Yifeng's gaze turned icy as he promptly resolved. Alter the plan. Immediate retreat. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the lights in the server room abruptly extinguished, replaced by blinding red warning lights. Almost instantly, a deep voice resonated from all directions. Shen Yifeng, welcome to my domain. Shen Yifeng sharply lifted his head, observing a figure emerge from the shadows, clad in a black tactical suit, half-mast, moving with assured strength. Who are you? Shen Yifeng inquired coldly. The figure smiled slightly, their voice laced with mockery. It matters not that you do not recognize me. I have long admired you. Shen Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. This person's presence was unfamiliar, yet bore a faint sense of oppressive familiarity. Are you the mastermind behind Tianxiong Technology? He ventured cautiously. You could say that the figure advanced step by step, but allow me to inform you that while you believe you are orchestrating a plan, you have unwittingly fallen into someone else's trap. Shen Yifeng's heart jolted. Just then, a system alert sounded in his ear. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Suspected activation of enemy auxiliary systems. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, the air within the server room seemed to solidify. An overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Bring it on. Let us see who the true player is. He lunged forward, his fist slicing through the air, officially engaging in combat with this enigmatic adversary. Chapter 74. The opponent strikes back. Shen Yifeng's fist crashed through the air, generating a gust of pressure. Yet his opponent appeared to have anticipated the move, effortlessly evading with a swift motion. Following that, the masked figure raised a hand, unleashing a surge of energy that engulfed the entire server room, the servers flickering erratically amidst the cacophony of alarms. Your technology is still rather juvenile. The masked man sneered coldly. You think you are orchestrating a scheme? In reality, you are merely a pawn on my chessboard. Shen Yifeng's eyes gleamed with frost as he stepped back, the chaotic divination system within him activating rapidly, blue data streams swirling in his vision, analyzing the enemy's movements and energy distribution. Mirror God, lock onto the enemy's energy core, he commanded softly, scanning target for lock-on, 3 inches below the right shoulder. Suspected energy transmission node. Shen Yifeng's pupils contracted, and he leaped upward, using the ground for propulsion, his form lunging toward his opponent like a cheetah. Yet, just as he was about to strike, the figure flickered, seemingly transforming into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. What? Lin Howard exclaimed in shock. In the next instant, Shen Yifeng felt a chilling presence approach from behind. Instinctively, he sidestepped to evade it, yet was still struck by an invisible force upon his shoulder, causing him to crash heavily against the wall. Boss! Lin Howard shouted, ready to rush forward. Stay back. Zhong Lishuan grasped his arm firmly. They are testing us. Indeed. The masked figure did not pursue further, but remained stationary, quietly observing as Shun Yifeng slowly rose to his feet. You are not an ordinary person. Shun Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice low and composed. Your combat style cannot be explained by modern technology. Clever. The masked figure nodded slightly, but I advise you to cease your inquiries. Otherwise, you will come to regret it. Shun Yifeng scoffed. I have regretted once before. There will not be a second time. As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly surged forward, forming seals with his hands. The Chaos Divine Insight system activated instantly to its maximum capacity, energy surging within him as the surrounding air began to distort. Let's see who the true player is. The two engaged once more, fists howling through the air. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously, turning the room into a battlefield. However, at that moment, the alarm ceased abruptly, and the lights flickered back to normal, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. The masked figure regarded Shun Yifeng, gently applauding. Not bad, stronger than I anticipated. He then turned and walked into the darkness, his voice resonating. Remember, this is not a realm you can touch. His figure vanished completely. Shun Yifeng gasped for breath, fixating on the empty corner, his fists clenched tightly. Who are they, truly? The next morning, Shun Yifeng returned to the company headquarters. Lin Howard approached him, visibly agitated. Boss, something feels off. Several of our partners have abruptly terminated their projects. Even Zhao Hongtu's side has sent word that they wish to reassess their investment direction. Shun Yifeng furrowed his brow. It seems they have begun their counterattack. Not just in business. Zhong Lishuan entered, holding a document. After last night's data center incident, some of our technical patents have been maliciously reported for infringement and are now suspended. This is an attempt to sever our lifeline. Lin Howard seethed. Yet Shun Yifeng smiled. This is fortuitous. He approached the conference table and activated the holographic projection. The counterstrike from Tianqiong technology appears fierce, but has, in reality, revealed their weaknesses. They fear our command of the initiative. What do you mean? Lin Howard asked, puzzled. They dare not confront us head-on, relying instead on public opinion, legal maneuvers, and dark web operations to suppress us, Shun Yifeng stated firmly, indicating that their internal stability was fragile and that they feared the unveiling of the true puppeteers behind the scenes. So what now? Zhong Lishuan inquired. So we strike back. Shun Yifeng's gaze was piercing. We stabilize our existing operations, then release a piece of false information to mislead Tianqiong technology into believing we are preparing to acquire another competitor. Lin Howard's eyes brightened. You intend to draw the snake out of its hole? Precisely, Shun Yifeng nodded. As long as they act, they will expose more clues. I will arrange media relations. Lin Howard immediately set to work. I will reach out to a few old friends. Zhong Lishuan agreed. Perhaps we can pry open some doors. Shun Yifeng watched their retreating figures, plans already forming in his mind. He understood that this counteroffensive had only just begun. 3 days later, the market underwent a tumultuous transformation. After Shun Yifeng announced plans to acquire a competitor, it indeed attracted the keen attention of Tianqiong technology, which went so far as to spend lavishly to obstruct the deal. Simultaneously, they began a frenzied acquisition of shares in companies associated with Shun Yifeng, intending to suppress him through capital control. They were growing anxious. Observing the latest stock market dynamics, Shun Yifeng realized they had struck at their Achilles heel. However, this would place greater strain on our financial chain, Lin Howard expressed with concern. It won't be long, Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile. They will soon discover that they're the ones being led. Indeed, a few days later, unusual fluctuations in Tianqiong Technology's cash flow emerged, with several investment institutions that had previously supported them beginning to withdraw their investments for reasons unknown. Someone is backstabbing them. Zhong Lishuan remarked upon receiving the news. Excellent. Shun Yifeng stood up. It is time for us to take action. He opened the Chaos Divine Insight system and retrieved a brand new strategic plan. Step 1. Sever their cooperative channels with the outside. Step 2. Exploit their internal chaos to subvert key figures. Step 3. Render them utterly incapable of controlling the market. Lin Howard rubbed his hands together eagerly. Finally, we can turn the tide. Yet, Shun Yifeng's expression grew grave. However, Before we proceed, I need to confirm one thing. What is it? The masked man. Shen Yifeng whispered, his aura reminiscent of a mysterious visitor from 3 years prior in prison. Zhong Lishuan's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting that someone has been keeping an eye on you all along? Shen Yifeng nodded. Moreover, they are not an ordinary business group. They might belong to a deeper, more concealed force. The atmosphere turned heavy. At that moment, the system's alert sounded. New signal source detected, location unknown, frequency abnormal, suspected enemy command center. Shen Yifeng squinted, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The show is about to begin. He donned his coat and strode out of the conference room. Behind him, Lin Howren and Zhong Lishuan exchanged glances before following suit. As night descended, a storm was brewing. Standing on the rooftop, Shen Yifeng gazed at the brightly lit city in the distance, murmuring, "This time, I will no longer be a pawn in someone else's game." Turning to face his companions, his gaze was as resolute as iron. What we must do is upend the entire chessboard. In the next moment, a blinding red light flashed from afar, illuminating his visage. Immediately thereafter, the city's network system plunged into a brief paralysis. Lin Howren exclaimed in shock, "Boss, did you see that? What was that?" Shen Yifeng remained silent, for he knew that the true adversary had finally revealed itself. Chapter 75. Turning the Tide night enveloped the entire city as Shen Yifeng stood on the rooftop. The distant red light just dissipating, the air seemingly imbued with an unusual energy fluctuation. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating through the city's neon glow as if piercing through layers of mist. The true opponent had finally emerged. Behind him, Lin Howren and Zhong Lishuan stood side by side, the atmosphere so tense it felt palpable. "Boss, what shall we do now?" Lin Howren inquired softly, his voice tinged with an unmistakable restlessness. "Those individuals have commenced a comprehensive suppression of us. Even several venture capital firms that initially supported us have suddenly withdrawn their investments. They are becoming desperate." Shen Yifeng's lips curled slightly, indicating that we had struck at the very core of their vulnerabilities. Zhong Lishuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, they are not to be underestimated. The forces behind them remain obscure, and a reckless counterattack may lead us into a passive position. Therefore, we must seize the initiative before they do." Shen Yifeng turned, his gaze penetrating, determined to identify their flaws before delivering a decisive blow. In the conference room, the data on the projection screen pulsated incessantly as Shen Yifeng's fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard. The chaos divination system was operating at full capacity, weaving a blue web of data in his eyes, unraveling the flow of enemy funds, personnel movements, and information nodes. In the mirror of the divine, "We have locked onto our target," Shen Yifeng murmured. "Abnormal financial flows detected, originating from Starlink data, a subsidiary of Tianqiong Technology," the system reported. Indeed, Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy. They were manipulating the market through clandestine channels. Lin Howren leaned in for a closer look, unable to contain his frustration. These scoundrels pretend to cooperate while secretly resorting to such underhanded tactics. "That is not the crux of the matter," Shen Yifeng interjected, pointing at a blinking red node on the screen. "Pay attention here. Starlink Data's servers undergo an internal synchronization every day at 3 in the morning, which is when their defenses are at their weakest." Zhong Lishuan nodded. "So, we can mount a surprise attack at that time?" "Precisely," Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smirk. "Once we breach their core database, we will possess evidence of all their illicit transactions. The challenge lies in their top-tier firewalls and private security teams." Lin Howren scratched his head, pondering. "How do we gain access?" "I have my methods," Shen Yifeng replied with a calm smile, tapping to bring up another interface. It was a backdoor program left by a mysterious hacker he had met 3 years prior in prison, codenamed Phantom. Though this individual was eccentric, his technical prowess was undeniably exceptional. Shen Yifeng recalled. He mentioned that as long as one finds the correct access point, any blockade can be circumvented. "Then let us proceed," Lin Howren exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. "Since we are already being watched, we might as well take the plunge." Zhong Lishuan, however, cautioned with a cool demeanor. "Be wary. They may be setting a trap to ensnare us. I am aware. Shen Yifeng's gaze remained resolute, but we have no alternative. At 2:45 in the morning, the exterior of the Starlink data headquarters was enveloped in silence. Shen Yifeng, Lin Howren, and Zhong Lishuan stealthily infiltrated the peripheral network control room. Phantom had already been activated, and a ghostly blue beam emerged from the terminal, slithering like a serpent as it gradually penetrated the opposing system. Invasion progress. 23, the system indicated. Almost there, Lin Howren whispered. Invasion progress. 67, the system continued. Their alarm system has yet to react. It seems they have truly let their guard down. Zhong Lishuan surveyed the surroundings, his expression still taut. Invasion progress. 94. Just then, the data on the screen began to tremble violently. Oh no, they have discovered us. Lin Howren exclaimed in alarm. Shen Yifeng swiftly switched commands. Shadow, initiate the Rift protocol, disguising as internal maintenance logs. In the next moment, the screen regained its tranquility, and the intrusion progress bar stabilized once more. Intrusion progress. 100 success. Shen Yifeng exhaled softly. Subsequently, a plethora of encrypted files began to decode, unveiling a series of concealed contracts, transfer records, and clandestine transactions. Should this information come to light, Tianxiong Technology would likely face imminent bankruptcy. Lin Howren's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only that, Shen Yifeng remarked, his gaze fixed on one document revealing their collaboration with an underground organization abroad, entailing arms, smuggling, and intelligence trading. Zhong Lishuan's expression darkened. This transcends mere commercial rivalry. It implicates national security. Then it becomes all the more intriguing. Shen Yifeng smiled slightly. We must not only triumph, but ensure they are utterly defeated. The following morning, the headlines erupted. Tianxiong Technology exposed for alleged overseas money laundering and illegal transactions. Market value plummets by 50. Shen Group responds forcefully. We have secured crucial evidence and will cooperate with police investigations. Mysterious hacker group breaches Tianxiong Technology's firewall overnight. Suspected revenge operation. The entire business world was shaken. The once mighty Tianxiong Technology had fallen from grace in an instant. Zhao Hongtu stared at the news on his phone in his office, his face ashen. Shen Yifeng, what means have you employed? Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng sat composedly in the conference room, coffee in hand. They had begun to turn on each other, he remarked nonchalantly. Last night's attack not only caused their stock prices to plummet, but also sowed seeds of distrust among their executives, with some resigning overnight. Lin Howren excitedly pounded the table. Boss, should we not pursue this momentum? Patience. Shen Yifeng set down his cup. Let them engage in mutual destruction. We shall simply await our harvest. However, Zhong Lishuan furrowed his brow. Yet, that masked figure has yet to appear. Do you not find this peculiar? Shen Yifeng's expression darkened. He is waiting. Waiting for what? For us to reveal a flaw. Just as the words left his lips, the system notification chimed. Unknown signal interference detected. Suspected enemy countermeasure program activated. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted. It seems they are finally prepared to strike. The counteroffensive escalated into a fervent clash, with Shen Yifeng leading his team, relentlessly dismantling Tianxiong Technology's network of allies through the intelligence at their disposal. Within a mere 3 days, 7 core partners announced the termination of their collaborations, and 3 executives from subsidiary companies resigned en masse, leaving Tianxiong Technology as a ship adrift in a tempest. Their financial chain teetered on the brink of collapse. Lin Howren reported the latest developments. Without new investments, they won't survive past next month. Excellent. Shen Yifeng nodded. Next step, sever their final escape route. You mean acquiring their largest supplier? Shen Yifeng's lips curled into a smile, depriving them of their raw materials. Isn't that rather ruthless? Lin Howren grinned. I like it. Just as the group brimming with enthusiasm, Shen Yifeng suddenly sensed something amiss. His instincts warned him that Tianxiong Technology had not yet truly retaliated. They seemed to be concocting a more grandiose scheme. Boss, what's wrong? Lin Howren observed the change in his expression. Shen Yifeng did not respond, but slowly rose and walked to the window. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Yet an inexplicable chill rose within him. They awaited an opportunity. What opportunity? Zhong Lishuan inquired. After a moment of silence, Shen Yifeng spoke slowly. We wait for our vigilance to wane. He turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This game has only just begun. In the next moment, the lights on the ceiling flickered ominously, and a crackling sound pierced the air. Shen Yifeng abruptly looked up, only to see a stream of dark data flash in the air, then vanish without a trace. They have arrived. Chapter 76. The opponent surrenders. The lights flashed violently, akin to a sword cleaving through darkness. Shen Yifeng's expression turned icy, veins protruding slightly from his neck, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. A ghostly blue data stream darted through the air, tracing a distorted arc, exuding an aura of inexplicable danger as it surged toward the central control console of the meeting room. They have arrived. He lowered his voice, his words wrapped in a frigid sharpness, each syllable striking the air with weight. Lin Howren sprang to his feet, slamming his palm against the button beneath the table. Almost simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the meeting room, and the defense system activated in full. The metallic door clanged shut, locking automatically, while the glass windows hummed ominously, darkening as they shifted to bulletproof mode. Zhong Lishuan rapidly tapped at the keyboard, pulling up surveillance footage, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. The opponents were formidable. A professional cyber warfare team, the Chaos Divine Insight System, activated, its indicator lights flashing a frantic blue. Shen Yifeng felt his temples throb, the blue light weaving into a complex grid within his vision. He fought against the dizziness, meticulously dismantling the invading data. They were targeting the core database. Shen Yifeng's voice was deep and steady. But they have underestimated me. He pressed his fingers firmly against the screen, the system interface expanding abruptly as the shadow program was activated, countercode shooting forth like arrows toward the enemy signal source. Lin Howren's eyes were glued to the pulsating data on the screen, his throat dry as he swallowed nervously, urgently asking, "Boss, is this thing really effective?" "It is more than just a hacking tool," Shen Yifeng replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It is the blade of vengeance I forged through countless days and nights in prison." As soon as the words left his mouth, the red dot on the screen exploded, the enemy's attack program collapsing instantaneously. The countersignal raced back along its path, causing the opposing server to immediately crash. "Brilliant!" Lin Howren exclaimed, his fist striking the table with a resounding thud, causing the cups to rattle. Yet, Shen Yifeng's brow remained furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. "This is merely a preliminary test." Sure enough, just 2 days later, Tianqiong technology could no longer remain idle. 2 days later, Shen Yifeng sat in his office, holding a freshly delivered agreement. The edges of the paper were slightly rough, leaving a faint prickling sensation against his palm. They had sent representatives to negotiate. Lin Howren stood nearby, his tone dripping with disdain as he remarked that they wished to coexist peacefully with them. Shen Yifeng let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the agreement, which stated a willingness to compensate for partial losses while retaining 2 subsidiaries for continued operations. He scoffed softly, remarking on their audacity. They were about to learn the true nature of negotiation. In the conference room, the representatives of Tianqiong Technology, clad in impeccably tailored suits, appeared composed, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. "Mr. Shun, we underestimated the situation." One of them managed to stabilize his voice. "In business, there are victories and defeats. We are willing to compensate and hope you will grant us an opportunity." Shen Yifeng lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the tea leaves floating on the surface, the steam warming his face, reddening his skin. "Do I seem like someone who easily grants second chances?" The representative's face turned pale at once, and he steeled himself to respond. "Mr. Shun, we are reasonable. The compensation amount is negotiable. You must leave us some room to maneuver." "Your so-called room to maneuver?" Shen Yifeng set the cup down, the collision with the table producing a sharp sound. His gaze was as frigid as a blade. "Acquired through deceit and trickery, and you dare call it a lifeline?" He rose, striding toward the representative until they were mere steps apart, the latter able to hear Shen Yifeng's heavy breaths. "I do not seek reconciliation. I demand a complete reckoning." full compensation and the transfer of core assets to me. Otherwise, I shall level what remains of your resources. The representative's complexion fluctuated between red and white, and after a lengthy silence, he gritted his teeth and nodded. We will consider it. As he departed, his gaze lingered on Shun Yifeng for a few seconds, his lips moving, but no words emerged. Shun Yifeng knew, with utmost clarity, that this matter was far from over. 3 days later, a representative from Pinnacle Technology arrived in person. This individual was in his 50s, gaunt, with a waxen, haggard complexion. The once brazen demeanor had vanished without a trace. Mr. Shun, he entered the meeting room, his voice subdued. I come bearing a letter of surrender. Seated at the head of the table, Shun Yifeng maintained a calm exterior, though his eyes sparkled with keen insight. At last, you are not foolish. It is not that I have come to my senses, the representative replied with a bitter smile, but rather that I have no other choice. He carefully retrieved documents from his briefcase and presented them as though cradling his last vestige of dignity, as per your request. The asset transfer and compensation agreement have been prepared. Shun Yifeng accepted the documents, scrutinizing them with meticulous attention as the paper rustled softly. After a thorough examination, he nodded slowly. Indeed, this time there is some sincerity. After a moment's hesitation, the representative could not resist asking, Mr. Shun, I concede defeat, but I wish to understand where we faltered. Shun Yifeng regarded him coolly, his voice steady. You were overly arrogant. You believed that employing underhanded tactics would secure victory, forgetting that success in business relies on strength. He paused, emphasizing his next words. You relentlessly sought to suppress me, not anticipating that I would retaliate with greater ferocity and decisiveness. The representative's face clouded with reluctance, his lips moving several times before he finally sighed and turned to leave. Shun Yifeng watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He understood the man's lingering resentment, yet he remained indifferent. Now, he stood atop the pinnacle of power. As news spread, the entire business community was shaken. Once a formidable entity, Pinnacle Technology had become a subsidiary of the Shun Group. Shun Yifeng's name echoed once more throughout the industry, with major media outlets fervently reporting, Shun Yifeng makes a powerful return. Pinnacle Technology has capitulated, paving the way for the resurgence of a commercial empire. After 3 years of dormancy, Shun Yifeng orchestrates a remarkable counterattack, reshaping the landscape of business. From imprisonment to the pinnacle of success, Shun Yifeng's path of vengeance is nothing short of legendary. Countless individuals regard him with awe, those who once doubted him now silenced, while former allies flock to his side. Within the Shun Group, a spirit of ambition permeates the air. Lin Howren, brimming with excitement, pounds the table, his voice transformed. Boss, you are now a legend in the business world. Meanwhile, Zhong Lishuan remains composed, remarking, this also signifies that more eyes will be watching you from now on. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, Shun Yifeng gazes at the bustling city below, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Let them watch. Anyone who dares to provoke me will come to understand the meaning of being crushed. At that moment, his phone buzzes with a vibration. An encrypted message arrives, devoid of a sender, stating, you have won this round, but the game is far more intricate than you perceive. Shun Yifeng stares at the screen for an extended period, his eyes heavy with fatigue, before slowly closing his phone. The sunlight streaming through the window warms his face, yet his heart remains icy. He knows the storm is not yet over. However, this time, he is no longer the bullied son-in-law of yesteryear. He is Shun Yifeng, the king who has turned the tide amidst adversity. Suddenly, the ceiling lights flicker slightly, emitting a faint creaking sound. Soon after, a barely audible hum of electricity weaves through the stillness. Chapter 77. The path of charity. The residual tremors from the phone's vibration linger in Shun Yifeng's palm. The mysterious message seemingly leaving an invisible fissure in the air. He refrains from replying immediately, or does he glance back at the screen? Instead, placing his phone gently on the desk, his gaze fixed on the city skyline outside. The game is far more intricate than I perceive, he quietly repeats, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let me see who else wishes to play this game. Lin Howren stands beside him, still exhilarated from the recent triumph over Tianqiong technology, yet now rendered speechless by Shun Yifeng's sudden calmness. Zhong Lishuan closes his laptop, his tone steady. What do you plan to do next? Shun Yifeng turns, his gaze resolute and profound. What needed to be done has been accomplished. Now it is time to embark on something different. Days later, an informal meeting convenes within the Shun group. In the conference room, Lin Howren, Zhong Lishuan, and several core executives gather around a long table, the atmosphere tinged with gravity. Boss, are you suggesting that we begin engaging in charity? Lin Howren's eyes widen, clearly still reeling from the battlefield of commerce. Shun Yifeng nods, his tone steady. The adversaries in the marketplace have been vanquished, yet true strength lies not merely in plundering, but in giving back. But we have just integrated Tianqiong Technology's resources. Now is an opportune moment for expansion, interjects another executive, a frown etching his brow. Shun Yifeng surveys the room, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Do you consider charity a money-losing endeavor? You are mistaken. It is brand building, an investment in social influence, and above all, our responsibility as corporate citizens. He rose from his seat and approached the whiteboard, inscribing several key phrases: brand image, social trust, long-term value. A truly magnificent enterprise is not merely a profit-generating machine, but a force capable of transforming the world. Shun's ambition was to become such a company. After a brief silence, Zhong Lishuan softly spoke, I stand with you. Lin Howren scratched his head and finally broke into a smile. All right then, I have never regretted following you. A quiet debate subsided, and Shun Yifeng's decision garnered the support of the executive team. The initial direction for the charitable project soon crystallized around educational assistance, targeting a primary school in a remote mountainous area of the Southwest. The project's inception was fraught with challenges. Promotional efforts encountered significant hurdles. The buzz on social media failed to gain momentum, and public interest fell far short of expectations. Some skeptics questioned, isn't this merely a publicity stunt? Why not donate directly to the school if you have money? Shun Yifeng refrained from responding personally, instead allowing his team to refine their promotional strategies while employing the Chaos Oracle system for data analysis to precisely adjust their outreach efforts. Within a mere 3 days, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. A video filmed by volunteers went viral online. Dilapidated classrooms, the eager eyes of children yearning for knowledge, textbooks filled with notes, accompanied by a succinct yet powerful tagline. The light in their eyes should not be obscured by poverty. Topics such as Shun Yifeng's dedication to educational philanthropy and the stark realities faced by children in impoverished regions surged to the top of trending lists. A plethora of spontaneous shares and donation links emerged online, with several influencers reaching out to the team, eager to participate in on-site visits. This strategic maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Lin Howren marveled at the skyrocketing back-end data, unable to contain his applause. Boss, you truly understand the art of marketing. Shun Yifeng replied with a subtle smile. It is not marketing, it is resonance. As public interest continued to swell, Shun Yifeng personally led a team to conduct an on-site investigation at the mountainous primary school. The rugged terrain made for a tumultuous journey, with their off-road vehicle struggling through the mud. A sudden downpour unleashed a landslide that nearly blocked the sole passage. The driver reluctantly halted the vehicle, unable to proceed further. Shun Yifeng glanced at his watch and decisively exited the car. Let us walk the rest of the way. Lin Howren grimaced as he followed. Boss, you truly are something else. I am not something else? Shun Yifeng turned back to him, his gaze steely. I am human, and that is why I understand their hardships. The group trekked through the storm for several hours, ultimately reaching their destination. The sight before them rendered them speechless. Crumbling school buildings, leaky roofs, makeshift desks crafted from wooden planks, and children clad in faded clothes, yet sitting attentively in the classroom, earnestly absorbing knowledge. The principal, a nearly 60-year-old veteran educator, was moved to tears upon seeing the visitors. Thank you for taking the time to come see us. Shun Yifeng stepped forward and gently clasped his hand. We ought to be the ones expressing gratitude to you, for your steadfastness here. He crouched down to ask a little girl, "Would you like to study in a big city?" The girl nodded, her eyes sparkling. "I want to be a doctor and heal my mother's illness." In that moment, Shun Yifeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. He realized he was not merely undertaking a project. He was igniting hope. That evening, Shun Yifeng meticulously devised a comprehensive transformation plan within the makeshift office. The construction of new school buildings, teacher training, the introduction of remote teaching equipment, and a student nutrition meal program were all articulated with clarity. This was not a mere act of charity, but a long-term commitment. He proclaimed during the meeting, "We must ensure these children have the same starting point as those in the city." Following this announcement, the response from various sectors of society was fervent. The media widely reported on the event, dubbing Shun Yifeng as the conscience of the business world and a paragon of the new era's entrepreneurs. Even the Ministry of Education reached out, expressing a desire to collaborate with the Shun Group to advance more educational philanthropic projects. Lin Howard observed the overwhelming news coverage and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you have become a national idol." However, Shun Yifeng exhibited no trace of pride. Instead, his expression grew more solemn. This is merely the beginning. As night descended, he stood alone before the newly constructed school buildings, gazing at the distant mountains. A sense of unease swelling within him. "The hidden hand has yet to reveal itself," he murmured. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, and an encrypted message appeared, consisting of only a few chilling digits. "You think you are saving others, but in reality, you are the prey." Shun Yifeng's pupils constricted as his grip on the phone tightened. In an instant, he looked up towards the distant forest, where a faint red light flickered and vanished in the night. Chapter 78. The charity crisis. The night was heavy, and Shun Yifeng stood atop a hill, his gaze slicing through the dense forest below like a blade. The words from the message, "You think you are saving others, but in reality, you are the prey," pierced his heart like a thorn. He refrained from acting impulsively, tucking his phone away and turning to Lin Howard, whispering, "Do not speak of tonight's events." Though brimming with questions, Lin Howard nodded in agreement, knowing that his boss never embarked on a venture unprepared. Upon returning to the city, the fervor surrounding the charity project continued to escalate, with Shun Yifeng's name frequently gracing the trending lists. The media hailed him as the conscience of the business realm, while netizens regarded him as the model of a new generation of entrepreneurs. Yet, just as public acclaim reached its zenith, an impending storm quietly approached. 3 days later, an influx of negative commentary erupted on social media. Allegations surfaced claiming that the so-called Educational Assistance Project was merely a FAAD, with donations allegedly misappropriated for other purposes. Others posted purported internal account screenshots, asserting that the Shun Group was engaged in dubious activities under the guise of philanthropy to launder its image. These posts quickly gained traction, igniting a firestorm in the comment sections. "I knew it was just a publicity stunt. So much money donated, and not even a single new classroom built? Is Shun Yifeng attempting to evade taxes?" The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, transforming widespread praise into skepticism and outrage. Even some public figures who had previously supported him began to fall silent. Seated in his office, Shun Yifeng scrutinized the public relations team's report on the escalating public sentiment. His brow furrowed in concern. This was not an isolated incident of online attack. It was a systematic and premeditated smear campaign. "Investigate," he commanded with a single word. Lin Howard immediately began leveraging his connections, while Zhong Lishuan activated his own clandestine channels. Meanwhile, Shun Yifeng activated the Chaos Divine Eye system, retrieving all relevant data streams from the past few days for thorough analysis. The system swiftly reported anomalies. These negative pieces of information erupted almost simultaneously, originating from a wide array of sources, yet all bore a common thread. They pointed towards the same small investment firm, whose shadowy proprietor was none other than Zhao Hongtu. Indeed, Shun Yifeng smirked, clearly unwilling to back down. Lin Howard gritted his teeth. "Should we expose him directly?" "No." Shun Yifeng shook his head. "It was not the time for open confrontation. Our goal is to unveil the truth and let them falter in disarray." In the ensuing 2 days, Shun Yifeng personally directed the public relations team, releasing a comprehensive financial statement to the public, with each expenditure accompanied by original receipts and signed confirmations for beneficiaries. Simultaneously, he invited several renowned financial bloggers to participate in the review and openly addressed netizens' inquiries during a live broadcast. "We fear not scrutiny, only misunderstanding," he stated during the broadcast. "If you wish, you are welcome to come to the school for an on-site investigation." This move garnered support from some rational netizens, but also provoked a backlash from rumor-mongers. New slanders surged forth, with some even fabricating videos, editing together footage of Shun Yifeng extravagantly misusing charitable funds. In the footage, he was seen in casual attire, drinking and laughing in a luxurious hotel, while the audio mingled with recordings from a donation ceremony. This ruthless maneuver deceived many netizens, who believed it to be true, leading to a renewed chaos in public opinion. However, Shun Yifeng remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The truth was finally beginning to unravel. He instructed the technical team to conduct a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, uncovering numerous serious discrepancies. The angle of the background lighting was inconsistent, the fabric of the clothing varied, and the audio frequencies did not match, evidence of meticulous editing. More crucially, the original footage stemmed from a private gathering of Shun Yifeng 6 months prior. While he indeed wore that outfit, the location was his own villa, not a hotel. This was a blatant frame-up. At the press conference, Shun Yifeng did not conceal his anger, stating, "Some individuals, in their attempts to undermine me, have cast aside all principles." During the event, a reporter posed a pointed question. "Mr. Shun, how can you prove that you have not embezzled charitable funds?" Shun Yifeng did not shy away. Instead, he presented a stack of documents and opened them on the spot. "Here are the transaction record from my personal account, along with detailed financial flows for all charitable projects of the Shun Group. If you have a project, you may track it and audit it in real time." His words resonated powerfully, bringing a hush over the room. Subsequently, he invited the principal of a local mountain school and several parents of students to share first-hand accounts of the project's impact. When a mother tearfully recounted her daughter's first experience of a warm meal, many in the audience were visibly moved. This counteroffensive was executed beautifully, gradually turning the tide of public opinion. Yet, at that moment, an anonymous email quietly arrived in Shun Yifeng's inbox. It contained but a single, ominous line. "Do you think that by clarifying matters, you can rest easy?" Shun Yifeng stared at the screen for a long time before suddenly breaking into a smile. "How intriguing." He spoke softly. "It seems the true rival has yet to make an entrance." In the conference room, Lin Howren was meticulously organizing the latest public relations strategy. Upon noticing Shun Yifeng's arrival, he inquired, "Boss, what shall be our next step?" Shun Yifeng moved to the window, gazing at the sea of neon lights illuminating the city. His tone calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. "We shall continue to advance the project, establishing each school as a benchmark. As for those lurking in the shadows..." He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Let them witness what it truly means to be formidable." A brief silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, Lin Howren slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Let us get it done." Shun Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he picked up his phone and sent an encrypted message. "Since you wish to engage, I shall accompany you to the end." At the moment he pressed the send button, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the night sky, casting a brilliant glow over the entire city. Chapter 79. Successful Philanthropy. Shun Yifeng stood before the office window, contemplating the cityscape under the night sky. Though the previous battle had settled, he understood that the true tempest was only beginning to brew. The threats from the anonymous emails still echoed in his mind. Yet he was no longer the Shun Yifeng who could be toppled by rumors. "Boss, we need to expedite the conclusion of the charity project." Lin Howren entered, urgency tinging his voice. "Public opinion has stabilized, but Zhao Hongtu will surely not relent." Shun Yifeng nodded, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I understand. In times like these, we must maintain our rhythm. They wish to see chaos, and we shall show them the elegance of fluidity." Lin Howren grinned. "You command. I shall execute." In the following days, Shun Yifeng personally oversaw the operations, ensuring the final stages of the educational assistance project in a mountainous region were executed smoothly. Despite previous upheavals, under his strong leadership, all doubts were dispelled one by one. Now, the only obstacle that remained was the transportation of supplies. The mountain roads are treacherous. The trucks cannot access them, reported the project leader, Xiao Chun, frowning. Many villages are still awaiting that batch of textbooks and learning materials. Shen Yifeng pondered for a moment before activating the Chaos Oracle system. A faint light appeared before him as the system swiftly retrieved local terrain data, recommending a type of lightweight transport suitable for rugged mountains, a multifunctional off-road tricycle modified by local craftsmen, capable of carrying goods and traversing difficult terrain. Contact the suppliers. Procure all of them. Also, dispatch technicians to assist the villagers in assembly and usage, Shen Yifeng stated with conviction. Lin Howren immediately sprang into action, and within 3 days, the first batch of tricycles arrived at their destination. The efficiency of transport surged manifold, allowing the children to finally receive their long-awaited textbooks and stationery. When the news returned to headquarters, Shen Yifeng was engaged in a game of chess with Zhong Li Xuan, the enigmatic figure glancing up at him, remarking, "You are becoming increasingly steady in your endeavors." Shen Yifeng smiled softly. "In the past, I placed too much faith in others. Now, I trust only in strength." They exchanged a knowing look, a silent understanding passing between them. Days later, Shen Yifeng personally led a team to the most remote elementary school for an on-site inspection during the project's concluding phase. Dressed in a modest yet refined black jacket and sturdy hiking boots, he walked at the forefront of the group. The road was even worse than anticipated. Lin Howren wiped the sweat from his brow while grumbling, "Next time, we might as well airdrop it." Airdrop? Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Why don't we first establish a makeshift airport?" This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. "Are you serious?" Lin Howren's eyes widened. "Why not?" Shen Yifeng's gaze was resolute. "Since we are here, we must resolve the issue thoroughly. We cannot rely on manpower alone every time." Without hesitation, Shen Yifeng made the decision to arrange for an engineering team to survey the area and prepare to construct a small landing strip. This choice not only addressed the immediate transportation dilemma, but also laid the groundwork for future development in the mountainous region. The school principal was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. "Mr. Shen, you are truly our benefactor." Shen Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. "I'm merely doing what is right." Just as the project was nearing completion, an unexpected discovery caught his attention. During the visit, a child remained hidden in the corner, his eyes wary and tinged with unease. "What is your name?" Shen Yifeng knelt down and asked gently. "Amu," the boy replied softly. "Who else is in your family?" "My grandmother is ill, and there is no one to care for her." Shen Yifeng fell silent for a few seconds, then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Please arrange an ambulance to take an elderly woman for treatment." Amu's eyes lit up, seemingly unable to believe his ears. "If you wish to go to school, you can come at any time," Shen Yifeng said, patting his shoulder. "I will provide you with a green channel." At that moment, Amu's tears flowed freely. Upon returning to the city, Shen Yifeng held a press conference to showcase the outcomes of this charitable project to society. He brought along several benefiting students and parents, who shared their transformative stories in their own voices. "This is not a publicity stunt," Shen Yifeng stated before the cameras. "It is a genuine endeavor. I hope to convey through this initiative that anyone can become a beacon of light for others if they are willing to lend a helping hand." The media reporters began to inquire, with some still harboring skepticism. "Mr. Shen, have you considered the ongoing funding issues? After all, charity is not a fleeting whim." Shen Yifeng smiled slightly. "I have already established a dedicated fund, allocating a fixed amount from the group's profits annually for charitable endeavors. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It is part of a long-term strategy." His words resonated powerfully, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. However, late that night, after the conference had concluded, a new email quietly appeared in Shen Yifeng's inbox. The subject line contained a single word, "awakened." Upon opening it, he found only a few lines. "The boy, Amu, who is close to you, has an extraordinary identity. He possesses an energy that does not belong to this world. Be cautious. There's more than one enemy. After reading, Shen Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he gently closed his laptop and walked to the window, lighting a cigarette. Lin Howard entered and, seeing him, asked, "What's wrong?" "The trouble is not over." Shen Yifeng exhaled a puff of smoke. "But I am prepared." Lin Howard smirked. "Then let us keep going." Shen Yifeng nodded, his gaze deep as the ocean. As night deepened, the city's neon lights cast a glow on his face, as if draping him in an invisible armor. In the next moment, a sharp ring of the phone pierced the silence. "Hello, Mr. Shun." On the other end of the line, his assistant's anxious voice pierced through the air. Zhao Hongtu had unexpectedly announced plans to acquire a military enterprise, hinting at ulterior motives. Shen Yifeng let out a cold chuckle. Just in time, he hung up the phone and turned to Lin Howard, stating, "Prepare yourself. I must make a trip to the northwest." Lin Howard was taken aback. "So soon? Time waits for no one," Shen Yifeng replied, donning his coat with resolute steps toward the door. "Besides, I am keen to see what tricks Zhao Hongtu has up his sleeve." The light elongated behind him as his silhouette vanished at the corridor's end. In the next moment, a sudden gust of wind howled outside, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Chapter 80. The Mysterious Prophecy. Shen Yifeng ended the call, his gaze sharp as a blade. The winds of the northwest stirred, and he sensed the scent of gunpowder in the air. "Lin Howard, prepare the itinerary at once." As he spoke, he reached for his phone to check the latest financial news. Zhao Hongtu's actions were swifter than anticipated. "This time, I shall confront him personally." Lin Howard nodded. "Should we inform Zhong Lishuan?" "Not yet," Shen Yifeng replied coolly. "Some moves must be made alone." Under the night sky, Shen Yifeng emerged from the headquarters, the cold wind striking his face. He tightened his coat and was about to enter his vehicle when he suddenly heard a low, mournful chant emanating from a distance. The sound was peculiar, reminiscent of an ancient incantation or an indistinct language. Frowning, he halted and cast his gaze toward the source of the noise. At the alley's mouth stood a stooped figure beneath a street lamp, draped in a tattered cloak, his face etched with the lines of time, yet his eyes shone with clarity. "Are you waiting for me?" Shen Yifeng spoke calmly, discreetly activating the chaotic divine perception system. The figure slowly raised his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Shen Yifeng, you have finally arrived." In an instant, Lin Howard positioned himself in front of Shen Yifeng, his hand instinctively reaching for the concealed weapon at his waist. "Do not be alarmed." The figure waved his hand dismissively, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "I am merely here to convey a message." Shen Yifeng squinted. "Who are you?" "A nameless one." The figure chuckled lightly. "But I know that you are about to face an unprecedented storm, not a mere business rivalry, but a reckoning of fate." A jolt ran through Shen Yifeng's heart, though his demeanor remained composed. "Continue." "You have more than one adversary," the figure replied slowly. "Zhao Hongtu is but a pawn. Your true opponent has yet to reveal themselves, and those around you." He paused, casting a significant glance at Lin Howard. "Are not necessarily as you perceive them." Lin Howard's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" "The meaning is quite simple." The figure raised his hand, a peculiar rune emerging in his palm, glowing with an ethereal blue light. "When you believe you have everything under control, fate has already pinned your conclusion." A chill ran down Shen Yifeng's spine. The chaotic divine perception system could not identify the origin of this rune. "Who are you, really?" He pressed again. "Who I am matters not," the figure replied softly with a smile. "What is crucial is whether you possess the courage to confront the impending truth." As soon as his words fell, the figure flickered and vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. The air was left reverberating with the unresolved prophecy, echoing in Shen Yifeng's ears. The judgment of fate. Lin Howard glanced back at Shen Yifeng and inquired, "Boss, what are your thoughts?" Shen Yifeng remained silent for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It appears that someone does not wish for me to have an easy time." He refrained from elaborating further and directly entered the car. As the vehicle glided into the night, Shen Yifeng leaned back against the seat, his mind replaying the earlier scene, the enigmatic figure, the prophecy, and the peculiar symbols. He understood that this was no ordinary warning. It was a signal that a greater storm was on the horizon. Closing his eyes, he summoned the interface of the Chaos Divine Insight system in his mind, commencing an analysis of the information he had just acquired. However, the system's feedback astonished him. Unknown energy fluctuations, unable to be deciphered. What did this imply? It suggested that the energy level of the other party exceeded even the detection range of the Chaos Divine Insight. Shen Yifeng opened his eyes, his gaze deepening. Lin Howren, he suddenly spoke, assist me in investigating all mysterious organizations that have emerged in the country over the past few years, particularly those related to ancient culture and extraordinary abilities. Lin Howren was taken aback. Are you suggesting that this is beyond what ordinary people can accomplish? At least, not those we perceive as ordinary, Shen Yifeng replied coolly. Moreover, I suspect that the situation with AMU is far from simple. Lin Howren nodded. I will arrange for personnel immediately. Shen Yifeng reclined against the back of his seat, gazing out at the swiftly passing neon lights. He had initially believed that the success of the charitable project represented a new beginning, but now appeared to be merely a pawn in a larger game. Fate was subtly turning its gears. The following morning, Shen Yifeng set forth with his team towards the northwest. On the plain, he perused materials regarding military enterprises while instructing his assistant to contact local intelligence personnel to investigate Zhao Hongtu's recent activities. Lin Howren sat beside him, munching on a sandwich and asking, do you think Zhao Hongtu's acquisition of military enterprises is aimed at you? More likely than not, Shen Yifeng replied, closing his folder. There is no way he would expand into this domain without someone behind the scenes aiding him. Are you referring to that mysterious figure? Lin Howren whispered. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Shen Yifeng's expression grew solemn. However, I'm not afraid of their schemes. What concerns me is if they are too timid to even attempt them. Lin Howren grinned. Then let us wait and see. Several hours later, the plane touched down. The winds and sands of the northwest greeted them with force as Shen Yifeng donned sunglasses and strode towards the awaiting convoy. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was an anonymous message. Beware of those you trust. Shen Yifeng cast a glance at the message, his expression unchanged. He stowed his phone and turned to Lin Howren, stating, let's depart. The convoy thundered toward their destination, raising clouds of dust along the way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the mysterious figure reemerged from the shadows, murmuring softly, the game has only just begun. Chapter 81. Glimmers of prophecy standing amidst the winds and sands of the northwest. Shen Yifeng's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. He had just concluded a meeting with representatives from military enterprises, their ambiguous attitude clearly indicating the influence of unseen forces behind them. Lin Howren walked behind, scrolling through his phone while softly murmuring. Zhao Hongtu has been quite active, secretly engaging with several key suppliers. He intends to sever our supply chain. Shen Yifeng smirked, encouraging him to continue the charade. By the time the two returned to headquarters, it was already late at night. The entire office building was ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere was oddly sinister. Employees hurried past with heads bowed, none daring to utter a word. The receptionist turned pale upon seeing Shen Yifeng return, her voice trembling. Mr. Shen, the system is malfunctioning again. What seems to be the problem? Lin Howren inquired, frowning. The database is locked, and all project progress files are inaccessible. She handed over a report stating that the technical department had investigated, confirming it was neither a virus nor a server failure, but rather appeared to be the result of human intervention. Shen Yifeng remained silent, striding directly into his office. The chaos divination system activated within his mind, streams of data flashing before his eyes. The voice of the fragmented divine soul resonated slowly. This intrusion signal feels familiar. Do you recognize it? Shen Yifeng asked in a hushed tone. It is the method of the shadow veins, the divine soul replied gravely. They are an organization specializing in intelligence theft and data warfare, backed by military forces. Upon hearing this, Lin Howren clenched his fists. Zhao Hongtu is indeed not to be underestimated. Shen Yifeng scoffed coldly. He thinks he can throw me off balance with such tactics? He immediately ordered the lockdown of all internal networks while simultaneously initiating the countermeasures of the chaos divination system. Minutes later, the system reported, The source of the hacker attack is traced to a data center in the southern part of the city, which is, coincidentally, a covert base under Zhao Hongtu's name. Lin Haoran. Shen Yifeng picked up the phone, arranging personnel, eliminate that location before tomorrow. Lin Haoran nodded, understood. However, just as they prepared to leave the office, the computer screen suddenly illuminated, automatically playing a video featuring a man clad in a black trench coat. His face cloaked in shadow, with only a pair of cold, gleaming eyes visible. Shen Yifeng, do you think this is merely a game orchestrated by Zhao Hongtu? The man's voice was deep and hoarse. Fate will not allow you to escape this chessboard easily. The image abruptly halted, and the computer screen turned black once more. Shen Yifeng stared intently at the inky screen, his expression growing increasingly profound. The following morning, Shen Yifeng proceeded to the company as usual, but upon entering the car, he sensed something amiss. The steering wheel was slightly off-center, and the brake pedal felt unusually loose when pressed. He immediately exited the vehicle, summoning technical personnel for an inspection. The brake line has been tampered with, one technician reported with a grim expression. If not discovered in time, the car could have gone out of control on the highway. Lin Haoran was seething with rage. This is attempted murder. Yet Shen Yifeng merely smiled faintly. It seems someone is genuinely anxious. He switched to another vehicle, opting for an unconventional route, allowing the chaos divination system to analyze the optimal path. The system proposed a side road that avoided main thoroughfares, although the conditions were complex. It successfully circumvented several suspicious segments. Upon reaching the meeting venue, Shen Yifeng commenced negotiations with his partners. What initially appeared to be a smooth collaboration was abruptly hindered by an anomaly in a crucial document. There are discrepancies in the data contained within this contract. The representative of the partner pointed to a page, asserting that the cost assessment you provided was conspicuously low, leading us to suspect that you are concealing actual expenditures. Shen Yifeng, maintaining his composure, accepted the document and began to scrutinize it, a slight frown creasing his brow. He promptly invoked the Chaos Oracle system to scan the contents of the file, and indeed, he uncovered signs of tampering. Certain figures on the document had been substituted with smaller numbers, evidently intended to undermine the partner's trust. Everyone, Shen Yifeng set the document down, his gaze steady. I can substantiate that this document has been maliciously altered. Please allow me to restore the original data on the spot. He opened his laptop, retrieved the backup version, and displayed the modification records. Upon reviewing this, the representative's expression shifted dramatically. We were mistaken. Ultimately, consensus was reached in the meeting, and a partnership agreement was successfully signed. Yet, Shen Yifeng understood that this was merely the beginning. That evening, upon returning home, he settled in his study, holding an ancient bronze talisman. It was a mark left by a mysterious figure, which now emanated a faint warmth, as if sensing a certain power. Who are you? Shen Yifeng murmured softly to himself. The voice of the remnants of the god sovereign echoed in his ears. This talisman comes from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. It was a clandestine organization with a legacy spanning a millennium, possessing knowledge and power that transcended the ages. The god sovereign's remnants elucidated. They seldom reveal themselves unless destiny truly fractures. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yifeng rose and approached the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Since he wished to engage in the game of fate, he remarked with a slight smirk, "Do not blame me for shattering the rules." The following day, abnormalities re-emerged within the company. Portions of the financial report exhibited unexplained fund flows, and several key accounts were frozen. The technical department could not ascertain the cause, only confirming that it was the result of external remote operations. Shen Yifeng remained unflustered. Instead, he calmly commanded, "Shut down all external interfaces and activate the backup system." Lin Haoran immediately executed the order, dispatching an investigation team to trace the whereabouts of the funds. After a night of relentless effort, they finally pinpointed an overseas address, tracing it to an offshore company named Celestial Canopy Capital, registered in the Bermuda Islands. Lin Haoran gritted his teeth, noting the absence of definitive shareholders. Yet they uncovered an anonymous transfer that precisely matched the amount of the frozen funds. Shen Yifeng studied the report, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. It seemed someone can no longer contain themselves. He swiftly contacted Zhong Li Xuan, succinctly outlining the situation. Upon hearing the details, Zhong Li Xuan's tone turned grave. Shen Yifeng, tread cautiously. Celestial Canopy Capital is entangled with a far greater force. I am aware, Shen Yifeng replied with a serene smile. But I have never feared formidable opponents. I only fear those who lack the courage to confront me directly. In the ensuing days, Shen Yifeng juggled company affairs while quietly orchestrating a counteroffensive. He utilized the Chaos Oracle system to continuously track the enemy's movements, gradually discerning their operational patterns. However, just as everything appeared to be settling into a semblance of stability, an anonymous letter quietly materialized on his desk. The envelope bore but a single word: trust. Shen Yifeng tore open the envelope, revealing a photograph of himself standing alongside Lin Haoran, set against the backdrop of an abandoned factory, dated 3 days prior. Below the image, a line read, "Trust is the most perilous wager." Shen Yifeng fixed his gaze upon those words, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Gradually, he raised his head to gaze out at the night, where the wheels of fate were accelerating their turn. Chapter 82. The challenge arises. Shen Yifeng scrutinized the anonymous letter, his fingertips tightening slightly. The night outside was heavy, the city's neon lights casting mottled shadows upon the glass. He remained silent, slowly folding the letter and placing it into the inner pocket of his suit. "Lin Haoran," he said, his voice low and steady, "assemble everyone." Lin Haoran nodded and promptly dialed several crucial numbers. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng stood before the window, his mind racing as the chaos divination system began to operate at high speed, retrieving all anomalous data from the past few days. He understood that the true storm had only just begun. The following morning, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Lin Haoran, Technical Director Chen Rue, Financial Supervisor Tang Wan and Public Relations Head Zhou Zhe had all gathered. Each face bore varying degrees of anxiety and confusion. Everyone was acutely aware of the events from the previous night. Shen Yifeng cut straight to the chase. This was not merely a simple commercial assault, but meticulously organized and premeditated siege. Who was the adversary? Zhou Zhe was the first to inquire. Zhao Hong, too, is one of them. Shen Yifeng's gaze was piercing. But there exists a larger force at play, Pinnacle Capital, and an enemy we have never confronted directly before. Pinnacle Capital? Chen Rue frowned. That enigmatic offshore company? Precisely, Shen Yifeng affirmed. They not only manipulate the freezing of our funds, but they also aim to undermine our credibility through contract tampering and orchestrating public opinion. What is more alarming is that their methods extend far beyond these. I have already contacted several media outlets to clarify the facts, Jose interjected. But we must quickly present compelling evidence. Otherwise, public sentiment will turn increasingly against us. Evidence is not the issue, Shen Yifeng replied calmly. The challenge lies in the fact that the resources they are deploying this time are more substantial than ever before. This indicates that they are genuinely afraid. Afraid of what? Tambana Uskit. Afraid of my reclaiming control over the situation. Shen Yifeng smirked slightly. The more aggressively they suppress us, the clearer it becomes that they realize they can no longer easily keep me underfoot. So what shall we do? Lin Haoran inquired, his tone grave. Let them come. We shall meet them with our defenses, and let the waters rise to cover the earth. Shen Yifeng surveyed the group. Yet their assault is not a singular attack, but rather a multi-pronged advance. We must respond in synchrony. What are the specific arrangements? Chen Rue asked, taking up his notebook. First, we must sever their information sources, Shen Yifeng declared resolutely. Although we have countered their hacking attempts, they still possess significant internal intelligence. This suggests that there may be a mole among us. Upon this revelation, the conference room fell silent. I do not wish for this to be the case. Shen Yifeng scanned the room, but if it is so, I shall personally unearth the traitor. No one spoke. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Second step, financial warfare. Shen Yifeng continued. Pinnacle Capital has frozen our accounts, and we shall retaliate in kind. Zhong Li Xuan is already taking action. We can mobilize our covert funds and catch them off guard. He then outlined the third step, the battleground of public opinion. Turning to Jose, he instructed, "You are responsible for our external communications. We cannot allow them to control the narrative. Simultaneously, we must release authentic data to unveil the truth to the public." Jose nodded in understanding. The fourth step involves investigating the puppeteer behind this scheme. Shen Yifeng rose, a determined glint in his eyes. "I need to uncover who is orchestrating this from the shadows. Chen Rue, you will handle technical tracking. Lin Howren, reach out to some old contacts and see if you can unearth any valuable intelligence." Lin Howren clenched his fists in readiness. The final step, Shen Yifeng paused, a cold intensity flashing in his gaze, "is to make them aware of the heavy price of provoking me." Following the meeting, the entire team swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. Shen Yifeng returned alone to his office, where the chaotic divine insight system in his mind tirelessly analyzed all available clues. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. "Shen Yifeng, are you certain you wish to reveal your cards so soon? The remnant soul of the divine sovereign?" Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow. "Tianmu Capital is entangled with the Tianji Pavilion. The remnant soul's tone turned grave. This organization is far more inscrutable than you can imagine." "I am aware," Shen Yifeng replied with a faint smile, "but I am never afraid of opponents who hide in the shadows. I only fear those who lack ruthlessness." Approaching his desk, he opened his computer and retrieved an encrypted document. It contained information sent by Zhong Lishuan days prior regarding Tianmu Capital's shareholder structure and fund flows. "You think they are plotting," Shen Yifeng murmured to himself, "but in truth, I am also making my own arrangements." Simultaneously, the external world was undergoing tumultuous changes. Major financial media outlets reported, "The Shen Group faces a liquidity crisis. Shen Yifeng has encountered a united industry boycott. Shen Yifeng may be subject to legal investigation." The online sentiment began to shift, with certain social platforms even trending topics alleging Shen Yifeng's involvement in fraud and money laundering. However, at the height of this media frenzy, Shen Yifeng unexpectedly posted on Weibo, "Shen Yifeng, some wish for my demise. They shall not blame me for rendering their existence a living hell." This post instantly ignited a firestorm across the internet. Within a mere 10 minutes, it garnered over 1 million shares, and the comments section erupted. Supporters believed Shen Yifeng had finally shed his silence, while detractors mocked him for his desperate struggle. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the ensuing 24 hours would witness an unparalleled counterattack from Shen Yifeng and his team. In the dead of night, Shen Yifeng sat alone in his office, gazing at the flowing data on the screen. Lin Howren entered, presenting him with a cup of coffee. "I have uncovered something," he whispered. "The identity of the sender of the anonymous letter has been confirmed. It is a former national security agent who has been missing for 3 years." "Missing for 3 years?" Shen Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Lin Howren affirmed. "He went off the grid during a mission 3 years ago, and official records state that he is deceased. Yet, he is evidently still alive." Shen Yifeng smirked coldly. "Moreover, he sent me a letter not to threaten, but to warn." "What do you mean?" "He reminded me that someone had set their sights on those around me." Shen Yifeng's gaze was dark, including towards you. Lin Howren fell silent for a moment before finally uttering, "I have long been prepared." Shen Yifeng glanced at him and gave a slight nod. At that moment, the lights in the office flickered suddenly, and then a new message popped up on the computer screen. "The Celestial Capital is about to initiate a decapitation action. Target, Shen Yifeng himself." Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, followed by a cold smirk. "Come on," he murmured. "Let's see who falls first." The footsteps outside drew nearer. Just as Lin Howren was about to speak, Shen Yifeng suddenly raised a hand, signaling him to be silent. In the next second, the building's alarm system erupted into chaos. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the energy center. The urgent announcement blared, urging all departments to immediately check the power supply status. Shen Yifeng sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade. "They have made their move." He grabbed his coat and strode towards the door. "Lin Howren, inform everyone to enter a level 1 combat readiness status." Lin Howren nodded and immediately pulled out his phone. The moment Shen Yifeng stepped out of the office, all the lights in the building extinguished, leaving only the faint red glow of the emergency exit. In the darkness, he heard a metallic clatter in the distance. followed by a rapid series of footsteps echoing from the stairwell, as if someone were rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Shun Yifeng pressed the elevator button. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing an empty interior. He stepped inside, and the moment the doors closed, a low, chilling laugh resonated from behind. Shun Yifeng, the game has only just begun. Chapter 83. Response strategy. The alarm continued to reverberate, plunging the entire building into chaos. Shun Yifeng stood in the elevator, his expression as cold as steel. He could sense that Zhao Hongtu and Celestial Capital had launched their full assault, and the mysterious figure behind the anonymous letter had evidently laid out a deadly trap. Lin Howren, he whispered into the intercom, initiate the plan. Understood. Lin Howren's voice came through the earpiece, calm and resolute. The elevator descended slowly as Shun Yifeng leaned against the corner, his mind racing with the Chaos Insight system, analyzing all potential sources of threat. He knew that this counterattack had to be swift, precise, and ruthless. Any hesitation would lead to total annihilation. When he exited the building, night had deepened, and the streets were bustling with traffic, the neon lights casting fleeting shadows across his face. Instead of heading directly home, he slipped into a black sedan, heading straight for the underground command center of the Shun Group. That was their true operational core. Upon entering, Chen Rue and Tang Wanner were already waiting for him. While Zhou Zhe joined via a remote conference, his tense face displayed on the screen. What's the situation? Shun Yifeng inquired, scanning the faces around him. The freezing of funds is ongoing, but Mr. Zhongli has already mobilized some covert funds, Tang Wanner reported. As for public opinion, we have begun to guide it in reverse. Some key accounts have started to counterattack, but the effects are still not sufficiently evident. The hacker attack has been intercepted, but we have discovered some strange data traces. Chen Rue furrowed his brow, sensing that the adversary seemed to be attempting to infiltrate our employee database with tactics reminiscent of military-grade technology. Military? Shun Yifeng narrowed his eyes, realizing that the individuals behind Zhao Hongtu were far more intricate than initially presumed. Additionally, Lin Howren interjected, we discovered a clue in the information of the anonymous letter sender. He was previously involved in a covert operation known as Project Skynet, aimed at tracking a transnational financial crime organization. Project Skynet? Shun Yifeng pondered. This occurrence is likely not a mere coincidence in light of our current predicament. He rose and approached the large screen, pulling up a complex diagram of the flow of funds. This material was provided by Zhong Li Xuan, chronicling the financial pathways of Tianmu Capital in meticulous detail. They aim to undermine our credibility through public opinion, sever our lifeline through financial means, and acquire internal intelligence via hacking. Shun Yifeng's tone was steady, yet they overlooked one crucial aspect. I have never been one to merely defend without striking back. He turned to survey the group. Henceforth, we shall deploy a divided offensive. The first step is to sever their information sources. Shun Yifeng tapped the screen. Chen Rue, you are in charge of technical countermeasures. I want to ascertain who is orchestrating this hacking assault. Simultaneously, we must identify the mole. No problem. Chen Rue nodded. I have already arranged encrypted surveillance. And should they make another move, we will pinpoint the source. The second step involves the battleground of public opinion. Shun Yifeng directed his gaze towards Zhou Zhe. You are to release a significant video featuring the recorded conversation between Zhao Hongtu and myself from 3 years ago, wherein he expressed his ambitions regarding the Shun Corporation. That recording? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Zhe's eyes. You have kept it all this time? Naturally. Shun Yifeng's lips curled slightly. Some things are meant to serve as a slap in the face. The third step concerns financial retaliation. Shun Yifeng continued, Tang Wanner, coordinate with Mr. Zhong and mobilize our covert financial assets. We shall catch Tianmu Capital off guard in the stock market. I want them to experience the sensation of being besieged. Understood. Tang Wanner nodded. The fourth step. Shun Yifeng's voice deepened. I must locate that enigmatic figure. Lin Howren, delve into his past and uncover what warning he sought to convey to me. He has died 3 times. Lin Howren chuckled wryly, finding it quite challenging to locate a living person now. Then we shall unearth the deceased. Shun Yifeng's tone brooked no dissent. I believe his message to me was not merely intended to instill fear. A hush fell over the conference room. Each individual understood that this battle would determine the future fate of the Shen group. Furthermore, Shen Yifeng suddenly spoke. "We must prepare for a press conference." "A press conference?" Jose frowned. "Is this not the height of controversy?" "Precisely because it is controversial, a direct response is essential." Shen Yifeng's gaze was piercing. "I will confront the media personally, informing everyone that Shen Yifeng has returned and shall no longer be trampled upon." The atmosphere instantly solidified. This was not merely a press conference, but a declaration of war. Lastly, Shen Yifeng surveyed the room. "Each of you must remember one thing. We are not in a defensive stance, but rather, we are orchestrating a strategy. They believe they are encircling us. In truth, this marks the beginning of our counter-siege." With that, he donned his coat and strode purposefully towards the door. "Let's act." One by one, the group rose, hastening to their respective posts. Shen Yifeng stood by the window, gazing at the city ablaze with lights. He was acutely aware that once the counteroffensive commenced, there would be no turning back. Yet, he was unafraid, for he was no longer the naive Shen Yifeng who placed blind trust in the world. He was a man who had clawed his way back from the depths of despair. In the darkness, he murmured to himself, "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you until the end." At that moment, his phone vibrated. A cryptic message appeared. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the accounts of 3 companies under Pinnacle Capital. Suspected capital flight. A cold smile crept across Shen Yifeng's lips. This was fortuitous. He pressed the call button. "Lin Howren, have Mr. Zhongli prepare. We are ready to reap." A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the line. "I have been awaiting this moment." Shen Yifeng ended the call, pushed open the office door, and walked down the dimly lit corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast space. He approached the elevator and pressed the button for the underground 3rd floor, where the most clandestine database of the Shen group lay hidden. It was also the true starting point of his retaliation. As the elevator descended slowly, the metallic doors reflected his austere visage. Just as the elevator was about to reach its destination, his phone vibrated once more. A new message appeared. "Countdown to the decapitation operation, 24 hours. Shen Yifeng's pupils constricted, and a cold smile returned to his lips. "Excellent." The elevator doors opened, and in the shadows, a pair of eyes awaited him patiently. "Welcome back, Yifeng." Chapter 84. Initial results. Shen Yifeng stood before the control console of the underground database, his fingertips gliding swiftly across the touchscreen. On the surveillance screen, the capital flow curve of Pinnacle Capital exhibited bizarre fluctuations, resembling a snake cornered, writhing in desperation. "Lin Howren," he spoke softly. "Have there been any further updates from Zhongli?" Lin Howren's voice came through the earpiece. "He has identified several suspicious accounts, but their counter-tracking capabilities are formidable. Each transfer employs multiple hops, making it nearly impossible to trace back to the source." "Then continue the pursuit," Shen Yifeng replied calmly. "Their attempts to conceal themselves only indicate their fear of our uncovering the truth." No sooner had he spoken than Tang Wanner approached with a report. "President Shen, there has been movement in the stock market. After our covert funds began to act, 3 core funds under Pinnacle Capital have experienced abnormal declines, and market sentiment is beginning to reverse." A slight smile graced Shen Yifeng's lips as his gaze swept across the data streams on the screen. "Excellent. Zhao Hongta must be growing restless." Just then, Chen Rue interjected. "I have a new discovery as well." In the recent hacking attack records, a set of addresses pointed to a foreign military institution, aligning closely with the background of the Skynet operation. Military-grade technology? Shen Yifeng's expression darkened. It appeared that the forces behind Zhao Hongtu were more complex than anticipated. "Should we request support from Mr. Zhongli?" Tang Wanner inquired. "Not for now." Shen Yifeng shook his head. "What we need at this moment is to stabilize the situation, not complicate matters further. Zhongli assists us due to aligned interests, but if he perceives that we are losing control, he may withdraw his support." After delivering his remarks, he turned and approached the center of the command platform, surveying the assembly. "Next, we must stabilize our rhythm and gradually dismantle their offensive. We will advance on 3 fronts: public opinion, finance, and intelligence. leaving them no respite. Lin Howard nodded affirmatively. I have already arranged for personnel to release the recording of you and Zhao Hongtu from 3 years ago. Once that material is made public, it will irrevocably sever ties, Zhou Zhe cautioned. Those ties were severed long ago. Shen Yifeng replied with a cold smile. I was merely awaiting the opportune moment. He paused, his tone resolute. Now is that moment. With the order issued, the entire team swiftly transitioned into execution mode. Tang Wanner took charge of contacting Zhong Li to mobilize additional covert financial resources. Chen Rue fortified network defenses while simultaneously tracing the hacker's origins. Lin Howard led a team to investigate clues surrounding the enigmatic figure. Overnight, the landscape of the situation shifted quietly. The following morning, major financial media outlets suddenly broke a significant story. Shen Yifeng exposes Zhao Hongtu's ambitious dialogue. Tianmu Capital suspected of manipulating stock prices. Upon publication, this report ignited a firestorm online. The previously one-sided negative public sentiment began to fracture, with many investors reassessing the commercial credibility of the Shen Group, and some even questioning the legality of Tianmu Capital's operations. Meanwhile, the stock market experienced a resurgence. Several flagship stocks of the Shen Group rose against the tide, while Tianmu Capital's shares continued to decline under the pressure of regulatory scrutiny. Within Zhao Hongtu's office, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Who leaked the recording? He bellowed. His assistant, trembling, responded, It is still unclear, but we suspect it was released intentionally by Shen Yifeng. Has he lost his mind? Zhao Hongtu seethed. Isn't this akin to airing our dirty laundry? A nearby advisor interjected slowly. He seeks to use this opportunity to thrust you into the spotlight. Zhao Hongtu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Shen Yifeng sat in a conference room, engaging in a video meeting with several partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that you have recently harbored concerns regarding the stability of our collaborative projects. His voice was steady and commanding. I can assure you that the Shen Group has regained control of the situation and is mounting a counteroffensive. We will not allow anyone to easily undermine our foundation. An elder investor hesitated before speaking. Mr. Shen, it's not that we lack faith in you, but this upheaval is unprecedented, and many shareholders are calling for a suspension of our collaboration. I understand, Shen Yifeng acknowledged with a nod. Yet I hope you can see that we have already achieved some pivotal results. For instance, the tide of public opinion has begun to reverse, and the financial market is gradually stabilizing. If you grant us a little more time, we will completely turn the tide. After a moment of silence, the investor finally replied, Very well, we shall place our trust in you once more. As the meeting concluded, Shen Yifeng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respite. He understood that this was merely the first step. The real test lay ahead. Lin Howard, he opened his eyes. Have you uncovered the identity of that mysterious figure? We are still investigating, Lin Howard replied with a wry smile. But we have discovered a crucial lead. He was involved in a clandestine operation 3 years ago, codenamed Shadow Project. Shadow Project? Shen Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing that this resembled an operation from a specialized department. Indeed, Lin Howard nodded, revealing that the core objective of this plan was to eliminate a cadre of financial spies lurking within the country. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yifeng's eyes. Thus, the message he sent was not a warning, but a means to draw out a more formidable puppet master. At that moment, his phone vibrated. 2 subsidiaries of Tianmu Capital file for bankruptcy protection. A cold smile crept upon Shen Yifeng's lips. They have finally reached their limit. Yet, he did not lower his guard. Rather, he became even more vigilant. The true contest had only just commenced. Lin Howard, keep a close watch on Zhao Hongtu's every move. He rose, his gaze piercing. This game was far from over. Lin Howard nodded in understanding. Shen Yifeng turned towards the elevator, his black suit gleaming under the corridor lights. As the elevator doors slowly closed, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes profound as the night. He was no longer the naive Shen Yifeng who trusted the world. Now, he was a man who had clawed his way back from hell. It was time for them to learn the true meaning of vengeance. As the elevator descended, the metallic doors reflected his austere visage. Just as the elevator was about to reach its destination, his phone vibrated once more. A new message read, "Decapitation Operation Countdown, 12 hours." Chapter 85, Crisis Escalation. The elevator doors opened slowly, and as Shun Yifeng stepped out of the cabin, his phone vibrated again. Decapitation Operation Countdown, 12 hours. He frowned slightly, but did not halt his stride. At the end of the corridor, the conference room door stood ajar, where Lin Howard awaited, his expression grave. "There's been a shift in the situation," Lin Howard whispered. "Zhao Hongtu's side has suddenly become unusually active. Tianmu Capital has mobilized over 2 billion in funds within a mere 3 hours. Are they betting everything?" Shen Yifeng's tone remained calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Not just that," Lin Howard continued. "We have monitored several offshore accounts beginning to covertly acquire shares of the Shun family subsidiaries. The methods are exceedingly discreet, but the funding sources seem to be linked to the military-backed Tianwang operation." Shun Yifeng paused, a flash of cold light in his eyes. "It appears they are indeed desperate." The two entered the conference room, where Tang Wanner, Chen Rui, and others had been awaiting for quite some time, the atmosphere stifling to the point of suffocation. "Esteemed colleagues," Shen Yifeng took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the assembly. "We are now confronted with a crisis that has escalated dramatically. Initially, we believe Zhao Hongtu was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, but it now appears he is merely a pawn thrust into the spotlight." Tang Wanner perused the report in her hands, her expression grim. "President Shun, our secret funding lines have been compromised. If this continues, we will find ourselves in a passive position. Passivity has never been our style." Shun Yifeng replied with a faint smile, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "However, since they wish to play a grand game, we shall accompany them to the very end." He activated the Chaos Divine Insight System, and a massive fund flow chart swiftly appeared on the screen, revealing a complex web of data within which a deeply concealed black line could be faintly discerned, leading overseas. This line was the critical element we had previously overlooked. Shun Yifeng gestured towards the screen, which connected multiple, seemingly unrelated financial entities, ultimately pointing to a project codenamed Shadow Plan. "Is this the clandestine mission Lin Howard mentioned?" Chen Rui inquired. "Indeed," Shun Yifeng affirmed with a nod. "The ostensible objective of this plan is to eliminate the financial spies lurking domestically, yet in reality, it serves as a tool for certain individuals to launder illicit assets and shift power." "What do we do now?" Tang Wanner pressed for answers. "First and foremost, we must maintain our composure." Shun Yifeng scanned the room. "Zhao Hongtu and Tianmu Capital are merely the FA-ADE. The true adversary lurks in the shadows. If we act rashly at this juncture, we will play directly into their hands." After saying this, he rose and moved to the window, gazing at the resplendent cityscape illuminated by countless lights. "We must recalibrate our strategy," he declared firmly. "The first step is to sever their attempts at acquiring shares in the Shun family subsidiaries. The second step involves tracing the true origins of these foreign funds. The third step," he paused, a cold smirk creasing his lips, "we must render Zhao Hongtu a sacrificial pawn." The conference room fell into a brief silence. "President Shun, are you certain this approach won't alert our enemies?" Zhou ventured. "Alert our enemies?" Shun Yifeng turned, his gaze piercing. "We have long since entered the serpent's lair. The question now is not whether to alarm the snake, but who will strike first." He returned to the conference table and pressed a button on the remote, revealing a new set of data charts on the screen. "I have already contacted Zhong Li Xuan. He will provide us with crucial intelligence support. Concurrently, I will personally engage with several key investors to ensure we maintain the upper hand in public opinion." However, Tang Wanner hesitated. "If the opposition has indeed mobilized military-grade resources, our meager strength may not endure for long." "Not endure for long?" Shen Yifeng chuckled softly. "Let them understand what it means to entrap oneself." He surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. "We are not fighting in isolation. The credibility, connections, and resources amassed by the Shun Group over the years are our bedrock. Moreover," he pointed to his temple, "armed with the chaotic divine insight system, we are more acutely aware of the situation than they are." Lin Howard nodded. "I will contact Mr. Zhong immediately to expedite the intelligence flow. Excellent, Shun Yifeng replied. Additionally, I want each of you to remain vigilant within your respective domains. Report any unusual occurrences without delay. Remember, this battle transcends mere commercial rivalry. It is a contest of will and determination. Everyone nodded, their morale gradually rising. However, just as the meeting was about to conclude, Chen Rui suddenly received an urgent message. President Shun, his voice trembled with alarm. It's bad. The 2 financial nodes we established overseas have just been forcibly frozen. Their actions have been alarmingly swift. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room plunged back in attention. They finally made a move. Yet, Shun Yifeng remained composed. It seems they have realized our counteroffensive has commenced. What should we do? Should we withdraw some of our funds? Tang Vanya asked anxiously. No, Shun Yifeng shook his head. Not only must we refrain from withdrawal, but we must also escalate our stakes. He picked up his phone and dialed number. Lao Li, this is Shun Yifeng. Do you recall the crisis I helped you navigate 3 years ago? Now, it is your turn to repay the debt. A silence enveloped the phone line for several seconds, before a low voice inquired, how much do you require? 1 billion, to be transferred within 3 days. After hanging up, Shun Yifeng addressed the gathering. Do not panic. Zhao Hongtu seeks to undermine us through economic warfare. We shall counter by deploying an even more substantial financial reservoir to engulf him. But what if? Lin Howard hesitated. There is no what if, Shun Yifeng interjected. It is a matter of either victory or defeat. There exists no path of retreat. He rose, his black suit glistening with a cold sheen under the lights. The ensuing 12 hours would prove pivotal in determining the outcome. He strode out of the conference room, leaving behind a solitary declaration. Prepare to embrace the storm. As the elevator doors gradually closed, his reflection revealed a visage marked by indifference yet resolute determination. Behind him, it seemed as though the entire city awaited the impending tempest. His phone vibrated once more. Decapitation Operation Countdown. 11 hours, 59 minutes. Chapter 86. The key to breaking the deadlock, the reverberation of the phone's vibration, had yet to dissipate when Shun Yifeng hastened through the corridor. His taut muscles concealed beneath his black suit. Within his mind, the chaotic divine insight system was swiftly processing, reorganizing all the intelligence data from the earlier meeting. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down upon the city, illuminated in a tapestry of lights, as if each glimmer concealed a pair of watchful eyes. They believe I'm still struggling, he murmured, oblivious to the fact that the true counteroffensive was only just commencing. Lin Howard entered, his expression grave. Mr. Shun, Oldley has confirmed that the billion will be transferred in 3 days. However, the other party has sensed something amiss and has begun tightening their defenses. Tightening? Shun Yifeng smiled faintly. Let them grow even more anxious. He activated the chaotic divine insight system, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. The voice of the divine soul murmured, Ah, young one, you have finally deemed it necessary to employ my wisdom. Now is not the time for bravado. Shun Yifeng replied sternly. The situation has transcended the realm of conventional corporate conflict. I require the most precise analysis. As you wish, the divine soul whispered. As a new strategic map materialized on the screen, the previously intricate flow of capital now rendered lucid. Do you see? The divine soul continued. They have established a shadow account offshore, ostensibly for financial laundering. Yet in truth, it serves as a vast intelligence network node. Should we sever this node? Their entire scheme will fracture. Shun Yifeng's gaze sharpened. So, this is not merely an economic battle, but an information war. Clever, the divine soul chuckled lightly. However, they are not to be underestimated. The strongest defenses have already been deployed at that node. The strongest? Shun Yifeng scoffed. Then I shall shatter it. He turned back to the conference room, where everyone awaited, the atmosphere still heavy with tension. Ladies and gentlemen, he surveyed the room. We have identified a breakthrough. Tang Wanner frowned. What breakthrough? Their shadow account. Shun Yifeng pointed to the screen. This is their most deeply concealed layer and the critical Achilles heel. If we can deliver a decisive blow here, their entire plan will unravel. Chen Rui's eyes sparkled with insight. The issue, however, lies in the formidable defenses in place. An impulsive action could potentially expose all our cards. Thus, we must adopt an alternative approach. Shun Yifeng's tone was resolute, not a direct confrontation, but a flanking maneuver. He summoned a new operational plan, and the screen promptly displayed multiple tactical routes. The first team, led by Lin Howren, was tasked with restraining Zhao Hongtu's main forces to create chaos. The second team, under Chun Rui's leadership, would infiltrate the peripheral systems of the Shadow account, buying time for a core breakthrough. The third team, consisting of myself and Zhongli Xuan, would directly penetrate the core database of the Shadow account to execute a decapitation operation. This is exceedingly perilous. Tang Wan'er could not refrain from interjecting. If discovered, you may find yourselves trapped inside. Trapped? Shun Yifeng chuckled lightly. They are yet unaware that I possess the chaotic divine mirror, capable of tearing through the fabric of time and space. Upon concluding his statement, he retrieved a silver chip from his pocket and gently inserted it into the terminal interface. In an instant, the entire system's protective barrier was torn apart as if it were made of paper. Do you see? Shun Yifeng gestured towards the screen. Their firewall cannot withstand the power of chaos. Amidst their astonishment, the morale of the group surged once more. Mr. Shun, we are prepared. Lin Howren rose, his fists clenched. Command us, and we shall obey. Excellent. Shun Yifeng nodded. The operation commences immediately. Simultaneously, within Zhao Hongtu's office, the atmosphere was equally tense. They actually discovered the Shadow account. Zhao Hongtu sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. How is that possible? Even the military cannot trace that account. But they possess the chaotic divine mirror. A man in black whispered. That is technology beyond this era. Regardless of what it is, Zhao Hongtu gritted his teeth. We must thwart them at all costs. On the other side, Shun Yifeng, alongside Chun Rui and the technical team, had already entered the system infiltration phase. The countdown stood at 3 minutes. Chun Rui focused intently on the screen. Once they breached the perimeter, their presence would be immediately detected. Let them detect us, Shun Yifeng replied with a cold smirk. We do not require concealment. We only need speed. With a sharp notification chime, the outer firewall was successfully bypassed. Target locked. Chun Rui swiftly typed on the keyboard. The core database was loading. Onward, Shun Yifeng commanded without hesitation. Donning the neural connection helmet, his consciousness instantly transported into the virtual realm. Before him lay a steel maze constructed of data, with countless programs patrolling the passages. Each step was fraught with peril. Yet he hesitated not, his figure flickering as he charged directly into the enemy ranks. Come forth, let me gauge your true strength. Meanwhile, Lin Howren launched a fierce offensive on the outer battlefield, utilizing the chaotic disruptor provided by Shun Yifeng to incapacitate Zhao Hongtu's surveillance systems temporarily. Charge! Lin Howren bellowed, his comrades surging forth like tigers descending from a mountain, rushing towards the enemy camp. Within the core database, Shun Yifeng was drawing near to his target. Found you. He reached out, and the data streams converged, coalescing into the complete confidential information of the Shadow plan. At that moment, an alarm blared abruptly. Warning, intrusion detected. Emergency lockdown protocol initiated. Do you wish to confine me? Shun Yifeng scoffed, as the brilliance of the chaos divine I surged, effortlessly tearing through the final layer of confinement. Farewell, Shadow Project. He finished duplicating the data and simultaneously triggered the destruction command. The entire database began to collapse, countless lines of code dissipating like snowflakes. Success! Chun Rui exclaimed with exhilaration. No, it is not over yet. Shun Yifeng removed his helmet, his gaze icy. This was merely the first step. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Zhongli, the time has come. A deep voice emanated from the other end. I am ready. In the next moment, the financial network of the entire city trembled violently. What is happening? Zhao Hongtu suddenly looked up, his face pale. Shun Yifeng has truly succeeded. An assistant trembled as he reported. All data from the Shadow accounts has been leaked, and our entire financial chain has been traced back. It's over. Zhao Hongtu muttered to himself. It's all over. Meanwhile, Shun Yifeng gazed at the continuously fluctuating data stream on the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. He stood up and looked out at the night sky. The storm has only just begun. Chapter 87. Dawn of Victory. Shun Yifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching the confidential data recently extracted from the shadow accounts, his gaze sharp as a blade. The city's nightscape remained resplendent, yet in his eyes, each light appeared as a beacon signaling the enemy's defeat. Mr. Zhongli has already taken action. Lin Howren entered briskly, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. The reverse tracing of the financial chain has commenced, and Zhao Hongtu's funds are being frozen. He must be in utter turmoil right now. A faint smile appeared on Shun Yifeng's lips. His tone was calm, yet suffused with a chilling confidence. But let us not allow him to crumble too soon. He still serves a purpose. Lin Howren nodded. Understood. Our people are monitoring his every move. Any unusual activity will be reported immediately. Excellent. Shun Yifeng turned toward the conference table, projecting the data onto the screen in midair. Our objective now is not to continue striking, but to further complicate the situation, leading them into disarray. Tang Wanner frowned. Are you suggesting we create internal discord? Astute. Shun Yifeng chuckled lightly. The reason they have endured this long is due to tightly bound interests. However, this chain is beginning to fracture. Our task is to give it another push. He summoned the Chaos Divine Eye system, a pale blue data stream swirling through the air, gradually assembling a complex web of power dynamics. Do you see clearly? Shun Yifeng pointed to several key nodes. These individuals were once allies of Zhao Hongtu, yet their trust is tenuous. Especially Su Wanru. She must be restless at this moment. Lin Howren spoke solemnly. You intend to provoke her into desperation? Precisely. Shun Yifeng's gaze deepened. Her unwillingness to accept failure will make her more prone to error. I want her to leap into the trap herself. As soon as the words fell, Chun Rue hurriedly entered, holding the latest intelligence report. Mr. Shun, Su Wanru has been frequently contacting several partners of Zhao Hongtu, seemingly plotting a clandestine operation. She can no longer contain herself. Shun Yifeng chuckled coldly, realizing that she still harbored hopes of a comeback. Shall we set a trap in advance? Tang Wanner inquired. No rush. Shun Yifeng waved his hand. Let her lay out her plans. When she believes victory is within